Chapter 1. The Sovereign of Taoyuan County. Taoyuan County, Shuiyue Building. Fang Jingyi squinted his eyes, surrounded by beautiful maidens attending to him, as the melodious sounds of chirping birds filled his ears. "Master Fang, are you comfortable?" whispered the maid behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. A subtle smile graced Fang Jingyi's lips. Such days were undeniably delightful. "Very good. Reward her." "Thank you, master." The delighted maid increased the pressure of her ministrations upon hearing his words. Fang Jingyi opened his eyes, somewhat displeased, and said, "Do not call me master, call me young master." With a playful laugh, the maid responded, "Yes, young master." Fang Jingyi closed his eyes once more, his heart filled with a sense of nostalgia. Through his relentless efforts, Taoyuan County had finally witnessed the establishment of its first brothel. He recalled the initial chaos upon his arrival in this world. While others transmigrated as noble princes, he found himself a destitute county magistrate, one largely overlooked. After wandering aimlessly for half a month, he began to grasp the nature of this realm. This dynasty bore little resemblance to any of the eras he remembered from the land of Huaxia, yet civilization felt strikingly familiar. He had arrived during a tumultuous time, amidst the wars between the Qian and Jing nations. Fortuitously, Taoyuan County, with its desolate mountains and treacherous waters, had escaped the ravages of war. However, upon taking charge of this mess, Fang Jingyi was struck with dismay. The population numbered a mere 2,000, each individual emaciated and starving. To his astonishment, the county lieutenant and the head clerk had perished from hunger, while the educational official fled with the impoverished. Most critically, there was a complete absence of key industries, rendering the county devoid of any economic vitality. The dire circumstances were evident. Facing the rising discontent of the populace, Fang Jingyi exerted every ounce of effort to gather a modest supply of grain, producing several casks of potent liquor. He then commanded the townsfolk to venture forth and bring back a group of merchants, intoxicating them with the liquor, thus beginning to turn the tide. 5 years later, the Qian nation fell, and Emperor Li Che of the Jing nation achieved a resounding victory, stabilizing the realm. Fang Jingyi's fortunes consequently flourished. The various industries within the county began to thrive. In 7 years, the county's area expanded repeatedly. The government office was rebuilt, and establishments such as casinos, brothels, and taverns flourished. Moreover, through dubious means of deception and exploitation, the population swelled to tens of thousands. Once an overlooked small county, Taoyuan County had transformed into a veritable paradise through its continuous disregard for law and order. Fang Jingyi reveled in his newfound prosperity. No longer did he yearn for the court to send officials to recognize and elevate him. Instead, he strictly demanded confidentiality from the merchants he collaborated with. Of course, a year prior, officials from the court had come to inspect Taoyuan County, as was customary. Upon their arrival, they hastily proclaimed it a land of auspiciousness, eager to report their findings to their superiors. Fang Jingyi employed considerable finesse to placate the official. Now, he merely hoped to remain here for a lifetime, relishing the prospect of becoming a local sovereign. What bliss that would be. After all, this life was quite satisfactory. No worries about food or drink, and he had all that one could desire in terms of residence and companionship. Just as he was savoring the joys of life, a figure suddenly burst into the Shuiyue building, rushing in with urgency. This individual, unremarkable in appearance, donned official robes and bore a sword at his side. Hastening to Fang Jingyi's side, he whispered, "Master." Some commoners reported spotting merchants from afar, 10 miles away, their carts lacking our insignia. "Shall we not seize this opportunity?" Fang Zheng, incensed, lifted his leg and delivered a kick. "Zhang Biao, you wretched scoundrel. We are officials, not bandits. What sort of business is it to abduct people all day long? We must adhere to proper conduct. Do you comprehend? What if we frighten them?" Zhang Biao lost his footing and fell gracefully to the ground, looking aggrieved. "Wasn't it always done this way before? Ah, you dare to argue back. Are you yearning for death?" The beautiful maid nearby burst into laughter. Though Tao County may be large, it is still but a county, and over the years, the populace has come to know their magistrate quite well. Let us not even mention the immense grace he has shown to the people of Tao County. This master possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. The treatment Zhang Biao receives signifies his closeness to the magistrate, leaving others envious of his fortune. Zhang Biao rose and stood obediently beside Fang Zheng, awaiting his fate. Suddenly disturbed, Fang Zheng felt no desire to linger any longer. If one were to inquire about the paramount concern in Tao County, it would undoubtedly be the attraction of investments. Presently, the county's revenue model is singular, necessitating an expansion into new ventures. The arrival of merchants cannot be taken lightly. Fang Zheng stood and made a respectful gesture toward the nearby shopkeeper. The shopkeeper promptly bowed in return. "Let us depart. Shopkeeper, consider this a show of support for the grand opening of your Snow Moon Pavilion. Conduct your business well, and I shall ensure your prosperity. However, let me be clear. Should any crimes or oppression against women arise, I will dismantle your Snow Moon Pavilion. Do you understand?" The shopkeeper, drenched in cold sweat, wore a fawning smile. "Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your consideration. Let us go, Zhang Biao. Back to the Yamen. Your Majesty, we should reach Tao County within half a day's time. Those in the palace must have already set foot on the official road by now." Guo Tianyang respectfully held a map in his hands before a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age. Emperor Jing, Li Che. Though merely in his 40s, his face bore the marks of hardship, and his expression was resolute, occasionally shadowed by worry. In the past 2 years, although the nation has unified, calamities and misfortunes have persisted across the land, and countless memorials have flooded in like snowflakes. Under immense pressure, the emperor contemplated a secret visit in disguise, leaving behind a letter as he slipped away from the palace. Noticing Guo Tianyang presenting the map, he nodded slightly. Casually, he inquired, "Guo Banban, have you ever heard of Tao County?" Guo Tianyang shook his head, replying, "To Your Majesty, I have not. This county lies within the mountains. The roads are arduous and long neglected. It must be exceedingly small." The emperor nodded again, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Guo Tianyang folded the map away. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them. Only the mournful creaking of the wheels echoed, a source of irritation. After the span of an incense stick, the emperor slowly opened his eyes and sighed. "Let us rest for a day in Taoyuan County. The roads are truly deplorable, and traveling by horse would have been far more agreeable." Guo Tianyang chuckled nervously. "Your Majesty, this place is indeed exceptionally remote. The poor condition of the roads is to be expected. Once we reach Hengjiang Prefecture, all will be well. However, I am concerned that Taoyuan County is a desolate backwater, and Your Majesty has not brought any guards." Jingdi snorted coldly. "Guo Banban, your courage seems to wane with age. After accompanying me in battles for several years, are you now so apprehensive even when I venture out incognito? I dare say you're growing old." Guo Tianyang, flustered, hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I bang." Before he could finish, the carriage jolted violently. Guo Tianyang was thrown high, his head striking the carriage ceiling. Fortunately, Jingdi maintained his composure, gripping the handrail tightly to avert disaster. "Go out and investigate." Guo Tianyang, clutching his head, scrambled out of the carriage and immediately berated the coachman. "You wretched fool! Can't you see the road while driving? You've startled my lord. Be wary lest I take your head." The coachman trembled and pointed ahead. "My lord, look!" Chapter 2. The emperor enters the city. Guo Tianyang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed ahead. He quickly leaned out to look behind him, then turned back and rubbed his eyes vigorously. The road behind was in shambles, littered with dirt and stones, yet the path before him appeared remarkably smooth, with scarcely a rise or fall to be seen. The dark gray surface shimmered strangely under the sunlight, flanked by stone borders. The sudden jolt of the carriage had been caused by the transition from the old road to this new one. With astonishment etched on his face, Guo Tianyang exclaimed, How can there be such a road?" The coachman, looking aggrieved, replied, "This is my first time here as well." Guo Tianyang hurriedly ducked back into the carriage, urging, "Your Majesty, you must come out and take a look." Emperor Jing raised his brows, then leaned out of the carriage. Like Guo Tianyang, he was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Before him lay a straight thoroughfare, flanked by lush green crops. He had never encountered such a sight before. "Guo Banban, are you certain this is within the borders of Taoyuan County?" Guo Tianyang quickly retrieved the map to verify, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, this is the place." At this moment, the carriage continued its journey, moving exceptionally smoothly. A refreshing breeze accompanied by such a serene vista caused the emperor's furrowed brow to relax. He was astonished that a mere small county could boast such an extraordinary road. Truly fascinating. It seemed imperative to witness the wonders of Taiyuan County firsthand. Tianyang could not help but agree. The roads are so uniquely constructed. The officials here must be exceptional. After another half hour, signs of life began to emerge along the road, with people strolling leisurely or riding donkey carts. Among the fields, numerous farmers could be seen toiling. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, surprised that such a small county could be managed with such orderliness. It appeared that the local officials possessed remarkable capability, yet, why were they so obscure? The verdant landscape flashed by, and in the distance, the city walls gradually came into view. As they approached, Emperor Jing, Tianyang, and the coachman simultaneously gasped in astonishment. The so-called Taiyuan County was, in fact, a fortified city. The gray-white walls soared to heights of several meters, exuding an aura of impenetrability. 3 gilded characters hung above the city gate, Taiyuan County. At this moment, the emperor could no longer contain his shock. Struggling to suppress his anger, he called out, Tianyang, come here at once. Trembling with fear, Tianyang first settled with the coachman before cautiously approaching the emperor. What use do I have for your guards? A mere 100 miles from the capital, and there exists such a formidable fortress. Why has no one reported this to me? The emperor scolded in a hushed tone, his frustration palpable. Having endured years of warfare, the emperor had encountered countless small counties. Yet never had he seen one with such high-caliber walls. Typically, they would merely construct crude earthen barriers, and this Taiyuan County was an entirely unremarkable name. Under the watchful gaze of the emperor, a colossal surprise lay buried, inciting fury in all who beheld it. Tianyang's heart raced with trepidation as he hastily fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly as if trying to pound the ground. He truly had no knowledge of this. He had never even heard of it. No matter how powerful the factory guards might be, they would never venture into such a desolate place. Who could have anticipated that within this impoverished ravine stood such an imposing fortress, constructed with such opulence? It was utterly bewildering. Curious glances from the onlookers were directed toward him. Emperor Jing let out a helpless sigh. Having accompanied Guobambin since childhood, he felt reluctant to chastise him too harshly. However, it was evident that he had become somewhat ineffective. Rise, and we shall settle this matter upon our return. Tianyang felt a surge of relief, realizing he was in the clear. Having been by the emperor's side since he was less than 10 years old, he knew his character all too well. Such words meant he would likely escape unscathed. Still sniffling and wiping tears, he gradually stood upright, replying, "Thank you, my lord. Let us proceed into the city," he declared. And with that, the two of them advanced toward the city gates. Just as they approached, 3 officials halted them, insisting, "Please present your travel permits." Tianyang had been prepared and promptly handed them over. The official perused the documents briefly before returning them, inquiring, "What brings you to Taiyuan County?" "Trade," Tianyang replied. "My master is in the porcelain business and has come to inspect the area." Upon hearing the word trade, the official's lips curled into a smirk, and he leaned in to whisper to a companion, who then hurried into the city. Emperor Jing, puzzled yet not inclined to question further, sensed that they preferred to keep their motives discreet. He then remarked, "The walls of Taiyuan County are remarkably tall and sturdy. They must have cost a considerable sum. Has the government raised taxes?" Before the official could respond, another one interjected gleefully, "Indeed. I've said it before. Pay up." The first official cast a helpless glance at Emperor Jing before retrieving 10 coins from his pocket, explaining, "You see, the walls are merely for show. Did you not notice the stone slabs affixed to the exterior? The patterns are merely carved on. Our county magistrate deemed the earthen walls unsightly and devised this method without spending much." Tianyang was left speechless. Emperor Jing erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is the case. I did not realize the magistrate possessed such refinement. It seems I was overly concerned." Observing the official's exasperation over losing money, Emperor Jing's spirits lifted, prompting him to instruct Tianyang to present a silver tael. To his astonishment, the official's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the silver. "What is this? No, we do not accept such things in Taiyuan County." Tianyang froze, caught in a dilemma of whether to hand it over or withdraw it. Internally, he found the situation absurd. How could there be a place that refused to accept silver? It was utterly bizarre. Emperor Jing, pensive, noted that even a mere minor official held such convictions. Taiyuan County indeed proved to be intriguing. Without further deliberation, they reclaimed the silver and continued onward into the city. As they stepped into the bustling streets, silence enveloped them once more. Before them lay expansive stone-paved roads, impeccably clean. Towering buildings flanked either side, and throngs of pedestrians filled the thoroughfare. Even the street vendors were plentiful, peddling their wares. Moreover, the houses on both sides exude a remarkable luster, evidently having been constructed not long ago. The overall appearance is astonishingly more opulent than that of the capital. Your Majesty, my lord, the streets here are paved with stone slabs. It is truly a rarity. Emperor Jing's expression grew solemn as he nodded. Even in the capital, such lavish stone-paved roads are unattainable. Most roads outside the capital remain unpaved and muddied after rainfall. However, the stone roads of Taiyuan County stretch endlessly before the eye. Most importantly, the vitality of the common folk on the streets starkly contrasts with that of the capital. Everyone's complexion is rosy, devoid of pallor, and the number of portly individuals seems notably high. Such a disparity is hardly found even in the capital. Emperor Jing's perplexity deepened. Chapter 3. The water is exceptionally sweet, master. Let us first find an inn to stay at, suggested Guotianyang. Emperor Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed. It seems we shall linger here for a few days. With that, the two began to stroll through the streets. There was no rush to locate an inn, as Taiyuan County was filled with novel attractions that left the emperor somewhat dazzled. If all counties in the realm were like Taiyuan, I would have no cause for concern. The emperor mused. Suddenly, a spark of excitement lit up Guotianyang's face. Master, there is an inn. Upon raising his head, the emperor was momentarily speechless. The establishment was indeed named an inn, with a small character for official inscribed at the bottom right of the sign, leaving him curious about its meaning. The emperor stepped inside, and Guotianyang let out a sigh of relief behind him. Noticing the arrival of guests, the innkeeper warmly welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you looking to dine or to stay? To stay, replied the emperor. Excellent. We offer 3 tiers of accommodations. The first tier for 5 taels, the second for 3, and the third for 1. May I inquire which tier you prefer? 5 taels per night. Guotianyang interjected, displeased. He stepped forward. How can this inn be so exorbitantly priced? 5 taels a night. Is this establishment solely for the fleecing of outsiders? The innkeeper hurriedly waved his hands, smiling apologetically. What a thing to say. Our establishment practices fair dealings, and if you inquire outside, you will find this is the standard price. In fact, we are a government-operated inn, and our rates are at least 20% lower than others. Intrigued, the emperor inquired, government-operated? The authorities run an inn? The innkeeper nodded eagerly, precisely. Most of the significant enterprises within the county are state-run. This inn was named by our county magistrate himself, established to facilitate visiting merchants. I assure you, while 5 taels for a first-tier room may seem steep, during the peak trading season, you may struggle to secure even a third-tier room. Very well. Let us take a first-tier room, the emperor declared after a moment's contemplation. How peculiar this Taiyuan County is becoming. A servant guided the two upstairs, carrying a pot of tea. Upon entering the room, the attendant graciously poured 2 cups of tea for them. Esteemed guests, please sample our tea. The water in Taiyuan town is renowned for its sweetness. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply tug the red cord at the door, and I shall attend to you. Pulling a cord to summon assistance. How intriguing. Such a feature could be beneficial in the palace, the emperor remarked, nodding as the servant exited and closed the door. Your Majesty, do have a cup of tea. We haven't had a proper meal on our journey. I will fetch you some wine and dishes, Guotianyang offered. There's no rush. The emperor raised a hand and carefully examined the teacup before him. The pale yellow brew was crystal clear, with 2 leaves gracefully unfurling at the bottom. This tea differs from that of the capital. Guotianyang lifted his own cup to inhale the aroma. Ah, it possesses a fresh fragrance. Allow me to taste it on your behalf. He took a sip, then squinted in delight. The delicate floral scent seems to carry a hint of medicinal aroma, far surpassing the teas of the capital. The tea is exquisite, and the water is splendid. I never expected tea could be savored in such a manner. The emperor took a hearty sip, having felt parched from their travels. Indeed, the fragrance was refreshing and delightful. Ah, the Peach County is becoming increasingly intriguing. Your Majesty, observe this wall. I had not noticed earlier that it is adorned with white cloth. No wonder it appears so pristine and orderly. The emperor, filled with curiosity, reached out to feel the wall, encountering a coarse texture, likely made from white linen. However, its visual appeal is remarkably refreshing. Guotianyang proceeded to explore other rooms, and before long, a startled exclamation echoed from within. Alas, Your Majesty, There is indeed a well in this room. What? A well? How could there be a well on the second floor? The emperor hurried over. There, he saw Gua Tianyang crouched over a ceramic toilet, marveling at the water within. Indeed, a well exists. The emperor was taken aback. Gua Tianyang tapped on the toilet, exclaiming, "It is made of porcelain. Such a large piece must have been challenging to fire, and constructing the wellhead is quite extravagant. Moreover, the shape of this well is rather peculiar. Perhaps we should summon the attendant to inquire further. This establishment exhibits remarkable ingenuity, having brought a well indoors, but why is the opening so small?" After finishing his observation, Gua Tianyang scooped a handful of water from the toilet and drank it. Truly sweet and refreshing. Excellent water. Your Majesty, do try it. I shall summon the attendant. With that, Gua Tianyang dashed to the entrance and tugged at the red cord, and shortly after, the attendant appeared. Gua Tianyang led him to the toilet, pointing at the wellhead, and asked, "Attendant, how is it that there is a well here?" Clearly accustomed to such inquiries, the servant skillfully replied, "Esteemed gentleman, this is not a well, but a gongtong, also known as a toilet." Gongtong. Gua Tianyang was struck as if by lightning. He cast a guilty glance at the emperor, only to receive a piercing glare in return. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "How can such a toilet be placed indoors? Why is the privy inside the house?" The emperor also wore a peculiar expression, relieved that he had not partaken earlier, for where would the dignity of the sovereign be placed then? The attendant continued, "You may not be aware, but many modern inns in Peach County are designed this way. This toilet is quite convenient. Observe the cord connected to the water tank. After use, one merely pulls the cord, and the waste is flushed away." Gua Tianyang struggled to suppress his rising nausea. "Where is the water tank?" You will notice that many inns have erected large water towers beside them, replenished each morning. As for the water tank in your room, it is concealed in the ceiling. The emperor nodded thoughtfully, recalling his earlier curiosity about the numerous buildings in the city that featured tall structures with large barrels, now understanding their purpose as water towers. Gua Tianyang's nausea surged to an unbearable level, and he could no longer contain it, leaning over the toilet to retch. The attendant excitedly remarked, "Indeed, many who overindulge do so in this manner." After regurgitating, Gua Tianyang glared at the attendant with disdain. The attendant stepped forward, tugging the cord, and a rush of water cascaded down, cleansing the toilet thoroughly, erasing the unpleasant odor that had just lingered. Emperor Jing gazed in astonishment, and then inquired with curiosity, "Where has all this refuse been washed away?" Chapter 4. The benevolent man of Taiyuan. The young attendant chuckled. "The waste flows away through the pipes. Given the elevated terrain of Taiyuan County, there exists a designated pit for collecting refuse outside the county. In households lacking flushing toilets, specialized workers are employed to gather the waste and transport it to the pit." Gua Tianyang pondered briefly and soon realized the inconsistency. If so much waste is flushed each time, wouldn't the pipes at the inn become clogged? The attendant clapped his hands. "You are quite astute, esteemed guest. In truth, this pit is not large and is situated not far from the downstream river. However, a specially designed water wheel is employed, which purportedly utilizes its force to transport the refuse to other locations." "To where, one might ask?" "To the neighboring county," Emperor Jing remarked. While Gua Tianyang remained speechless, the attendant, invigorated by the conversation, continued, "As for the pipes, they represent our county's most significant project, taking a full 2 years of effort. I was involved in it as well. Our county magistrate declared that the cesspool must be distanced from Taohua County. Otherwise, over time, the filth seeping into the ground would taint the water. He proudly proclaimed, "The water in Taoyuan County is exceptional, pure and sweet. People from the neighboring county come from afar to purchase our water. We cannot let them be disheartened. The magistrate is benevolent and cannot bear to see others deprived of good water." Gua Tianyang, filled with disdain, thought to himself, "So you dispose of filth in others' territories, leaving only your sweet water to sell? How shameless." Emperor Jing felt a tightening in his throat, a wave of nausea washing over him. Realizing that the water in the capital was indeed bitter, this was the reason? "Oh dear, maintaining the pipes is truly a challenge," he mused. "Our magistrate has even contemplated connecting to the moat of the capital, given its large population. If only the distance were shorter and the terrain less complex. I dare say it would have been accomplished." Emperor Jing and Gua Tianyang exchanged furious glances. "This is downright despicable. Is the fertilizer to be wasted without purpose? Do you not cultivate the land? Some is set aside for cultivation," the attendant replied, oblivious to their expressions, "but our county does not rely on agriculture for profit." He continued, "Our latrines do not have toilet seats, so we provide water guns and toilet paper instead. He then produced a wooden device resembling a faucet from behind the toilet. See, with this handle, you can release water. As he pressed the handle, a stream of water shot forth. This water gun is connected to an independent tank filled with salt water. Our magistrate insists that only salt water can cleanse effectively. Every inn in the county is equipped this way. Each morning, someone will come to replenish the salt water, or if it runs low, you simply pull the cord. Guo Tianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. How convenient. Meanwhile, Emperor Jing covered his forehead, feeling dizzy at the thought of using salt water for such purposes, a sheer extravagance. The attendant then opened a hidden compartment beside the toilet, revealing a stack of white paper. After you finish, simply use this paper to wipe clean and dispose of it in the basket. Someone will collect it. We've already crumpled the paper for your convenience. And if it's insufficient, you may request more. Wiping with paper. Both Emperor Jing and Guo Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. The young servant, seeing the two gentlemen perplexed, explained, Alas, regarding this paper, I feel quite embarrassed. This establishment can only provide such paper, which is rather stiff to use. I have heard that the paper utilized in the yamen is as soft as a handkerchief. By the way, if you happen to use the public restroom outside, you will find this toilet paper in use, as our county magistrate prohibits the use of toilet slips, deeming them unsanitary, hence they are absent in our county. There is something I must inform you. Initially, when the county magistrate promoted this toilet paper, many were unaccustomed to it. There was a rather boorish fellow named Zhang Biao, who, upon witnessing someone using a toilet slip, would lash out violently. If you encounter him, do not provoke him. He bears a mark on his forehead. Is unremarkable in appearance, yet possesses immense strength and lacks intelligence. The toothbrush and handkerchief have been arranged for you on the side. Should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall take my leave now. The two gentlemen were rendered utterly astonished and simultaneously felt a tightening sensation. Emperor Jing waved his hand weakly, dismissing the young servant. Turning, he noticed the toothbrush and handkerchief set aside, and to his surprise, there was also a mirror which he had not yet noticed. Gazing into the mirror, he could clearly see his reflection, which revealed a few more wrinkles and streaks of gray at his temples. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch his face. This mirror was remarkably enchanting. He then let out a bitter laugh. Am I, the emperor, growing old? Why is it that every item here is something I have never encountered before? Guo Tianyang, witnessing the young servant's departure, dashed towards the concealed compartment like a mad dog pouncing on its prey, pulling out a full stack of paper and rubbing it fervently. Your Majesty, this is fine paper. Exquisite paper. It is suitable for writing. Emperor Jing examined the white paper and nodded, saying, Understood, I am weary. I shall seek an opportunity to meet the local magistrate tomorrow. I am curious to see what kind of remarkable individual can manage a small county in such a manner. In the back courtyard of the Tiyuan County Yamen, Fang Jingyi lamented, Xiao Tao, your massage technique pales in comparison to the girls at Shuiyue Tower. You're being too gentle. Reclining languidly on a lounge chair, he spoke with his mouth full of dried fruit. Behind him stood a charming maid, with bright, expressive eyes. Her name was Fang Yutao, an orphan adopted by Fang Jingyi 6 years prior, a name he had bestowed upon her, and now she was in the bloom of youth. Hearing Fang Jingyi's discontented tone, Xiao Tao pushed him with force, exclaiming, Then you may as well go to Shuiyue Tower. Very well. I shall go. Fang Jingyi replied lazily, only to be pushed back down by Xiao Tao. She applied pressure with her hands. Yes. Maintain that strength. Xiao Tao gritted her teeth as she continued to knead. Just then, Zhang Biao entered. Young master, my men have news that the 2 merchants recently arrived in town are here to engage in the porcelain trade. Should we bring them over? Fang Jingyi shook his head in discontent. What is the rush? Have you grown accustomed to thievery? When the time is right, they will come to us. Times have changed. Many industries in the county are just beginning to take shape, and numerous goods must be exported and formalized. If we collaborate with others and incite public resentment, it will not bode well. That is not a sustainable path. With my remarkable achievements, I could ascend the ranks at any moment. If someone with grievances were to speak out, I would surely find myself in the court of the emperor. Zhang Biao, are you eagerly wishing for my swift departure? Zhang Biao grinned widely. Rest assured, my lord. No one can take you away. As long as I, Zhang Biao, am here. You will meet your end right in Tiyuan County. Get lost. Chapter 5. The kind-hearted county magistrate cannot bear to see the poor the following morning. Emperor Jing awoke from his slumber, while Guo Tianyang had already been standing attentively by his side, awaiting the emperor's rise. Guo had taken refuge in a small adjoining room prepared specifically for attendants. As Emperor Jing stretched lazily, He mused how the bed at this and seemed even more comfortable than those within the palace. Truly a marvel. After a day of travel and the mental strain he had endured, this sleep had been particularly restorative. Tianong presented a basin of water and a towel, remarking, "Indeed, this bed is remarkably soft. I noticed it is layered with 12 cushions beneath. Quite delightful." Emperor Jing accepted the towel and wiped his face, saying, "Let us have breakfast. Afterward, we shall take a stroll." The morning meal was quite simple, consisting only of thin porridge and small dishes. Nevertheless, the emperor savored every bite, exclaiming, "Who would have thought even these modest dishes possess such exquisite flavor? It appears that my existence as an emperor is less enjoyable than that of a mere seventh-rank official." Tianong lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe this individual acts with utter impunity and requires a stern admonition. Moreover, the extravagance in Tiyuan County is alarming. Such wastefulness and decadence must not be encouraged." Emperor Jing scoffed, "Why must you speak so much? Extravagance? Does money simply fall from the sky? In such a remote area, the people live in abundance. Should all counties in the realm enjoy such prosperity, I would be delighted. Truly, you seem to be regressing." Tianyong dared not retort, feeling aggrieved, and stood quietly by like a quail. After their meal, they ventured outdoors for a walk. Once on the street, Emperor Jing scrutinized every detail. The thoroughfares were immaculate, devoid of beggars or ruffians. The townsfolk appeared well-groomed and donned attire befitting scholars. The emperor committed these observations to memory. As they approached a bustling crowd, Tianyong felt a twinge of caution. Suddenly, a melodic tune wafted through the air. "You love me, I love you, Taoyuan milk tea. Oh, so sweet. You love me, I love you, Taoyuan milk tea. Oh, so sweet." What is this nonsense? Both Emperor Jing and Tianyong turned to see a humble, middle-aged man at a tea stall, singing to attract customers, surrounded by a throng of people. Tianyong felt disdain rise within him. What vulgarity is this? Such licentious lyrics are a disgrace to our ears. Tiyuan County has truly become absurd. He could not restrain himself from spitting on the ground. No sooner had his spit landed than an elderly woman, adorned with a red armband, appeared from seemingly nowhere, blocking their path. She extended her hand, fingers splayed, and sternly declared, "Spitting on the ground incurs a fine of 5 won." Emperor Jing frowned, assessing the woman before him. Dressed in plain cloth with a red ribbon on her sleeve, upon which the word sanitation officer was inscribed. Tianyong, indignant, retorted, "Who do you think you are? On what grounds?" The elderly woman huffed, "You must be a newcomer. In this county, spitting in public is strictly prohibited, punishable by a fine of 5 coins. This decree has been issued by the county magistrate himself. If you disagree, come and confront the authorities with me." Tianyong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You would take me to see the magistrate for spitting?" Just as he was about to protest, the cold voice of Emperor Jing interrupted, "Pay the fine." Reluctantly, Tianyong complied and produced the money. The elderly woman smiled with satisfaction, but was abruptly halted by Emperor Jing. "Excuse me, madam. We are newcomers to this place and have a few inquiries. Would it be convenient for you to assist us?" The old lady appraised them carefully and, finding their demeanor agreeable, replied, "Speak freely. Why are there no beggars in Taoyuan County?" The old woman chuckled. "You are quite amusing. Seeking beggars? We truly have none here. Our county magistrate is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see the poor. He has them taken away to dig ditches." Emperor Jing was momentarily speechless, a lump forming in his throat. Tianyong grimaced, "Sir, this is appalling. Such actions tarnish the reputation of officials. How can one speak so?" The old lady, growing agitated, retorted, "In Tiyuan County, no one dares to speak ill of our magistrate. Had it not been for your status as outsiders, you would have been beaten by now." Tianyong, indignant, protested, "How can it not be so? Who would take beggars to dig ditches? Isn't that akin to a death sentence? You clearly don't understand." Before she could finish, a commotion erupted from the street. "Someone is in a lawsuit. Quick, let us go see the spectacle." The old lady perked up at the news and dashed away. "Come, let us go take a look." Emperor Jing, intrigued by this unusual turn of events, quickened his pace to follow. Tianyong, still grumbling behind, soon caught up as well. They hurried through the crowd towards the yamen, where they were momentarily taken aback. Before them stood an expansive building, encompassing over 20 acres including the courtyard. In front of the yamen was a stone archway inscribed with Taoyuan County Yamen, leading to a stone-paved square, with broad and lengthy steps ascending to the structure. The yamen was a 3-story edifice, vast and imposing, its gray-white exterior exuding an air of stern authority. Standing at the foot of the steps, One could feel an undeniable sense of pressure. Guo Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. Such an impressive yamen exists here. They say officials don't maintain their yamen. What an expense this must entail. Emperor Jing remained silent, casting a deep glance at the archway before striding inside. Guo Tianyang promptly followed. As they ascended the steps into the main hall, familiarity washed over them, despite its size. The interior decor resembled that of an ordinary yamen. A massive plaque hung above, reading suspended high mirror bright. At that moment, the townsfolk had already gathered outside, awaiting the magistrate's arrival. Inside the hall, one man knelt while another stood, flanked by officials standing rigidly with their staffs. Everyone was in anticipation of the magistrate's appearance. At that moment, Fang Zheng, visibly impatient, raised his arms, while Xiao Tao assisted in draping his official robes. Damn it! Before noon, troublemakers are already here to lodge complaints? Is there no respite for sleep? After 2 months of tranquility, it seems I must preside over court again. Xiao Tao remained silent, pondering what they would have for lunch upon his return. Alas, I have yet to partake in breakfast. My hunger is palpable. Fang Zheng smacked his lips. Beef, he mused. Xiao Tao tirelessly smoothed the folds of her official attire, which had gathered a speck of dust from disuse. Beef? Is there not something more novel? How tiresome. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes. Everything is ready. Go ahead. I shall prepare the meal. Fang Zheng, with a satisfied flick of his robe sleeves, took a moment to admire his appearance. I am off. To the hall. Chapter 6. Who dares to accuse this official? Zhang Laolu knelt on the ground, weeping and wailing as the voices around him grew increasingly dense, amplifying his lamentations. Suddenly, he heard the jubilant cheers of the populace and hastily lifted his head. He beheld Fang Jingyi already seated behind the official desk, which brought a flicker of joy to Zhang Laoyu's face. He then bowed his head once more, continuing his tearful outcry. My lord, I am wronged. I wish to accuse the county office. Before he could finish, Fang Jingyi scoffed, his nostrils flaring in indignation. Accusing the county office? How audacious of you. After neglecting your unruly lot for just a few days, you dare to defile my dignity? He slammed the wooden tablet on the table. Halt. Who dares to accuse this official? The onlookers erupted in laughter. With several more resounding slaps of the tablet, he commanded. Silence. Anyone who dares to create a disturbance shall be brought forth and receive 10 lashes. The crowd fell silent, with parents covering their children's mouths. Emperor Jing furrowed his brow as he surveyed the comical scene, his heart filled with disappointment. Is this truly the magistrate of Taoyuan County? He appears nothing short of a bumbling fool. He stands awkwardly and looks as if he has just awakened from slumber, yet such a man possesses such high esteem. Wu Tianyang leaned in, whispering, Your Majesty, this man is utterly unreasonable. Silence. Continue watching. Zhang Laolu remained kneeling, stammering, I, Zhang Laolu, am not accusing you, my lord, but rather the constable Lu Fa of the county office. Fang Jingyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Enough. Speak without gasping for breath. What do you wish to accuse Lu Fa of? Esteemed sir, I own a tavern in the northern part of the city. Lu Fa has dined there multiple times without payment and even smashed 2 jars of my fine wine. The mediation officer has sought repayment several times, yet he refuses to settle the debt. In total, he owes me 17 taels and 2 coins. I have no choice but to trouble you, my lord. Fang Jingyi's expression softened. Such a trivial matter, as long as it did not involve a fatal incident, was hardly of concern. The man standing beside Zhang Laolu was, of course, Lu Fa, whom Fang Jingyi recognized. Thus, he questioned sternly, Lu Fa, do you owe this man money? Realizing that his concealment was futile in the face of Fang Jingyi's wrath, Lu Fa fell to his knees, weeping, My lord, I truly have no money. I smashed Zhang Laoyu's wine out of drunkenness and poor spirits. I did not intend to evade him. I am still indebted to the gambling den for 10 taels. Fang Jingyi's anger flared anew, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What a fitting name you bear, Lu Fa. You should be called Dishonor Law. I have repeatedly instructed that no official is to enter the gambling den or harass the common folk, yet you have heeded none of my words. Take him away. Administer 20 lashes. Before the officers could advance, Lu Fa gritted his teeth, grasped his clothing, and bit down, obediently lying on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After the 20 lashes, Lu Fa's backside was left bloodied and bruised. Weakly, he murmured, My lord, I acknowledge my error. Emperor Jing watched in astonishment. The magistrate's authority was evidently at its zenith. The accused showed not the slightest inclination to resist. Moreover, the laws were strictly enforced. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. Guo Tianyang was equally perplexed. It was rare to find his descendants so obedient. The county magistrate truly possessed some skill, and he resolved to learn from him. Once the execution was concluded, Fang Zhengyi calmly declared, "Considering this is your first offense, your salary for this month will be halved, and you shall perform community service by sweeping the streets for 3 months before you return. Should you offend again, you will be expelled from Taoyuan County." Lu Fatsong's pale lips revealed a faint smile. "Thank you, sir, for your clemency. Bring a doctor." Zhang Laolu, witnessing the man's miserable state, felt a pang of fear. Although they had quarreled, Taoyuan County was small, and they were, after all, half neighbors. Was it really necessary to be so harsh? The crucial point was that he had not retrieved his money. Thus, he hesitantly spoke, "Sir, my money." Fang Zhengyi shrugged in resignation. "As you can see, he has no money." "What?" Zhang Laolu was taken aback. He had offended someone and lost his money in the process. This was a significant loss. Heartbroken, he began to adopt a mournful expression as if he had lost his father. Fang Zhengyi squinted and sighed. "However, I cannot allow the good to suffer." He then inquired, "What is the name of your restaurant?" "I shall visit your establishment tonight and drink 3 cups as penance." "That shall suffice. Court adjourned." "It is called Laolu Restaurant." Zhang Laolu was overjoyed, bowing 3 times in gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." With that, he dashed out of the courtroom. As he departed, Fang Zhengyi cast a glance at Jingdi and Guotianong outside. Although Taoyuan County was populous, after years of experience, he had become familiar with many faces. The regular merchants had established fixed channels, and since Taoyuan County had few newcomers, it was evident that these two were new arrivals in the town. The crowd gradually dispersed. Jingdi and Guotianong stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. Was that it? What just happened? This case bore no semblance of order. The people of Taoyuan County must be quite peculiar. Guotianong pondered for a while, feeling a sense of oddity in every aspect. "Sir, why do I feel that everything here is rather strange? Shouldn't we approach the magistrate directly for clarification?" Jingdi, deep in thought, replied, "There is no rush. Let us observe further. Did he not mention he would visit Laolu Restaurant for drinks tonight? We shall go as well." The two exited the yamen and meandered through the streets, concerned not to miss anything of interest. As they encountered numerous items, Jingdi instructed Guotianong to take notes along the way. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped away, and they arrived at the northern part of the city just as the hour of view approached, inquiring about Laolu Restaurant. With the assistance of passers-by, they swiftly located it. At that moment, the establishment had yet to receive guests, but a considerable number of people had already gathered outside, significantly more than at other eateries. Jingdi looked up and was rendered speechless. A massive red banner hung from the 2nd floor of the restaurant, proclaiming, "We warmly welcome the county magistrate to savor our new dish, Angelica braised chicken." It was clear now. The magistrate was assisting Zhang Laolu in attracting business. Astute as he was, Jingdi quickly grasped the situation. However, Guotianong began to whisper in his ear, "Your Majesty, this individual's conduct is utterly improper. How can officials and merchants conspire in such a manner?" The Emperor Jing felt a sense of disquiet in his heart. The mingling of the government with the merchants of the common folk indeed seemed quite inappropriate, a breach of decorum. "Come, let us enter and take a look." At that moment, Fang Zhengyi had yet to arrive. The two ascended directly to the 2nd floor, selecting a seat by the staircase, ordering a couple of dishes and drinks, and settling into a tranquil silence. Before long, a cacophony of noise arose from below. Fang Zhengyi, surrounded by Zhang Biao, Xiao Tao, and others, gracefully made his way to the 2nd floor, immediately spotting Emperor Jing seated at the staircase. He then bypassed the two and took a seat at the central table. Zhang Laolu eagerly inquired, "County Magistrate, the food and drinks have long been prepared for you. Shall we bring them out now?" Chapter 7. Our Sovereign's Wisdom. Fang Zhengyi waved his hand, signaling, "Sir, the dishes, but this banner can only be displayed for 3 days at most." "Understood." Zhang Laolu, with a forced smile, replied, "I understand the rules. Rest assured, my lord." He then added, "Wait a moment. Clear everyone from this floor. Arrange for them to move downstairs. I prefer to dine without disturbances." Fang Zhengyi spoke leisurely, and with that, he cast a knowing glance at Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao immediately grasped the intent. Rushing to the staircase and shouting, "Tonight's expenses for the entire venue will be covered by young Master Fang." The patrons on the 2nd floor erupted in joy, promptly descending, while the ground level resounded with thunderous cheers. Zhang Laolu beamed with delight. Indeed, the county magistrate's arrival heralded good fortune. This was quite a profitable turn of events. Ecstatic, He began to head downstairs, but then noticed the two figures of Emperor Jing still seated in their places. He approached them with feigned cordiality, saying, "Gentlemen, might I trouble you to move? Today's meal is graciously provided by our county magistrate, at no cost to you." Emperor Jing remained silent, his demeanor unyielding. Guo Tianyong, with a sharp tone, interjected, "We are not in need of charity. We can afford our own meals." Zhang Lalio's face exhibited a hint of distress. After a moment's hesitation, he bit his lip and quietly proposed, "Gentlemen, if you would be willing to dine downstairs, I could offer you a jar of wine as a parting gift." Emperor Jing remained reticent, quietly savoring his tea. Guo Tianyong, with a sullen expression, muttered, "Leave us be. Do not disturb our lord's enjoyment." At a loss, Zhang Laolu cast a pleading glance toward Fang Jingyi, who was observing the two men with an amused curiosity. He then slowly spoke, "Since you are reluctant to depart, might I invite you both to join us for a meal?" Emperor Jing turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands in a polite gesture and approached without hesitation. Guo Tianyong quickly followed suit, and Zhang Laolu seized the opportunity to hasten downstairs. Once seated, Fang Jingyi remarked, "You both seem unfamiliar. Have you recently arrived from afar?" Emperor Jing scrutinized Fang Jingyi unreservedly, and after a moment, introduced himself, "I am Li Long, engaged in the porcelain trade in the capital. This is my accountant, Guo Da." Fang Jingyi felt a twinge of discomfort under the scrutiny and replied nonchalantly, "What brings you both to Taoyuan County?" "We intended to procure goods at Hengjiang Prefecture and fortuitously passed through this area," Li Long explained. "Hengjiang Prefecture?" Fang Jingyi's alertness heightened. "Why would you take a detour through Taoyuan County to reach Hengjiang? The direct route from the capital should be much swifter." However, Guo Tianyong was already prepared with a fabricated excuse, interjecting, "We heard of a landslide on the official road, causing blockages. To avoid potential mishaps, we took a detour, which fortuitously led us here." "And when do you plan to leave?" Fang Jingyi inquired. "We shall not depart yet. The wonders of Taoyuan County are far too intriguing. If we bring them back to the capital, the profits would be substantial. Would you agree, County Magistrate?" Fang Jingyi smiled. "Splendid. Taoyuan County welcomes merchants above all else. I must confess, our newly crafted ceramic toilets are truly a marvel. They are intricately designed and impressively sized. Such porcelain would be esteemed anywhere." Upon hearing toilets, Guo Tianyong's expression soured as though he had ingested a fly. "However, this item is not suitable for export. If you have any customization needs, we can collaborate. Any item you fancy can be discussed, and ultimately, a contract can be established at the county office. Is there anything that piques your interest?" Emperor Jing raised his teacup and took a sip, saying, "I must admit, upon my arrival in this esteemed land, I was indeed taken aback. Every single item here has opened my eyes. Speaking of this tea, surely the emperor within the palace has never experienced such a flavor." "What? Not in the capital?" "Indeed not." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jingyi suddenly rose from the table, his face filled with indignation. "Silence. Mr. Li, do not speak recklessly. How dare you slander the emperor? All lands under heaven belong to the sovereign. This mere tea, and yet the emperor cannot partake? I recall when His Majesty led the charge in person, braving the elements, ensuring peace across the realm. Now that the four seas are pacified, His Majesty continues to govern diligently for the welfare of the people, showing not a trace of complacency. Without His Majesty, there would be no Taoyuan County. Without Taoyuan County, there would be no such tea. Yet this humble tea is unavailable in the capital. The thought brings me great sorrow. I wish I could fly there to brew a pot for His Majesty myself. If even the distant emperor cannot savor this tea, how can I dare to indulge? Let this tea go unconsumed. Our emperor is wise." With that, he poured the tea directly onto the ground and sat down with an expression of righteous indignation. Xiao Tao behind him rolled her eyes, as though recalling similar exchanges with merchants from the Qian kingdom a few years prior. Fang Jingyi further defended his position, claiming it was a precautionary measure to establish patriotic sentiments, ensuring that if he ever left Taoyuan County, he would be prepared. "My patriotic heart is as evident as the sun and moon." Emperor Jing held the teacup, his eyes twitching. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to raise or lower his hand, momentarily frozen in place. Guo Tianyong stared in disbelief, glancing around. Who is he even speaking to? Why has it suddenly turned into a performance? Damn it! Thankfully, Fang Jingyi was not a eunuch. He could even flatter from a distance. With that thought, he glanced at Emperor Jing and quietly added, "Our emperor is wise." Fang Jingyi's ears perked up, and he said sternly, "Mr. Guo, true reverence for the emperor must not remain merely on the lips. It should be held in the heart at all times." How many on the court extol our emperor's wisdom while secretly engaging in actions contrary to his majesty's interests? Such individuals are no different from beasts. Damn it. It felt as though he was being subtly criticized. Guogongong's face darkened, casting a guilty glance at Emperor Jing, and he lamented, County Magistrate Fong speaks truly. That is indeed how we feel. Emperor Jing's complexion gradually reddened. Having heard numerous flattering remarks, he was immune to them by now. Yet this unique approach brought with it an unexpected sense of pleasure amidst the awkwardness. Shifting the topic, Fong Jingyi continued, as for this tea, it is expertly crafted by our tea masters in Taiyuan County. Its flavor is truly distinctive. If it were brought to the capital, the nobles would surely snatch it up. And then our emperor could enjoy it as well. I wonder if you two have any interest in this tea? Guo Tianyang's face twisted in discomfort. And he thought to himself, aren't you simply trying to sell tea? How indirect. Oh, Mr. Guo, what happened to your face? Nothing. The Emperor Jing regained his composure and couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless, yet he had to follow along with the conversation. This tea is exquisite, however. What is the price? 10 taels of silver for 1 tael of tea. 10 taels. Guo Tianyang shuddered. While the emperor may not be familiar with the market price of such goods, he certainly was. In the capital, 1 tael of ordinary tea could purchase a whole pound. Even the finest tea typically hovered around 10 taels, although a few rare varieties could indeed be quite expensive and scarce. However, this tea was clearly just ordinary tea readily available in Taiyuan County. Isn't that a bit pricey? Guo Tianyang hesitated. Is 10 taels expensive? Not at all. What of it if the tea that even the emperor has never tasted is priced at 10 taels? Chapter 8. Business Secrets. No comment upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the two individuals. Fong Jingyi continued his eloquent discourse. Come, allow me to impart some wisdom regarding the art of commerce. If the purchase price is 100 taels per jin, how could you not sell it for 200 taels upon reaching the capital? Regardless of demand, one must first establish a product's positioning. Let us proclaim that our tea is cultivated in the finest golden location, basking in 8 hours of sunlight each day. Each mu of land is meticulously tended to by dedicated caretakers. Nearby, there exists a natural hot spring, and beneath the earth lies a gold mine. The tea-picking maidens are as beautiful as celestial beings, and they possess an exquisite talent for poetry. As they pluck each leaf, they recite a verse. Furthermore, it would be prudent to commission a batch of exquisite porcelain boxes within the county, each containing half a tael of tea, perhaps whimsically named Little Box Tea. When selling, one could assert that only the nobility are worthy of partaking in this tea. If one does not consume it at court, can one still consider themselves a person of stature? Do you understand what it means to be noble? Nobility is characterized by purchasing the most expensive items, rather than the finest. Thus, our motto in Taiyuan County is, not seeking the best, but rather the most expensive. Gong Gong, feeling a wave of shame, covered his face. Having believed that his decades of experience within the palace had endowed him with unparalleled cunning, he now realized upon meeting Fong Jingyi that if one were to be a sycophant, it was best to emulate him. Indeed, the ocean of knowledge is boundless. Jing Di fell into silence, momentarily feeling as though he had transformed into a lush green chive. Could it be that palace procurement was so easily manipulated? Observing the two lost in contemplation, Fong Jingyi smiled with satisfaction, having shared advanced marketing concepts with the wayward lambs, earning himself a merit of 2. Just as the trio fell into a thoughtful silence, dishes began to be sent up from the ground floor to the second. To demonstrate his regard, Zhang Laolu even personally carried the dishes upstairs. Ha 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 ha. Here comes the chicken soup. As the soup was served, steam rose gently, indicating it had been simmering for a considerable time. The broth was creamy and the meat tender. Come, let us first enjoy the soup. You two have traveled a long way, and what a delight it is to have you in Taiyuan County to savor this chicken soup. Fong Jingyi first ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Jing Di, extracting a piece of chicken leg. He then served himself a bowl, taking a piece of chicken leg as well, before finally serving Guo Tianyang with a bowl and a piece of chicken breast. Guo Tianyang cast a resentful glance at Fong Jingyi. This scoundrel truly knows how to tailor his offerings based on his audience. Fong Jingyi, noticing the look, dismissed it. After all, the one before him was the true authority, and for a mere lackey, receiving meat was already a privilege, even if his remarks were tinged with sarcasm. May I inquire if either of you has an interest in this tea? While the porcelain of Taiyuan County is indeed commendable, it is not a singular treasure of the world. The profits from tea sales far exceed those of porcelain, and it is also conveniently transportable, with minimal risk of spoilage along the way. Jing Di nodded in approval as he savored the soup, finding it delectable, with the chicken tender and succulent, a flavor he had not encountered within the palace. County Magistrate, might I ask the name of this tea? Ah, this is something Fang Jingyi had not yet contemplated, as the art of tea processing had only recently gained popularity in the county. After a moment's reflection, Fang Jingyi bashfully replied, "Ah, this tea, when consumed regularly, can invigorate the kidneys, enhance vitality, and prolong life, hence its name. Dipintian tea. Indeed, you must have fabricated that on the spot." Guo Tianyang's face flushed with embarrassment. "To be frank, we are not carrying much silver, so our entry into the tea market may be limited. How much do you have?" 2,000 taels. Truly impressive for someone in the porcelain trade. Carrying 2,000 taels on your person, that is no small sum. Fang Jingyi felt a flicker of excitement. "No matter. Take as much as you need. Initial sales require market penetration, and if it's insufficient, you can always come to Taiyuan County for more. Now, let us savor the wine from our Taiyuan." As he spoke, Fang Jingyi poured another cup of wine for the two. Emperor Jing naturally accepted without hesitation, but as the wine touched his lips, his expression suddenly shifted. "Peach Blossom Fan?" Fang Jingyi chuckled. "Indeed, this is the Peach Blossom Fan wine. This wine is the cornerstone of our Taoyuan County's industry. Everything we have today is thanks to it. The next batch has yet to be brewed. I imagine it is quite a rarity in the capital at this moment." The emperor's countenance fluctuated, and Guo Tianyang glanced at him. The Peach Blossom Fan wine is notoriously potent. In the flourishing era of Great Jing's martial virtue, men take pride in their drinking prowess, and it has become a sensation in the capital. The emperor, fond of strong liquor, even elevated this wine to the status of tribute. However, the crux of the matter lies not solely in the wine. The emperor set down his cup, his expression an unruffled lake. "I have heard this wine is a product of the Wu King's estate. Could it be that Taiyuan County has ties to the Wu King?" "Not at all. The Peach Blossom Fan has always been an industry of Taiyuan County, although we do indeed engage in some trade with the Wu King. A few years back, someone from the Wu King's residence happened upon this wine, and thus we signed an exclusive sales contract. Haha, the Wu King has undoubtedly profited immensely from it." Fang Jingyi was quite pleased to raise the banner of his enterprise. Originally, he intended to collaborate with the Wu King's estate for the export of tea as well. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The products of Taoyuan County should not be monopolized by a single entity, ensuring that future sales channels remain open. Otherwise, it would be akin to having one's throat constricted. One must strive to expand the network of distributors. The more individuals involved from Taoyuan County, the more secure his position becomes. Those engaged in the porcelain trade in the capital often possess formidable backgrounds, yet he was indifferent to the affiliations of Li Long. As long as they were not aligned with the Wu King or the emperor, there would be no issue. The emperor felt a sense of relief. The Wu King was notoriously known as the idle king in the capital. It seemed he had merely stumbled into a partnership with Taoyuan County, which explained his extravagant spending. "I wonder if the Wu King has ever visited Taoyuan County?" Fang Jingyi waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "He has never been. It has always been his steward who comes to conduct trade. This is also the second reason for my reluctance to collaborate with the Wu King. He lacks ambition and drive. Had Taoyuan County not been in desperate need of funds and labor early on, we would not have allied with such a character." Subsequently, Fang Jingyi even dispatched individuals to the capital to probe the market. The sales of Peach Blossom Fan rely primarily on organic traffic. Once the market's reputation is established, the Wu King's involvement has yielded little effort. Were it not for the fact that the Peach Blossom Fan is a monopolistic product of exceptional quality, it would surely have faced ruin. In a moment of folly, I sought a powerful ally, only to discover it was a mere scrap of iron. To make matters worse, I signed an exclusive agreement, resulting in a considerable loss for my enterprise. Nevertheless, the Peach Blossom Fan continues to yield substantial profits each year, allowing the citizens of the county to enjoy a comfortable life. However, as the living standards in Peach Blossom County improve, the increasing material demands of the populace compel Fang Jingyi to expand his sales channels. This tea, then, is the second item to be prioritized for sale, and it is certainly not exclusive. Thus, it becomes evident that Peach Blossom County possesses formidable strength. It seems I must collaborate with County Magistrate Fang. With a jovial smile, Emperor Jing inquired about the location of the tea garden, expressing his eagerness to visit and make a decision thereafter. Fang Jingyi shyly responded, "Commercial secrets, I cannot divulge." "What? See what? Where is this tea garden?" "The tea is all sourced from Hengjiang Prefecture. Inferior leaves at a paltry price. simply mixed with some cheap herbs to create the illusion. Outsiders cannot discern the difference. The novelty lies solely in the fact that they are unaccustomed to this roasted tea, having only ever tasted the concocted brews before. Observing Fang Jingyi's firm stance, Emperor Jing refrained from further probing. Raising his cup, he declared, "Very well. I shall procure an initial batch of this tea for trial sales in the capital. I shall rely on County Magistrate Fang's guidance in the future." Agreed. Indeed. Chapter 9. The Star of the Peach Blossom Source. Subsequently, Fang Jingyi imparted to the two individuals some fundamental business acumen and strategies, such as hunger marketing and brand effects. Although Emperor Jing and his companion found themselves somewhat bewildered, the lavish banquet concluded with a sense of conviviality. Zhang Lalu approached with a beaming smile. "County Magistrate, have you dined well?" Fang Jingyi, with a chicken bone in his mouth, nodded slightly. "Yes. Quite satisfactory indeed. How much is the bill? Let's settle it." The total came to 506 taels. "Allow me to round it down to 500 taels, Zhang Lalu responded with a bow. Upon hearing this sum, the assembly was taken aback. 500 taels. Are we consuming silver? Fang Jingyi exclaimed in exasperation yet amusement. "Ah, Zhang Lalu, you've gone and overcharged me. You must have a bright future ahead." Zhang Lalu, breaking into a cold sweat, quickly knelt down. "County Magistrate, please allow me to explain." Previously, a few children, unaware of the proper decorum, ran outside shouting that today's meal was complimentary. This led to dozens of people arriving. Tables were even set up on the street. "And they keep coming. I had no choice. This price is already discounted for you. I exhausted all the ingredients in my establishment and had to borrow from next door." Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi chuckled. The people of Tiyuan County had indeed become increasingly cunning. It was remarkable that dozens of individuals had consumed 500 taels. Zhang Lalu continued to lament. Not only that, these rascals also indulged in fine wine. After drinking, they demanded to eat cold melons. We hastily purchased a dozen. Fang Jingyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Cold melons have been harvested? How much did you pay for them?" Zhang Lalu replied, somewhat aggrieved. 10 taels each. "Are they ripe?" "They are indeed ripe." Both Emperor Jing and Guitianong appeared utterly baffled. 500 taels for a meal was one thing. But where could one find cold melons at this early spring season? It was not summer yet. Fang Jingyi frowned. 10 taels. These rascals are charging such exorbitant prices in their own county. Are the rinds made of gold or the seeds? Guitianong, equally astonished, remarked. "So you are aware of the high prices?" "Indeed. That was precisely my point. The people from the agricultural department informed me. Buy if you wish." "Where can one find melons now?" "These are all greenhouse melons. We find them expensive, and so do they. They sell at cost." Enough. I understand now. Zhang Biao, settle the bill." Zhang Biao stepped forward, ready to pay. "Zhang Biao." Emperor Jing and Guitianong gasped in unison, tightening their expressions. This was the infamous Zhang Biao, the one known for sewing people together. He appeared rather unremarkable. They had not noticed him until now. With a swift motion, Zhang Biao cast aside his sleeve, and a bag of silver landed on the table with a thud. "Precisely. 500 taels," he stated. Emperor Jing and his companion nearly had their eyes pop out. 500 taels in cash from your sleeve." Emperor Jing stammered. Zhang Biao replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Our young master always carries 1,000 taels in cash when going out. This is merely 500 of it." As he spoke, he raised his right sleeve, revealing a heavy object that tumbled down. Such strength. Could he wield a weapon weighing over 100 pounds? Emperor Jing deeply swallowed, contemplating that this individual, if serving in the military, would undoubtedly be a formidable general. Why does he not carry silver notes? It is far more secure to possess ready silver. Is this truly your justification for carrying 1,000 taels of silver with you? Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Fang Zheng smiled and explained, "Esteemed sirs, this is my subordinate, Zhang Biao, styled Hai Wang. He is the sole captain of our county, the foremost warrior, famously known in the Jianghu as the Star of Tiyuan. Not to mention 1,000 taels of silver, he could toss a person around like a sandbag. Should you encounter any ruffians, you can seek his assistance." The emperor was impressed and offered a respectful gesture. "I admire you, indeed. Zhang Haiwang is truly a hero." Zhang Biao proudly puffed out his chest. Fang Zheng then stated, "Well then, I shall not accompany you further. If you wish to visit the county office tomorrow, you may approach me directly." That evening, the emperor and his companion returned to the inn. Seated at a table, with Guitianong standing by, the flickering candlelight cast an uncertain glow. The emperor's expression was inscrutable as he pondered deeply for a long moment before speaking. "Prepare the silver notes. We shall go to the office tomorrow to sign the contract. My curiosity about this Fong County magistrate grows by the day. What Tianyang inquired. Your Majesty, shall we still visit Hengjiang Prefecture? No need, replied the emperor. We have already gained significant insights. We cannot linger here much longer. The crown prince is currently regent, and I am certain the court officials are growing anxious. He sighed heavily. I never expected that someone as young as Fong Zheng could manage an entire county so effectively. The thought of the crown prince gives me a headache. He pales in comparison. Gua Tianyang remarked. Your Majesty, while Fong Zheng's methods may be unconventional, is it appropriate for a county magistrate to engage in business personally? Extraordinary individuals undertake extraordinary endeavors, the emperor countered. His accomplishments thus far are a source of shame for other officials. In just a few days, I have been greatly enlightened. Yet many questions remain. What exactly is a greenhouse? Fong Zheng is indeed a fascinating character. Gua Tianyang retorted, Your Majesty, I believe he merely excels in clever tricks. Who would pour excrement into another's home? And to deceive the noble families of the capital into purchasing ordinary tea leaves. He even sweet-talked you at the dinner table to sell his tea. The emperor interjected, feigning annoyance. Enough. If such cleverness can enrich the people, then so be it. If you possessed even a fraction of his talent, I would not be in such distress. Upon your return, ensure you investigate Fong Zheng's background, as well as why past inspecting officials failed to report on Tiwan County. Wu Tianyang pouted, feeling aggrieved. Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Humph. A parrot mimicking speech. Wu Tianyang. Chapter 10. The deceitful contract. The following morning, Fong Zhengyi was awakened by Xiao Tao. His vision still clouded with sleep as he awaited her assistance in dressing. Groggily, he murmured, What time is it that you have roused me? It is already noon. Those two merchants from the capital are waiting to see you, Xiao Tao replied. With practiced ease, she helped him don his official robes, a cold, damp towel suddenly thrust upon his face. Instantly invigorated, Fong Zhengyi felt a jolt of energy. Alas, I have not slept well these past few days. Could you not be a tad gentler? Xiao Tao remained silent, glancing at him with a mix of exasperation and concern. She could not comprehend how he could require a minimum of 6 hours of sleep each day. Is it not exhausting to sleep for such extended periods? If you continue to lie down, you may well develop sores. Fong Zhengyi felt a pang of bitterness. What other forms of entertainment were available to him besides slumber? Who could truly understand the pain within his heart? Once attired, he staggered out of his chamber. For convenience, his entire living quarters had been constructed in the courtyard of the Yamen. In addition, the Yamen had undergone various renovations to accommodate the new modes of operation from Tiwan County, featuring a reception room, mediation room, document room, and more, resembling a modern governmental institution. At this moment, the room occupied by Emperor Jing and his companion was one that Fong Zhengyi had previously established as part of the Yamen's renovations. The chamber was secluded, boasting excellent soundproofing. Inside, there was merely a long table, several chairs, and a few cabinets. The room lacked windows, illuminated instead by numerous oil lamps. On the wall opposite the entrance, a line of poetry was inscribed. With brows furrowed, I faced the scorn of 1,000 voices. Willingly, I bowed down to be a humble ox for the children. On the table lay an odd contraption, a large horn affixed with a needle at its end, connected to a crank and a copper column below it, the purpose of which was unclear. The overall ambience of the room exuded a sense of simplicity with understated complexity. With his hands clasped behind his back, Emperor Jing gazed at the poetic inscription, lost in contemplation. Before long, Fong Zhengyi entered the room with Zhang Biao. Greeting the two men, Emperor Jing slowly turned, asking, County Magistrate Fong, did you compose this poem? No, it was merely gleaned from fragments of ancient texts. Having found it commendable, I had it engraved upon this wall, Fong Zhengyi replied, acknowledging his status with grace. A gentleman such as myself would not stoop to the act of copying poetry. Emperor Jing remarked, What a splendid poem. It is indeed a pity that I cannot view the complete work. Ah, it seems you are a patriotic merchant after all. Fong Zhengyi pondered this inwardly yet outwardly inquired. Have you both decided to place an order for the tea? Emperor Jing nodded, expressing gratitude. We are indebted to County Magistrate Fong for your assistance, and we hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. May this tea find a prosperous market in the capital. Once the transaction is complete, we shall return to the capital immediately. Guoda, fetch the silver notes. Wu Tianyang produced the silver notes and laid them before Fong Zhengyi. County Magistrate, from where shall this tea be collected? Ah, I have already prepared it for you, he replied with a smile. Zhang Biao stepped forward, unfastening a bundle from behind him. revealing 20 neatly arranged tea bricks along with an iron plaque. Here are 20 bricks of tea, each weighing a pound. Please inspect the goods. Furthermore, regarding the peach blossom insignia, remember to affix it atop your carriage upon your next visit. It shall ensure your passage through Taoyuan County remains unimpeded. And when you return to procure goods, rest assured that individuals will seek you out without the need for a personal audience. Upon concluding this statement, Fang Zheng handed over 2 sheets of paper. Emperor Jing accepted them. One was a cooperation contract with Taoyuan County, while the other was a confidentiality agreement. After a meticulous examination, Emperor Jing found no discrepancies in the contract, which largely aligned with their discussions at the banquet. However, he noticed some issues with the confidentiality agreement and inquired, County Magistrate Fang, why must we refrain from mentioning Taoyuan County publicly? Fang Zheng smiled slightly. It is merely a temporary confidentiality agreement. Our Taoyuan County has a small population and limited resources. Yet, our specialty products are in high demand, and our production capacity is insufficient, necessitating such measures. Additionally, it serves to protect your interests. Currently, the tea from Taoyuan County is exclusively yours. An influx of outsiders could jeopardize local security, and the citizens of Taoyuan County are simple and honest. I fear they may be led astray. As for the clause stating that those who breach the oath would suffer from tongue sores, weakness, profuse sweating, and dizziness, could it be amended? No, he replied. The right of interpretation belongs solely to Taoyuan County. What does that mean? Quite literally. Emperor Jing wiped the sweat from his brow. This was a nefarious contract. While he was indifferent to the curses within the confidentiality clause, the idea of having no control over the interpretation was utterly perplexing. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and pressed a red handprint onto the document. After all, he was using a pseudonym. Signing it was a trivial matter. Guo Tianong observed with a toothy grin, his gaze towards Fang Zheng imbued with a sense of mutual admiration. Truly, he was a remarkable figure. A schemer who would not hesitate to devour one whole. Upon seeing Emperor Jing affix his handprint, Fang Zheng picked up the contract and examined it with satisfaction. I must trouble you both to read this contract aloud once more. Zhang Biao, prepare yourself. Zhang Biao, adeptly maneuvering around Emperor Jing, retrieved a roll of silver foil from a cabinet and approached the loudspeaker. County Magistrate, what does this signify? Fang Zheng enthusiastically grasped Emperor Jing's hand and led him to the loudspeaker. Come, both of you follow me. Simply read the contents aloud into this loudspeaker. To be candid, this is a unique custom of Taoyuan County. Speaking into this device serves to demonstrate the sincerity of our partnership. Do not worry. It is merely a minor ritual. When I count to 3, you may begin. Emperor Jing was now filled with questions. However, having already affixed his handprint, he resigned himself to the task. Once Fang Zheng called out 1, 2, 3, Emperor Jing commenced reading the confidentiality agreement aloud. Simultaneously, Zhang Biao began to turn the crank. As Emperor Jing read, he observed the fine needle at the end of the loudspeaker puncturing the silver foil, leaving behind a multitude of tiny dots. After a brief interval, both had completed their reading, and Zhang Biao removed the silver foil and exited the room. The heart of Emperor Jing was filled with an unbearable curiosity akin to a cat's relentless scratching, yearning to uncover the true nature of that silver foil. Alas, Fang Jingyi denied him the opportunity to satiate this curiosity, dismissing him without hesitation after reciting his words. Within the span of a tea break, Emperor Jing and Guo Tianong found themselves exchanging bewildered glances outside the yamen, rendered speechless. Suddenly, a carriage emerged from behind, and the driver, with warmth in his voice, called out to the 2 gentlemen, Esteemed sirs, do you wish to ride back to the capital? I have been sent by the county magistrate to escort you. It was quite commendable. The emperor felt a flicker of satisfaction. Guo Tianong, too, was somewhat pleased, surprised that Fang Jingyi had been so considerate as to arrange for transportation, thus alleviating much of their burden. Consequently, the 2 men climbed aboard the carriage, preparing for their return to the capital. Just as they settled in, the driver leaned in from outside, ingratiatingly saying, Esteemed sirs, a modest fee of 10 taels of silver, if you please. Guo Tianong, Emperor Jing. Chapter 11. Return to the palace. On the journey back, a persistent drizzle fell from the heavens. Once beyond the confines of Taoyuan County, the road to the capital became exceedingly muddy. The carriage bearing Emperor Jing was mired in mud on several occasions, forcing Guo Tianong to descend and assist the driver in extricating the vehicle, a most arduous endeavor. Upon finally reaching the outskirts of the capital, Emperor Jing's displeasure only deepened. The area was teeming with people, vehicles jostled chaotically, and an air of disarray prevailed. Their carriage encountered continual blockages, prompting the driver to engage in heated exchanges with those ahead. Within the carriage, the emperor's mood soured further, while Guo Tianyang bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, followed by the driver's anguished cries from outside. Guo Tianyang hurriedly leaned out to assess the situation, discovering that the carriage had become ensnared in a muddy pit, causing the driver to tumble from his seat. Half of his body lay submerged in the mire. As he clutched his forehead and lamented about the wretched place, "I'd have been better off remaining in the county." A group of ragged ruffians nearby erupted into laughter at the driver's misfortune. Furrowing his brow, Guo Tianyang urged the driver to rise and continue their journey. This place was far from the orderly Taiyuan County. Here, chaos reigned, and a motley crowd thrived. The driver, albeit begrudgingly, attempted to free himself from the pit. But perhaps due to an injury, he remained incapacitated. The laughter grew louder around them. With no alternative, Guo Tianyang suppressed his irritation and dismounted to assist the driver. Upon returning to the carriage, just as they were about to resume their journey, the emperor spoke. "There is no need for the carriage any longer. We shall walk back." "Your Majesty, it is still raining. You must not get soaked," Guo Tianyang protested. Emperor Jing gestured towards the outside, stating, "Will riding be any faster than walking? Look at this road. Potholes abound. With each step, one sinks into the mire. We may not return until tomorrow. Driver, you may leave now," he commanded, handing Guo Tianyang 20 taels of silver. The driver, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude profusely before hastily departing. Guo Tianyang remained speechless, watching the carriage grow smaller in the distance. Suddenly nostalgic for Taiyuan County. How well maintained their roads were. Why was their city so pristine? It was astonishing that the capital, as the heart of the Jing state, could be in such disarray. Ahead lay the inner city, yet the path remained winding and fraught with filth. The common folk were unconcerned, discarding refuse and waste at their doorsteps, which spread with the rainwater. A few children frolicked in the rain, unperturbed, splashing each other with handfuls of muddy water. The air was thick with an unbearable stench. Emperor Jing gazed towards the inner city, his eyes filled with profound worry, and sighed deeply. "I once believed that after unifying the realm, benevolence and light burdens would naturally lead to the prosperity of the people. I have underestimated the complexity of governance. I find myself far less capable than a mere county magistrate. How absurd, truly absurd." Guo Tianyang quickly offered words of consolation. "Your Majesty, you preside over the entire realm. How could a mere county compare?" The emperor remained silent, surveying his surroundings for a moment before striding towards the inner city. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally entered the inner city. At this moment, Emperor Jing was completely drenched, his boots caked with mud. Guo Tianyang, breathless and panting, trailed behind, especially burdened by the 20 pounds of tea leaves he carried. Having often been among the troops, Emperor Jing possessed remarkable stamina and walked briskly, while Guo Tianyang struggled to keep up, inwardly cursing the wretched environment. Once inside the inner city, he finally let out a sigh of relief and hastily informed the emperor. "Your Majesty, there are inner guards stationed nearby. I will arrange for a carriage. The journey ahead will be much easier." Emperor Jing nodded, surveying his surroundings. Although the ground had become considerably more even, it still appeared muddy, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Gazing at the disarray before him, Emperor Jing fell into contemplation. At that moment, the chief minister Li Yensong was reviewing memorials, while the other ministers diligently attended to their respective duties, repeatedly examining issues concerning criminal law and finances. Suddenly, a young clerk rushed into the council chamber, his demeanor urgent, producing a red-sealed letter from his waist. "Minister Li, there is news from His Majesty." The officials in the chamber looked up in astonishment. Li Yensong halted his writing and quickly stood to take the letter, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, His Majesty has returned to the palace." The Grand Secretaries Zhang Chao and Zhang Dong rejoiced at the news. The emperor had finally returned. He had left a letter and departed the palace without notice, leaving the crown prince to neglect state affairs. The long ordeal was finally over, and it had come quicker than anticipated. Li Yensong turned to the young clerk. "Quickly send word that the messengers to Hangjiang Prefecture may return." The clerk nodded and dashed out. Li Yensong, brimming with joy, asked, "Gentlemen, I shall go to see His Majesty. Who wishes to accompany me?" Zhang Chao and Zhang Dong eagerly agreed. "We shall go. We shall go." The three hastened to the imperial study, where Guo Tianyang had already awaited them at the door. "Please, enter. His Majesty has been expecting you for quite some time." Li Yensong exchanged glances with the others and then expressed gratitude to Guo Tianyang. They proceeded directly into the study. Inside, The memorials on Emperor Jing's desk had piled up like a mountain. Initially, Li Yinsong had intended to voice his grievances, but upon seeing the scene before him, they exchanged looks of surprise. Finally, Li Yinsong spoke up. Your Majesty, why did you leave without a word? The court officials had been frantic with worry. Without lifting his head, Emperor Jing continued to write meticulously on the memorials. I merely wished to take a walk. Gentlemen, look at these memorials. How has the Crown Prince been governing in my absence? What have the ministers been doing? His voice was calm yet carried an undercurrent of irritation. Li Yinsong momentarily faltered, intending to continue his complaints, but hesitated at the mention of the Crown Prince. Zheng Qiao stammered, Your Majesty, in these past few days, the Crown Prince has not attended court. And what of the others? What have they been doing during this time? As high-ranking officials, cannot you manage him? Emperor Jing's voice hinted at his growing anger. Your Majesty, it is not that we do not oversee him, but rather, it has proven impossible to do so. Zhang Doxiang's face was drawn long, expressing his discontent. It was either a headache or a footache. Suffering daily from ailments that the imperial physician could not diagnose. In short, he was in distress. We truly find ourselves at a loss. During the emperor's absence, the Crown Prince has constructed a tiger and leopard garden, where, apart from engaging in animal fights, he spends his days recuperating. Furthermore, Zhang Dongxiang, known for his fiery temperament, grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, while the other two cabinet ministers could only listen, drenched in cold sweat, unable to intervene. Emperor Jing's expression darkened gradually. Chapter 12. The Crown Prince is a filial son thus. This rebellious offspring indulges daily in frivolity, utterly devoid of any earnest endeavor. Emperor Jing's veins bulged with rage, wishing fervently to seize a golden gourd and bring it crashing down upon the defiant head of his son. Li Yinsong interjected, not entirely. He has visited the military camp these past few days, claiming to inspect military discipline and train the soldiers. Aside from that, nothing else. Very well. Where is that rebellious son now? The emperor was now seething with fury. Upon returning to the palace, his first act was to scrutinize the Crown Prince's movements. To his dismay, the accumulated memorials had all been delivered to the imperial study. The emperor's gloomy disposition was somewhat alleviated by the anger. Yet he managed to restrain his wrath. However, upon hearing the grievances of the three ministers, his fury erupted once more. It was likely that the Crown Prince was at the newly constructed tiger and leopard garden in the Eastern Palace. Zhang Dongxiang had long been unable to tolerate this. He fervently wished for the emperor to discipline the Crown Prince post-haste. To be so immersed in pleasure, he hardly resembled a sovereign. Very well, my esteemed ministers. You have worked hard. You may return for now. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow. Guobamban, let us proceed to the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace, within the tiger and leopard garden, a fierce tiger was in pursuit of two aged horses. The Crown Prince sat enthralled in a chair, watching the spectacle with great interest. Lu Jin stood behind the Crown Prince Li Yuanzhao, his face a mask of worry. Originally, the Crown Prince's regency was a splendid opportunity, a chance for him to showcase his abilities. However, the first thing he did was construct a tiger and leopard garden for himself, followed by days of absence from court. As his personal eunuch, Lu Jin felt he could not escape blame. Yet, the Crown Prince had always been disinterested in state affairs, preferring chaotic pursuits such as battles and beast fights. He regretted his own imprudence in discussing such matters with the Crown Prince. Should the emperor find out, his first act might very well be to flay him alive. The more Lu Jin pondered, the more anxious he became, his complexion growing pale. Below, the dramatic chase of the tiger and horses was nearing its conclusion. One horse lay slain, while the other was eviscerated by the tiger's sharp fangs, which now savored its innards. Li Yuanzhao, somewhat disenchanted, remarked, Lu Banban, this slow horse is truly dull to watch. Why not procure another tiger? A duel between two tigers would surely be far more entertaining. Lu Jin wiped his brow, anxiety mounting. Your Highness, you have not attended court for several days. The ministers are voicing their discontent regarding your prolonged absence from the tiger and leopard garden. It will not bode well for you when the emperor returns. Li Yuanzhao dismissed the concern with nonchalance. And what of their discontent? The realm is at peace. What further responsibilities does this prince have? With those few learned men in the cabinet, it is sufficient. What a pity I was born a few years too late. Otherwise, I would be gallivanting on the battlefield at this very moment. With a sigh, he appeared somewhat forlorn. Just as Lu Jin was about to speak, he suddenly spotted Emperor Jing approaching and trembled in fear, quietly retreating to the wall. Li Yuanzhao continued his lament. Is it a man's duty to engage in literary pursuits? A man of my stature should be conquering the battlefield. Had I not been the crown prince, I would undoubtedly be a formidable general. Regrettably, my father has usurped the accolades that rightfully belong to me. How detestable! Why must I exist when my father does? As these words escaped her lips, a tear trickled down Li Yuanzhao's cheek, evoking a profound sense of unrecognized talent. Lu Jin, observing the Emperor Jing standing behind the crown prince, felt his scalp prickle with anxiety. The crown prince's declaration of filial piety left him ghostly pale. It was over. His brief existence would conclude like that of the unfortunate Jin beneath him. Emperor Jing squinted, seemingly savoring Li Yuanzhao's earlier remarks. He was aware of the crown prince's navet, having watched him grow since childhood. Yet, he had not anticipated such audacity. How could he utter such words as "Why must I exist when my father does?" If this were to spread, the dignity of the imperial family would be utterly obliterated. Was this kingdom, painstakingly built through toil, to be entrusted to such a wretch? Emperor Jing felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Nevertheless, he managed a faint smile, gently placing his hand on the Yuanzhao's shoulder. Since you have such a penchant for battle, why not leap into the fray? That fierce tiger below appears quite admirable. Who dares to challenge me? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened. He stiffly turned around, striving to muster a smile. Father Emperor? You have finally returned. I have long awaited your presence. With a cold chuckle, Emperor Jing replied, I have heard that my son has been unwell for several days. I came to express my concern, and it seems my son is quite spirited. Son, Li Yuanzhao stammered, beads of sweat like yellow beams trickling down his forehead. Emperor Jing continued with a grin, Come, my son, follow me. This place is rather unsuitable. I find it difficult to express myself here. Let us proceed to the imperial garden. Also, that young eunuch beside you should accompany us. With that, Emperor Jing sauntered out of the tiger-leopard garden. Watching the emperor's retreating figure, Lu Jin trembled, swallowing hard, and lamented. Your Highness, I am finished. I now possess but one wish, that your Highness might assist in ensuring my remains are whole. Li Yuanzhao, overwhelmed with rage, exclaimed, You blind fool. Why did you not inform me of my father's arrival? Lu Jin continued to shake uncontrollably. It was too sudden. His Majesty arrived far too swiftly, and I was terrified. Oh, I cannot endure this, Your Highness. I cannot stand. Li Yuanzhao's complexion turned ashen. It was over. His fleeting 15 years of life would culminate here, as brief as Lu Jin's Jin. As he contemplated the impending storm, a shiver ran through him. And he kicked the prostrate Lu Jin. Get up. Quickly. Prepare several coats for me and retrieve my belongings. In the imperial garden, Emperor Jing sat expressionless in the pavilion, propping himself with a sturdy staff in his left hand, while wielding a long whip in his right. The staff and whip had been specially selected from the armory for their formidable power. After testing them, he shattered a stone railing and snapped a tree branch, feeling reassured that his strength had not waned over the years. Beneath the rod, a dutiful son emerges. Now, there remained no other recourse. The crown prince was provided with the finest mentors and the most conducive environment, yet he ultimately turned out to be a disappointment. Emperor Jing had already sensed something amiss. Although the prince occasionally displayed unruly behavior, his naturally vivacious spirit led him to believe that under the tutelage of the esteemed officials from the Zhan Shifu and the cabinet, he would surely cultivate into a promising individual. To his dismay, the prince had devolved to such a woeful state. At the tender age of 15, he himself had already tasted the rigors of battle and earned military accolades. Yet, instead of demonstrating such valor, his son merely indulged in frivolous amusements with cats and dogs, truly a source of embarrassment. He was hardly worthy of comparison, even to the littlest toe of the magistrate of Taoyuan County. The tiger, when provoked, does not merely growl. Do you presume me to be a feeble, sickly cat? In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in Emperor Jing's eyes. Chapter 13, Wretched Beast. You shall not escape death after a brief moment. Li Yuanzhao cautiously made his way to the imperial garden, followed closely by Lu Jin, who was panting heavily. Emperor Jing raised his gaze slowly, observing Li Yuanzhao, who had grown noticeably plump, his face adorned with an expression of innocence. This ungrateful son. He was audacious and reckless, yet the moment he sensed punishment looming, he donned this pitiful visage as if he were the one wronged. In the past, his ploys had successfully swayed the emperor's affections. But this time, it was different. The crown prince dared to act so unruly while under regency. If he continued to indulge him, would it not lead to chaos? Lu Jin was in a worse state, his legs trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, seemingly on the verge of spilling over. Emperor Jing remained silent, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the two. Li Yuanzhao offered a forced smile, swallowed hard, and kept his head bowed. Lu Jin knelt on the ground, his head lowered deeply, wishing he could vanish into the earth. After a prolonged silence, sensing the absence of conversation, Li Yuanzhao cautiously lifted his gaze, only to be met with Emperor Jing's murderous glare. He fell to his knees, trembling as he spoke. Your son is willing to die 1,000 deaths. The imperial garden was eerily silent. Even the birds had ceased their chirping. Only the sound of Lu Jin's heavy breathing broke the stillness. Li Yuanzhao inwardly cursed. This wretched fellow's breaths were so loud. Was he trying to frighten the prince to death? Eventually, Emperor Jing broke the silence, but instead of the expected fury, his tone was surprisingly calm. Does the crown prince wish to be a general? You claim I have usurped your military achievements. Let us have a contest today. With that, he tossed a stout stick before Li Yuanzhao, which landed with a few bounces. A chill swept over Li Yuanzhao, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stammered. Your son is no match for you, father. I am still young, still developing. Emperor Jing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his son had not only grown audacious but also learned to be shameless. His expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, It seems the crown prince is indeed unwell, dressed so heavily in such weather. Li Yuanzhao hastily replied, Yes. Today, your son caught a chill. I am somewhat sensitive to the cold. Without hesitation, Emperor Jing cracked his whip in the air with a resounding snap, bellowing, Guards, strip this beast of his clothes. Let me see. The guards hesitated momentarily, but then stepped forward to begin removing Li Yuanzhao's garments. Though reluctant, Li Yuanzhao complied slowly, mindful of the emperor's countenance. As the outer layer was peeled away, a thick coat was revealed underneath. Upon unbuttoning that, yet another layer emerged. It took 3 or 4 layers before he finally unveiled a white inner garment. When the final layer was removed, a metal plate clattered to the ground. Emperor Jing stared in disbelief, while Li Yuanzhao lowered his head in shame. And the trousers? Remove them as well. Li Yuanzhao reluctantly began to disrobe, shedding layers of clothing until his iron buttocks guard fell to the ground, followed by his iron knee and leg guards. Witnessing the scattered equipment, Emperor Jing was infuriated. Beast, wretched creature, engaging in deceitful antics, utterly devoid of skill. Do you wish to drive me to madness? From the moment of your birth, have you not been provided with the finest of everything this world has to offer? I toiled tirelessly to conquer this realm so that you might be spared the woes of war. I do not expect you to be an extraordinary emperor. I would be content if you could merely maintain what I have established. You are my sole son, and all my hopes rest upon you. Yet now, where have your studies led you? Have they vanished into the belly of a dog? It is clear to me that you are unworthy even of the position of a county magistrate. Bring him to me. I shall teach you how to be a man once more. Though fear gripped Li Yuanzhao's heart, the emperor's scathing words ignited a rebellious spirit within him, prompting him to shout defiantly, Hold, father, I am merely unskilled in learning. When it comes to the art of war and governance, how can I be considered inferior without first-hand experience? Had I been born a few years earlier, your conquest of the Qian kingdom might not have been necessary. How can you compare me to a mere county magistrate? I possess the talent of a general. The emperor, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, You foolish creature. Unaware of your own insignificance, continue to suspend him. Guards rushed forth, binding Li Yuanzhao tightly and hoisting him up in a corner of the Imperial Garden Pavilion. Hanging there, Li Yuanzhao felt a profound sense of humiliation, his face flushed with shame. He had never endured such indignity. Yet, he stubbornly declared, I am a victim of circumstance. I am wronged beyond belief. Veins bulging on his forehead, the emperor swung his whip with force, striking Li Yuanzhao's posterior with a resounding crack. The rebellious spirit of youth dissipated instantly. In a panic, Li Yuanzhao pleaded, Father, I am still but a child. The emperor retorted, A child? A fine child indeed. At your age, I was already charging into battle. I was no child of your sort. I can do it too, Li Yuanzhao protested. Silence. Crack, crack, crack. The emperor displayed a remarkable proficiency with the whip, each strike landing precisely upon Li Yuanzhao's rear. Though the young prince lamented vocally, a flicker of satisfaction surged within him. Indeed, the emperor was employing his old tactics. Aside from striking the posterior, he knew not how to inflict pain elsewhere. Having donned 2 layers of protective gear, the fallen piece had merely served to disguise the truth. The whip, though loud in its impact, brought only a slight sting. Li Yuanzhao exaggerated his cries, fearful that the emperor might discern his ruse. After a series of relentless lashes, the emperor, slightly winded, found his fury diminished. Observing the crown prince spinning about, hoarsely lamenting, his heart softened. Casually discarding the whip, he commanded those around him, keep a close watch on him. He is not to be released until noon tomorrow. As he turned to depart, suddenly, the hanging Li Yuanzhao pivoted, presenting his rear to Emperor Jing. The emperor's pupils constricted. The single pant was torn open, revealing a glimmer of metal beneath. The anger that had just subsided within the emperor reignited. Li Yuanzhao. Excellent. Strip him bare. Not a stitch on him. Today, I shall see you perish. Immersed in his performance, Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing the emperor's fury, immediately regained his composure. Aware that he had been exposed, and panically pleaded, Father, the punishment has been dealt. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me this once. I was wrong. You were wrong? No, it is I who am at fault. I should never have brought you into this world. With that, the emperor picked up the whip, preparing to strike once more. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Gui Tianyong hurriedly entered the imperial garden. Casting a glance at the crown prince, he quickly addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. The investigation into Fang Jingyi has been completed. Mentioning Fang Jingyi diverted the emperor's attention, causing him to discard the whip again. Put this beast's clothes back on, suspend him and await my judgment. With that, he turned and departed the garden alongside Gui Tianyong. Li Yuanzhao silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his narrow escape. Nearby, Lu Jin, kneeling, collapsed onto the ground, a puddle forming beneath him. Chapter 14. The emperor engages in commerce within the Qianqing Palace. His Majesty has been informed that Fang Jingyi, a distinguished scholar of the third class from the third year of the Jinghe era, is an orphan at the tender age of 15. He was originally slated for an appointment as a county magistrate in the capital or to enter the palace. However, due to his fiery temperament and confrontations with superiors, he was directly assigned to the impoverished Taiyuan County, which is home to a mere 2,000 destitute residents, contributing almost no taxes. The circumstances remain unchanged according to last year's reports, with the population still stagnant at 2,000. The old servant has dispatched a swift horse to locate the inspecting officials of Hengjiang Prefecture, and it is expected that they will arrive in the capital in a few days. Gui Tianyong, having delivered his report, carefully observed the expression of Emperor Jing. The magistrate of Taiyuan County is indeed audacious. He dares to conceal facts from above and has never submitted taxes. Nestled between the capital and Hengjiang Prefecture, how could such a close proximity facilitate such prolonged deception? The emperor's countenance remained calm, though his fingers incessantly tapped upon the table. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. This magistrate of Taiyuan County is quite the youthful hero. To achieve such scholarly distinction at 15. If it were not for the ravages of war, how could I forget such talent? In merely 7 years, he has transformed an exceedingly impoverished county into this. Remarkable. The current population of Taiyuan County is surely no longer just 2,000, but likely several tens of thousands. Gui Tianyong bowed and inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we address Fang Jingyi? Do not rush. I shall observe further. This individual possesses a peculiar temperament that requires careful handling. If employed wisely, he may become a loyal minister in the future. With such talent by the Crown Prince's side, I can rest easy. Upon mention of the Crown Prince, Gui Tianyong hastily added, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is still hanging in the Imperial Garden. Shall we have him descend? The mention of the Crown Prince caused the Emperor's brow to furrow once more. What is there to release? Let us not concern ourselves with that wretch. Others may attain the scholarly title at 15. What of him? He only indulges in trivial pursuits. Send someone to dismantle his tiger-leopard garden and have that dullard executed. Furthermore, the tea I previously purchased must be dealt with. Send someone to the inner city to establish a shop for selling tea, just as Fang Jingyi suggested. Procure a batch of exquisite jars to store the tea. This matter shall be entrusted to you for personal supervision. It must remain confidential, and should you fail, I shall hold you accountable. Gui Tianyong was taken aback. The emperor himself engaging in commerce? This is contrary to propriety. Were this to be discovered by the ministers, it would surely incite a scandal. His Majesty appears to have succumbed to Fang Jingyi's influence. Thus, Gui Tianyong hesitated, Your Majesty, this may not be entirely appropriate. If other ministers happen to see. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, Fear not. This tea is procured from my own treasury. Am I not entitled to dispose of it as I please? Your Majesty, but engaging in trade. Gui Tianyong remained uneasy, as this venture was indeed audacious. The emperor reclined in his chair with a sigh. Indeed, the ancestral rights and laws must not be transgressed. Yet, our great nation has endured for over 2 centuries, adhering to the same antiquated customs. If this continues, who knows when we shall descend into decline? If I persist in following the established order, what will become of our illustrious realm a century hence? By then, I may have departed or be well into my twilight years. Can one individual, Yuan Zhao, truly govern the empire? While the ancestral rites and laws possess their wisdom, it is time for transformation to take root in my reign. The insights gleaned from Taiyuan County have sparked inspiration within me. Perhaps it is worth attempting some alterations. Governing a vast nation is akin to preparing a delicate dish. If Taiyuan County can effect a remarkable turnaround, might our great nation also witness such miracles? Even modest changes would be welcome. A door hinge does not rust, and flowing water does not stagnate. Let us act boldly. As Fang Jingyi remarked during our meal, let the wealth of the affluent be shared equitably with the common folk. Our grand merchants and nobility hoard their riches within their homes and graves, yet refuse to contribute to the populace, failing even to construct a decent road. It is high time to devise a remedy for this situation. Guo Tianyang remained silent. After years of turmoil, the war had finally ceased, leaving the national treasury depleted. His Majesty must have been stirred. It seems he is preparing to extend his hand toward the affluent nobles and merchants. However, as the emperor's closest eunuch, he was akin to the emperor's right hand. Since His Majesty had resolved to take action, he must dedicate himself fully to the task at hand. Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant shall arrange for it immediately. The emperor gazed contemplatively at the murky tea before him and soon spoke. For tomorrow's morning court, remember to brew a pot of Depintian skin tea. Present it before the officials and ensure the brew is strong. As for the rest, you may exercise your own discretion. I am quite curious to see how effective Fang Jingyi's methods prove to be. It is somewhat amusing to think that conducting business resembles waging war. Ha. You may leave now. I must attend to the memorials. Guo Tianyang nodded in agreement and turned to depart, only to find himself lost in thought. He felt a sense of unease. Despite having spent only a few days in Taiyuan County, the frequency with which the emperor mentioned Fang Jingyi was steadily increasing. The methods taught by that young man were evidently taken to heart by His Majesty. And now that His Majesty has spoken, he plans to employ those very methods in trade. What utter absurdity. Even if the emperor wishes to engage in commerce, who would purchase such goods at exorbitant prices? Guo Tianyang sighed deeply. It was inevitable that Fang Jingyi would be summoned to the palace, after only a few encounters and a handful of words exchanged. The emperor already held him in high esteem. In the future, he would surely become a favored figure at court, and Guo Tianyang would have to navigate dealings with him. However, that Fang Jingyi seemed to harbor some animosity towards him. He had only received a mere piece of chicken breast. Thank heavens he is not a eunuch. In the future, he must find an opportunity to befriend him. Why is he still lingering? What is he doing here? The emperor's voice rang out from behind Guo Tianyang, who had become so lost in thought that he forgot to leave. Guo Tianyang hastily replied, Your Majesty. This old servant was pondering what price to set for the tea. Is it truly as Fang Zheng suggested, selling at 200 taels per pound? Emperor Jing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had intended to engage in commerce, yet completely forgot to set a price. He casually remarked, 1 tael of tea per jar, with each jar priced at 50 taels. To ensure the packaging is exquisite. Guo Tianyang's face twitched slightly, and he found himself at a loss for words. 500 taels per pound. My heavens, His Majesty is audacious indeed. Even more so than that scoundrel Fang Zheng. No wonder you are the emperor. Chapter 15. The Treasure of Men, the Emperor's Fury in the Palace. Matters are conducted with remarkable efficiency. Guo Tianyang required only an afternoon to instruct his subordinates to secure a prime location, prepare the premises, and procure dozens of exquisite porcelain vases. The site chosen was undoubtedly exceptional, situated in a district frequented by the affluent of the capital. An ornate archway was prominently displayed above, simplifying all other cumbersome procedures. On the following day, during the morning court assembly, officials gathered before the Fengtiang Hall. Guo Tianyang deliberately took a circuitous route, passing in front of the officials. He held a tray in his hands, atop which rested a pot of clear tea, its lid slightly ajar. As Guo Gonggong approached with his diminutive steps, the officials exchanged curious glances. Typically, Guo Gonggong appeared alongside His Majesty. Why was he traversing alone today? As Guo Tianyang gradually drew closer to the crowd, his pace began to slow. Li Yinsong, intrigued, inquired, Guo Gonggong, why have you come alone today? Where is His Majesty? Guo Tianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily approached with the tea. Li Gong, I have come specifically to prepare tea for His Majesty. He shall arrive shortly. Tea. Is such preparation truly necessary? This has not been the custom in previous court assemblies. Several voices chimed in, their curiosity piqued. A refreshing and delicate aroma wafted through the air, drawing their attention toward Guo Tianyang's hands. Li Yinsong remarked, "What kind of tea is this? Its clarity is striking, and its fragrance is enduring. I do not recall seeing His Majesty indulge in this before." "Ah, you have arrived just in time to inquire," Guo Tianyang replied with delight, raising his voice. "This tea was discovered by His Majesty a few days ago in a tea house within the capital. Its flavor is fresh and exquisite, invigorating both spirit and strength. His Majesty took a liking to it immediately. Henceforth, all previous teas have been replaced with this new brew." As he spoke, murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. "Indeed, this flavor is extraordinary, fragrant. It bears a resemblance to the local Song tea from my Hengzheng prefecture. Yet it is distinctly different. It smells delightful. Guogongong, what is the name of this tea?" Guo Tianyang chuckled. "This tea is called Depin Tian Xianxia. It is said that regular consumption can promote longevity, enhance vitality, and is renowned as the treasure of men." "Ah, Depin Tian Xianxia sounds extraordinary. Who would have thought Guogongong was knowledgeable about the treasure of men?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, triggered by an unexpected remark. Guo Tianyang's face flushed crimson, his gaze darting among the officials, desperately seeking the source of the jest, wishing to exact a fitting vengeance on the instigator. How could he endure such indignity while merely attending to his duties? It was all Fang Zhang's fault. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Guo Tianyang resigned himself to the situation. "Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave. The wind outside is brisk, and if this tea cools, I fear I shall incur His Majesty's wrath." With that, he turned to depart. Li Yinsong quickly intercepted him, nervously wringing his hands. He felt a surge of excitement. The treasure for men that invigorates and strengthens the kidneys was something old Li yearned to try. After all, at over 60 years of age, he had sensed a gradual decline in his health in recent years. While working in the public office, he not only suffered from sore back and legs but also frequently battled drowsiness. He could only rely on drinking cold water for a pick-me-up, as he was unaccustomed to the heavily flavored tea, which not only had a strong taste but also left him with bits stuck in his mouth. This clear tea smelled refreshingly delightful, promising to awaken the mind and fortify the kidneys. Such a treasure for men was certainly worth a trial. "Guogongong, is this tea truly as remarkable as you claim?" "Not my words, but the Emperor's," Guo Tianyang replied with a sly glance at Li Yinsong. Li Yinsong hastily waved his hands, insisting, "No, no. If the Emperor deems it good, it must be exceptional. Then, where can one procure it?" Guo Tianyang smiled subtly, sensing he had hooked a big fish. If the Grand Minister of the Cabinet set a good precedent, others would surely follow suit, ensuring a prosperous market for the tea. Li Yinsong, a veteran official serving 2 emperors and a wealthy landowner, could afford the steep price of 500 taels per pound for the tea. This tea was procured from the palace. Though the old servant could not recall where it was initially bought, he promised to inquire on behalf of the gentleman. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Li Yinsong bowed, and Guo Tianyang turned away, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, the ministers were assembled. Emperor Jing sat high upon the dragon throne, holding a teacup and gently stirring the floating tea leaves with its lid. The officials below watched eagerly as the emperor savored his tea. The fragrant aroma wafted down, leaving many feeling parched, unconsciously licking their lips. After finishing a cup, Emperor Jing slowly spoke. "Esteemed ministers, I have been away from the capital for several days. What significant matters require discussion?" The Minister of Revenue, Zhang Shi, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present, just received yesterday. Recently, Jianjiang has experienced continuous heavy rain, resulting in the collapse of 2 embankments. Half a month ago, the number of affected citizens exceeded 3,000, and while grain reserves are sufficient, the Jianbu governor and the inspector have urgently requested 30,000 taels to recruit laborers for disaster relief and embankment repairs. However, due to the numerous disasters in the past 2 years, the Ministry of Revenue's expenditures have already exceeded the budget. To balance other matters, the ministry can currently only allocate a maximum of 20,000 taels. We humbly seek your Majesty's wise judgment." Emperor Jing closed his eyes, rubbing his brow. Indeed, upon returning, it was once again these troublesome matters. Disasters and calamities seemed to plague the realm. With the national treasury depleted, the officials would only seek to tap into his private funds. Yet, this expenditure was unavoidable, though it pained him to part with the money. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing gritted his teeth. "I understand. I shall cover the deficit of 10,000 taels from my private treasury." The cabinet ministers below collectively sighed in relief. Zhang Shi's eyes brightened, and he quickly exclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise." As the Minister of Revenue, he was the one responsible for finances. And no one felt the burden more than he. With the ministry currently lacking funds, the only recourse was to appeal to the emperor for financial relief. Initially expecting a prolonged negotiation, he was pleasantly surprised by the emperor's swift acquiescence. It seems that there have been significant changes since the last outing. Previously, requests for funds were met with reluctance. The emperor, with a cold smile, thought to himself, "Of course, spending my money is wise." After years of frugality, he had only managed to accumulate 20,000 taels for the imperial treasury, yet half of it was spent in one breath. He hoped that the batch of tea would restore his dignity. "Are there any other matters, my lords?" The ministers, sensing the emperor's displeasure, fell into a tacit silence. Typically, when the sovereign was in a foul mood, speaking would be futile. They would wait for another occasion. Observing the silence, the emperor declared, "All right. Since you esteemed officials have no matters to present, I shall speak. Where is Fan Song, the commander of the 5 cities garrison?" "I am here." Fan Song stepped forward, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The emperor's expression was grave. "Upon my return to the capital, I observed the streets in disrepair, with sewage flowing freely. What have you been doing in your capacity as commander?" "What?" Fan Song exclaimed, lifting his head in astonishment, and quickly added, "Your Majesty, it may be due to blocked drainage ditches, which has caused the accumulation of water on the streets. The dust in the capital is quite severe. And when it rains, the streets become muddy. It has always been this way. Each time there is a heavy downpour, I dispatch personnel to inspect the drainage systems. Surely this time something went amiss." Upon hearing his excuses, the emperor's anger flared. "Silence. Just because it has always been this way, does that make it acceptable? You are paid from the treasury." He continued, "I grant you 3 months to repair the streets and clear the drainage ditches. Find a way to manage the funds. If there is no improvement in the city after May, you shall don no official robes before me." Though still somewhat bewildered, Fan Song instinctively knelt before the emperor, saying, "I would rather die 1,000 deaths. I will ensure the streets are revitalized within 3 months." The emperor nodded expressionlessly. "Very well, I will send someone to inspect. Other esteemed officials, if you have matters to present, do so. If not, you may leave the court." Chapter 16. The Yellow Cattle Trading Tea After the Court Session. Several ministers returned to their offices. Zhang Dongxiang, known for his quick temper, was the first to speak as he sat at the desk. "Li Gong, do you think the emperor has changed after his outing? Today he was remarkably generous with the funds. And why has he suddenly begun to care about the streets of the city? Surely he has known what the city is like for quite some time now." Li Yinsong lowered his gaze, reviewing the newly submitted memorials. "Perhaps so. It is not a bad thing that His Majesty is willing to spend money. But relying on the internal treasury is not a sustainable solution. If the national revenue continues to fall short year after year, what shall we do? Look, here comes another report of a disaster, yet another request for silver. Alas, I find it quite troubling. These matters make my head spin, and I fear I shall have to retire in a few years." Zhang Qiao, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Li Gong, such words should not be spoken lightly. You are the pillar of the nation. The cabinet cannot do without you. Isn't His Majesty indulging in that man as treasure? Shall I seek some for you from the emperor?" At the mention of man as treasure, Zhang Dongxiang's interest was piqued. "This tea seems intriguing. Perhaps we should send someone to inquire and procure more from the city. Who knows? If Li Gong enjoys it, he might regain his vigor and take a new consort." Laughter filled the office. Li Yinsong waved his hand with a smile. "Dongxiang, do not jest at my expense. I am old and weary. As long as something invigorates my mind, I shall be content. We might as well send someone now to investigate. This tea is called the Pin Tian Xian Cha. It must possess some remarkable efficacy. I am quite curious indeed. Luer, go outside and see if there are any tea houses selling this Pin Tian Xian Cha. If you find it, remember to bring some back for us." The young clerk Luer, stationed at the entrance, responded promptly and hurried outside. An hour later, Luer returned, panting heavily. Li Gong, I found it. I found the tea house." All eyes in the office turned to Luer. Li Yinsong exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent. Did you purchase it? How much?" "I will cover the cost." Luer bent over, gasping for breath. I couldn't buy it. I did not bring enough silver to afford it." "Oh dear. Look at you. So careless as to not bring sufficient funds to purchase tea. You must go again." Zhang Dongxiang was utterly disappointed. Luer protested, "No. It is not that I did not bring enough. but rather that the Depin Tian Cha is exorbitantly priced. I only had 10 taels of silver with me, thinking it would suffice to buy some for you gentlemen, but it turns out the tea sells for 50 taels per tael. Moreover, there is a purchase limit. Each person can only buy 1 can. What? Such an outrageous price. Zhang Dongxiang sprang to his feet, astonished, then hurried to Lu Er, urging, "Is there really a market for such expensive tea?" Lu Er managed a wry smile. "Indeed, there are plenty of buyers. Many are household staff from noble families and high-ranking officials. It is said to be the emperor's most favored tea, possessing miraculous effects. When I visited, I could still purchase it, but now it seems that even with wealth, it is unattainable." According to the staff at the tea shop, the production of Tianxian tea is exceedingly limited, resulting in a mere 4 pounds available each day, most of which is acquired by the palace, often leading to sudden shortages. Once one departs from the tea house, the price of this tea skyrockets, with many noble families vying for it at the entrance. By the time I left, the price had risen to 60 taels. The expressions of everyone in the public room were one of astonishment, not expecting their colleagues to act with such swiftness. When something valuable arises, they swarm to seize it. Zhang Dongxiang paced the room repeatedly, disappointment evident as he lamented, "It appears this item is truly extraordinary. Alas, I should have acted sooner. Regret comes too late." In contrast, Li Yinsong remained the calmest. "Dongxiang, there is no need for haste. Even if this tea is exceptional, it cannot yield results from just a single sip. It is likely that the emperor's endorsement has generated this enthusiasm. Lu Er, I will give you 50 taels. Purchase a canister first thing tomorrow, so that we may sample this tea together." "Understood. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Wonderful news. Guo Tianyang entered the Qianqing Palace, beaming with joy as he congratulated Emperor Jing. The emperor, who had been reviewing memorials, slowly raised his head and inquired, "What is the matter, making such a commotion?" Guo Tianyang replied cheerfully, "Your Majesty, the prized Tianxian tea has sold out. Today, we sold only 4 pounds, netting us 2,000 taels. We still have 16 pounds in stock, and if sold, we could earn 8,000 taels." Thankfully, I recalled what the county magistrate mentioned about hunger marketing, limiting the release to just 4 pounds. Without such restrictions, we might have sold out the entire stock in one day. To gain 8,000 taels in less than half a day is unmatched in business. Shall we raise the price tomorrow? At this rate, 80 taels will vanish quickly. The emperor gazed thoughtfully outside the Qianqing Palace, then suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly a genius. I did not misjudge you. Fang Jingyi is indeed remarkable. To think I could recoup 8,000 taels from a mere expenditure of 10,000. And this is only the beginning. As for raising the price, we must refrain. I recall Fang Jingyi stating that once a price is set, it should not be altered lightly, as it can tarnish the brand's image. Should prices surge, it is akin to engaging scalpers. You go. Find some trustworthy individuals to act as scalpers. The higher the price, the better." The emperor's excitement grew, envisioning a treasury overflowing with wealth, beckoning to him. "Your Majesty, we only have a few pounds of tea left. It won't last long. I will arrange for supplies from Taoyuan County immediately." "No." The emperor waved his hand, interrupting Guo Tianyang. "In a few days, I shall go personally." "Ah, you will go again?" Guo Tianyang was taken aback. A nation cannot be without its sovereign even for a day. Yet the emperor was willing to travel to Taoyuan County twice for Fang Jingyi. Go. Fang Jingyi possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. One cannot help but notice how the current circumstances bear a striking resemblance to the cases he recounted at the banquet. I am curious to see if Fang Jingyi possesses any other remarkable talents that can transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Prepare yourself in the coming days. For when the inspector from Hengjiang Prefecture arrives, I shall once again venture to Taoyuan County. Chapter 17. A discourse on tea, exquisite beyond words the following day. Within the public chambers, Lu Er had early on delivered the prized tea leaves he had managed to procure. Several cabinet elders gathered around a jar of tea on the table, expressing their astonishment. 50 taels was indeed exorbitant. Yet the exquisite little jar suggested it was a remarkable find. Indeed, even before brewing, I could already catch whiffs of the delightful fragrance wafting from it. It is splendid. Yet the quantity is woefully insufficient for more than a few days of enjoyment. Lu Er lingered at the periphery, hesitating, and as the elders concluded their discussion, he hurriedly approached Li Yinsong, speaking cautiously, masterly. "This tea cost not 50 taels, but 70 taels. Hiki, I borrowed an additional 20 taels to secure it. When I arrived early, a long queue had formed, and it was sold out. I managed to acquire this from someone else." Li Yinsong's brows shot up in disbelief. 70 taels. Good heavens. The tea at our tea house costs only 3 taels per pound. Hurry, brew it. Today. I shall treat everyone to tea. Let us all savor it together. Lu Er stood rooted, his face slightly flushed. Li Yinsong then smacked his forehead in realization. I almost forgot. Here is 21 taels. Take it and prepare the tea. Remember, only use pure water. Do not add anything else. With the silver returned to him, Lu Er's spirits soared, and he dashed off to brew the tea. Moments later, Lu Er returned, bearing a pot of tea. The assembly quickly gathered around him. Zhang Dongxiang, intrigued, remarked, why does it lack flavor? Lu Er, did you purchase a counterfeit? He then lifted the lid, revealing a pitiful 3 leaves floating inside. Are you jesting? What sort of tea can be made from merely 3 leaves? Lu Er chuckled sheepishly. Oh dear, Master Zhang, this tea is too precious. I feared I might ruin it. Zhang Dongxiang, both amused and exasperated, took the tea jar and tossed a generous pinch of leaves into the water. The cabinet elders halted their tasks, their focus entirely on the teapot. As the steeping time extended, the aromatic essence began to waft from the pot. Anticipation grew amongst the crowd, and Zhang Dongxiang poured a cup for each person, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Gentlemen, please, indulge. This celestial tea has been long awaited. Li Yinsong lifted his cup, inhaling deeply the fragrant steam that enveloped his face, and even before tasting, he felt a sense of comfort wash over him. This is indeed the flavor. This was the very tea the emperor enjoyed yesterday. The fragrance was delicate and refined, its lingering essence captivating. After savoring a few breaths of the aroma, Li Yinsong cautiously sipped from his cup. The warmth of the tea gradually permeated from his palate to his throat, and a gentle warmth settled in his stomach. With a contented sigh, he reflected on the experience. Ordinary teas often include various additives, resulting in a rich and complex flavor, which Li Yinsong found unappealing. In contrast, this meticulously roasted tea showcased the pure essence of its flavor, providing a uniquely exquisite experience. It was distinctly different from typical tea brews, surpassing even the enjoyment of water by 100-fold. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. As Li Yinsong savored the tea, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was undeniably delightful, yet undeniably costly. A mere tale of tea would scarcely last him beyond 7 days. As he observed others savoring their tea, Li Yinsong could not help but inquire of Zhang Dongxiang. How is it, Zhang? Zhang Dongxiang smacked his lips, pondering. It's decent, though a bit bland. Adding some jujubes and ginger would enhance its richness. It doesn't seem all that extraordinary to me. Li Yinsong was momentarily speechless, while Zheng Qiao maintained a serious demeanor, delicately sipping his tea. Noticing this, Li Yinsong asked, What do you think, Zheng? Zheng Qiao closed his eyes, taking a thoughtful sip, and exclaimed, Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I never imagined such wondrous tea existed in this world. Li Yinsong chuckled. Oh, do enlighten us. The flavor of the tea was undeniable. Something all present could discern. However, upon closer inspection, it carried a subtle medicinal aroma. Indeed, Zheng continued, there are hints of licorice and mint, complemented by the essence of the night jiao vine, with a whisper of fresh grass lingering in the background. I challenge you all to savor it more keenly. Upon hearing his explanation, the guests promptly took another sip. Li Yinsong, intrigued, asked, Zheng, do you possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Zheng Qiao, stroking his beard with pride, replied, Oh, it's nothing much. I dabbled in it during my youth, but it's been years since I've delved into it. My apologies for the display. The mint and licorice induce sweating and relieve heat, bolster the spleen and invigorate qi, clear heat and detoxify, alleviate phlegm and cough, ease pain, and harmonize various herbs. The night jiao vine nourishes the heart and calms the spirit, dispels wind, and promotes blood circulation. The grassy notes indicate that this tea is a vibrant herbal infusion. This tea manages to blend these 3 exquisite flavors while remaining vivacious, highlighting its remarkable medicinal properties. It truly deserves the title of Great Heavenly Immortal Tea, priced at 50 taels, which is quite reasonable. Upon hearing his elucidation, the guests were struck with enlightenment. How fortunate they were to have someone knowledgeable among them. Zhang's high praise confirmed the tea's esteemed reputation. Consequently, the guests regarded their teacups with renewed enthusiasm and resumed their careful tasting. Indeed, it is remarkable, one remarked. I too detect the grassy and minty notes. Another chimed in, drinking this tea ignites a poetic impulse within me. In no time, the room was filled with verses, and everyone, invigorated by the joyous atmosphere, declared their intent to purchase another batch. Outside the door, Lu Er stood, wide-eyed and speechless. captivated by the rare scene of merriment within the room, as drool unconsciously dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, at the tea workshop in Taoyuan County, Feng Zheng, accompanied by Zhang Biao, routinely inspected the various enterprises within the county. Inside the tea workshop, the tea masters toiled shirtless, diligently stir-frying the leaves in large iron woks. Previously, these tea leaves had largely been consumed within Taoyuan County. However, Feng Zheng was considering expanding production capacity, estimating that Li Long would be able to sell the tea within a month or two. It was prudent to stockpile a batch first, as tea does not spoil easily over a short period. He was not concerned about the sales. After all, the market was still abuzz with flavored tea. The stir-frying of tea had long been established as a prevailing trend. The speed of sales ultimately rested upon Li Long's capabilities. Observing the workers diligently engaged in their tasks, Feng Zheng nodded in satisfaction. However, upon casting his gaze towards the corner, his brow furrowed in sudden discontent, and he exclaimed vehemently, "Which fool has placed the tea leaves alongside the haystack? Is there no craftsmanship in this? The mingling of flavors could lead to dire consequences. This is a new export venture for the county, and any mishaps will be questioned upon you all. Furthermore, when roasting the tea, one must exercise caution. Ensure the precise ratio of those medicinal herbs. After roasting, all impurities must be meticulously removed. This is not for our personal use. Quality control must remain unwavering. Regardless of the batch, the flavor must remain consistent. Do you all understand?" The tea roasting master stood tall, responding in unison, "Yes, master. We comprehend." Chapter 18, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince has been suspended for 3 days now. Your Majesty, I have just received news that the batch of tea has been sold out. Hua Tianyang stood beside Emperor Jing with an expression of delight. How could it be sold out in just over 3 days? Did I not instruct you to limit the release? The emperor was somewhat irked. The rapid sales left him unable to procure more from Taiwan, and the stock on hand had vanished. He had intended to sell slowly, waiting for Hua Tianyang to return with replenished supplies from Taoyuan. Now, a gap had unexpectedly emerged. How much was sold? Sensing the emperor's displeasure, Hua Tianyang still managed a slight smile. My life is forfeit, but the sales have been extraordinarily brisk. The scalpers we organized sold at increasingly higher prices, and demand far outstripped supply. Many prominent families are clamoring for it, even wishing to purchase 10 or 20 caddies at a time. In these 3 days, we garnered over 13,200 taels of silver. After deducting expenses for purchasing the shop, staffing, and restocking, we netted a total of 10,500 taels. 10,500 taels. The treasury has recovered. I want to procure another 2,000 caddies. Immediately head to Taiwan. The emperor's eyes reddened, and he suddenly rose, pacing back and forth, murmuring to himself. Hua Tianyang smiled at the emperor, pleased with his performance. Even though the tea had sold out prematurely, the emperor could find no fault. After a moment, the emperor regained his composure and took a seat. Then he coldly remarked, My ministers are quite wealthy, are they? Tea that costs dozens or hundreds of taels is being purchased in quantities of 10 or 20 caddies. When they run low on funds, they come to me for aid. They seek to plunder the national treasury. Over 3,000 lives were lost in the Jiang River flood, and not a single soul contributed a penny. Yet this group of loyal ministers still finds time to savor tea. Very well. Hua Tianyang stood silently to the side, awaiting the emperor's mood to stabilize before speaking again. Your Majesty, there is another matter. The inspector from Hengjiang Prefecture has arrived in the capital overnight and is currently awaiting summons. Shall we call him in? Very well. Not here. Let us go to the imperial study. By the way, how is the Crown Prince faring? Hua Tianyang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, responding nervously. He is still suspended in the imperial garden. What? 3 days. He is still suspended. How is he faring? The emperor instantly panicked. It was February, and the staff had neglected to attend to the Crown Prince, leaving him suspended for 3 days. Hua Tianyang felt a tightening in his throat. Ordinarily, he should have reminded the emperor, yet he had been so caught up in the successful sales that he had forgotten. Your Majesty, there have been individuals in the imperial garden attending to the Crown Prince these past few days. Whenever he is hungry, they lower him to eat, and then hoist him back up. He has been kept warm at night as well. His condition is satisfactory. Upon hearing this, the emperor's worries dissipated, and he exhaled deeply. Perhaps it is good to teach this rebellious child a lesson, but then guilt crept in. Bring the Crown Prince to the imperial study. I wish to see him. Yes. 3 days. 3 days is enough time to transform a person. The Crown Prince Li Yuanzhao found himself in a peculiar predicament. On the first day, he sought mercy, But when his pleas fell on deaf ears, he resorted to attempting to incite the guards, who remained unmoved. By the second day, he contemplated an escape during a moment of opportunity, only to be captured twice in quick succession. As the third day dawned, he had relinquished all hope of resistance and began to appreciate the beauty of the garden, though his lips continued to mutter incessantly. Wu Tianyang hurriedly made his way to the imperial garden, instructing the attendants to set the crown prince free. Li Yuanzhao complied, allowing himself to be handled, which filled Wu Tianyang with a deep sense of compassion. "Ah, Your Highness, are you well? The old servant has arrived late." Li Yuanzhao responded with a cold snort. "Humph. Did that foolish monarch send you?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Tianyang's scalp tingled with alarm, and he lunged forward like a mad dog to silence Li Yuanzhao. "Your Highness, such reckless words must not be uttered. His Majesty is watching you. You have not suffered from cold or hunger these past few days. His Majesty is concerned for your well-being." The crown prince's grievances erupted like a torrent, and he bellowed at Wu Tianyang. 3 days. I was suspended for 3 whole days. Do you have any idea how I endured those days? He cares for nothing but himself. Wu Tianyang quickly soothed him. "Your Highness, His Majesty has been thinking of you constantly. He awaits you in the imperial study. Come, let us go." "Ah, very well. I shall confront him." Wu Tianyang felt overwhelmed, realizing that the crown prince's mental state had deteriorated after such an ordeal. Nevertheless, there was little he could do. Let His Majesty handle his own family matters. The two hurried to the imperial study, where Li Yuanzhao furiously pushed open the doors. He fixed a glare upon Emperor Jingdi and declared loudly, "Foolish, Yuanzhao, are you well?" The concerned voice of Emperor Jingdi interrupted, as he stepped away from his desk to pat Li Yuanzhao's shoulder. "Have you suffered any discomfort? It is I who have neglected you these past few days. I should not have. However, you must learn from this experience. In the future, heed the advice of the ministers and mentors. Do you understand? The empire will one day be yours, and you must not act recklessly, for your reckless behavior affects the entire realm. I hope you grasp this." As the emperor's earnest admonitions continued, Li Yuanzhao felt his eyes welling with tears. The words he had intended to hurl in anger became lodged in his throat. How long had it been since his father had spoken to him in such a manner? Memories of riding on his father's shoulders began to surface. The more he reminisced, the harder it became to voice his grievances, yet unwilling to concede. He could only stammer out 3 words. "I understand." Emperor Jingdi smiled with relief, pleased to see that his son still possessed a heart. He patted his shoulder once more. Then, in a stern voice, he added, "Were you about to call me a foolish monarch? Go, kneel in the corner. You shall not leave until I permit it." Li Yuanzhao was taken aback, yet by this point, his defiance had completely dissipated, and he no longer dared to resist. He obediently walked to the corner and knelt, wearing a face of indignation. "Your Majesty, the inspector from Hengjiang Prefecture has arrived. Shall we summon him now?" Wu Tianyang approached at an opportune moment. "Summon him." The inspector of the Hengjiang Prefecture, Wu Sheng, a middle-aged man clad in official robes, entered the chamber, appearing utterly fatigued. 2 days of relentless travel under the stars had nearly taken his life, and the emperor's unexpected summons had left him in a state of anxiety, exacerbating his exhaustion. Upon encountering the emperor, Wu Sheng gradually prostrated himself on the ground, proclaiming, "Your humble servant, Wu Sheng, pays his respects to your Majesty." The emperor, seated with an air of formidable authority, spoke with gravitas. "So you are Wu Sheng? You have journeyed from afar and must be weary. I have no desire to prolong this audience. Pray tell, are you familiar with Tiyuan County?" At this moment, as Wu Sheng knelt, his pupils dilated, and a tremor coursed through his body. Chapter 19. The devilish county magistrate Fang Jingyi. Wu Sheng's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he lowered his head even further, fearful that Emperor Jing might detect any signs of his distress. The emperor gazed silently at Wu Sheng, offering no words. After a moment of stillness, Wu Sheng finally spoke. "Your Majesty, I am aware that Tiyuan County is a small jurisdiction on the fringes of Hengjiang Prefecture. Its population barely exceeds 2,000, and it has suffered from years of famine. Indeed, even the county magistrate perished from hunger 7 years ago. Thus, the prefecture has exempted it from taxes." Having said this, Wu Sheng remained prostrate, utterly motionless. Li Yuanzhao regarded Wu Sheng with curiosity. It was his first encounter with an official willing to kneel for such an extended period. Surprisingly, his father made no effort to bid him rise. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally spoke. "Lift your head." Wu Sheng trembled as he slowly raised his gaze. "Why does your countenance appear so pale?" the emperor inquired. Wu Sheng forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. In my eagerness to present myself before you, I have traveled tirelessly under both the sun and moon, and I find myself somewhat fatigued. How many times have you visited Taiyuan County in these 7 years? The Emperor asked. Your Majesty, since my appointment as inspector, I have been there 3 times. Has there been any improvement in Taiyuan County? Wu Sheng hesitated before responding. Yes. To this day, the population remains around 2,000. But the famine has subsided, although poverty still prevails. Falsehood. Emperor Jing erupted, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Wu Sheng, do you dare to deceive your sovereign? Wu Sheng looked at the emperor in bewilderment, then suddenly prostrated himself, his voice trembling with fear. I dare not. I swear on my life that every word I speak is true. May I be struck by lightning and torn asunder if I lie. The emperor was taken aback. Observing Wu Sheng's demeanor, it was clear he was aware of the true state of Taiyuan County. Yet he still had the audacity to conceal it in front of the emperor, even swearing a deadly oath to mask the truth. What power does Fang Jingyi possess to compel Wu Sheng to act in such a manner? Guo Tianong, standing nearby, was equally bewildered, his mind racing with questions. The emperor gradually resumed his seat. Guo Banban, what should be done about this crime of deceiving the sovereign? Guo Tianong replied, the penalty is death at the least. And at worst, it involves collective punishment for the family. Given Wu Sheng's obstinacy and his audacity to deceive your majesty to your face, he deserves a severe sentence, including the punishment of 9 generations. Having gone without sleep for several days, Wu Sheng's mind became utterly unhinged at the mention of execution and the punishment of his entire clan. His fear deepened as he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for mercy. Wu Sheng, do you have anything else to say? As he raised his head, blood trickled down his forehead, and with gritted teeth, he exclaimed, how can your majesty unjustly condemn a loyal subject? What crime has Wu Sheng committed? At the very least, grant me the clarity of my transgressions. The emperor's tone remained measured. I have already visited Taiyuan County. Do you have anything further to say? What? Wu Sheng could not restrain himself from exclaiming. He could not fathom how the emperor could have visited such a desolate place. Initially, he had assumed that the Ministry of Revenue had discovered the county's long-standing tax evasion. Although the circumstances were dire, he believed he could defend himself adequately. To his astonishment, the emperor had indeed been to Taiyuan County. Witnessing the expression of utter despair on Wu Sheng's face, Emperor Jing inquired once more, Wu Sheng, I am now intrigued by one matter. What benefits did Fang Jingyi bestow upon you that would compel you to risk your life and deceive me? Wu Sheng felt as though his heart had turned to ash. At this point, death seemed inevitable, so he resolved to lay everything bare. Bowing deeply once again, he lamented. I am a guilty minister, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Yet, I am wronged. I have something to say. It was not my intention to deceive your majesty, rather. That Fang Jingyi is no human being. Li Yuanzhao, kneeling in the corner, suddenly found his eyes alight. What had begun as a tedious wait transformed into a sensational revelation. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down Wu Sheng's face, rendering it a blur. He cried, My lord, several years ago, when I first arrived in Taiyuan County, it had already flourished. The surrounding earthen walls soared to heights of over 10 meters, and the populace lived in comfort and security. A stark contrast to the impoverished descriptions of your. I was overjoyed and eager to report my achievements to the court, but to my dismay, Fang Jingyi would not allow it. He bound me within the county office and coerced me into silence regarding Taiyuan County. And I even witnessed his subordinates sewing up a man's mouth right on the streets. I was terrified and dared not refuse. The other 3 present felt a shiver run down their spines. The cruelty of such actions was unfathomable. Li Yuanzhao pondered, trembling at the thought that he too might have succumbed. Emperor Jing exchanged a glance with Guo Tianyang, realizing, it must be that Zhang Biao. Yet, the emperor's curiosity persisted. And then they released you? This seems illogical. If you had indeed departed from Taiyuan County, why did you not report it? Could it be that they hold some leverage over you? Wu Sheng appeared lost in a painful reverie, staring up at the ceiling, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then, with eyes shut tight and resolve hardened, he confessed, yes, they indeed possess leverage over me. At that time, I had sworn not to divulge information about Taiyuan County, but that scoundrel Fang Jingyi could not possibly trust me. They stripped me of my clothing, bound me to a chair, and summoned a sketch artist to draw my likeness. The portrait was astonishingly lifelike. I had never before encountered such masterful artistry. Upon completion, they continued to threaten me, declaring that should I dare to speak out, they would reproduce that portrait in thousands of copies and disseminate it far and wide, ruining my name and honor. Emperor Jing and Guo Tianong exchanged another shocked glance, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Such treachery was beyond comprehension. There existed in this world ministers of such despicable nature. This was an act more akin to that of bandits than of men. Wu Xing, still with eyes closed, continued. But that was not the end. After the portrait, they refused to let me don my clothes. I was paraded naked before a loudspeaker, and they compelled me to swear a vile oath. At this point, Wu Sheng's emotions seemed to reach a breaking point, and he fainted. Wu Tianyong promptly pressed a few acupoints on him and offered him a cup of tea until his breathing steadied. Speak. Quickly. What vile oath did you swear? What transpired afterward? Emperor Jing, filled with urgency, inquired about the trumpet, which must surely be the very one placed in the room when they signed the contract. His curiosity had been piqued at that moment, and now with Wu Sheng's demeanor, the emperor was convinced that the trumpet possessed other mysterious powers. Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with delight. This journey was indeed worthwhile. The satisfaction derived from this revelation was exquisite. His heart raced with anticipation, akin to a cat scratch, as he yearned to uncover the nature of Wu Xing's solemn oath. But what of the oath? Could it be that Wu Xing was a fool, believing in the vow he had uttered? Chapter 20. The enchanting phonograph. Wu Tianyong pressed on Wu Sheng's acupoint while tracing along his chest. After a considerable time, Wu Xing finally regained his composure and began to weep bitterly, exclaiming, I suffer greatly. That Fang Jingyi accuses me of committing adultery with my own mother. He refuses to release me unless I comply. Li Yuanzhao erupted into laughter, only to be met with the murderous glare of Emperor Jing. The emperor furrowed his brow and retorted, What of it? Regardless of whether he coerced you. Who would believe such a tale if it were to spread? In a state of panic, Wu Xing stammered, It is that phonograph. It can record sound. My words can be replayed exactly as they were spoken. Fang Jingyi threatened me, saying that if I dared to promote Taoyuan County, he would make the recordings public. He claimed that this was akin to yellow mud falling into one's pants. Though not excrement, it is still foul. I am a scholar. How could he treat me so? I beseech your majesty to execute this villain. He is no human but a devil. Wu Xing cried uncontrollably while clutching Gu Tianyong's leg. At this moment, both Emperor Jing and Gu Tianyong had lost interest in his lamentations. Gu Tianyong appeared dazed, muttering incessantly, Not a child of misfortune. Not a child of misfortune. His mother indeed. This Fang Jingyi is truly despicable. Emperor Jing trembled with rage, recalling how he had recited curses into the phonograph during the contract signing. The words he spoke had been recorded in their entirety. He could hardly believe such a miraculous contraption existed. This fellow was indeed loathsome. Li Yuanzhao, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt to his feet in applause. How fascinating. How intriguing. That such a villain and such a treasure exist in this world. I must meet with it when time permits. Once he calmed his emotions, Emperor Jing continued. Is there more? I wish to comprehend the entirety of this situation. After his emotional outburst, Wu Xing found himself in a state of relaxation. Since he had already reached a breaking point, he might as well divulge everything. He hesitantly continued, aside from this, Fang Jingyi also promised me a residence and 500 taels of silver, saying that I could come directly to Taoyuan County upon my retirement. Then he released me. That is all. Emperor Jing paced back and forth, deep in thought. Fang Jingyi's unconventional methods had once garnered his admiration. Yet it was evident that he had now crossed the line. An official, in his desperate bid to remain in a mere county, had shown such relentless disregard for serving the imperial family. Did he consider me a fool? After a long pause, under Wu Sheng's anxious gaze, Emperor Jing finally spoke. Wu Sheng, as the inspector of Hengjiang Prefecture, you have openly accepted bribes. You are hereby stripped of your office and reduced to commoner status. You must not speak of these events to others. As for whether you return to Hengjiang or go to Taoyuan County, I shall not interfere. You may leave. I will handle the matter concerning Fang Jingyi. You need not worry. Wu Xing was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had narrowly escaped death. Losing his position was inconsequential. In Taoyuan County, he would still live in comfort and luxury. He certainly would not disclose this incident to anyone. That would be sheer madness. Thus, Wu Xing expressed his gratitude profusely before being dismissed by Gu Tianyong. Casting a glance at the still-present crown prince, Gu Tianyong whispered, Your Majesty, do you not think you are being too lenient with Wu Sheng? Emperor Jingdi shot him a sidelong glance. What would you do in his place? This. Wu Tianyong was momentarily taken aback. Although eunuchs had a notorious reputation and were often condemned in secret, upon reflection, he realized that if he were to behave like Fang Jingyi, his decades of professional integrity would likely falter. After all, a eunuch must also maintain a semblance of dignity. Your Majesty is wise. Alas, Who would have thought that a miraculous device capable of recording voices existed in this world? It is truly the work of celestial beings. To think such a wondrous invention could be employed for such ignoble purposes. It is utterly ridiculous. I wish I could summon him at once and give him a few lashes. The emperor's face was marked by a sense of exasperation. Wu Tianyang nodded vigorously. Talents like that would surely compel him to abdicate in favor of such a scoundrel. Prepare yourself. I shall visit Taoyuan County once more in a few days. Li Yuanzhao leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, Father, I wish to accompany you. The emperor immediately rebuked him. Nonsense. I grant you this chance once more. Should you behave as you did last time, I shall flay you alive. Li Yuanzhao defiantly retorted, You may go. If you do, I shall reconstruct the tiger and leopard garden. Attending court is out of the question. It shall never happen in my lifetime. I will remain in the tiger and leopard garden to witness the beast fights. The emperor, enraged, raised his hand to strike the crown prince, but Wu Tianyang hastily intervened. He murmured, Your Majesty, why not take the crown prince along to broaden his horizons? You have achieved greatness through years of struggle. The crown prince has been raised in the depths of the palace and could benefit from exposure. Taoyuan County is quite peculiar. Perhaps he may gain some insights. Besides, it is merely a matter of 2 or 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor found some merit in this reasoning and slowly lowered his hand, stating sternly, Very well, I consent. However, I must establish 3 rules. The crown prince may not travel under his title, must not stray from my side. And upon our return to the capital, if I direct you eastward, you must not head westward. Can you comply? Indeed. Li Yuanzhao readily acquiesced. The specifics mattered little. What mattered was the opportunity to embark on this adventure. He had never encountered such intriguing individuals within the palace. Excellent. You may leave now. After Li Yuanzhao exited, Wu Tianyang inquired, Your Majesty, why not summon Fang Jingyi to the capital directly? I wish to observe further whether he can withstand the rigors of cultivation. His abilities are adequate, but as for his character, I require more time to ascertain. Wu Tianyang remarked, This individual seems devoid of ambition, resorting to such sordid tactics merely to remain in Taoyuan County. The emperor smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Ultimately, all these deliberations were merely laying the groundwork for the crown prince's future. He had only this one son, and the kingdom could only be inherited by Li Yuanzhao. Although several ministers in the cabinet were capable, the new generation beneath them appeared somewhat lacking in vigor. One who strictly adheres to regulations without the ability to adapt is indeed a rare specimen, and Fang Jingyi is a person particularly suited for cultivation. Firstly, he appears to be rather indifferent to the pursuit of power and profit. Secondly, once such an individual enters the court, he is likely to be met with disdain from others, lacking the inclination to form cliques or engage in self-serving alliances. With commendable abilities, a faint desire for fame and fortune, and a rather poor reputation, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to pave the way for the crown prince's future. Your Majesty, Fang Jingyi still holds the oath we initially issued. What do you think? Wu Tianyang spoke cautiously. His primary concern lay in this matter. Although he did not use his real name, the voice was undeniably his own. A toad may crawl upon one's foot, yet its mere presence is enough to incite disgust without inflicting harm. Upon mentioning this matter, Emperor Jing began to feel a headache, recalling the foolish decision to sign a confidentiality agreement with him. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall discuss it further when we summon Fang Jingyi to the capital in the future. Chapter 21. The return to Taoyuan County 3 days later. Wu Tianyang prepared the carriage and horses to accompany Emperor Jing and his son out of the palace. It was the hour of high, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The emperor and his son were already awaiting the carriage when Wu Tianyang, just about to follow, suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps. He quickly raised the lamp and rushed over to investigate. To his relief, it was merely his ineffectual grandson. He scolded, You rascal! What are you doing running around the palace? Do you wish to frighten your grandfather to death? The young eunuch, panting heavily, replied, Master, Lord Li has an urgent memorial to present to His Majesty, stating it requires the emperor's review. Without a moment's thought, Wu Tianyang snatched the memorial from the young man's hand, whispering, Get lost. As the young eunuch hurried away, Wu Tianyang swiftly returned to the carriage and presented the memorial. Your Majesty, an urgent memorial from Lord Li. Emperor Jing glanced at the document, a wave of inexplicable agitation washing over him. Upon opening the memorial, his pupils widened in shock. Noticing the emperor's distress, Guo Tianyang cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Li Yuanzhao, filled with curiosity, stared intently at the memorial. Realizing that if it elicited such a reaction from his father, it must be a grave matter. Emperor Jing closed the memorial, his expression laden with worry, and said, "The flood at Jianjiang has breached 5 levees, displacing thousands. The governor of Jianjiang has requested an additional 200,000 taels of silver for disaster relief from the court. Furthermore, the rain has yet to cease. The impending deluge could be even more catastrophic if it does not abate within half a month. The consequences will be dire. 200,000 taels. The treasury cannot provide such an amount, nor can the intervault. If this continues, the situation will only worsen. Our great Jing is truly beset by calamities. Such heavy rain in February, could it be the will of heaven?" Emperor Jing gripped the window frame tightly, a wave of frustration filling his chest. Guo Tianyang lowered his head and asked, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed to Taiyuan County?" "Yes. Remaining in the capital is unlikely to be of any assistance. We shall immediately go to Taiyuan County and deliver a batch of tea. Bring the map. I must contemplate a solution to the Jianjiang flood. Perhaps Fang Zheng will have some unique insights." The emperor gazed into the pitch-black night and made a hasty decision. Under the cover of darkness, the carriage sped out of the capital. Inside the carriage, Guo Tianyang held up an oil lamp while Emperor Jing pointed at the map. Muttering to himself, Li Yuanzhao, feeling exceedingly bored, found it impossible to sleep amidst the jolting ride, nor could he concentrate on reading. Instead, he fixated on the map. Noticing Li Yuanzhao lost in thought, Emperor Jing asked, "What is it? Do you wish to take a look?" Li Yuanzhao hesitated for a moment before accepting the map. Tracing his finger across it, he remarked, "The flood in Jianjiang began at Jinli, then swept down the river, devastating Chongqing, Jiaoxian, and Helu. It should have already reached Pingwang. However, it takes at least 5 days for a swift horse to travel from Jinli to the capital. This means that the levees at Pingwang might already be breached by the flood, correct?" Emperor Jing nodded in agreement. Realizing that this wayward son was not entirely devoid of learning, at the very least, he could comprehend maps and possess some capacity for thought. Li Yuanzhao, gazing at the map, continued, "Father, behold this place called Yintuo. It is situated south of Jianjiang City, where the floods would enter, flanked by mountains on 2 sides. The eastern terrain is low and devoid of villages. If we were to redirect the river here and arrange for the relocation of the populace from other counties in advance, would we not avert the calamity of floods here?" The emperor regarded him with a peculiar expression. "And how would you propose to redirect the river?" Li Yuanzhao, suddenly animated, exclaimed, "Summon the practitioners of the way to employ their arts. Call forth heavenly thunder to collapse the southern mountains and block the river's path. Such a minor flood would be no issue." Emperor Jing swiftly snatched the map and delivered a sharp rap to Li Yuanzhao's head. "Nonsense! What sort of books do you read? Matters of state are no trifling matter. If there truly existed such powerful immortals, far fewer lives would have been lost throughout history. You unlearned scoundrel! Guo Banban! Return and burn all his nonsensical books. Should I ever see you with such nonsense again?" Inside the carriage, silence reigned once more, with Li Yuanzhao and Guo Tianyang huddled in a corner, resembling aggrieved young brides. Emperor Jing resumed his examination of the map with meticulous attention. Guo Tianyang had not slept the entire night and was already directing the coachman early the next day. By noon, the emperor and his son awoke from their fatigue. Having successfully entered the town of Taiyuan, Li Yuanzhao eagerly disembarked, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, his mouth agape in astonishment. Emperor Jing stretched his limbs, finding his mood unexpectedly lifted by the vibrant scenery before him. Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, "I have heard from my masters that common folk are generally unclean and that the environment is utterly filthy. It appears they were all mistaken. Had I known, I should have left the palace much earlier. This place seems far more interesting than the palace." The emperor cast a meaningful glance at the crown prince. "Let us proceed to an inn. Remember, my current identity is that of a merchant named Li Long. You shall be Li Yuan, and he will be Guo Da." Li Yuanzhao, still distractedly gazing around, nodded absent-mindedly in agreement. Upon arriving at the inn, the innkeeper warmly welcomed them. "Ah, esteemed guest, you have returned. Come to procure goods for the county, I presume?" The emperor nodded. 2 first-class rooms, please." "Certainly." After Guo Tianyang accompanied the emperor into the room to settle their belongings, he quietly slipped into Li Yuanzhao's room. Li Yuanzhao was exploring the surroundings, making sounds of curiosity. Upon entering the inner chamber, he exclaimed in delight, "Ah, there is even a well here. Guo Gonggong, quickly bring me a cup. I wish to taste this well water." Guo Tianyang's face tightened. "Indeed. It was fortunate he had prepared for this. Otherwise, the crown prince might have ended up drinking from the toilet, and the misfortune would have fallen upon him. Your Highness, this is a commode. It is for convenience, see? There is even a rope. Pull it, and water will flow to flush it away. A faint blush flickered across Li Yuanzhao's face, yet his attention swiftly shifted to the rope of the water tank, as he pulled and tugged at it with unrestrained delight. Observing this, Guo Tianyang felt reassured and quietly withdrew. Young master, the 2 porcelain merchants have returned today. They are staying at a certain inn. As soon as Emperor Jing and his entourage entered the city, Zhang Biao received the news and hurried to inform Fang Jingyi at the county office. At that moment, Fang Jingyi had yet to rise, mumbling from his bed, I know. They left not even 7 days ago. Should I bring them to you, young master? 7 days? Fang Jingyi abruptly sat up, only to quickly recline again, the abrupt motion startling him. These 2 are truly remarkable. Have they sold 20 pounds of tea in just a week? Excluding travel time and the various delays, it couldn't have taken more than 3 days. Indeed, they are capable merchants, swiftly carving out a market for a new product. The prospect of profit invigorated young Master Fang. No need to bring them here. I shall personally pay a visit to the god of wealth. Xiao Tao, assist me with my attire. After donning his clothes at a leisurely pace, young Master Fang arrived at the inn in a sedan chair. As he descended, an overwhelming stench assailed his senses. 2 young attendants were busily carrying water buckets to and fro, while the innkeeper fervently waved a fan at the entrance. Fang Jingyi hastily covered his mouth and nose. Approaching the innkeeper. The moment the innkeeper recognized the county magistrate, he was nearly brought to tears, just as he was about to speak. Fang Jingyi kicked him in the rear, causing him to stumble. You wretched creature! Is this how you manage the inn under my command? What in the world happened? Did a latrine explode? Upon witnessing the county magistrate's fury, the innkeeper clung to Fang Jingyi's leg, lamenting, My lord, it is not my fault. I do not know which scoundrel drained the water from the tower completely. I am currently arranging for the servants to refill it. At that moment, Emperor Jing and his companions also descended from the 2nd floor, covering their mouths and noses. Noticing Fang Jingyi reprimanding the innkeeper, Li Yuanzhao felt a flush of embarrassment and discreetly stepped back behind Emperor Jing. Chapter 22. The castrated pig is not raucous, but the castrated man is step aside. Step aside. Do not disgrace yourself in the middle of the street. You go fetch water as well. Hurry up and resolve this. Do not delay others in their business. You've given the guests laxatives. Everyone seems to have such a strong constitution. The shopkeeper reluctantly released Fang Jingyi's thigh and hurriedly left with a bucket in hand. At this moment, Emperor Jing and his companions had already descended the stairs, and Fang Jingyi immediately spotted Emperor Jing. With a smile, he approached, saying, Old Li has arrived. It seems the tea business is thriving in the capital, eh? Guo Tianyang scoffed dismissively. Only now do you seek closeness after making a profit. You used to call him Mr. Li, and now it's Old Li. Li Yuanzhao found it amusing, as it was the first time someone had the audacity to address the emperor so informally. Emperor Jing, unfazed, candidly remarked, Thanks to County Magistrate Fang, the tea sales have been quite satisfactory. I plan to procure a larger quantity upon returning to Taoyuan County. Excellent. Excellent. You gentlemen must be famished after your long journey. Come, let us change venues. There is a Qichonglu in this county, and I shall treat you all to a meal. Without further pleasantries, the group made their way directly to Qichonglu. As they walked, Li Yuanzhao remained observant, finding everything around him novel, until they settled at Qichonglu. Before Fang Jingyi could speak, Emperor Jing introduced, County Magistrate Fang, this is my son, Li Yuan. I brought him out to broaden his horizons. Li Yuan now casually clasped his hands in salute. I have met County Magistrate Fang. Oh, your young master possesses an impressive demeanor. A tiger father begets no dog son. Regardless, let me flatter you first. Li Yuanzhao proudly raised his chin, appearing somewhat foolish. After the introductions, Fang Jingyi chose to overlook Guo Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao, getting straight to the point. Old Li, how did the 20 pounds of tea sell last time? 13,200 taels. Fang Jingyi gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this Old Li has quite the cunning. That meager item sold for such a sum. Indeed, a talent. Then, how much do you intend to procure this time? County Magistrate, whatever you have, I can procure. Whatever you need, I can supply. Fang Jingyi beamed with joy, realizing Old Li had tasted success and was now ready to invest his entire fortune into a new batch of tea. Ultimately, this product was of inferior quality and would likely remain in vogue for a while before the need to develop truly fine tea arose. Seizing the moment, He intended to allow old Li to reap another harvest, while everyone had the opportunity to profit. Emperor Jing took a sip of tea, deep in thought. Indeed, this tea was not of commendable quality. As the saying goes, rarity gives rise to value. What worth could something ubiquitous possess? It seemed that a Pintian Sin tea would not be sellable for long, and he could only harvest another couple of waves. 200 pounds, this time. I want 200 pounds. Absolutely. Once we finish eating, I will have someone prepare the stock for you. As they conversed, the waiter began to serve dishes at the table, and by this time, Emperor Jing and his companions were already ravenous. Seeing the array of dishes, their appetites were piqued. In high spirits, Fang Jingyi pointed to a dish, eagerly introducing it to Emperor Jing. Come. Try the most popular pork stew with vermicelli from Taiyuan County. Rich in flavor and guaranteed to delight you all. Li Yuanzhao's chopsticks, poised halfway, suddenly halted and retracted slowly. Pork? Indeed, pork. Specifically, the succulent belly, rich yet not greasy. A taste that lingers in memory. Fang Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuanzhao. Heh, a raw novice is just a raw novice, he remarked. Li Yuanzhao with disdain retorted, pork is foul. No one is eating it. Is this how County Magistrate Fang entertains his guests? Oh ho, now we're getting somewhere. Fang Zheng chuckled, recalling how long it had been since he had encountered such a spirited individual. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Emperor Jing's cold voice. Li Yuanzhao, do not be unreasonable. County Magistrate Fang, please forgive my son. He is young and ignorant, lacking in decorum. I hope for your understanding. Fang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. No harm done. If a young man isn't spirited, what does it mean to be young? This is how the youth should behave. Hearing this, Li Yuanzhao unexpectedly glanced at Fang Zheng, then began to eat earnestly. Fang Zheng continued, this pork, though considered cheap, is a rare delicacy in Taiyuan County. Our pork is exceptionally fragrant and devoid of any unpleasant odor, far superior to lamb. If you don't believe me, why not try it for yourselves? The emperor, without a trace of doubt, extended his chopsticks to seize a piece of pork, savoring it with meticulous care. He then exclaimed, indeed, rich yet not greasy. It possesses a profound aroma. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Guo Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao, after hearing this, each took a piece to taste, revealing expressions of surprise after savoring it. Not too salty, not too bland. It is exquisite. Guo Tianyang could not help but inquire, what makes this pork so extraordinary? County Magistrate Fang? Is it the breed of pig unique to Taiyuan County? With a smile, Fang Zheng shook his head. Not at all. This is not a secret. In truth, these pigs are castrated boars. Guo Tianyang's face immediately darkened. The nature of pigs is inherently fierce, yet after castration in their youth, they become exceedingly docile, gaining weight rapidly and ultimately devoid of any unpleasant odor. Humans are not dissimilar. Notice how those who have been castrated often grow tall and robust, and possess a calm demeanor, with the added benefit of longevity. However, it must be noted that humans, post-castration, might still be foul. Thus, castration is indeed a profound study. Those who are castrated are the best. Fang Zheng waved his thumb, revealing a dazzling smile. Damn it, what Tianyang thought, wishing he could take a knife to Fang Zheng. They had shared 2 meals, and each time there was a veiled jab at him. What enmity could there be between them? Li Yuanzhao's gaze flitted toward Guo Tianyang, his shoulders quivering with suppressed laughter, his mouth filled with food threatening to burst forth. A firm grip from Emperor Jing on his thigh quelled the outburst. Oh, why are you not eating, Mr. Guo? You appear rather glum, Fang Zheng observed, his noble character of altruism surfacing. He placed a piece of pork belly into Guo Tianyang's bowl. Please, Mr. Guo, do not harbor any ill will simply because this pork has been castrated. This is an elegant, refined pig, serving the populace with its purity. Such a rare find. Not only is this pork delectable, but it also strengthens and invigorates. Partaking of it might even rejuvenate your spirits. Come, eat. The pork that Jing Emperor had not yet swallowed was suddenly expelled from his mouth. I apologize. Cough, cough. I choked, cough. Ah, old Li, you were rather careless. Guo Tianyang, with an expressionless face, shoved the pork into his mouth, grinding it vigorously with his teeth. Fang Jingyi, our family will not let this matter rest with you. Chapter 23. The heavenly thunder of peach blossom source at the dining table. Li Yuanzhao incessantly shoveled an array of dishes into his mouth. The evening meal served in the palace was notoriously early, and young men, in their developmental stage, had hearty appetites. After a bumpy journey, they were already famished by noon. The cuisine of Peach Blossom County was distinctively flavorful, favoring the technique of high-heat stir-frying. The generous use of oil and salt rendered the food particularly delectable. Hearing his son emit pig-like sounds, Emperor Jing could not help but kick him gently under the table, his face a mask of displeasure. Reluctantly, Li Yuanzhao slowed down his pace of eating. Noticing the emperor's discomfort, Fang Zheng raised his chopsticks and chuckled. Being able to eat is a good thing. At his age, I could consume much more. Li Yuanzhao cast a grateful glance at Fang Zheng. This fellow surprised him, entirely unlike the devil described by Wu Xing. He possessed commendable character. I like him. Fang Zheng continued, returning to business. I am still unaware of how your porcelain enterprise is faring in the capital. If the profits are not substantial, it may be wiser to devote all efforts to the tea trade. The Depin Tian tea is merely the first step. Our county will soon introduce even superior tea varieties. Undoubtedly, they will surpass the Depin Tian tea. After a moment's hesitation, Emperor Jing replied slowly. The Jianjiang River has flooded, greatly impacting my porcelain business, as supplies from the south cannot be transported. Moreover, the rain continues to fall. And the disaster is far from over. It is quite troublesome for me. Guo Tianyang cast a perplexed glance at Emperor Jing. What does His Majesty mean by this? Has he come seeking advice from Fang Zheng? A mere minor official, no matter his capabilities, cannot possibly resolve a flood. His Majesty is truly grasping at straws. Fang Zheng furrowed his brow. The Jianjiang is flooded? And the heavy rain persists? What month is it? With a long sigh, Emperor Jing lamented, indeed. Celestial phenomena have beset our great Jing with calamities. Fang Zheng glanced at the emperor, recognizing him as a patriotic merchant burdened with considerable worry. However, the Jianjiang flood piqued Fang Zheng's concern as well. Many residents of Peach Blossom County had fled from Jianjiang to the capital during times of upheaval, leaving behind parents and children. In recent years, life in Peach Blossom County had improved significantly, and those who had settled down began to yearn for their families. Over the past 2 years, nearly 100 individuals had departed from Peach Blossom County in search of their kin, with an increasing trend each year. Of course, the vast majority eventually returned to Peach Blossom County. Those who did not likely encountered misfortunes or other circumstances. Curious, Fang Zheng inquired, which area of Jianjiang has been flooded? Guoda, bring forth the map. Guo Tianyang retrieved a 3-foot-long map from his bag and gradually unfurled it. Upon seeing it, Fang Zheng was astonished and immediately became alert. Good heavens, this is a national map. Such a thing was beyond his reach, classified as a state secret. He had not anticipated that these two merchants possessed such a document. Where did this map come from? Emperor Jing feigned an air of mystery. Do not worry. County Magistrate Fang. We have some connections with the Ministry of War, and since our porcelain business spans the nation, we specially acquired this map. With a chuckle, the road ahead seemed rather wild. Before he could elaborate further, Fang Jingyi's attention swiftly shifted to the map before him, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. The coastline was indeed marked, yet it bore no resemblance to the maps etched in his memory from a previous life. Emperor Jing began to elucidate, pointing at the map. The flood originated here, its path, if unforeseen circumstances have not intervened. The levees at Pingwang have likely been breached, and the calamity continues to spread. He then murmured, I have heard that the governor of Zhanjiang is petitioning the court for 200,000 taels of silver for urgent disaster relief. However, the court is at a loss. Should anyone possess the ability to turn the tide, they would surely rise to great heights. Fang Zhengyi remained silent, pondering silently in the direction of the emperor's finger. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he pointed to a spot on the map, exclaiming, This place is called Intua, flanked by mountains on either side. If the heavens were to unleash thunder and collapse the mountains, would it not naturally obstruct the flood? But I wonder how treacherous the terrain is? As soon as he spoke, the 3 men accompanying Emperor Jing were rendered speechless. What? Thunder? Do you actually believe in such notions? Guo Tianyang felt a surge of delight. The young one would surely stumble one day. Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of alignment, a resonance of spirit. This was the camaraderie of heroes. Father, what did I say? I mentioned gathering all the sorcerers of the realm to summon thunder to resolve the flood. How about that? Fang County Magistrate shares the same thoughts. Truly a meeting of minds. Li Yuanzhao instantly swelled with pride, abandoning his meal, his chin nearly reaching the heavens. The other 3 regarded him with incredulous expressions, as if observing a fool. Faced with their peculiar gazes, Li Yuanzhao, somewhat disgruntled, resumed eating. At that moment, the emperor felt a deep sense of disappointment and chuckled wryly. Magistrate Fang is jesting. How could there be thunder? Do you truly believe you can summon it? Fang Zhengyi sipped his tea, remaining silent, seemingly lost in thought. For indeed, there were tales of thunder in Taiyuan County. During the war between the Qian and Jing nations, should Qian emerge victorious, they would undoubtedly march straight to the capital. And Taiyuan County would likely suffer the same fate. Thus, Fang Jingyi's primary task after acquiring wealth was to amass a significant stockpile of gunpowder. Given the circumstances at the time, training soldiers and replenishing equipment was impractical. Steel was exceedingly difficult to procure, yet manufacturing gunpowder was remarkably straightforward. Consequently, once the war concluded, the stockpile of gunpowder remained unused, save for a solitary occasion when it was employed in the discovery of an asphalt mine. After that, it lay dormant. Tons of gunpowder amassed in the storeroom posed no threat of expiration, but the risk of explosion was ever present. Utilizing it to blast mountains would be more than sufficient. Leaving it to waste was a travesty. As Emperor Jing observed Fang Jingyi deep in contemplation, a shiver ran through him. Could it be that he truly had a solution? Although Fang Jingyi seemed somewhat eccentric, his 2 encounters with the emperor suggested he was no fool. Moreover, he appeared genuinely engrossed in contemplating the feasibility of the matter. The emperor, filled with renewed hope, inquired once more, "Magistrate Fang, do you possess a method?" Let me ponder this a bit longer," Fang Jingyi replied casually. He found himself caught in the dilemma between rescuing the populace from disaster and exposing his own identity. The advent of gunpowder would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. He would inevitably find himself under the scrutiny of the court. Although success was not guaranteed, the ability to achieve such a feat was within his grasp, and the mere thought of inaction weighed heavily on his conscience. As he contemplated these matters, he was unaware that the 3 individuals had already cast upon him looks of sheer horror. Chapter 24. The Deception of Crippling. As Fang Jingyi lifted his head, he immediately noticed the intense gaze of 3 individuals fixed upon him, prompting him to chuckle nervously. "What are you all staring at? Let us eat." "Thunder! Thunder!" Li Yuanzhao exclaimed excitedly. "There is no thunder. Such supernatural phenomena are hardly credible. Let us enjoy our meal instead. After dining, I shall personally escort young Master Li to explore the scenic beauty of our Peach Blossom County." Although Fang Jingyi maintained a relaxed expression, a weight hung heavily upon his heart. Damn that old Li. If he hadn't brought this up, I wouldn't be burdened with such concerns. Ever since I traversed into this realm, it has been nothing but disaster relief. After 2 years of relative peace, must I endure another calamity? Jing Di regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, observing Fang Jingyi intently before returning to his meal. A palpable silence enveloped the table, with none daring to break the stillness. Upon finishing their meal, the 4 exited the Qichang building, collectively choosing to refrain from mentioning the calamity affecting the Jianjiang River. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Fang Jingyi smiled and remarked, "Gentlemen, your last visit was but a fleeting glance. Today, with nothing pressing on my agenda and young Master Li in our midst, I shall personally guide you to thoroughly appreciate the wonders of Peach Blossom County. Should anything catch your eye, feel free to procure it. You may just uncover new business opportunities." Jing Di, suppressing his own thoughts, inquired curiously, "County Magistrate Fang, there are 2 matters I have yet to comprehend, and I would be grateful for your elucidation. Pray, proceed. Firstly, why would you relinquish such lucrative opportunities in Peach Blossom County to me instead of retaining them for yourself? Secondly, in my travels across the nation, I have never encountered an official as courteous towards merchants as you. What accounts for this?" In truth, these inquiries had been on Jing Di's mind during his previous visit, yet the hurried nature of their departure had left no room for discussion. In this era, merchants were often regarded with disdain, rendering Fang Jingyi's respectful demeanor quite extraordinary, devoid of any airs of superiority. Old Li possesses discernment. It is simply because I am a person of warm-hearted disposition. Jing Di, your self-praise is quite amusing. Wu Tianyang scoffed dismissively. Fang Jingyi continued, "The reason I have entrusted this matter to you is solely due to the scarcity of educated individuals in Peach Blossom County. While I can still offer some assistance within our borders, I fear that outside, they would be left with nothing but scraps. Furthermore, the significance of merchants is on par with that of officials, farmers, and laborers. You should grasp this truth. Consider this. Rice in the hands of a farmer is worth but a few coins, yet when transformed into Taohuashan wine within our county, its value multiplies exponentially. Similarly, the porcelain you sell gains immense worth when transported from the south to the north. This is all contingent upon the flow of commerce, known as resource allocation. Only through proper resource distribution can each commodity realize its utmost potential. Thus, I ask you, are merchants not important? Peach Blossom County has long been neglected by the court. with positions such as deputy magistrate and clerk still vacant. Consequently, the system has undergone subtle adjustments, fostering a pro-business environment. While the outside world may scorn merchants, I assure you that sentiment is absent in Peach Blossom County. In the southern part of Taiyuan County, a new batch of small buildings is under construction. Would you be interested in acquiring a unit? Should finances be a concern, the county can provide loans. While I cannot guarantee much, Taiyuan County is undoubtedly the premier choice for living and retirement. Seize the opportunity to have Lao Li buy a house in Taiyuan County, aiming to secure his roots here. The small schemes of Feng Shao are quite conspicuous. The conversation is riddled with sales pitches. What sort of official are you? Guo Tianyang retorted. Merchants do not engage in production. If we encourage them, wouldn't everyone turn to commerce, leading to chaos? Feng Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you just a merchant yourself? Which side are you on? Sensing Feng Jingyi's discomfort, Guo Tianyang quickly attempted to rectify his statement, saying, this principle has been true since ancient times. Feng Jingyi sneered. Since ancient times, writing was done on silk or tortoise shells. Why do you still use paper? Since ancient times, plowing was done with simple tools. Why have we adopted plows and oxen now? Has everything that has been done since ancient times been correct? Is it right to cling to outdated practices? If everyone were to become merchants, wouldn't that lead to disorder? Conversely, if the world were filled only with scholars, would it remain orderly? Not everyone possesses the ability to study, nor can everyone engage in trade. Can one not both cultivate the land and trade, to read and farm? Is that contradictory? Old Guo, as a businessman, your thinking is rather rigid. The prosperity of Taiyuan County stems from the fact that while the world looks down on merchants, our county values them, enabling Taiyuan to flourish. Guo Tianyang's face flushed. If there are too many merchants, there will be fewer farmers, and given the scarcity of food, as you suggest, wouldn't that lead to widespread famine? Lao Li, you have a rebellious accountant here. He looks down on you. Feng Jingyi, uninterested in his remarks, went directly to report to Emperor Jing. This peculiar fellow does have a point. Agriculture is indeed the foundation of all. Currently, agriculture is underdeveloped, lacking high-yield crops like potatoes. Taiyuan County has fundamentally thrived by absorbing resources from other regions. However, as the magistrate of Taiyuan County, Feng Jingyi must uphold this stance. Otherwise, how would he maintain his dignity in the future? How can anyone just come in and speak so boldly? I didn't mean that. Don't speak nonsense. Guo Tianyang, with a flushed face, quickly waved his hands in denial. Emperor Jing promptly intervened, stating sternly, Guo has indeed been disrespectful. I will ensure he is properly reprimanded. Guo Tianyang felt as aggrieved as a wronged spouse. How dare he not follow the rules? To shift the blame onto us. Li Yuanzhao, observing from the side, was internally elated, nearly bursting into applause. How amusing. Truly delightful. Feng Jingyi is indeed a remarkable individual. Not only does he resonate with us, but he also knows how to counter others. How splendid it would be to have such an intriguing person in the palace. Instead of those masters who always lecture with stern faces, the group continued their stroll down the street, with numerous passers-by greeting Feng Jingyi. While Guo Tianyang remained stoic and silent, having resolved to utter not a single word in Feng Jingyi's presence, Li Yuanzhao glanced around and suddenly spotted a bookstall. The thought of his father burning his collection of books upon their return stirred something within him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to purchase a couple of books. His eclectic collection had been painstakingly sourced by Lu Jin from the common folk. Losing them all to flames would leave him bereft of reading material. He hastened towards the stall, oblivious to Feng Jingyi and the others engrossed in their conversation. Upon reaching the stall, he casually picked up a book, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had perused many books, he had never encountered a title as refreshingly unique as this one. The title boldly proclaimed, The County Magistrate's Battle Against Thanos. Sir, what is this book about? He inquired of the stall owner, who, upon seeing a customer, beamed with delight. You must be from out of town. You really don't know? You should definitely buy one to take home. The proprietor explained that the book narrates the tale of the otherworldly demon Thanos invading the kingdom of Jing, and how the county magistrate gathered 7 infinity stones to present to the emperor in order to lead an expedition against the fiend. It's absolutely thrilling. 50 coins a copy. Thanos, what are the infinity stones? Li Yuanzhao was taken aback. How come I've never heard of this? Did my father really confront otherworldly demons? Just then, the others caught up with him. Feng Jingyi peeked over his shoulder, his face reddening with embarrassment as he contemplated who had turned his whimsical tales into published works. It seemed he needed to oversee the cultural industry in Taiyuan County more closely. Emperor Jing, upon glimpsing the title, couldn't suppress his laughter. Li Yuanzhao opened the book and disdainfully remarked, "Such a book exists. It's all written in colloquial language, a sheer waste of paper." He then rummaged through the pile, extracting several more titles such as Young Akyu, Knights of the Martial World, and the Golden County Magistrate. After perusing a few, he pondered aloud. Why is everything in plain language? How peculiar. Emperor Jing, intrigued, glanced over and confirmed the observation. The county magistrate. Could it be that anyone in Taiyuan County can publish a book? It's all in colloquial language. In this era, literature was predominantly penned in classical Chinese. Writing in vernacular was regarded as beneath the literary elite and often drew scorn. Thus, their confusion was understandable. Fang Jingyi clarified, indeed, as long as one can pay. Our printing house in Taiyuan County will publish a book. As for the vernacular, there are hardly any literate individuals. Being able to read is already a rarity. Having access to books that one can comprehend is invaluable. Those convoluted texts serve little purpose. Li Yuanzhao countered, such simplicity. It's nothing short of a waste of pristine paper. Fang Jingyi chuckled, unoffended. This was merely a limitation of perspective, akin to the disdain that older generations might hold for the youthful spirit. Yet, time would provide an answer. How could vernacular be deemed vulgar? What constitutes a good book? If the common people can understand it and find it useful, then it is indeed a worthwhile read. If I were to print the 4 books and 5 classics, it would only burden the populace. Those with aspirations will naturally seek out more profound texts. In recent years, the residents of Taoyuan were predominantly refugees, with only a handful of individuals in the entire county capable of comprehending written language. However, now a significant portion of the populace willingly indulges in leisurely reading of trivial literature. Is this a positive development or not? Li Yuanzhao, with a face full of indignation, retorted, certainly not. Such crude language is nothing but an affront to the eyes. Moreover, content that could be succinctly conveyed in a few characters has been unnecessarily lengthened in vernacular. Fang Jingyi smiled faintly, apart from the simplicity and clarity of the vernacular. The increased word count can be considered an advantage. As the poet aptly stated, a man of discerning taste delights in exquisite verses. I shall not rest until my words astound. If we were to translate this line into vernacular, it would become, in my lifetime. I have always cherished the meticulous pursuit of fine poetry. If my verses fail to astonish, I shall never cease my efforts. Observe, what originally comprised 14 characters has now expanded to 39, thus inflating the count by 25 words. In essence, a single phrase can swell by 25 words. A book, when transformed from classical to vernacular, may potentially double in length. This implies that if I wish to print a book, I must consequently expend twice the amount of ink and paper, thereby necessitating the expansion of the printing house on a similar scale. Consequently, the workforce must also be doubled. Following this, the number of artisans producing ink and paper will likewise need to increase. Additionally, suppliers of raw materials will have to rise in number as well. Ultimately, the common folk purchasing books not only receive accessible literature but also gain increased employment opportunities. What say you to that? Li Yuanzhao stood agape, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet a lingering sense of discontent pervaded him. Emperor Jing also regarded Fang Jingyi with a peculiar expression, feeling a sense of bewilderment clouding his mind. Most exasperated of all was Guotianong. Damn Fang Jingyi! What a devious trickster! How could both the Crown Prince and His Majesty have been so easily deceived? Cursed be it. Chapter 25. The prince's waywardness. Emperor Jing stood awkwardly in place, his mind stirred by the words he had just heard. Yet there lingered an unsettling sensation of being deceived. Li Yuanzhao quickly reacted, exclaiming, "Would it not be more convenient for me to simply burn the books?" Fang Jingyi sighed, patting the emperor's shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Old Li, your son's mindset is rather troubling. To even consider burning books. Look at this." "Silence, you wretched creature. Who gave you permission to speak?" Emperor Jing chastised loudly, though internally he felt a tinge of helplessness. Fang Jingyi seemed reluctant to continue the conversation. It was unclear whether he was unable to proceed or simply unwilling. Li Yuanzhao promptly closed his mouth, casting a resentful glance at the emperor. Fang Jingyi chuckled heartily. "You exaggerate, Old Li. Children will be children. But let it be known, no more book burning. Playing with fire leads to disaster." Li Yuanzhao widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who in the world is burning books? If you cannot win an argument with me, do not resort to slander. Have some dignity. I previously regarded you favorably, but it seems you are nothing but scum." Subsequently, Li Yuanzhao fell silent, not uttering another word. The group continued their stroll through the streets. with the two in front engaged in cheerful conversation, while the elder and the youth behind walked with heads bowed and lips sealed. This peculiar scene attracted the curious glances of passers-by. After half a day, they had explored most of Taoyuan County. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two parties bid farewell. The emperor's entourage returned to an inn. Li Yuanzhao, exhausted from a day of antics, headed straight to his room for rest. Meanwhile, Emperor Jing sat in his chamber, a map laid out before him, his gaze wandering contemplatively. Hua Tianyang stood behind him like a silent sentinel, not uttering a word. After a long pause, the emperor rose, rolled up the map, and declared, "You stay here and keep a close watch on the prince. I must visit the county office." "Your Majesty intends to meet Fang Jingyi?" Hua Tianyang felt a surge of anxiety. The emperor's trust in Fang Jingyi, even before he had entered the court, was a troubling omen. Could it be that the emperor genuinely believed Fang Jingyi possessed a solution to the flooding crisis? Emperor Jing furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you not see? Though the flooding is severe, I perceive in Fang Jingyi's demeanor a potential solution. It is merely that this young man is hesitant to speak, likely fearing it may disturb the court." Hua Tianyang bowed. "This old servant is dull-witted. Yet I cannot bring myself to believe that Fang Jingyi possesses the means to summon divine thunder. If he had such capabilities, would he not become a celestial being? It seems to me he is merely seeking to profit from the nation's misfortunes." Indeed, Fang Jingyi was greedy and had no desire for advancement. The emperor's voice tinged with anger, a public servant with no ambition. Fang Jingyi is truly despicable. Once the flooding is resolved, whether he possesses a solution or not, I shall summon him to the capital. To harbor talent and yet fail to serve the nation is akin to being a beast. If he craves wealth, I can make him the richest in the realm. Why must he cower in this insignificant Taoyuan County? "Your Majesty is wise," Hua Tianyang replied, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Humph. If I were truly wise, I would not have allowed Fang Zheng to hide beneath my very nose for so many years. Very well, I shall first visit the Crown Prince and then proceed directly to the county office. You and the Crown Prince remain here in peace. Do not allow him to wander." With that, Emperor Jing gracefully pushed open the door and turned towards the Crown Princess' chamber. The Crown Prince, accustomed to being attended to, had neglected to lock the door this time, lacking the vigilance expected of one in his position. Emperor Jing felt a twinge of relief for having taken the Crown Prince out. Though intelligent, the Crown Prince had spent most of his life within the confines of the royal palace, and while I may speak sternly, I genuinely wish to shield him from undue hardship. Meanwhile, children of common folk his age have already begun to start families. Yet the Crown Prince only concerns himself with trivial matters, showing little interest in matters of romance. As Emperor Jing opened the door, he stepped inside, expecting the Crown Prince to be asleep, only to find a faint light emanating from the sleeping quarters. Intrigued, he approached. There lay the Crown Prince, sprawled on the bed. Enveloped in a thick quilt, a flickering oil lamp precariously positioned at his bedside, while his right hand incessantly turned the pages of a book. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the Crown Prince's complexion appeared unusually rosy. The room was so silent that his heavy breathing was distinctly audible. Emperor Jing's curiosity deepened as he approached the Crown Prince, who remained oblivious, engrossed in his reading. Upon glancing at the book, Emperor Jing's ire ignited. The book was a vernacular text that the Crown Prince had stealthily purchased from a stall during the day. The content was utterly distasteful, detailing the torment of a female spy from an enemy nation named Feng Kailang, captured and subjected to severe torture. Emperor Jing stared dumbfounded for a moment before painfully closing his eyes. This rebellious child, so engrossed in such repugnant material. Truly, the moral decay begins at the top. The county magistrate's lack of propriety is reflected in the indecency of the literature produced. In a fit of indignation, Emperor Jing snatched the book, its cover boldly proclaiming the Golden Magistrate. The moment the book was seized, the Crown Prince jolted, collapsing back onto the bed before turning in fury. "Which scoundrel dares to snatch my book at this moment?" Realizing it was Emperor Jing, Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in terror as he hastily tucked the quilt around himself. Awkwardly stammering, "Father, what brings you to find your son?" Emperor Jing, his face darkened, rolled the book into a scroll and pointed it at Li Yuanzhao in anger. "Rebellious child, you do not study properly within the palace, and now you indulge in such filth outside. Look at your demeanor during the day. You lack grace in standing and eating. If I do not teach you a lesson today, it would be a waste of my efforts in the palace." With that, he swung the scroll at Li Yuanzhao's head. Li Yuanzhao clutched the quilt with one hand, using the other to fend off the blows, continually pleading, "Father, I bought it merely to study vernacular literature. Please, do not strike me. Do not strike me. I will not tolerate your ignorance. I will not allow you to disregard the affairs of the court. Emperor Jing's fury escalated as he unleashed a flurry of strikes on Li Yuanzhao's arms. Guo Tianyang hurried over upon hearing the commotion, promptly kneeling to grasp the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. What has the crown prince done this time? He is but a child. A child? Would a child read such books? The volume titled The Golden County Magistrate was forcefully thrust into Guo Tianyang's face, which he accepted without flinching. Swiftly, he retrieved the book, holding it with both hands and bowing his head, whispering, Your Majesty, there are important matters to attend to this evening. I shall keep watch over His Highness. The emperor took the book, tucking it under his arm, and replied coldly, Keep a close eye on him. Upon our return to the palace, I shall deal with him properly. With that, he stormed out of the inn. Once the emperor had departed, Guo Tianyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried to the bedside. Your Highness, please come out. The emperor has left. At that moment, the crown prince was curled up beneath the covers. Hearing Guo Tianyang's voice, he grabbed his pillow and hurled it at Guo Tianyang's face. Get out. I'm not dressed. Chapter 26. Boundless Virtue. This was the first time Emperor Jing traversed the streets of Taoyuan County by night. To illuminate his path, he borrowed a lantern from an innkeeper before departing. As he walked, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that numerous merchants were still conducting business, particularly the street vendors, who had a considerable number of patrons. The steam and aroma of cooked food wafted through the streets, having enforced a curfew in the capital for nearly a decade. This scene appeared particularly novel to Emperor Jing. However, he did not linger, hastening towards the yamen, for matters of state were paramount. Upon reaching the archway at the entrance of the yamen, 2 constables stopped him. The emperor presented the emblem he had affixed to his carriage. The 2 exchanged glances and said, Please wait here. We shall notify the magistrate. Before long, a young woman named Xiao Tao emerged gracefully from within. Addressing the emperor with a melodic voice, You must be masterly. Please follow me. The courtyard in front of the yamen was shrouded in darkness as they walked in tandem. May I ask your name? The emperor inquired. Just call me Xiao Tao. She replied. Continuing, the emperor asked, Might I inquire when Magistrate Fong is likely to retire for the night? Xiao Tao chuckled lightly. Our young master usually retires at this hour, but he is likely still in the courtyard, drinking, as he has matters weighing on his mind. What brings you to seek an audience with my young master? She queried. The flood in Jianjiang has affected thousands, and I have heard that Magistrate Fong possesses a solution. I have come to pay my respects. Oh, there has been a flood in Jianjiang? It is indeed rare for such calamities to occur at this time of year. Perhaps that is why our young master has not retired. Surprised by Xiao Tao's words, the emperor recalled Fang Jingyi's nonchalant demeanor during the day, only to discover this unexpected side of him. Perhaps this maid was mistaken. He pressed on, The flood has already impacted countless lives. I have heard Magistrate Fong mention using heavenly thunder to strike the mountains and block the river to resolve the issue. Could it be that he truly has the power to summon heavenly thunder? Heavenly thunder? Xiao Tao halted suddenly, memories flooding back of when Fang Jingyi had taken her to observe the development of asphalt mines with gunpowder years ago. She had trembled in fear until he had embraced her to calm her down. A smile crept across Xiao Tao's face as she recalled this moment. Our young master cannot summon heavenly thunder. Those tales are merely for children. However, if he truly did say such a thing, then the flood must surely be resolved. Oh, why is that? The emperor felt a surge of joy. Surely, there was nothing beyond the capabilities of such a young master. Yet, his heart sank again. For such words seemed akin to the flattery spoken by courtiers in the court, utterly devoid of value. However, since you are visiting tonight, I believe our young master must have anticipated your arrival. Oh, before you came, I noticed our young master had prepared 2 cups of wine on the table. I imagine one of them was meant for you. The emperor's spirits lifted. This was a conversation worth having. There was hope. He hadn't realized that Fang Jingyi, though youthful, possessed such remarkable foresight. As their conversation unfolded, they had already arrived at the rear courtyard. Xiao Tao stepped into the courtyard ahead of others, promptly notifying Emperor Jing to enter. As the emperor made his way into the courtyard, his gaze fell upon Fang Jingyi, who was seated at a stone table, raising a wine cup towards the moon with a particularly extravagant demeanor. Fang turned his head and, upon noticing the emperor's arrival, called out cheerfully, Oldly, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Come, take a seat. The emperor approached without hesitation and sat down. Very well. I shall speak plainly. Is it certain that County Magistrate Fang can resolve the flooding issues in Jianjiang? If you succeed, it would be a monumental achievement for the court. At that time, not only silver, but perhaps even a title could be bestowed upon you. Fong chuckled heartily. Oldly, I had not perceived you to be such an admirer of officials. What good is being an official? I have so many citizens under my care, dealing with their daily troubles. Would it not be far better to be a wealthy gentleman? Hearing his nonchalant remarks, the emperor felt an urge to deliver a couple of punches to this unambitious fellow. Suppressing his anger, he replied, I too am a subject of the great Jing, and it is my duty to alleviate the worries of the sovereign. Does County Magistrate Fong not share this sentiment? Indeed. Well said. Fong clapped the table, proclaiming loudly, day and night, I am consumed with thoughts of how to relieve the burdens of the sovereign. Oldly, we are truly kindred spirits. In that case, I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. In our county, there exists an item known as the limitless merits. This object may have the potential to alleviate the flooding, though I cannot assure complete success. Indeed, he possesses remarkable capability. The mere mention of limitless merits sounded extraordinarily mystical. The emperor's heart soared with excitement. What exactly is this limitless merits? Fong waved his hand dismissively. That is of no concern to you. Our Taoyuan County can dispatch 20 men equipped with the limitless merits to Jianjiang for disaster relief. The success or failure of the endeavor will be left to fate. Travel by horse-drawn carriage is too slow, and the limitless merits is particularly cumbersome. We must transport it to Jiangling Port near the capital by boat, and then by carriage to Jianjiang. You shall arrange for the escort during this process. Thus, we can arrive within 7 days, but Fong rubbed his fingers together. These brave souls from Taoyuan County are risking their lives to assist you in disaster relief. The emperor, grasping the implication, boldly declared, 20,000 taels. Such a sum to acquire explosives? Fong retorted, 500,000. I do not possess such wealth. The emperor found himself at a loss. Taken aback by Fong's audacious demand. Not to worry, our Taoyuan County can offer a loan at 500 interest. However, consider carefully, for this is a high-stakes gamble. If it fails, you may find yourself in dire straits, Fong cautioned. Without hesitation, the emperor agreed readily. Should the court directly allocate 200,000 taels, nearly all would be consumed in recovery efforts, leaving not a single coin remaining. With further demands for funds from Jianjiang anticipated, presently, securing 50,000 taels to resolve a 200,000 tael issue was an opportunity too splendid to pass up. Moreover, once Fong ascended to the court, would he still have the audacity to request silver from me? Fong smirked. I can see you are a person of great ambition. It is an honor for me to contribute in any capacity. Subsequently, his expression shifted, becoming serious as he remarked, You must believe that I am deceiving you. However, to speak candidly, this merit is immeasurable and invaluable. The sum of 50,000 taels of silver is indeed a mere pittance. Should we be fortunate enough to alleviate the flooding, we must remain vigilant regarding epidemic prevention. After a deluge, there inevitably follows a great plague. All corpses must be incinerated on site, and the populace must be relocated to dry and ventilated areas. In the event of stagnant water in low-lying regions, remember to cover it with quicklime, and those exhibiting symptoms of cold infection must be promptly isolated. If an epidemic arises, the afflicted must also be quarantined, while others should cover their mouths and noses with fine cloth to prevent the spread of disease. You may have lingering doubts about these matters. Yet these are the lessons I have gleaned from years of experience in Taoyuan County. Simply follow these directives. Oh, and one more thing. As he observed Fong Zheng speaking with such eloquence, Emperor Jing's demeanor gradually softened. It was evident that Fong Zheng had long considered this matter and meticulously devised a plan. Such detailed arrangements could not have been conjured spontaneously. Perhaps, had he not come, Fong Zheng would still have sought ways to provide disaster relief. This young man indeed possesses a heart devoted to the nation and its people. It seems I have deeply misunderstood him in the past. Once more, the emperor gazed at Fong Zheng with eyes full of admiration. In summary, is all this firmly remembered? Remember, Li Long expresses gratitude to County Magistrate Fong on behalf of the people of Zhanjiang. At this moment, the emperor was in high spirits and seized Fong Zheng's unused wine cup, exclaiming, It appears County Magistrate Fong knew of my arrival today. Allow me to toast you. With that, he drank it down in one gulp. What is this flavor? Emperor Jing smacked his lips, noting the absence of any taste. As if it were merely water. Oldly, why are you drinking my mouthwash? Chapter 27. The heart of the emperor. The two engaged in a private discussion, establishing detailed plans for their forthcoming actions, after which Emperor Jing departed the back courtyard, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, a wave of nausea gripped him. What cunning stratagems! Fang Jingyi had prepared 2 cups, one of which was intended for his own mouthwash. He had truly lost his senses. Succumbing to the words of a mere maid. As he reached the exit, Emperor Jing caught sight of Xiao Tao leaning against the moon gate, peering inside. Upon noticing the emperor's emergence, Xiao Tao greeted him with a radiant smile, inquiring, "How did Mr. Li and my young master fare in their discussions?" Emperor Jing responded with a subtle smile, "The matter is settled. Magistrate Fang speaks plainly and acts swiftly. I knew it would succeed." Xiao Tao beamed with pride. "Oh, how do you know that?" The emperor's expression bore a hint of skepticism. He found the girl's words rather unreliable. Raising her head to gaze at the crescent moon above, Xiao Tao seemed lost in thought as she slowly recounted. Mr. Li had not been in Taoyuan County for long, and he may not fully comprehend my young master. He surely cannot fathom that, just a few years ago, famine was a frequent occurrence in Taoyuan County. My young master would typically rise only when the sun was high in the sky. Yet during those years, he would often lie awake at night, consumed by thoughts of how to save more disaster victims. I once witnessed a starving victim perish before my young master, grasping his sleeve in agony. Yet it was already too late. That night, my young master drank heavily and wept profusely. She paused to wipe her eyes. But now, all is well. The people of Taoyuan County live in peace and prosperity. As long as my young master is here, such hardships shall never return. He is an extraordinary man, unable to bear the suffering of others. Thus, I am certain that since Mr. Li has sought my young master's aid in disaster relief, my young master will certainly not turn a blind eye to those in need." Emperor Jing fell into contemplative silence, his mind reeling with profound astonishment. He had presumed the accounts of Taoyuan County were exaggerated, yet he discovered that the dire conditions from years past were indeed true, and perhaps far worse than he had imagined. In just a few short years, Taoyuan County had transformed from a hell on earth to what it is today. He was further astounded to realize that Fang Jingyi, whom he perceived as frivolous, possessed such a serious side. Moved, Emperor Jing offered consolation. With such remarkable talent, Magistrate Fang shall surely rise to great heights in the future. Xiao Tao vigorously shook her head. Our young master does not aspire to rise to great heights. The people of Taoyuan County do not wish for him to leave. This life is quite good. It is precisely because he is such a person that he must not remain in Taoyuan County. There are far too many suffering people in the world. I must save not just the mere Jianjia. With a soft sigh, Emperor Jing expressed his gratitude to Xiao Tao and departed. Upon returning to the inn, it was already late at night. Gua Tianong, seated at the table, suddenly heard a noise outside and hurried to open the door. Seeing that Emperor Jing had returned, he promptly assisted the emperor in removing his outer robe with great eagerness. "Your Majesty, what does Fang Jingyi have to say?" Emperor Jing smiled. "Indeed, this journey has yielded significant rewards. Fang Jingyi mentioned a substance in Taoyuan County called endless merits, which is capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. He has already promised to send personnel to Jianjia." Gua Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. "Endless merits? What is that?" "I do not know. All I know is that its value is extraordinary, requiring 50,000 taels of silver to procure. I have asked Fang Jingyi several times, yet he remains tight-lipped. Tomorrow, fetch the tea leaves and prepare the horses and carriages to return to the capital immediately. Upon your return, arrange for personnel to change into civilian attire and escort Fang Jingyi's entourage from Jiaoling Port. Then, send the factory guards to Taoyuan County to investigate precisely what this endless merits is. Haha. I am eager to discover what this object is that compels Fang Jingyi to conceal it so meticulously." After removing his outer robe, Emperor Jing settled comfortably into a chair. Sipping hot tea. 50,000 taels. Gua Tianyang gasped, then remarked ominously, "Your Majesty, could it be that Fang Jingyi is deceiving you? Consider this. Your current identity is merely that of a merchant. If endless merits turns out to be a figment of Fang Jingyi's imagination, would your Majesty not be falling victim to a ruse?" Emperor Jing grasped the teacup, gazing into the tea. "No. Trustworthiness is the foundation of commerce. Fang Jingyi, being a shrewd merchant, would never act against his own interests. Moreover, even if he were to deceive me, that 50,000 taels is borrowed from Taoyuan County. Should Fang Jingyi dare to mislead me, I would have his head. If he were truly intent on trickery, he would not need to speak so extensively. Furthermore, the behavior of Taoyuan County as populace, along with the words of his maid, sufficiently attest to Fang Jingyi's character. Even if I were merely an ordinary merchant, given Fang Jingyi's modus operandi, it is unlikely he would resort to deception." These thoughts lingered in Emperor Jing's mind. unvoiced. Guo Tianyang felt a surge of secret delight. Excellent. I am keen to observe how Fang Zhengyi stumbles. In all these years within the palace, I have only bowed before the emperor. Even the ministers treat me with utmost respect. How dare a mere 7th-rank official toy with me repeatedly? It would be best if he fell into my hands. Allowing the factory guards to deal with him accordingly. Lost in thought, Guo Tianyang chuckled softly, hastily covering his mouth. Emperor Jing cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking coolly, instead of harboring such thoughts, you would do better to hope that Fang Zhengyi can handle matters efficiently. Guo Banban. I increasingly perceive that you are lacking in initiative. Your age seems to have narrowed your perspective to the size of a needle's point. Fang Zhengyi has merely offended you with words a few times. Why dwell on it? With your mindset, I cannot entrust the factory guards to you. Guo Tianyang's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt, protesting, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Thinking that County Magistrate Fang can swiftly address the flood, alleviating one of your Majesty's burdens. I am genuinely pleased for your Majesty. Moreover, the County Magistrate remains oblivious to my true identity. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Although I am not well versed in literature, I grasp this principle. Emperor Jing drained his cup of tea in one gulp, slamming it down upon the table with force. Rise. Return to your quarters and kneel, he commanded, before making his way directly to the bedroom. Thank you, your Majesty. As the emperor retreated, Guo Tianyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, staring blankly at the teacup on the table. How peculiar it is that the emperor's demeanor towards Fang Zhengyi seems to have softened after this brief outing. What insidious words have been whispered to him? This simply cannot stand. I must cultivate a better rapport with him henceforth. Chapter 28. Has the emperor changed? The following morning, Emperor Jing and his entourage arrived at the county office early. Fang Zhengyi had already organized staff to receive the three. After signing the loan agreement, Emperor Jing departed from Taoyuan County. Li Yuanzhao wore a face full of reluctance, yet he was forcibly pulled into the carriage by Guo Tianyang. Inside the carriage, as Emperor Jing observed Li Yuanzhao sulking alone, he found it somewhat amusing. Although the crown prince was playful, this was the first time he had witnessed such a display. It seemed that Taoyuan County truly left a lasting impression. Thus, he inquired, Yuanzhao, what insights have you gained from this outing? Li Yuanzhao muttered, None. Preposterous. There is. I have observed that the people live comfortably, which reflects the diligent and benevolent governance of my father. Ah, what nonsense. Emperor Jing gazed intently at Li Yuanzhao for a moment before declaring, Excellent. Upon our return to the capital, you shall walk back to the palace. And then you can truly observe the lives of the citizens there and report back to me. Li Yuanzhao numbly nodded. Yet his mind wandered back to the various novelties of Taoyuan County. Especially the braised pork with vermicelli, what a delight. Perhaps he would try his hand at butchering a pig upon returning. It was truly regrettable that he had not encountered the legendary Zhang Biao or the marvelous phonograph during his stay. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yuanzhao, and he lifted his head. Father, is it not a slight to Fang Zhengyi to serve as merely a 7th-rank official? Upon hearing this, Guo Tianyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Aside from being a eunuch, how was he inferior to Fang Zhengyi? After diligently serving in the palace for so many years, he had attended to both the crown prince and the emperor well. Yet, it seemed he could not measure up to someone he had only met a few times. His life felt truly dismal. Emperor Jing responded, Indeed. It is a slight to his talents. However, if Fang Zhengyi could summon heavenly thunder to resolve the water disaster, then he could be appointed to any rank he desires. Li Yuanzhao's eyes brightened. Father, have you summoned him to resolve the water disaster? Can he truly summon heavenly thunder? Emperor Jing waved his hand impatiently, finding his son quite clever yet sometimes remarkably foolish. There is no such thunder. It is mere jest. Focus on your studies. Li Yuanzhao sighed. If only he could truly resolve the water disaster. I would want County Magistrate Fang to be my mentor. What? Do you mean to imply that the mentors in the palace are inferior to Fang Zhengyi? Li Yuanzhao scoffed. In my view, the palace is filled with antiquated individuals. Their teachings are not worth my time. If those mentors possessed even half of County Magistrate Fang's eloquence, I would not skip classes. What? You dare to skip classes? Emperor Jing's voice rose sharply. Should you ever skip classes or defy your mentors again, I shall confine you. Since you enjoy the tiger and leopard gardens so much, I shall construct another for you to dwell in for a lifetime. Do you understand? Hearing the emperor's stern tone, it seemed he was quite serious. Li Yuanzhao felt a pang of fear in his heart, yet he remained defiant. It is precisely the case. The things the mentors teach are outdated. Just as County Magistrate Fang said, Are the words of the ancients always correct? In my opinion, they are not necessarily so. It is akin to this colloquial text, which is undeniably simple and easy to learn. As a son, I find it far more fluid than classical Chinese. Were the ancient sages to witness this, would they not chastise me for my lack of diligence in education? Emperor Jing, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Silence! How dare you bring that up? Is it not your own lack of ambition that has led us here? Upon returning to the palace, you shall recite 3 hours of text daily, compose 10 essays. And should there be a single error in punctuation, you shall write an additional one." Li Yuanzhao, closing his eyes, could not suppress his discontent. The emperor, both furious and amused, retorted, "Ah, you wish for Fang Jingyi to enter the palace, do you? If you can recite 10 books flawlessly, I shall permit him to join the Zhan Shifu." Li Yuanzhao's mind whirled with possibilities, and he felt a surge of joy. If Fang Jingyi could indeed enter the Zhan Shifu, the prospects would be delightful. Life within the palace had become rather monotonous. New experiences were highly sought. It was said that the intriguing affairs of Taiyuan County were all orchestrated by Fang Jingyi, and should he gain entry into the Zhan Shifu, "Father, let us agree, you must not go back on your word. A ruler must not speak in jest." As the carriage approached the inner city, Emperor Jing unceremoniously deposited Li Yuanzhao at the city gate. He then discreetly summoned Guo Tianyang to gather guards to protect the crown prince, before embarking alone back to the palace. Upon his return, he hurried to the Qingjin Hall, having been away for several days and taken the crown prince with him. The court officials must surely have reached their limit. After changing his attire, he had yet to review any memorials when the ministers, led by Li Yinsong, burst into the hall. Upon sighting the emperor, they prostrated themselves, vociferously protesting, "Your Majesty, how could you leave the palace unannounced and take the crown prince with you? What are the subjects of the realm?" Emperor Jing awkwardly rubbed his nose, acutely aware of his culpability, and quickly replied, "Rise, my loyal ministers." Yet they remained on the ground, insisting, "We cannot rise. The floods in Jianjiang have worsened. The governor has submitted 3 urgent memorials, awaiting your review. Your Majesty, this is a critical moment for the people. How can you neglect state affairs? Enough, enough. Please stand," said the emperor, clearly agitated. The ministers, still hesitant, rose to their feet. Minister of Revenue, Zhang Shi, stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, the governor of Jianjiang has pressed for assistance multiple times, and now requires 200,000 taels for disaster relief. However, the Ministry of Revenue cannot provide such funds. We beseech your command." Emperor Jing scoffed. 200,000 taels cannot be pulled from the national treasury. Does my private treasury possess such wealth? How much can we muster? At most, 100,000 taels. But your Majesty, every little bit counts in times like these. Jianjiang is the granary of our great Jing. I fear that inadequate disaster relief may lead to unrest, especially with remnants of the Qian kingdom still unvanquished. With a flourish of his sleeve, the emperor proclaimed, "Very well. I appreciate your patriotic fervor. And thus I shall raise funds from among the officials. In these times of calamity, with the treasury in distress, we must unite to weather this disaster. I have already contributed 10,000 taels. Let us see how much more my loyal ministers can provide when we convene tomorrow." Several individuals exchanged glances, bewildered by the predicament they found themselves in. Li Yinsong hesitantly suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to first allocate a sum of 100,000 taels to Jianjiang, and we can deliberate on the fundraising matter tomorrow." "Time waits for no one. Not so fast, let us pause for a moment," exclaimed another. "Ah, this is outrageous." The ministers erupted in discontent, asserting, "Your Majesty, this disregard for the lives of the common people is unconscionable. You were never like this before. In the face of such calamities, you would have already allocated funds for disaster relief. Why does it now seem as though you are utterly unfazed?" Another official interjected, "Your Majesty, we cannot afford to wait. Such significant matters cannot be postponed. We beseech you to make a decision promptly. We beseech you to make a decision promptly." Emperor Jing, growing impatient, responded, "Enough. Everyone, please leave. Is there nothing else in the realm besides the flooding in Jianjiang? Gentlemen, attend to your respective duties." Chapter 29, The Crown Prince's Discreet Excursion, Part 1. After disembarking, Li Yuanzhao strolled leisurely, his keen eyes constantly surveying the surroundings. This was his inaugural venture beyond the palace walls, undertaken under the cloak of night, with a direct aim towards Taoyuan County. Yet he had scarcely taken the time to admire the capital. However, he soon found himself profoundly disillusioned. The environment that met his gaze was evidently unappealing. The paths were merely hardened dirt, rendered muddy from recent rainfall, with numerous small puddles scattered throughout. With each few steps, he was assaulted by a peculiar odor, an amalgam of foul and fishy scents, devoid of any hint of fragrance. Even the faintest aroma would appear grotesque amidst such a squalid atmosphere. The surrounding houses bore no resemblance to the brick and stone edifices of Taiyuan County. Instead, they were constructed from rammed earth and piled timber. The exterior walls were uneven and lacked any semblance of aesthetic charm. Upon closer inspection, protruding sections of round logs were visible within the walls. The window frames and door panels were also fashioned from wood, yet the quality was glaringly inferior. The timber had succumbed to the elements over time, becoming gray and cracked. The door panels, however, were distinct. Years of wear from incessant pushing and pulling had cloaked the central section in a thick layer of black paste. In stark contrast, the homes of Taoyuan County could be described as ornately adorned. The pedestrians on the streets exhibited a distinct lack of vitality, their demeanor reflecting the dismal conditions of their surroundings, reminiscent of soulless apparitions. Li Yuanzhao stood still, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, revealing his astonishment. The palace tutor had vividly depicted the scenes beyond the palace gates, asserting that the common folk, unenlightened by the sage's teachings, lacked proper cultivation. Thus, he had been urged to immerse himself in literature. Yet, this reality was far more brutal than he had anticipated. Standing within the capital, under the emperor's very feet, the disparity with Taiyuan County was staggering. Could it be that the sage was truly as upright as proclaimed? No, that could not be. The citizens of Taiyuan County did not solely read the sage's texts. Why then did their streets gleam with cleanliness, and their homes stand tall, brimming with life? While he pondered this, Tianong had swiftly organized the guards, trailing quietly behind Li Yuanzhao. Furrowing his brow, Li Yuanzhao tread cautiously, endeavoring to avoid the muddy patches that might cling to his boots. Hearing movement behind him, he turned to find Tianong and inquired, "Master Gue, where are we now?" "Your Highness," Tianong replied, "we are at the north city gate of the inner city." "Why is it so filthy and disorderly, even more so than Taiyuan County?" Tianong chuckled, "Your Highness, as this is your first venture outside the palace, you may not be aware of the situation. This outer city has only recently developed over the past 2 years. This section of the inner city has also been expanded later. It has attracted many people from across the nation, mostly refugees. If you venture further in, you will find it much improved." Li Yuanzhao pursed his lips, glancing back towards the outer city. "No, I wish to see the outer city." Tianyong felt a headache coming on and hastily signaled the surrounding guards with his eyes. The emperor was a source of concern, and this little ancestor was equally troubling. In the outer city, one could encounter all manner of individuals from various walks of life. Yet the filthiness that permeated the air rendered the scene far from appealing. The crown prince, adorned in resplendent silk garments, appeared no different than a delicate lamb wandering into a den of wolves. He thus murmured in a tone of feigned amiability, "Your Highness, let us depart and return swiftly, lest we keep His Majesty waiting in anxious anticipation." However, Li Yuanzhao was inexplicably engulfed in a wave of irritation. He waved dismissively and proceeded to stride away. Tianyong hastily gestured, and the concealed guards discreetly followed suit. Upon reaching the outer city, the vicinity around the entrance to the inner city bore little distinction. Perhaps due to the absence of officials, the throngs of common folk far exceeded those within the inner city. Numerous children frolicked in the streets, while vendors and washerwomen busied themselves along the roadside. Consequently, the air grew increasingly pungent. Tianyong felt an overwhelming urge to cover his nose and mouth, for the stench was unbearable, causing his nostrils to sting and his stomach to churn. Yet, seeing that the crown prince remained unfazed, he endured the revulsion and continued to follow. Suddenly, as they traversed part of the way, a household abruptly flung open its door, hurling a basin of filth into the street. The contents of the basin, a vile concoction of dirty water and assorted refuse, emitted a noxious odor. Li Yuanzhao nimbly leapt back, yet was not spared from the misfortune, as the murky liquid splattered upon his boots. With a furrowed brow, he glanced down at his soiled footwear, then at the detritus that had just been cast forth. Amongst the pool of bloodied water lay a few decayed vegetable leaves, fish heads, scales, and various minute entrails. The stench surged upward, overwhelming him, and he instinctively clutched his mouth, retching uncontrollably. Observing this, Tianyong swiftly covered his own mouth and nose, then sprang forth, pointing an accusatory finger at the woman responsible, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! How dare you desecrate the street with your refuse, tarnishing my young master's boots? What punishment do you deserve?" The surrounding guards instantly heightened their vigilance, hands resting upon their weapons. The woman cast a furtive glance at Li Yuanzhao, noting his opulent attire that marked him as a noble scion, causing her to drop her basin in shock. She promptly knelt upon the ground, beseeching for mercy. "I did not do this intentionally. I beg for your forgiveness." The woman trembled as she repeatedly uttered those words. By now, Li Yuanzhao had acclimated to the foul aroma. Though it remained unpleasant, he found it tolerable. Approaching the woman, he initially intended to rebuke her, yet her incessant pleas and humble position in the mud inexplicably quelled much of his wrath. In a peculiar turn of fate, he inquired, "What are you cooking?" "Huh?" The woman, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend his question. After a pause, she stammered, "Fish, stewed fish. Rise, and allow me to see." With that, Li Yuanzhao unceremoniously bypassed the woman, entering her dwelling without hesitation. Wu Tianyang stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the crown prince's sudden shift in demeanor. What fascination could possibly lie in the stew of a commoner's home? What merit was there in intruding upon such a wretched abode? Realizing that the crown prince had already slipped inside, Wu Tianyang hastily followed. As they entered, the dimly lit room revealed itself, with only a single window providing scant illumination. The dwelling consisted of merely 2 rooms, separated by a fabric curtain. The inner chamber was evidently a bedroom, while the outer area served as a modest kitchen and lounge. On the stove, the soup in the pot continued to simmer. Its once milky hue transformed into a murky yellow, the contents indiscernible and the aroma far from pleasant. Li Yuanzhao surveyed the room with keen observation, his mind preoccupied with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, he turned to the woman and inquired, "Is this all you eat?" The woman, trembling in the corner, was momentarily at a loss to decipher the intentions of this noble gentleman. Upon hearing his question, she hastily replied, "No, no, no, this is prepared for my husband. He is injured. He requires fish soup to restore his strength." She then stepped forward, parting the curtain that separated the kitchen from the bedroom. Inside lay a man, pallid and asleep, his right leg tightly bandaged. "What happened to his leg?" Li Yuanzhao asked. "Some days ago, while working outside, he suffered a broken leg," she explained. "And what do you typically eat?" Chapter 30. The Prince's Discreet Visit. Part 2. The woman hurriedly returned from the stove, carrying a small porcelain basin to present to Li Yuanzhao. Peering into it, he discovered a concoction resembling a thick paste, intermingled with vegetable leaves, its contents obscured. Yet a faint odor of spoilage wafted towards his nostrils. Wu Tianyang leaned in, casting a disdainful glance before retreating. "What is this?" "This is porridge made from husks, millet, and wild vegetables, with a dash of salt," she replied. Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow, unable to fathom that this was meant for consumption. He recalled witnessing common folk in Taoyuan County dining by the roadside, where the food appeared wholesome and appetizing. Yet, this dish before him was unappealing in appearance and unpleasant in scent. Could it truly be edible? It is indeed edible. This is what the common folk consume daily. The woman's affirmative response left Li Yuanzhao in disbelief. His curiosity surged. "May I have a taste?" Wu Tianyang gasped in alarm, hastily snatching the basin away, exclaiming, "You can't eat this. My lord, you must not. What if this dubious concoction harms your health? The master would have my head." He cast a menacing glance back at the woman, who shrank against the wall in fright. "Then you eat it." "Ah," Wu Tianyang lamented. "Why must we resort to this? Would it not be better to return to the palace? Why roll in the filth of this wretched Taoyuan County? Has the prince been cursed during his visit?" Clutching the porcelain basin, Wu Tianyang stared at Li Yuanzhao in silence. Seeing his demeanor only fueled Li Yuanzhao's resolve. "Ha! Are you afraid? Hand it over." Without hesitation, he seized the basin. "Get away." Wu Tianyang attempted to reclaim it, only to be kicked aside by Li Yuanzhao. Gazing at the unappetizing paste, Li Yuanzhao felt a sudden wave of trepidation. This truly seemed inedible. He glanced once more at the woman cowering in the corner and inquired again, "Is it really safe to eat?" "Yes, it is." Li Yuanzhao's throat tightened as he contemplated the contents of the basin. Gathering his courage, he scooped a small portion with his fingertip and swiftly placed it in his mouth. The paste gradually dissolved, unleashing an indescribable medley of flavors that assaulted his palate. Sour, bitter, rancid, with a hint of saltiness. He could not contain himself and doubled over, retching violently, tears and mucus streaming down his face as the porcelain basin clattered to the ground. Wu Tianyang, alarmed, rushed to support him, patting his back in a futile attempt to ease his distress. After several moments of coughing, Li Yuanzhao began to recover slightly. At that moment, a flicker of pain crossed the woman's eyes as she trembled, wanting to assist Li Yuanzhao. However, he forcefully shook off her arm, causing her to stumble. "How dare you deceive me, you wretched creature!" he roared in fury. Guo Tianyang, baring his teeth, bellowed towards the door, "Someone come." Instantly, 5 or 6 individuals surged into the cramped room, making the already small space feel even more congested. Li Yuanzhao's chest heaved erratically, clearly agitated by the trickery of these cunning commoners. Just as he was about to speak, the man within the room stirred awake, stumbling out in a daze. Upon seeing the crowd gathered, fear overtook him. Dragging his ailing leg, he knelt and tremulously inquired, "Gentlemen, what crime has my family committed?" Guo Tianyang pointed disdainfully at the slop on the ground, sneering, "Your wife dared to deceive my young master, claiming this vile substance is edible. You two knaves." The man feigned innocence, hastily explaining, "It is indeed edible. I shall eat it before you, gentlemen." Ignoring the woman's attempts to restrain him, he bent down and began to consume the slop. Li Yuanzhao was taken aback. It truly was edible. Moreover, judging by the man's expression, it didn't seem to be as repulsive as anticipated. Guo Tianyang, noticing his bewilderment, leaned closer to Li Yuanzhao's ear and whispered, "Your Highness, the common folk's fare is generally like this. Perhaps it is merely unfamiliar to you." Li Yuanzhao stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson, suddenly overwhelmed with shame. In a fit of anger, he kicked Guo Tianyang and exclaimed, "You wretched creature! Why did you not mention this earlier?" Guo Tianyang, nursing his backside, lamented, "What was I to say? You insisted on tasting it. There was no stopping you. Our family has truly fallen upon misfortune." Observing the man still on the ground consuming the slop, Li Yuanzhao, blushing, urged him, "Rise, please. Get up." The man staggered to his feet, and Li Yuanzhao noticed the dirt smudged across his face, intensifying his feelings of guilt. He murmured, "I have vomited in your dwelling and consumed your food. I must compensate you. Guo, provide them with 10 taels of silver." The honest man hurriedly waved his hands. "No need for that, my lord. Those things hold little value. You must accept it." Li Yuanzhao insisted firmly. Guo Tianyang promptly slapped 10 silver notes into the man's hands. With the silver exchanged, Li Yuanzhao wasted no time departing the room, nearly fleeing. Guo Tianyang followed closely behind as they emerged onto the street. Noticing the prince's somewhat despondent demeanor, he approached softly. "Your Highness, let us return to the palace. Do you think the young eunuchs reside in such abodes or consume such fare?" Guo Tianyang chuckled apologetically. "Certainly not, Your Highness. Even the most humble quarters in the palace surpass this by 100-fold, and the food is far superior. This is merely the outer city. The inner city is much better. You should visit the inner city more often. What did you eat before entering the palace?" Li Yuanzhao inquired. The question prompted Guo Tianyang to reminisce about his own humble and arduous childhood. Sighing, perhaps it was even less than this. Having porridge daily was considered fortunate. It was common to eat once every 3 days or even 2. "Do not worry, Your Highness, it has only been 2 years of stability. Some commoners may endure hardship now, but better days lie ahead." Li Yuanzhao nodded, a sudden realization dawning upon him. No wonder so many were willing to castrate themselves and enter the palace as eunuchs. Guo Tianyang, Chapter 31. Father. I have many insights within the warm chamber. The dragon fire blazed fervently. Emperor Jing continued to review the memorials without pause. Ever since his private meeting with several ministers upon returning to the capital yesterday, the memorials flooded into the palace like snowflakes. The primary content of these documents urged the allocation of funds to address the flood disaster. The emperor shook his head repeatedly, meticulously marking each petition. The allocation of funds by the court was indeed necessary, yet the time was not ripe. As the sovereign, he could not afford to speak recklessly. It would be preposterous to claim he had discovered a miraculous artifact named limitless virtue capable of reversing fate. Should he fail, the annals of history would be at a loss on how to record such folly, and he would surely become a laughingstock. After all, he had never even laid eyes on this limitless virtue, leaving him with considerable apprehension. Fang Jingyi's approach was akin to a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood. It was preferable to seize this slim chance of survival rather than attempt to remedy the situation later. Fang Jingyi was a capable official known for his ability to create miracles, and the emperor was willing to take a gamble. After rejecting all requests for fund allocations, Emperor Jing let out a sigh of relief. Yet, anxiety soon returned, for tomorrow the ministers would likely seek explanations from him, and such days would continue for several more. While he pondered, a young eunuch suddenly rushed in. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." "Let him in." upon the crown prince's arrival. A faint smile involuntarily appeared on Emperor Jing's face as he inquired, "How did you find your day in the capital?" Li Yuanzhao, with an air of confidence, replied, "I believe I have gained some understanding." "Oh, where did you go today?" A sense of foreboding inexplicably stirred within the emperor as he observed the crown prince's demeanor. The crown prince ventured only to the outer city before hastily returning. However, a glimpse can reveal the entirety. Seeing too much is of little significance. The emperor's expression darkened. The crown prince had become rather presumptuous, claiming to ascertain the situation after merely visiting the outer city. Despite his irritation, Emperor Jing, considering the youth of his son, composed himself and maintained a friendly demeanor. "To share your insights," Li Yuanzhao took a deep breath and said, "I must preface my remarks by asking for your forgiveness if my words are lacking. However, I shall proceed. Today, I must express that the condition of the capital has exceeded my imagination." "Oh?" The emperor adjusted his posture, now taking the matter seriously. "To begin with the streets. The arrangement of the houses is chaotic, and they are built askew. Clearly, there is a lack of planning. Consequently, the common people face great inconvenience, and the dark corners are more prone to unlawful activities. In my humble opinion, the court should implement a unified plan, erecting orderly houses to sell to the populace. This way, the court would gain revenue, and the citizens would acquire better homes." With his eyes closed, the emperor leaned back in his chair, occasionally tapping his fingers on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, well said. Please continue." Encouraged by the emperor's praise, Li Yuanzhao began to grow increasingly confident. "The state of hygiene on the street is appalling. Sewage flows freely, and refuse is scattered everywhere. This place ought to take a cue from Taiyuan County, repave the ground, appoint sanitation officials, and prohibit the populace from discarding waste. Simultaneously, underground pipes should be constructed to efficiently divert the filthy water and refuse." Emperor Jing opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Li Yuanzhao, inquiring, "Do you understand how the pipeline should be constructed? Where will all this filth be redirected?" With a confident sweep of his hand, Li Yuanzhao replied, "We can extend the pipelines to the vicinity of Jiaoling port, disposing of the waste directly into the sea. What is the length of the pipeline? How much silver will it cost? And how many laborers will need to be conscripted? What if we encounter mountains or valleys along the route?" The emperor posed a barrage of questions. Li Yuanzhao, feeling somewhat awkward, stood speechless for a moment before a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He declared emphatically, "None of this should concern me. If this task were entrusted to me, I would delegate it to Feng Zhang. Specialization is key. I must focus on the art of governance. These trivial matters can be set aside. It is essential to prioritize the significant issues." "Trivial matters?" This unlearned wretch, Emperor Jing said expressionlessly. "Very well, let us skip this topic and address the main point." Seeing his father rendered speechless, Li Yuanzhao felt invigorated. "Excellent. Then I shall proceed directly to the crux of the matter. Today, I visited a commoner's home, which scarcely resembled a dwelling. It was more like a dilapidated shack. Inside, they were preparing a pot of fish soup that was utterly unappetizing and shockingly. It was meant for the ailing. I inquired about their regular meals, and I do not know whether you have tasted it, father. But they served a porridge made from yellow millet. I took a couple of bites. The taste was so sour and bitter that even the thought of it now makes me feel nauseous." As he recounted his experience, Li Yuanzhao vividly recalled the dimly lit room where he consumed the unpalatable porridge day after day. His heart ached, and with a somber expression, he lamented, "The lives of our subjects in Dejing are exceedingly harsh. They are reduced to subsisting on such fare. It pains me deeply." Li Yuanzhao had thus gained some insights from this experience. "Wait." Suddenly, Emperor Jing sat up straight, his demeanor turning serious. "Did you truly consume that yellow millet porridge?" Feeling challenged, Li Yuanzhao responded indignantly, "Indeed. Lord Gui can attest to it." Summoned Gui Ban. Gui Tianyang hurried into the warm chamber, and the emperor immediately inquired, "Did the crown prince visit a commoner's home today and partake of their food?" Gui Tianyang, feeling anxious about the emperor discovering that the crown prince had vomited, glanced at Li Yuanzhao's expression and felt reassured. He replied, "Your Majesty, it is true, after eating." The crown prince felt compassion and bestowed 10 taels of silver upon that household. Unexpectedly, a wave of unexplainable joy surged within Emperor Jing. Although the crown prince exhibits a lack of ambition, possesses little knowledge, and shows no diligence, he surprisingly harbors a compassionate heart for the common people. Moreover, it appears he has gained some insights. While he may struggle in other areas, with effort and dedication, he can certainly catch up in due time. However, The most remarkable quality of a sovereign is possessing empathy for the populace. Initially, Emperor Jing was filled with concerns regarding the crown prince's future. Yet it seems a positive transformation is occurring. The emperor intended to maintain a stern demeanor to prevent the prince from becoming complacent, but the more he pondered, the more he felt joy, ultimately bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is my cherished son. Yuan Zhao, you have taken the initiative to connect with the people, understand their suffering, and respond to their needs. This journey has not been in vain. My heart is greatly comforted. Now, share your insights with me. Upon hearing that it was not related to him, Wu Tianyang felt a sense of relief. Li Yuanzhao received high praise from Emperor Jing, causing his heart to blossom with joy as he cheerfully stated, "Indeed, my insights are of utmost importance. The path to a strong nation and prosperous people lies within them." A foreboding sensation crept back into Emperor Jing's mind, yet caught up in the moment, he could not bear to interrupt, thus gesturing for Li Yuanzhao to continue. "The palace tutors had taught me that the struggles of the people stem from their lack of understanding of governance and failure to read the classics. But do the people of Taiyuan County read any classics? I think not. The texts of Taiyuan are neither classic nor poetic. Yet why do the people of Taiyuan enjoy a prosperous life? This indicates that the issue lies in literacy. Vernacular literature is accessible and easy to comprehend, making it convenient for the people of Taiyuan to learn, allowing many to read. Thus, literacy itself can be seen as a form of education, in my view. Again, that cursed vernacular. Ever since reading that indescribable book on the exemplary county magistrate, the crown prince has been insatiably captivated." Emperor Jing's joy began to dissipate, and he calmly remarked, "That will be sufficient for today. Wait, I have much more to say." Li Yuanzhao, growing increasingly animated, believed his theories to be exceptionally profound, as if failing to express them would be an enormous waste. "In my opinion, the court should vigorously promote the writing of vernacular literature. This way, we can educate the entire nation, and the future will be bright. Poverty will subsequently vanish under the feet of the illustrious emperor. The lives of the common people resemble those of pigs and dogs. They consume spoiled gruel and reside in dilapidated quarters. This clearly indicates a failure in education and issues in national policy." If Li Yuanzhao spoke passionately, gradually becoming animated, entirely oblivious to Emperor Jing's increasingly darkening expression. Wu Tianyang, listening intently, turned pale. To describe the lives of the capital's citizens as worse than that of animals was akin to slapping one's own father. Has the crown prince lost his senses? If I were to become emperor, I would ensure that the people of the world get out. There were still words left unspoken. Get out. Chapter 32. The struggle in the imperial court. The following day, in the imperial court, the morning bell tolled, and the officials were arranged in their respective positions. The emperor reclined majestically upon the dragon throne, while Li Yuanzhao was obediently seated to the side. After listening to the crown prince's insights the previous day, Emperor Jing had resolved to bring the crown prince to the court more frequently for training and education, as he was now of age. Once the officials had completed their salutations, Emperor Jing commanded them to rise, subsequently partaking in a cup of tea as was customary. The court then fell into an eerie silence. The emperor sensed the unusual atmosphere and patiently awaited his ministers to speak. Li Yinsong lowered his gaze, scanning the hall before he heaved a sigh, then gradually stepped forward, addressing today's court discussion. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Before Li Yinsong could finish, the Minister of War, Feng Jie, stepped forward assertively. What matter do you wish to address? Feng Jie declared earnestly. Your Majesty, last night, I received urgent news from Jianjiang Prefecture. Due to the ongoing and escalating flood crisis, a rebellious faction has emerged among the populace, known as the Water God sect. The governor of Jianjiang has dispatched agents to investigate, and it appears that the members of this sect are remnants of the fallen Qian kingdom. It is reported that under the guidance of their holy maiden, they have gathered thousands of disaster-stricken individuals, spreading chaos and turmoil throughout various counties in Jianjiang. The military forces in Jianjiang are currently insufficient to maintain order, and thus, we urgently request an additional 10,000 troops from the court to quell the Water God sect. Upon hearing this, the ministers erupted into fervent discussion. How had it escalated to this point? In 2 years, the remnants of the Qian kingdom had not been eradicated? Your Majesty, it is imperative that we swiftly send financial aid to Jianjiang to quell the public discontent. Otherwise, the power of the Water God sect may grow unchecked. We must act with urgency to crush this sect while it is still in its infancy. Silence. Silence. Emperor Jing, his face flushed with anger, struck the armrest of the dragon throne, and the court fell silent. A mere remnant of the Qin kingdom has now devolved into a heretical sect. And your reaction seems somewhat excessive. However, the flood crisis in Zhejiang must be addressed. The treasury is devoid of funds. I am willing to allocate an additional 10,000 taels from the imperial treasury. As for the rest, you esteemed ministers are the pillars of the nation. In these times of crisis, I hope you will generously contribute. As these words resonated, many gazes began to avert, akin to students fearful of being called upon in class. After a brief pause, no one took the initiative to speak. Li Yinsong surveyed the assembly and sighed. As the prime minister, it appeared he must take the lead in this matter. The truth is, as His Majesty has stated, our treasury is bare. What else can we do? However, to extract funds from other ministers is akin to carving flesh from their bodies. Everyone professes to act for the welfare of the people. Yet this is contingent upon not harming their own interests. Stepping forward, Li Yinsong declared loudly, I am willing to donate 5,000 taels of silver. With Li Yinsong leading the charge, several cabinet elders began to step forward in succession. Zhang Dongxiang proclaimed, I am willing to donate 4,000 taels. Zheng Xiao added, I too shall contribute 4,000 taels. Seeing the cabinet elders at the forefront, the remaining officials could not help but exchange furtive glances. Several ministers have been in office for quite some time, holding multiple positions and serving as trusted advisors to the emperor. In their respective hometowns, they are renowned as substantial landowners. However, the situation is quite different for the lower-ranking officials. While they could theoretically produce several thousand taels, the thought of parting with such sums causes them considerable anguish. Donating to disaster victims? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to indulge in a few more pounds of exquisite Tianxian tea? Emperor Jing nodded in appreciation. Ultimately, it is these seasoned ministers who understand the greater picture and the importance of the situation. Subsequently, the other officials reported their donation amounts in order of rank, starting from thousands of taels, descending to hundreds, and eventually dwindling to mere dozens. In total, they managed to gather only 34,000 taels. Upon seeing the figures compiled by the young eunuch, the emperor's expression began to darken. Including his own contribution of 10,000 taels, the total donations from the dozens of ministers amounted to only 24,000 taels. While he could easily raise over 10,000 taels from selling tea in just 2 or 3 days, the emperor felt a strong urge to reveal the tea matter. Hoping to shame these ministers, but considering the potential impact on future treasury revenues, he swiftly suppressed the thought and remarked sarcastically, I didn't realize that the officials of my Grand Jing dynasty were so incorruptible. So many of you could barely muster less than 40,000 taels. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances. Was the emperor's appetite for support truly so excessive? What exactly constitutes a significant contribution? Minister of Revenue Zhang Shi spoke up, Your Majesty, the pressing matter at hand is to swiftly support Zhejiang. Let us dispatch whatever amount we can. Indeed. Please, Your Majesty. Send troops to Zhejiang at once. Emperor Jing replied with deliberation, Fengjie. Immediately dispatch 15,000 troops to Zhejiang to eradicate the water god sect. Furthermore, send an additional 20,000 taels in silver to assist the Zhejiang government with disaster relief. The ministers were taken aback. Your Majesty, 20,000 taels is simply insufficient. We currently have 130,000 taels. Why send only 20,000? They voiced their concerns, with many looking anxious, particularly those from the southern faction, fearing that the flooding might wreak havoc in their own territories. Emperor Jing spoke calmly, How much longer must we endure this calamity? Which of you can provide me with an answer? If the floods persist for a month, should I continuously allocate 20,000 taels more? This is an insatiable abyss. There are countless citizens across the realm in need, yet our treasury holds limited funds. Perhaps it would be prudent to proceed step by step. For now, let us hold off. Fengjie, once the troops arrive in Zhejiang, ensure that reports are sent back to the capital daily without fail. Yes. Recognizing the emperor's steadfast resolve, the ministers refrained from further insistence, though each harbored their own calculations. Zhang Dongxiang leaned towards Li Yinsong and whispered, Li Gong, what do you think is troubling the emperor? He seems rather unusual. Li Yinsong responded solemnly, I do not know. The emperor has his own judgments. We shall proceed step by step. Chapter 33. Thunder crashes. The earth shatters after several days of relentless travel, transitioning from waterways to land routes. The group from Taoyuan Town finally arrived at Yintoa. A total of 20 individuals had been dispatched from Taoyuan County. All seasoned miners who had participated in the initial development of the asphalt mines, possessing extensive experience with explosives. They were robust and remarkably fit, despite it being daytime. The sky over Tuo was ominously dark, with torrential rain pouring down and silver serpents of lightning dancing across the heavens. A palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the group. This was far from the mild drizzle they had been promised. The deluge was anything but light. Captain Ding Kai, his expression grim, barked at his team. Everyone, double-check your gear. Ensure that the oiled paper and the packages containing gunpowder and fuses are watertight. Otherwise, this endeavor will be in vain. We must fulfill the task entrusted to us by the county magistrate. Upon our return, each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Good. The other team members responded enthusiastically. Noticing the morale was high, Ding Kai turned to glance at the over 200 guards accompanying them. These individuals were reportedly hired by merchants visiting Taoyuan County. They were no ordinary guards. Each one stood tall and exuded vitality, rivaling the miners in their physical prowess. It was fortunate that so many had come, for transporting the explosives up the mountain would be nearly impossible in such weather. A single trip under these conditions could incapacitate a man. Leading the guards was Cheng Si, a member of the Imperial Inner Guard assigned by Guotianyang, who had donned civilian attire to escort Ding Kai and his team. Initially dismissive of these provincial miners, Cheng Si soon realized their remarkable capabilities after spending days aboard the ship with them. Beneath their simple clothing lay well-defined muscles, and during bouts of idle competition, he found himself evenly matched with them, despite considering his own men among the finest in the Inner Guard. This realization humbled him, and he set aside his initial condescension. As the rain intensified beyond their expectations, Cheng Si approached Ding Kai and inquired, "Old Ding, can we proceed?" Ding Kai, surveying the surrounding mountains, nodded. "Yes. Look at these peaks, tall and steep. If we bring them down, they will surely block the river. However, it will be a strenuous climb. Let us begin. Have your men carry the supplies and follow me. We must collapse both the southern and northern slopes. Ensure that the oiled paper remains intact while transporting the goods. Otherwise, our precious cargo will be ruined." Cheng Si solemnly nodded. Through their discussions over the past few days, he had gleaned a general understanding of the nature of the explosives the miners were transporting, though he had yet to witness their destructive power firsthand. He knew better than to underestimate them. He then turned and shouted, "Brothers, load up and follow Captain Ding." The main body of the team echoed affirmatively, silently shouldering the pre-allocated packages of explosives, each weighing anywhere from dozens to over 100 pounds. While such weights might be manageable under normal circumstances, the slick and treacherous terrain, coupled with the need to ascend the mountain, rendered the task exceedingly arduous. Ding Kai clutched a map, carefully studying the predetermined points marked upon it. After orienting himself, he set forth. Over 200 individuals trudged forward, laden with heavy burdens, braving the downpour under the eerie gloom of the sky. Soon, the group ventured into the depths of the forest, where the wind howled fiercely, causing the trees to rustle ominously. Communication was reduced to shouts. Ding Kai, carrying the least burden, led the way, not only charting the route up the mountain, but also searching for suitable locations for detonation. As they progressed, a sudden gasp echoed from behind. Ding Kai quickly turned around, shouting, "What happened? Who's in trouble?" After a moment, he heard Cheng Si's voice respond, "It's nothing. Keep going." One of the brothers twisted his ankle. "But it's not a big deal." Reassured, Ding Kai continued his ascent. Cheng Si wiped the rain from his face, cursing inwardly. This wretched weather was truly unusual. If it weren't for his band of battle-hardened warriors, climbing the mountain would have been a daunting task. The physical prowess of the miners from Taoyuan County was unexpectedly impressive. After some tribulations, they finally reached a midpoint without incident. Ding Kai looked down, astonished. "By heavens, it seems the county magistrate is watching over us. There is a mountain crevice here, saving us a great deal of effort. Brothers, let us not proceed further. Let us set up camp here." The surrounding men rejoiced and hastily shed their heavy explosives. Everyone gathered their supplies in one place. "Lao Cheng, lead your brothers down." Cheng Si, puzzled by the order, still organized the explosives in front of Ding Kai before leading his men down the mountain. Ding Kai ordered his men to tie the explosives together with ropes, then split them into two sections with fuses, carefully encasing them in oil paper tubes before slowly lowering them. As the explosives dwindled, Ding Kai instructed his team to carry the fuses down the mountain, ensuring they remained dry. The two groups quickly reunited with Cheng Si's main contingent. Cheng Si scratched his head, bewildered, and asked, "Lao Ding, why are you back down? How are we going to blow up the mountain?" Ding Kai chuckled, lifting a fuse in one hand. "Just watch. I promise you a spectacle. Hand me the fire stick." Cheng Xi's eyes were fixed on the fuse in Ding Kai's hand. And as the flame touched it, the fuse vanished into the tube in an instant. Whoa, get down. Everyone cover your ears. Ding Kai shouted. Just as the others shielded their ears, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous roar erupted, and countless fragments of rock soared into the sky. The towering mountain seemed to sway, on the verge of collapse. Cheng Xi's heart raced, his eyes wide with terror. His body shaking uncontrollably. Many shared his fear, with some burying their heads between their legs, trembling. Seeing the first explosion fail, Ding Kai quickly ignited the second fuse. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions resounded, and the very foundation of the mountain was shaken, teetering, and finally collapsing. Boulders crashed into the river, creating massive waves. Oh, we did it. The miners erupted in jubilant cheers. Although their task was not entirely complete, the feasibility was undoubtedly assured. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver awaited them upon their return home. What a prospect to spend the latter half of their lives in leisure. Cheng Xi and his companions gaped in astonishment, struggling to regain their composure. Such a scene, such tactics, rendered his past battlefield experiences pale in comparison. It was nothing short of divine intervention. The look in Cheng Xi's eyes as he glanced towards Ding Kai and his party was now infused with reverence. After swallowing hard, Cheng Xi cautiously inquired, "Shall we proceed, old Ding?" "Onward," Ding Kai declared, brimming with vigor. Half the task was accomplished, and now was the time to forge ahead and complete the other half swiftly to claim their silver. There was nothing worthwhile in this desolate place. "Retreat," Cheng Xi bellowed, and the main force turned to exit the woodland. As they rose, a multitude tumbled down in a heap. One team member, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, "Captain, my legs are weak. I can't move." Cheng Xi felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at Ding Kai. Ding Kai, with a grin, replied, "Let us rest before we continue." The miners erupted in laughter. It turned out this group was not so formidable after all, mere softies, frightened into such a state by a little explosion. How reminiscent of their own first mining venture. It seemed rather similar. Once they had rested, over 200 men returned to the site, reassembling the remaining explosives before setting off towards another peak. Though the second attempt encountered some obstacles, they followed the same method and succeeded once more. As they watched torrents of water flow in the intended direction, a wave of joy surged within their hearts. Ding Kai shouted, "Brothers, each of you shall return to the county office to receive 1,000 taels of silver. I will treat everyone to a feast at Chichong Tower, followed by a soak at Tianda Pool." Instantly, 20 miners erupted in jubilant cheers. In the pouring rain, Cheng Xi and his group of soldiers looked on, their expressions tinged with envy as they observed the miners. Here they were, laboring for the palace without a single coin to show for it, while these men, working for the county magistrate, stood to gain 1,000 taels. What a stark contrast. Chapter 34 Urgent Report. A good news? Young master, it's time to rise. The miners who went out have returned and are eagerly waiting to see you, Xiao Hao said, standing beside Fang Jingyi's bed with a look of helplessness. Fang Jingyi rubbed his sleepy eyes and murmured, "Understood. Distribute some silver to them. I shall sleep a little longer." With that, he turned over and succumbed to sleep once more. Xiao Hao pushed him twice with determination. "Get up. The miners who went to assist in disaster relief have returned." "Ah, miners." Only then did Fang Jingyi, still in a daze, recall that he had dispatched 20 men to Jianjiang for disaster relief, uncertain of their success. Nevertheless, their return was undoubtedly a positive sign. With this thought, Fang Jingyi immediately felt invigorated, swiftly leaping out of bed. "Let us go and see. Young master, you haven't even washed your face." As soon as the miners saw Fang Jingyi, they became animated, each bowing and greeting him. Fang Jingyi waved at them with a smile. "Excellent. It seems you have succeeded. Was everything smooth? Did anyone encounter misfortune?" Ding Kai hurriedly stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "Master, we succeeded. Everything went smoothly, and no one was injured." "Ha ha ha, splendid. After you receive your silver, go home and rest. You have all worked hard." Fang Jingyi was filled with joy. Indeed, this venture had proven profitable, having sold the gunpowder while also earning several thousand taels of silver. Old Li was truly fortunate. It was likely that this deal would elevate him to great heights. Ding Kai hesitated. "However, we picked up someone on the way." "What? Picked up someone? Where?" The miners parted to reveal a mud-covered figure lying on the ground. "What is this? Is this even human?" Fang Jingyi was taken aback. The creature was caked in mud, curled up and blackened, but it vaguely resembled a primate. Ding Kai grinned foolishly indeed. We saw him on the way back and, feeling pity, brought him along. He has been unconscious for several days, but we have been feeding him meat broth daily, and fortunately, he is still alive. Master, we leave him in your care. We shall take our leave now. With that, a group of miners hastily departed, leaving the figure behind. Fang Jingyi was exasperated. Hopping in frustration, these unruly peasants. They have grown increasingly undisciplined. To abandon a half-dead person directly at the yamen. Xiao Dao. Quickly find someone to clean him up and send him to the medical hall. Handle it as necessary. Oh dear, this is quite the development. Old Li is bound to profit immensely from this, isn't he? Ensure Zhang Biao keeps a close watch. Old Li has entered the city. Summon him to me at once. I am still awaiting my debts. In the court, the ministers were in a heated uproar. Emperor Jing covered his forehead, observing the agitated officials below. Their faces flushed as they clamored for support for Jianjiang, both in manpower and funds. Reports from Jianjiang were coming in daily, indicating that the flood situation was worsening. Officials from the southern faction, particularly those hailing from Jianjiang, were especially incensed, even coming to blows with their colleagues over differing opinions. Such incidents had occurred several times already. After enduring over 10 days of mounting pressure, Emperor Jing felt as though he could no longer withstand it. Emperor Jing often pondered the fate of the people of Taoyuan County, wondering why so much time had passed without any news. If the situation in Fangzhengyi's region had deteriorated and the court remained inactive, how would the annals of history record his reign? Would he not be labeled a tyrant? The reaction of Chen Shu, an official from the Ministry of Revenue, was particularly vehement. Despite his lowly rank, his authority was substantial, as he possessed the power to inspect various departments and could even challenge imperial edicts. He was indeed a formidable figure among the loyal officials. More critically, Chen Shu hailed from Jianjiang, and his home had been incessantly urging him to present memorials, for unrest was brewing in his hometown, and the planting season would soon be missed. Chen Shu, in desperation, relentlessly submitted memorials to Emperor Jing, but each was swallowed by silence, akin to stones cast into the abyss. On this day, upon facing the emperor, Chen Shu could no longer feign indifference. He exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the public sentiment is fierce, and news from Jianjiang has reached the capital. It has been over 10 days since we received the plea for assistance, yet a decision remains elusive. I dare to ask, what are your true thoughts? As the people languished in suffering, and the court remained inert, how would posterity judge these events? I implore you to reconsider, Your Majesty." After speaking, Chen Shu knelt heavily, striking his forehead against the ground. Many fellow loyalists, inspired by Chen Shu's audacity, hastily followed suit and knelt as well, echoing, "Please, Your Majesty, reconsider." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing was instantly enraged and rose, declaring, "Chen Shu, are you admonishing me?" As an emperor of the battlefield, his authority was formidable. Even loyal officials seldom dared to oppose him. Despite being a loyalist, Chen Shu felt a twinge of regret after speaking. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued, "I would not dare. Yet, the people of Jianjiang are drowning in despair. If the court remains inactive, I fear the wrath of the realm will fall upon me." Emperor Jing, enraged yet amused, retorted, "Very well. Since you are in such a hurry, I shall confiscate your estate and send you to Jianjiang, thus fulfilling your desire to aid the people." Confiscation? This was the hallmark of a tyrant. Chen Shu's face paled as he exclaimed, "I am merely offering earnest counsel." In his fury, Emperor Jing's patience waned, and he coldly responded, "Ah, a loyal minister of the great Jing. I shall honor your loyalty by bestowing upon you my imperial steed. Depart immediately for Jianjiang to provide aid." Chen Shu lowered his head, drenched in sweat, rendered speechless. He had misspoken. The emperor was intent on his destruction. What to do? Just then, Li Yinsong stepped forward to mediate. He slowly said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Chen Shu's offense is not so grave. Yet, I too wish to understand. Why do you hesitate to support Jianjiang?" Seeing Li's intervention, Emperor Jing gradually calmed down. "Master Li, do you too question my decisions?" Li Yinsong offered a bitter smile. "I do not question your Majesty. I simply do not comprehend why." Emperor Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was only natural not to understand. The inner guards dispatched had yet to return with news, and even the cabinet was struggling to maintain order. Should he persist in this course of action? Emperor Jing found himself suddenly engulfed in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Gazing upon the multitude of expectant eyes below, he felt an unsettling wavering within. Perhaps the people of Taoyuan County had already succumbed to defeat. To have persevered until this day was, in itself, a testament to his utmost efforts. Alas, it seemed he had ultimately placed his trust in Fang Zheng in vain. Just as he was about to speak, a young eunuch burst into the hall in a flurry, exclaiming urgently, "A critical report! A pressing message from Jianjiang. Chapter 35, on merit and reward quick. Bring it forth." Li Yinsong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The young eunuch's demeanor suggested that something significant had transpired in Jianjiang. Guo Tianyang hurriedly descended to retrieve the urgent report and presented it to Emperor Jing. The emperor immediately unfurled the document, his pupils dilating in astonishment, leaning in to read intently. At this moment, the ministers below held their breath, anxiously awaiting the emperor's reaction. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Jing lifted his head. Bursting into hearty laughter, holding the memorial high, he declared with exuberance, "Gentlemen, behold, this is precisely why I have been patient. Today has arrived. The flooding in Jianjiang is no longer a daunting challenge." With that, he forcefully slammed the memorial down in front of Chen Shu. Chen Shu quickly scurried over to retrieve the document, unfolding it and reading aloud softly. At the mouth of Into River, the northern and southern peaks have collapsed, obstructing the river's course. The flood has receded eastward and will not return. Thus, the peril in Jianjiang has been alleviated by more than half, yet the displaced populace still. As he read, Chen Shu's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat pouring down his face. Just after he had confronted the emperor, the flood had seemingly resolved itself. Such occurrences were truly astonishing. The ministers exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes filled with disbelief directed at the emperor. How could His Majesty have foreseen the mountain's collapse? Could it be true that he possessed divine insight? From his elevated position, Emperor Jing appeared even more enigmatic under the astonished gazes of his ministers. "Chen Shu, what further words do you have?" Chen Shu bowed deeply, striking his forehead thrice in reverence, and lamented, "Your Majesty is wise. I beg your forgiveness for my foolishness in opposing you. I am at your mercy." Typically, this group of officials was quite arrogant, quick to retort thrice for every remark made against them, making such a situation exceedingly rare. Emperor Jing felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to savoring a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day. However, he deemed it inappropriate to impose a severe punishment for such a trivial matter, as that would only stifle open discourse. Thus, with a casual wave of his hand, he declared, "Enough. Considering your service to the state, I shall impose a half-year salary reduction. Your Majesty, I thank you." Chen Shu thought himself fortunate as he slowly rose. Li Yinsong, relieved that the crisis had passed, ventured to inquire of the emperor, "Your Majesty, I wish to know." Suddenly, another young eunuch rushed in, presenting yet another memorial. "Your Majesty, urgent news from Jianjiang. Read it. Thanks to the heavens' protection, the northern and southern peaks have crumbled. The flood has been resolved. Under your divine authority, the army has entered Jianjiang to quell the bandits, and the Water God sect has fled in fear, achieving victory without battle. It is rumored that the Water God sect saintess is the third princess of the Qian dynasty, Shu Yi Bai, whose whereabouts are now unknown." The emperor's spirits soared, and the ministers collectively exhaled in relief. A double blessing. Yet, one minister suddenly noticed the anomaly. 2 reports, 2 urgent messages, and there is overlapping information. Gasp. His Majesty must have secretly dispatched another group to Jianjiang without anyone's knowledge. At this moment, Emperor Jing was invigorated, the gloom that had plagued him for days dissipating entirely. He continued, "Excellent. Splendid. Li Gong, what were you about to ask me?" I merely wished to inquire how your Majesty knew that the flood would resolve itself so effortlessly." The ministers once again turned their gazes towards Emperor Jing. Indeed, what could it matter if your Majesty had dispatched someone? Could one truly hope to push down a mountain? The emperor, observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of his courtiers, could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was time to reveal the existence of Fang Jingyi. This young man still wished to conceal his talents, but I shall compel you to step into the court with great confidence, leaving you nowhere to hide. Thus, he spoke with a cheerful demeanor. "I believe you esteemed ministers harbor numerous doubts in your hearts. In truth, another possesses the means to resolve this matter. Half a month ago, I unexpectedly ventured to Taoyuan County. Have any of you heard of Taoyuan County?" The courtiers, perplexed, began to murmur among themselves. After a brief discussion, they could not ascertain its whereabouts, for none knew of Taoyuan County. The emperor found himself somewhat impressed. This young man, Fang Jingyi, had conducted business for many years and managed to keep his affairs so tightly wrapped, a commendable skill indeed. He continued, "The magistrate of Taoyuan County can be considered a remarkable individual. He possesses the method to open mountains, and thus I, in disguise, made a transaction with Fang Jingyi. Ah, if such an extraordinary person exists, why does your majesty not directly command him to assist in disaster relief? A minister soon inquired. The emperor smiled and shook his head. I learned of this matter by chance. It was a decision made in haste. Li Yinsong interjected. Your majesty, did you leave the palace last time specifically to seek this individual? The emperor faintly smiled, adopting an expression of inscrutable depth, neither confirming nor denying. I was merely out to purchase tea leaves. Would I divulge that to you? Indeed, although Fang Jingyi is merely in his early 20s, his accomplishments are remarkable. Under his governance, the people of Taiyuan County live in peace and contentment, and now he has rendered this great service. He is notably adept in matters of economics. Esteemed ministers, how should I reward him? Li Yinsong, intrigued, queried. Your Majesty, if this individual is so accomplished and exceptional, why is his reputation not more prominent? Perhaps it is due to his remote location. The court may have forgotten him. However, I perceive that he possesses a rather lethargic disposition and likely intends to remain in Taiyuan County for a lifetime. The emperor told a small lie. To speak the truth might require more effort in rewarding Fang Jingyi. Li Yinsong suggested, since this individual excels in governance and economic matters, why not appoint him as an assistant minister of revenue, grant him 1,000 taels of gold, and elevate him 2 ranks to the 7th grade? That should suffice to compensate for the court's years of neglect. Or perhaps allow him to enter the Hanlin Academy as a Hanlin scholar. The discussion resumed among the ministers. This is indeed splendid. Minister Li is, after all, seasoned and prudent. It is already commendable for one so young to hold a 5th-grade office. Indeed, his future is boundless. The emperor furrowed his brow. Is that not a bit lacking? Li Yinsong, taken aback, replied, lacking? This is quite generous. To be elevated 2 ranks and directly enter the Ministry of Revenue. His future is assuredly bright. He then asked, what does your majesty believe should be done? The emperor, with a serious demeanor, replied, I once conversed with Fang Jingyi, stating that if someone could resolve this matter, they would be granted a noble title and high office. Therefore, I wish to bestow upon him a title of nobility, and as for the fief, let it be Taiyuan County. Furthermore, the crown prince had once journeyed to Taiyuan County, where he garnered significant insights. I perceive that this individual possesses some unique and innovative ideas, which may indeed benefit the crown prince. Thus, I intend to appoint him to the office of the Grand Preceptor as a junior Grand Preceptor. The office of the Grand Preceptor is solely comprised of the Grand Preceptor and the junior Grand Preceptor, dedicated to instructing the crown prince, typically held by a Hanlin scholar. With such appointments being exceedingly rare, a direct promotion of someone like Fang Jingyi to this esteemed office has no precedent. Should the crown prince ascend the throne, those serving in the office of the Grand Preceptor would effectively become his mentors, colloquially referred to as imperial teachers. The current cabinet's 3 prominent officials, Zhang Qiao, Li Yinsong, and Zhang Dongxiang, have all previously held positions within the office of the Grand Preceptor, thus making such appointments a matter of great significance. No, Zhang Dongxiang interjected. Your Majesty, although Fang Jingyi has rendered considerable service, the rewards seem excessive and contravene established protocols. I propose conferring upon him a mere 5th-rank title. This individual is still quite young, and not significantly older than the crown prince. How could he possibly instruct him? Upon hearing your majesty's regard for this individual, it is acknowledged that while his abilities are exceptional, he still requires further refinement before being considered for such a role. Just as Emperor Jing was about to speak, Li Yuanzhao, who had been holding back for quite some time, could no longer contain himself. The news of the mountain damming project had already thrilled him to the point of nearly jumping for joy, and now, hearing that His Majesty had exceptionally decided to include Fang Jingyi in the office of the Grand Preceptor filled him with uncontainable delight. However, Zhang Dongxiang's abrupt interruption darkened Li Yuanzhao's expression. Master Zhang, I believe it is most fitting for County Magistrate Fang to enter the office of the Grand Preceptor. During my day in Taiyuan County, I have already made significant progress. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Master Yan Goen, who is already serving as the Grand Preceptor and responsible for instructing the Crown Prince, immediately stepped forward and bowed upon being called. He then awkwardly stated, indeed, since the Crown Prince returned from his travels, he has been exceptionally diligent. He has even memorized several volumes of texts. Yan Goen, under the curious gazes of the assembly, wished he could vanish into the ground. Everyone was well aware of the Crown Prince's usual demeanor. Even touching the cover of a book would be considered an accomplishment. Yin Goen had initially thought that the crown prince had finally woken up to his studies, attributing the credit to himself, only to have Fang Jingyi appear unexpectedly. The awkwardness was nearly unbearable. Emperor Jing cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuanzhao, surprised that this rebellious son had indeed put in the effort to study in order to advocate for Fang Jingyi's inclusion in the office of the Grand Preceptor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongxiang fell silent. At present, with the realm stabilized, nothing is more paramount than the education of the crown prince. A prodigal son returning to the right path is invaluable. It is indeed remarkable that someone could effect such a significant transformation in the crown prince, and thus, any reward would be well deserved. Emperor Jing surveyed the assembly and calmly remarked, "Gentlemen, do you harbor any doubts? If not, I shall issue the decree." Chapter 36. By the mandate of heaven, Fang Jingyi held the book in his hands, chuckling foolishly, while Xiao Tao rolled her eyes beside him, attending to his whims. Ever since Emperor Jing's visit, Fang Jingyi had opened the door to a new world at the bookstall. His previously mundane life suddenly burst into vibrant colors. Various books reminiscent of modern online literature had long since become popular at the stall. The imagination of these ancient individuals was undeniably on par with that of contemporary writers, leaving Fang Jingyi in awe. He was particularly fond of the book County Magistrate Fang's battle against Thanos, which depicted him as an unparalleled hero who faced countless hardships to collect infinite gems. The narrative of the Emperor battling Thanos was merely glossed over. Unsatisfied with the reading experience, Fang Jingyi commissioned Zhang Biao to find the author and urge for more updates. Now, the book had reached its third edition, titled Thanos Builds Peach County, A Bountiful Legacy. It seems there are indeed talents in Peach County. After finishing the last chapter, Fang Jingyi sipped his tea and sighed. The creativity is wonderful, but alas, the word count is insufficient. It appeared he should have Zhang Brao confine this author in a small room, striving for a daily output of 10,000 words. Setting down the book, Fang Jingyi felt a twinge of boredom. He turned to Xiao Tao and inquired, "Are there any recent happenings?" Xiao Tao replied, "It seems there is nothing much, just trivial matters concerning the Zhang and Li families. However, young master, someone reported last night that the miner they brought back has awakened. Should we go and take a look?" "Oh, let us go then." Fang Jingyi felt a spark of interest. Another new inhabitant for Peach County. Once he recovered, he could be sent to the local employment center. With a bit of luck, he might even secure a skilled worker. Without delay, the two made their way directly to the medical clinic. Upon seeing Fang Jingyi, the physician hurriedly ushered him to the second floor. The individual was accommodated in a secluded room upstairs, separated by a white gauze curtain. "How is the patient?" Fang Jingyi inquired. The physician responded, "My lord, the individual is stable, though their condition remains somewhat precarious. They awaken intermittently, often speaking incoherently, which I find difficult to comprehend. However, I must say, this young lady is truly beautiful. In all my years, I have never encountered such a stunning girl." "Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties," Fang Jingyi said, suddenly intrigued. When it came to beauty, aside from Xiao Tao, Peach County lacked any remarkable women. Most were refugees. The older ones were not worth mentioning, while the younger ones had suffered from malnutrition since childhood, leading to poor physique and skin. Coupled with their drab clothing, they hardly inspired any interest. Fang Jingyi often mused about how wonderful it would be to procure some silk stockings. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Even if he could manage to acquire them, it was likely that most people would find them unacceptable. After dismissing the physician, Fang Jingyi gently parted the curtain, and his breath caught in his throat. The woman on the bed appeared to be around 28, her dark hair cascading over the pillow. Her skin, as creamy as freshly churned butter, subtly revealed a rosy hue, and her cheeks were as delicate as freshly ripened lychees, with a nose as soft as goose fat. The slender legs, with their astonishing proportions, are complemented by an air of icy elegance, even in slumber. Her exquisite features are tinged with a trace of sorrow that lingers between her brows, evoking a sense of compassion in those who behold her. Fang Jingyi gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that the humanoid being he had found just days prior would turn out to be such a strikingly beautiful woman? However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that her complexion and appearance were far from those of an ordinary citizen. This woman he had brought home was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Jingyi, and he turned to Xiao Tao, inquiring, "Did you arrange for her to visit the medical hall yesterday?" "Yes, indeed." "Who do you think bathed her?" Xiao Tao rolled her eyes. "Of course, it was a woman. Would you have preferred a man?" "Young master, have you taken a liking to her?" Fang Jingyi's expression hardened as he replied sternly, "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" If a man had bathed her and rumors began to circulate, how would she manage in the future? I am merely considering what others might think and acting out of concern. As they conversed, the woman's eyelids fluttered slightly, just as Fang Jingyi contemplated observing her condition further. The doctor rushed in, drenched in sweat and bearing a look of terror. Master, there is an imperial edict. What? An imperial edict? Breathe and explain clearly. The doctor took a moment to compose himself, his demeanor grave. The edict. It comes from the capital. Captain Zhang has brought it. And they are all downstairs. At this revelation, Xiao Tao's complexion drained of color, panic flooding her heart. Fang Jingyi was equally startled. What nonsense was this about an imperial edict? How could such a thing reach to Yuan County? Nevertheless, he steadied himself and waved his hand. Do not panic. Let us first ascertain the situation. Upon descending the stairs, they found the area around the medical hall swarming with people. The eunuch delivering the edict, noticing the throngs of onlookers, felt a wave of dread wash over him as he spotted several individuals in the distance wielding scythes and rakes, their intentions ominous. What a strange turn of events in Taoyuan County. It seemed that the entire populace had mobilized at the mere mention of an edict. Was their curiosity truly so insatiable? As Fang Jingyi emerged from the second floor, the crowd parted to grant him passage. The eunuch, emboldened by Fang Jingyi's presence, declared, "You are indeed the magistrate of Taoyuan County, Fang Jingyi." Fang Jingyi acknowledged with a bow, indeed. Kneel to receive the edict. What? Zhang Biao interjected, emerging with a keen gaze fixed upon the eunuch. The eunuch faltered, nervously stammering, standing is acceptable as well. Fang Jingyi, maintaining his composure, replied courteously. As a court official, it is customary to kneel before the emperor's edict. However, I must verify its authenticity, and I hope you will be understanding, esteemed eunuch. The eunuch chuckled awkwardly. Of course, Magistrate Fang, such is the proper protocol. Then shall I proceed to announce the edict? Please do. Clearing his throat, the eunuch proclaimed in a piercing voice, by the grace of heaven and the authority of the emperor, it is decreed. Chapter 37. The morning of the people by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the magistrate of Taoyuan County, Fang Jingyi, has rendered immeasurable merit by alleviating the floods of the Jianjiang River, rescuing countless citizens from peril. Furthermore, in light of his diligent governance since assuming office, his virtuous conduct has garnered the affection of the populace. My heart is greatly comforted. Thus, I bestow upon Fang Jingyi the title of Baron of Taoyuan County, along with 200 acres of arable land and a stipend of 200. He is to assume the role of deputy in the Imperial Academy and shall enter the palace forthwith, without delay. So decreed. Upon concluding the proclamation, the young eunuch surveyed the crowd, which stood frozen in disbelief. Fang Jingyi stared blankly at him. The eunuch, feeling uneasy, murmured, "Baron Fang, please accept the decree." Before Fang Jingyi could respond, a wave of sobs erupted from the crowd. Someone cried out, "The magistrate is being taken away. He cannot leave us. We cannot bear to be without you. No one shall take our lord. It is all that wretched eunuch's fault. Let us be rid of him. Yes, let us be rid of him. We shall act as if nothing has occurred." As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, individuals brandishing makeshift weapons surged forward, intent on confronting the eunuch. If he were to vanish, it would be as if the imperial edict had never been delivered. Every moment counted. The magistrate must not depart. The eunuch trembled, collapsing to the ground in a state of despair, casting a pleading glance at Fang Jingyi, one hand shakily holding the decree. "Master Fang, please accept the decree. We cannot endure this." Hearing the eunuch's pitiful plea, Fang Jingyi regained his composure and bellowed at the crowd, "Silence. I am not yet deceased. Is there no sense of decorum among you?" The crowd fell silent, though a few in the front continued to wipe their tears, murmuring, "But you cannot leave us." Fang Jingyi, upon hearing this, declared loudly, "Disperse at once. I am now the Baron of Taoyuan County. Why the panic? If I leave, no one else shall come." He then turned to the eunuch and, in a sycophantic tone, remarked, esteemed eunuch, your efforts are commendable. May I inquire how His Majesty became aware of my dispatch to aid in the disaster?" The eunuch managed a strained smile, replying, "Master Fang is too kind. However, you must inquire within the palace. We are merely tasked with delivering the edict and know nothing beyond that." Fang Jingyi thought to himself, "Surely it was Li Long who betrayed me. That scoundrel, Li Long. If I ever lay eyes on you again, I will flay your skin." Though he had been granted the title of Baron, Taoyuan County had secretly expanded significantly under his continuous infractions. If this were discovered, it would spell disaster. He would deal with that later. At least one concern had been alleviated. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the eunuch's hands and smiled. Do not be alarmed. Esteemed eunuch, Taiyuan County may be a remote and impoverished place filled with unruly folk, but it is still quite picturesque. Should you have the inclination, I would be honored to accompany you on a tour of our humble county. The eunuch, forcing a smile, replied, Baron Fong, you jest. We must return to the palace immediately to report. Please prepare for your departure without delay. Understood. Understood. Your efforts are appreciated, Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao approached with a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Fong Jingyi gestured, and Zhang Biao swiftly tucked a bag of silver into the little eunuch's sleeve. Unexpectedly, the weight of the silver caused it to plummet, and the unsuspecting eunuch fell awkwardly to the ground. At that moment, the eunuch was utterly flabbergasted and burst into tears, exclaiming, Sir Fong, we have no grievances or enmities. What is the meaning of this? Fong Jingyi's face darkened as he kicked Zhang Biao and muttered under his breath, Fool, who told you to give so much? A few taels would have sufficed. Zhang Biao chuckled sheepishly and quickly squatted down to reclaim the silver. Fong Jingyi's expression grew even more somber. He helped the little eunuch to his feet and, with a face full of contrition, said, Oh, please forgive my companion here. It's rather inappropriate, isn't it? He pointed to his own head, then began rummaging through his belongings. After a thorough search, he found 5 copper coins and tucked them into the eunuch's sleeve. Hearing the clinking sound of the coins, the eunuch lamented, Sir Fong, you should take these back. If the higher-ups find out, we will be punished. Fong Jingyi, with a look of righteous indignation, replied, Do not be modest, my good man. I assure you my lips are sealed. Truly, it is a hardship for you. As he spoke, Fong Jingyi reached into the eunuch's sleeve again, carelessly pulling out a handful. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 taels of silver alongside 5 copper coins. His eyelid twitched twice before he expressionlessly stuffed them into his chest. The little eunuch gazed at Fong Jingyi in disbelief, his mouth agape, and tremulously said, Sir Fong, may we leave now? Fong Jingyi waved his hand nonchalantly, Let us go, let us go. The eunuch, upon hearing this, hastily mounted his horse and galloped away. Xiao Tao approached with a worried expression, saying, Young master, this isn't quite right. He is from the palace. Fong Jingyi sighed helplessly, and what of it? Offending them is inevitable. It's better to offend them thoroughly. He then surveyed the crowd before him and declared loudly, Everyone, go home. There is no need for concern. Tao County remains under my jurisdiction. Return to your own affairs. A cautious villager stepped forward, anxiously inquiring, My lord, you won't be leaving Tao County, will you? The crowd looked at Fong Jingyi with hopeful eyes. Although Fong Jingyi felt a twinge of emotion, he maintained a stern demeanor and growled, What is the matter? I am leaving Tao County. Are you all displeased with my promotion? Smile for me. With that, the crowd erupted into tears, wailing as if they had lost a beloved father. What will we do if you leave? I will petition the court. My lord, you cannot go. If you leave, I shall not live. What will happen to my daughter? She is only 8 and destined to marry you. Huh. Your daughter is not worthy. Mine is 15. Let her meet you. Let her meet you. As the absurdity escalated, Fong Jingyi could no longer bear it. His expression softened slightly as he conceded, All right. Enough. The official is well aware it is merely a trip to the capital. Departing does not mean never returning. Everyone disperse at once. If you continue with this ruckus, I may as well remain in the capital. It is utterly deafening. Just as I. Before he could finish his words, the crowd erupted, and the citizens scattered in a frantic escape, leaving no trace behind. Observing the chaos left in their wake, Fong Zheng let out a bitter chuckle. Alas, these troublesome commoners. Chapter 38. Unapproachable towards women. Just as Fong Jingyi and his entourage were preparing to return to the yamen, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lord Fong, please hold on. There stood the unconscious woman from the medical hall, weakly leaning against the doorframe, gazing in his direction, as if she had been there for some time. I am Bai Yi, and I am grateful to you, Lord Fong, for saving my life. Xiao Tao, assist her. Fong Jingyi's mind was in disarray. He had little inclination to linger and merely wished to return to the yamen to organize affairs. If he were to enter the capital, it was unlikely he would return soon. The weight of the recent commendation weighed heavily on his heart. Being granted a noble title was already an extraordinary honor. Now, with the additional appointment as a junior official in the Zhan Shifu, everything felt increasingly amiss. Xiao Tao approached Bai Yi, supporting her gently. Miss, if you have matters to discuss, please wait until a more suitable time to speak with my young master. Bai Yi, clearly still recovering, coughed delicately before bowing gracefully. My family perished in the flood. I have nowhere to go now, and I wish to follow you, my lord. To repay your kindness. Fang Jingyi glanced at her. As she regained consciousness, her features appeared even more vibrant, her already exquisite beauty now radiating an ethereal charm. Bai, how do you know that it was I who saved you? The imperial decree had already set off alarm bells in his mind. And this woman seemed equally out of place. Despite her stunning beauty, Fang Jingyi was not one to easily succumb to temptation. He remained highly vigilant against anything that seemed too conveniently offered. This woman, with her extraordinary grace and beauty, was proposing servitude. How naive. Bai had awakened several times, and it was the physician who informed her that Lord Fang had saved her. She knelt on the ground, her breath still uneven. Please rise and speak. Where are you from, and what does your family do? In response to your lordship, I am from Jianjiang Prefecture, and my family was engaged in the porcelain business. All my family perished in the flood. I am now alone, and I owe my life to your kindness. Lord Fang. As she spoke, Bai began to weep, her demeanor evoking sympathy. Her sorrowful cries, filled with genuine emotion, resonated with Xiao Tao, who too had lost her parents at a young age. Had it not been for Fang Jingyi, she could only imagine the dire fate that awaited her. Moved by compassion, she rushed to console Bai. Fang Jingyi observed her closely, sensing no signs of deceit. He had encountered many in Taoyuan County who had lost their parents, and their reactions were often similar. However, upon hearing the mention of porcelain, Fang Jingyi felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. If it were not for Li Long, the porcelain merchant, his tranquil life would not have been so abruptly disrupted. Impatiently, he replied, Oh, I see. The flood in Jianjiang has receded. Once you recover, you may return home. Xiao Tao, please arrange some travel expenses for her upon our departure. Let us go back to the yamen. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Bai standing in a daze, watching his receding figure. Touching her delicate face, she found herself questioning her own existence. For the past 16 years of my life, I have never been so disdainfully treated by anyone, not even in the wake of my family's demise. Does she harbor no interest in women? Am I truly so unattractive? As I pondered these thoughts, Fang Jingyi unexpectedly returned from afar. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy crossed Bai Yi's face. Indeed, he was merely feigning indifference. All men in this world are the same, employing the tactic of feigned disinterest to ensnare their prey. As Fang Jingyi approached, Bai Yi quickly composed herself, reverting to her melancholic demeanor. Master Fang. Oh, I forgot to mention, once you return to Jianjiang and settle your affairs, please remember to send back the travel expenses and medical fees. Young lady, though I empathize with your loss, the landlord's family is not without its own burdens. I hope you can understand. Xiao Tao, let us depart. With that, Fang Jingyi turned once more and walked away. Suddenly, a flush of color surged to Bai Yi's cheeks as she gazed at Fang Jingyi's receding figure, her eyes wide with astonishment. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Bai Yi clutched her mouth and erupted into a violent cough, a trickle of blood seeping through her fingers. Instantly, she was engulfed by a wave of profound embarrassment. Having endured such humiliation for the first time in her life, how could a mere county magistrate insult her so? Yet, the thought of his youth and the nobility he would soon attain, perhaps even entering the prestigious Jean Sher mansion, ignited a mix of shame and indignation within her. Clenching her fists, she observed Fang Jingyi's silhouette, bit her lip, and resolutely staggered after him. Ahead, Xiao Tao and the others were walking along the path. Fang Jingyi continued to curse under his breath, Damn the bearers, how could they abandon us? That rascal went to the county office and only gave me half the promised silver. Do you understand? Oh, Zhang Biao turned back and said, Young master, that woman is following us. Fang Jingyi glanced back, astonished to see Bai Yi truly trailing behind, struggling to keep pace, breathing heavily after every few steps. It appeared to be an arduous endeavor for her. Yes, even in such a state, she still pursues? Could she be clinging to me? Run. Let us hurry back. With that, Fang Jingyi and his companions accelerated their pace. Bai Yi, chasing behind, noticed Fang Jingyi glance back. She quickly put on a smile, ready to call out to him, but saw him turn away again, disappearing into the distance. She stood frozen, her heart a tumult of emotions, sourness, bitterness, and spiciness, yet devoid of any sweetness, an entirely novel experience for her. With a sudden gasp, blood spilled forth as the sun dipped below the horizon, and Bai Yi collapsed in a heap on the desolate street, her figure appearing particularly forlorn. In the courtyard of the county office, Fang Jingyi wore a grim expression as he looked down at Bai Yi, who lay unconscious on a stretcher, her chest stained with flecks of blood, her condition evidently worsened. Zhang Biao, are you a fool? This woman is clearly trying to cling to me. Bring her back. Zhang Biao hesitated and said, "Young master, it seems she wanted to speak with you earlier. I thought bringing her back would be appropriate." Fang Jingyi, confronted with such an obstinate individual, found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly replied, "All right, enough of this. There's no point in further discussion. Let's hurry her to the medical facility. Once she recovers, we shall send her on her way." Just as Zhang Biao was about to take Bai Yi away, the previously unconscious Bai Yi suddenly reached out and grasped Fang Jingyi's pant leg, sobbing pitifully in her stupor. "Father, mother, Bai Yi misses you so much." Seeing this, Xiao Tao revealed a sympathetic expression and beseeched Fang Jingyi, "Young master, why not let her stay? Look at her. Without parents, she is quite pitiable. Where will she go in the future? Our Taiyuan County is not lacking in people." Upon noticing her grip on his pant leg, Fang Jingyi knelt down to scrutinize Bai Yi closely. Even in her slumber, she continued to murmur incoherently, her words heart-wrenching and tear-inducing. Fang Jingyi stroked his chin, contemplating. This woman, there is something inexplicably strange about her. Even in her delirium, she speaks with such coherence. Xiao Tao, give her a gentle nudge. Chapter 39. Overcome with emotion upon hearing this, Xiao Tao rolled her eyes. "Why are you so wary of her, master? I can't shake the feeling that you're keeping your guard up." Fang Jingyi clicked his tongue. "Look, as soon as she awakens, she showers me with flattery. Clearly, she is enamored with my physique, harboring ulterior motives. I'm merely maintaining my integrity. In such times, a young man must exercise caution when venturing out into the world." At that moment, Bai Yi's body twitched imperceptibly. Xiao Tao regarded Fang Jingyi with disdain before lowering her head. "So, master, do you intend to keep her?" Fang Jingyi also gazed down, contemplating Bai Yi's exquisite visage. He couldn't deny that the thought of retaining her had crossed his mind. Having such a beautiful maid would indeed be a delightful sight and would elevate his status when out and about. Nonetheless, Xiao Tao was the best. With her presence, Bai Yi could only be considered a secondary maid. However, recalling the unpleasant experience he had with that treacherously Long, he instinctively felt a twinge of resistance towards this mysterious newcomer. After some deliberation, he decided against it. "Forget it. Let's take her to the medical hall. By the looks of her, she may not recover. After all, we're heading to the capital tomorrow. We can't possibly bring along a sickly person, can we?" With that, he instructed Zhang Biao to carry her away. Yet, Bai Yi's hand remained firmly clutching the hem of Fang Jingyi's trousers. Fang Jingyi, exasperated, shook his leg vigorously, but to no avail. He squatted down to pry her fingers loose, only to discover that the girl possessed surprising strength. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break her grip. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Biao leaned in. "Master, let me handle this." "Move aside. Don't break her fingers." Fang Jingyi had witnessed Zhang Biao's innate strength before. Not to mention, carrying 1,000 taels of silver around the streets daily was no small feat, seeing no alternative. Fang Jingyi reluctantly squatted down. He covered Bai Yi's mouth with one hand while inserting 2 fingers into her nostrils with the other. In no time, accompanied by Bai Yi's coughing, her grip finally loosened. Zhang Biao erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Impressive. Master, you truly have a way with these matters. Haha. I must learn well from you. You still have much to learn." Xiao Tao watched the two of them exchange compliments in silence. After all these years, she had yet to grow accustomed to it. Being the only sane person in the county office as courtyard made life exceedingly challenging. After being suffocated awake, Bai Yi's chest heaved continuously. Lowering her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The humiliation of life's greatest indignities had befallen her multiple times within half a day. Cast aside, scorned, and now having her nostrils invaded. "Fang Jingyi, I swear I will tear you to shreds one day, and that dim-witted Zhang Biao too. Awake now, Miss Bai? Are you able to leave?" Fang Jingyi feigned a concerned expression. However, Bai Yi kept her head bowed, gasping for breath, too fearful to look up, lest Fang Jingyi discern her true feelings. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, with tears glistening in her eyes, she suddenly fell to the ground, lamenting, "Master Fang, you have saved me once again. I have no means to repay you, and can only serve as your maid in gratitude. My parents have already passed away, and I truly have nowhere to go now. I only wish to follow you, Master Fang, to repay your kindness. The spirits of my parents can find peace. I hope you will not forsake me and will take me in." Upon finishing her plea, Bai Yi raised her head, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi shook his head and said resolutely, "There is no need for that. If Miss Bai truly wishes to repay my kindness, it would be better for you to find a job in Taiyuan County. There is no honor greater than paying taxes in this county. Moreover, the salary at the county office is not high, and there are not many suitable jobs for women. You might as well find work in spinning in Taoyuan County, where you can earn money from medical expenses more quickly. As for your identity and household registration, I can assist you with that free of charge. Fang Jingyi emphasized the word free to highlight the humane management of Taoyuan County. Money, money, money. Were you impoverished in your past life? The incessant focus on finances drove Bai Yi to the brink of despair. It seemed that Fang Jingyi was utterly uninterested in anything aside from money. If it were not for the deep-seated blood feud she bore, she would have wanted nothing more than to escape from his presence, distancing herself from this relentless pursuit of wealth. Yet, reluctantly, for the sake of her aspirations, she suppressed her indignation and continued sorrowfully, "My lord, my father taught me from a young age to be grateful and to repay kindness. Master Fang has saved my life. If I cannot serve you, I fear that my parents' spirits will not find peace. Fear not, for they shall be reborn." You. Bai Yi felt as though struck by lightning, nearly losing her composure and uttering a curse, but a sliver of remaining rationality compelled her to bite her tongue. A metallic taste spread slowly in her mouth as she clenched her teeth, repeatedly encouraging herself, "You can do it. You can do it. Your dignity has already been nearly lost. If this fails, all your previous efforts will be in vain." Thus, steeling her resolve, Bai Yi knelt before Fang Jingyi and, with a resounding thud, bowed her head forcefully. I beg you." Fang Jingyi and his companions were taken aback by her fervent desire to repay gratitude, astonished by her earnestness. Fang Jingyi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. What merit or virtue did he possess to elicit such devotion from a stunning beauty? He felt fortunate in this life. "Ah, Miss Bai, there is no need for such actions. I shall waive your medical expenses." Xiao Tao could no longer bear to watch. This young woman was of a similar age to her and shared a comparable plight. Bai Yi's suffering resonated deeply within her. Thus, Xiao Tao tugged at Fang Jingyi's sleeve, saying, "Young master, why not take her in? It would be helpful, as I am quite busy on my own." Fang Zheng pondered within. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking. After all, the individual in question had been brought back by him. Since Xiao Tao desired an assistant, it was only reasonable. For she had indeed been quite occupied these past few years. Ever since the operations in Taoyuan County commenced, he had largely refrained from intervening in matters, often delegating responsibilities to Xiao Tao, a blossoming maiden, devoid of leisure time, tirelessly managing his affairs without a companion. He felt he owed her a great deal. Perhaps deep down, Xiao Tao yearned for a companion. Having come to this realization, Fang Zheng fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi and spoke slowly. "Miss Bai, since you insist on repaying your debt of gratitude by staying by my side, I see no reason to decline your request. Henceforth, you shall serve as Xiao Tao's maid. Do not be misled by the fact that Xiao Tao serves me. She is, in truth, my own sister. From now on, you must approach your tasks with diligence and not abandon them midway. Whatever she assigns you, you shall do. As for your monthly stipend, it shall amount to 3 taels of silver, with prior medical expenses deducted from it. Are you agreeable to this? A maid of a maid, and that accursed medical fee. Was it not said to be waived?" Bai Yi lowered her head once more, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into her flesh. Yet, at this moment, tears were absent, having long since dried, only sobs escaping her lips. "Why are you crying? Is this a yes or a no?" Fang Zheng inquired. I am weeping tears of joy. I agree. Chapter 40. Arrangements. After Bai Yi made her promise, she promptly fainted. Fang Jingyi touched his head and chuckled, remarking on her overwhelming joy that caused her to lose consciousness. "Xiao Tao, she is now in your care. You shall manage everything for her. First, arrange a room for her, and then summon the physician." He pondered whether it was necessary to take her to the capital. Subsequently, Fang Jingyi instructed Zhang Biao to gather everyone from the county office. During his absence, he must ensure that all affairs were well organized to maintain the normal operations of Taoyuan County. Optimistically, he estimated that he could return at least once a week. Pessimistically, it might take months before his return. Should his journey to the capital result in the county becoming a chaotic mess, he would find it unbearable. Building a structure is far easier than maintaining one. Taoyuan County represented 7 years of his efforts and could not be jeopardized. Soon, over 100 people gathered in the county office hall. Fang Jingyi sat behind the desk, his expression stern as he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of my impending journey to the capital. This trip will require me to be away from the county for some time, and thus, Taoyuan County will rely on your stewardship in the coming days. I reiterate my previous directives. All personnel in the county office must adhere strictly to protocol, and the common folk may act freely as long as they do not transgress the law. However, should any official engage in misconduct, they shall be punished with 20 strokes and expelled from Taiwan County. For the disabled and the vulnerable, aid must be rendered promptly, while those who are merely indolent will not receive assistance and must learn to fend for themselves. As for the Criminal Investigation Department, any criminal acts must be dealt with according to the law. No personal retribution shall be tolerated, and coercive interrogation is strictly forbidden. In cases of heinous crimes, the most severe punishment shall be 100 lashes, and those deserving of execution shall be dealt with accordingly. I shall not concern myself with your discretion in these matters. Upon my return, I will review the records. As for the Public Security Department, pay close attention to the influx of outsiders during your patrols and ensure proper documentation. Disturbances should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Sir, I have something to report. Fang Jingyi was abruptly interrupted before he could finish, turning to see a squad leader from the Public Security Department, named Kushao. What is it? Speak. Kushao, visibly anxious, replied, Sir, some days ago, more than 10 unfamiliar faces appeared in Taiwan County, and we discovered that this group was rather peculiar. Following a joint investigation by the Public Security and Criminal Investigation Departments, we determined that these individuals were likely spies from outside. They came from the capital. After rigorous interrogation, they claimed to be from the inner guard of the capital, dispatched to investigate Taiwan County. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Fang Jingyi's brow. Spies from the capital had infiltrated Taiwan County, and he was utterly unaware of it. If they were affiliated with the palace, this could spell tremendous trouble. He was immediately filled with rage. Why has no one reported this to me? Kushao stammered, Sir, we intended to wait until the investigation was thorough before reporting. Initially, we believed they were merely fabricating stories. How could the inner guard from the capital be so easily captured by us? Therefore, we thought they were trying to deceive us. Where are they now? Have any forms of torture been employed? Within the county jail, they had not engaged in any unlawful or unruly activities. Rather, they had been subtly probing for information about our Taiwan County. Consequently, no extrajudicial punishments were employed. However, cold sweat trickled down Kushao's brow. However what? Speak. Fang Zheng exclaimed, exasperated as if he were witnessing a celestial event. How could such a significant oversight occur under our very noses? If I weren't preoccupied with these individuals, they would have already formed a line for punishment. We merely enlisted the owner of the Taoyuan milk tea shop to sing for them for 5 consecutive days, and they couldn't withstand it, ultimately confessing everything. Very well. Fang Zheng, still irritated, found amusement in their incompetence. Indeed, this is quite the motley crew. They have been thoroughly brainwashed. It appears this internal security team is rather inept as well. He then pondered aloud. Was the milk tea shop owner not fatigued after singing for 5 days? Xiao Tao quickly covered her eyes, for the young master often diverted his attention to the most absurd matters. It was too much to bear. Kushao, with a fawning smile, replied, Not at all. Everyone knows those songs. It's just that the owner sings the best. We posted a notice outside, offering payment for singing, and the townsfolk queued up eagerly. And what shall we do about that group? Fang Zheng rubbed his temples, a wave of annoyance washing over him. What else can we do? Release them, treat them well, provide ample food and drink, then take them for a bath. After a week, let them go, and give each a silver reward of 20 taels upon their departure. If such matters are not reported timely in the future, I shall have you all tied up and made to listen to songs until death. Do you understand? Kushao snapped to attention. Yes, my lord. Understood. Fang Zheng struck the table once more. Now, where was I? Ah, never mind. In any case, everything proceeds as usual. Whatever was done in my absence shall continue in the same manner. Zhang Biao will accompany me to the capital. Hence, Deputy Director He Jingming will temporarily assume his duties. He Jingming, you must serve diligently. If any issues arise in public security, you shall be the first to answer for it. He Jingming stepped forward, cupping his fist in salute. As for my duties, the Director of Criminal Investigation, Ao Chan, shall take over temporarily. Remember, focus solely on solving cases without delving into other matters. If there is an urgent issue, send word to the capital post-haste. Having largely concluded the arrangements, Fang Zheng struck the table again. After my departure, you may return to Taiwan County at any time. Each of you must fulfill your responsibilities. I shall be watching you. Now, disperse. The crowd gradually began to disperse, though many lingered, reluctant to depart, their eyes filled with an unspoken yearning as they gazed in Fang Zheng's direction. He was well aware of the emotions reflected in their eyes, and it stirred a complex feeling within him. With a weary wave of his hand, the last of the crowd finally departed. He then instructed Xiao Tao, "Retrieve for me 120,000 taels in silver notes. We must acquire a residence in the capital, and establishing connections requires substantial funds. This time, I shall suffer a significant financial loss. Yet, it seems the opportunity for great wealth in Taiyuan County is finally upon us." Chapter 41. A city abandoned by its inhabitants. Fang Zhengyi and his companions were prepared to embark on their journey. He was about to set forth for the capital, anticipating a meeting with the emperor. Initially, the plan was to take only Xiao Tao and Zhang Biao along, but after much persuasion from Bai Yi, they ultimately decided to include her as well. At the break of dawn, the residents of Taiyuan County had risen as early as the middle of the night, gathering at the city gates in eager anticipation. Particularly, the officials from the county office had risen even earlier. They were among the first to serve in Taiyuan County and had been the closest to Fang Zhengyi. Having spent considerable time together, their bonds had deepened, and their reluctance to part was palpable. As dawn had yet to break, the sky remained dim, and a fierce wind howled. Although the weather had begun to warm, the chilling gusts felt as piercing as a multitude of needles against their skin. Nevertheless, no one uttered a word. They silently held lanterns, awaiting the magistrate's departure. Zhang Lalu from the old Lu restaurant and the constable Lu Fa had also arrived. Upon spotting each other amidst the throng, they exchanged solemn nods, devoid of resentment. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "The carriage is coming." The crowd turned in unison. Fang Zhengyi's carriage was slowly approaching the city gate. The driver, noticing the gathered crowd, decelerated further. Inside the carriage, Fang Zhengyi was engrossed in a novel when the vehicle jolted slightly. He glanced up and asked, "Why has the carriage stopped?" Xiao Tao pulled back the curtain, her mouth agape in surprise. "Young master, look." Fang Zhengyi turned to gaze through the window, only to behold a sea of people outside. Prompting a deep sigh, he alighted first from the carriage, standing atop it. As the crowd witnessed his emergence, they stepped forward, bowing or waving in greeting. Bai Yi, trailing behind him, was astonished by this grand spectacle. Fang Zhengyi's popularity was indeed profound. It was no wonder the emperor held him in such high regard. After completing his bow, Zhang Lalu hesitated momentarily, then, stopping his foot, he approached Fang Zhengyi. Producing a jar of wine from his bosom, he choked back emotion and said, "Sir, this is the wine I warmed for you this morning. The weather is still chilly. Please have a sip on your journey." Fang Zhengyi nodded and accepted the jar. This seemingly simple act ignited the crowd's fervor, as individuals began to produce various offerings to present to the carriage. Xiao Tao and Bai Yi busily accepted the items. Soon, an array of goods filled the carriage. Fang Zhengyi quickly called out, "Ku Xiao, maintain order. I sincerely appreciate everyone's goodwill, but please, no more gifts." Though he implored them to cease, the crowd, undeterred, pressed forward, some even tossing items into the carriage in their eagerness. In a flurry, eggs and vegetables flew through the air. Fang Zhengyi's expression darkened as he hurriedly directed the young clerks to remove the items one by one from the carriage. After a considerable struggle lasting nearly half an hour, calm was finally restored. As Fang Zheng turned to glance behind him, he noticed a multitude of common folk hastening towards him, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. He sighed once more, deciding against using a carriage and opting instead for a leisurely stroll. Several individuals dismounted from their vehicle, commencing a slow walk towards the city gates. At this moment, the crowd was remarkably silent, accompanying Fang Zheng in a serene procession. Fang Zheng found himself at the center, flanked by the soft glow of lights along the streets. The brief stretch of road seemed to stretch infinitely, populated by countless people. He strained to discern the features of each individual, recognizing those who had once labored alongside him to establish Taiyuan County, the merchants, the minor officials, and the townsfolk who had weathered hardships together. This farewell, he feared, would mark a departure from the land he had come to regard as home. And the efforts of the past now felt somewhat futile. Would he truly embark on a new journey? As the crowd approached the city gates, a significant space remained beside Fang Zheng, for the townspeople hesitated to encroach, fearful of obstructing his path. Upon exiting the gates, whispers emerged. "My lord, walk slowly. Return swiftly. Take care on the road. Remember to come back soon." Each admonition struggled to contain their overwhelming emotions, gradually coalescing into a collective sentiment. Fang Zheng dared not look back, but as the murmurs grew louder, he could no longer resist the urge to pause and turn. He beheld an endless cascade of lights extending into the city, and tears, hot and unbidden, streamed down his cheeks, only to be hastily wiped away. He then exclaimed to the crowd, "You rascals! forcing me out into this cold, causing my eyes to ache. Zhang Lalu and Lu Fei, closest to him, felt a pang of anguish akin to a knife piercing their hearts, unable to suppress their tears any longer. During Fang Zheng's efforts to build Taoyuan County, he had personally tilled the fields, cooked porridge, carried earth to construct walls, and cared for the sick. No matter how arduous the task, he always wore a smile. Now, they witnessed their lord moved to such a state. Yet, they would rather see him carefree than sorrowful. Zhang Laolu wept uncontrollably, while Lu Fei, gazing at the once mischievous elder who had once caused him trouble, felt a tightness in his chest and gently patted his shoulder, murmuring, "Your lord shall return. Do not weep." Wiping his tears and blowing his nose, Zhang Laolu sobbed, "Return? We heard yesterday that our lord is to go to the capital to serve as a junior official. Do you comprehend what that entails?" We all inquired. "He is to be the emperor's tutor. We are acutely aware that a small place like Taoyuan County cannot possibly retain our lord for a lifetime. He is destined to leap into greatness, to become a general or a prime minister. We, mere commoners, must not hinder his path." Lu Fei, upon hearing this, despondently lowered his hand, casting a sorrowful gaze towards Fang Zheng. Recognizing that remaining any longer would risk further emotional upheaval, Fang Zheng waved his hand, attempting to disperse the crowd. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he found himself utterly voiceless, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. Only then did Fang Zheng step into the carriage. The accompanying Xiao Tao and others were also deeply moved. Upon seeing Fang Zheng aboard, they hurriedly followed suit. Once everyone was aboard, the coachman cracked his whip, and the wheels began to turn, slowly making their way towards the capital. Fang Zheng reclined in the carriage. A book spread over his face, appearing to have fallen asleep. Xiao Tao and Zhang Biao sat beside him, silently wiping away their tears. Only Bai Yi, feeling a profound shock, was momentarily engulfed in confusion. She discreetly lifted the curtain of the carriage window, staring blankly at the departing crowd of onlookers, who lingered at the city gate, unable to disperse for a long time. Chapter 42. The bully Fang enters the capital in the imperial court. The ministers dutifully reported on national affairs as customary. Li Yuanzhao was still relegated to kneeling in a corner, though he appeared quite fidgety, shifting restlessly. The reason for his agitation was the mention of Fang Zheng by another courtier. It had been 2 days since the edict was issued, and the young eunuch sent to convey it had returned on the same day, yet there was still no news from Fang Zheng. Observing the aged faces of the officials below, Li Yuanzhao found the atmosphere rather dull. Gua Tianong, seated beside him, noticed the prince's erratic behavior and promptly nudged him. Emperor Jing, too, had taken note, casting a casual glance in his direction. "Are not the esteemed ministers curious about the nature of Fang Zheng? I trust you shall soon ascertain it upon meeting him tomorrow," the emperor remarked. Li Yuanzhao straightened, nodding vigorously. "Come quickly. My tiger leopard garden awaits renovation." Li Yinsong smiled gently, adding, "I recall your majesty spoke of Fang Zheng, and I too am filled with anticipation. This young man, despite his youth, has diligently served in an obscure county for years, demonstrating commendable character and diligence. Furthermore, the prince holds him in high regard, a beneficial companionship of mentor and friend. I extend my congratulations to your majesty for discovering such a talented individual." Zhang Qiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, public servants are admired for their dedication and hard work. Actions speak louder than words. He endures solitude and performs his duties with efficacy. Such a young man exhibits remarkable composure in his endeavors, and with your majesty's favor, he may soon find a place in the cabinet. He continued, "Truly, this man embodies the spirit of the ancient ministers. His youth is a rare treasure." Minister of Rights Shi Kangping stroked his beard in agreement, saying precisely, "Fang Zheng is merely in his early 20s, which means he was but a child when he achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. What a pity such talent is not yet in the Hanlin Academy, however. It is not too late. A gem refined through trials is indeed a rarity." The court echoed with praises, all ministers eagerly anticipating the arrival of this new figure, as if he were a moral paragon destined to rise as a capable leader. The emperor smiled at the flattery, while Li Yuanzhao's face flushed with suppressed laughter, caught between amusement and restraint. Only Gua Tianong, with a stern visage, harbored unspoken skepticism. To hell with the spirit of ancient ministers. If he is a gentleman, then our family must be paragons of masculinity. Who could have imagined His Majesty would favor such a person? Fang Zheng, stripped of his official garb, appears nothing more than a scoundrel. Li Yinsong inquired further, "What is your Majesty's impression of this individual?" After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing hesitantly responded, "He possesses a certain originality. You have spoken all the good words. I have little left to add. Fang Zhengyi is indeed capable. But the term gentleman does not quite apply to him. For instance, have you ever seen a gentleman pouring excrement in another's yard? Li Yinsong was taken aback. Your Majesty, what do you mean by originality? The emperor chuckled. This individual exhibits quick wit. The solution to the flooding was his ingenious idea. Li Yuanzhao's expression soured. What do you mean it was his idea? I thought of it first. The proposal I present invites reprimand, while others are met with royal approval. Such favoritism. Li Yinsong chuckled, remarking, it is commendable for the youth to exhibit quick wit. It signifies composure in the face of adversity and an ability to handle significant matters. Truly remarkable. Emperor Jing nodded in agreement, responding, let us conclude our discussions for today. There is no further business to attend to. After the court session, Emperor Jing made his way directly to the Yangxin Hall. Observing the memorials on his desk, he retrieved a report authored by the esteemed fourth class, perusing it intently. The pages were filled with fantastical phrases, words like earth-shattering, mountains collapsing, and sudden bursts of flame. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he turned to Guitianong, inquiring, why have the spies I dispatched to Taiyuan County yet to report back? Guitianong, feeling awkward, replied, Your Majesty. I had arranged for them long ago, yet today, there is still no word. Perhaps they have encountered significant findings, which is why their return is delayed. The emperor scoffed, then I might as well inquire directly with Fang Zhengyi. What use are you to me? I am but a humble servant, ready to face death. Guitianong expertly knelt in submission. Looking over the memorial in his hand, Emperor Jing reflected. As the son of heaven, I believed I had witnessed all that the world has to offer, yet I find Taiyuan County holds such boundless merit. If this object is crafted by skilled artisans, would it not render us invincible on the battlefield? Alas, I shall simply ask Fang Zhengyi directly. Where is he at present? Upon hearing his name, Guitianong perked up, Your Majesty. Fang Zhengyi is accompanied by 3 individuals, 2 maidservants and Zhang Biao. They are likely settling into their lodgings, although that one named Xiaotao has been dispatched elsewhere. Oh, dispatched for what purpose? The emperor's curiosity was piqued. He is currently inquiring throughout the capital about a man named Li Long, presumably seeking revenge. Ha ha ha. The emperor burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, he possesses a vengeful disposition. I am most curious to see how he presents himself when he meets me tomorrow. In the inner city, to the north, Fang Zhengyi and his companions entered, swiftly locating a property for sale through a broker, having previously conducted thorough inquiries. Now, Fang Zhengyi reclined in the owner's chair, the lovely Bai attending to him, occasionally offering him a dried fruit to savor. Before him stood the property owner, Jiao Liang, trembling nervously, while Zhang Biao, in stark contrast, displayed his muscular physique, bare-chested in the frigid air. Fang Zhengyi, munching on the fruit, remarked, Well, old Jia, this dwelling is rather modest. 2,000 taels is excessively steep. 1,000 taels at most. Care to reconsider? Jiao Liang stole a glance at Zhang Biao beside him, whose bulging muscles and glistening skin left him in a state of trepidation. This group was no ordinary lot. The leader donned lavish attire, exuding an air of nobility, while his beautiful maidservant bespoke their elevated status. Upon entering, they had commandeered his chair and immediately launched into aggressive negotiations. After a brief exchange, the negotiations faltered, and the man beside him began to disrobe, applying oil and striking poses, seemingly lacking in mental clarity. However, unable to discern his opponent's true intentions amidst the veiled threats, Jia Liang refrained from further remarks. Instead, he pleaded, Young Master Fang, even at a discounted rate, my residence is worth at least 1,800 taels. I truly cannot afford such a price. I implore you to seek alternatives. As he spoke, Zhang Biao's demeanor transformed from that of a warrior to that of a demon, sending a shiver down Jiao Liang's spine. Nevertheless, he maintained a resolute gaze towards Fang Zhengyi and the maid beside him. Fang Zhengyi languidly declared, 900 taels. Xiao Bai, present the document and hold it high. Bai Yi, with a disgruntled expression, reluctantly unfurled the imperial edict above her head. Filled with regret for having cooperated with these 2 eccentric individuals, Fang Zhengyi continued, Look here, Jia. I have heard that you forced a young concubine to such despair that she leaped into a well. Is there any truth to this? Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to meet His Majesty and was at a loss for conversation. Now, it seems we have a topic to discuss. You manage a tavern, correct? Fu Lai Lu, if I were to speak favorably of you before the emperor, your business would surely flourish. 900 taels is a fair price. Upon seeing the imperial edict, Jia Liang scrutinized it closely, his heart racing as he noticed the seal. He immediately knelt down, only to hear Fang Jingyi's threats, which sent him into a panic. Young Master Fang, no, Sir Fang, in matters of business, decency must prevail. That concubine was merely a debtor pressed upon me. Who could foresee that wretched woman would leap into the well? It has nothing to do with me. Please do not heed the rumors. Fang Jingyi retorted. You are over 50, yet still possess such vigor? How old was that girl? Jia Liang bowed his head and replied, perhaps around 14 or 15, still quite young. What a disgrace. He had heard from the pawnbrokers of this man's notorious reputation, specifically targeting this household for negotiation, only to discover he was beneath contempt. Fang Jingyi abruptly stood, his voice cold. Damn. I cannot say you are unjustly accused. 800 taels. Will you sell or not? Jia Liang gritted his teeth. Is Sir Fang advocating for that wretched woman? She is merely a commoner. I am conducting business here. In that moment, Jia Liang, emboldened, rose and proclaimed, Sir Fang, though Fu Lai Lu is run by a lowly person, it is, in fact, the property of Zhang Chong, the Minister of Revenue's son. Whether I sell this residence or not is of little consequence, but if this trivial matter were to tarnish the tavern's reputation, I would truly feel for you. Being a businessman, Jia Liang did not wish to escalate the situation, but with the imperial edict used as a threat against him, he had no choice but to invoke his connections, despite knowing Fu Lai Lu was hardly of any interest to Zhang Chong. The man before him, regardless of his arrogance, was merely a fourth-rank official, a lowly baron at best. Surely a second-rank dignitary could not be intimidated by him. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi seemed to regain his composure, approaching Jia Liang with a smile and patting him on the shoulder, saying, Old Jia, selling for 1,000 taels is quite advantageous. Why have we come to this impasse? Jia Liang felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the man before him was indeed afraid. Thus, he quickly seized the opportunity. Very well. Since Lord Fang is fond of it, let it be 1,000 taels. No sooner had the words left his lips than he heard Fang Jingyi whisper ominously in his ear, however, I am a scoundrel and will not allow anyone to outdo me in depravity. Do you think the Minister of Revenue would offend me over a mere dog? 700 taels. Although Fang Jingyi had crossed over and held the title of county magistrate, he had also spent 2 years as a bandit, plundering many merchants. After all, in chaotic times, one must be ruthless to survive. What did the Minister of Revenue matter? If he had to offend someone, so be it. He had entered the court now. With the various resources available in Taoyuan County, he felt quite emboldened. How could a mere Minister of Revenue threaten him? Jia Liang was completely unnerved. He was dealing with a madman, someone who feared nothing. How could they continue this conversation? It was evident he was here to fleece him. Fine. 700 taels it is. Jia Liang steeled himself. He would sell it and report to his master afterward. Fang Jingyi gazed at the well in the courtyard and sighed. I am quite displeased. My health has suffered, and given that someone has died in this courtyard, it brings bad luck. Let us settle for 600 taels. Very well. Jia Liang mumbled, gritting his teeth. Fang Jingyi broke into a smile. Excellent. Brother Jia is indeed straightforward. Zhang Biao, fetch the silver and handle the transaction. Zhang Biao hurriedly presented a bundle of 500 taels of silver, extracting a single tael piece from it. Before Jia Liang's eyes, he pressed his palms together and, with a sudden force, transformed the silver ingot into a silver disc. Fang Jingyi picked up the silver disc, chuckling. Look at this. Such silver you have never seen in the market, adorned with exquisite handprints, which adds to its artistic value. Considering my guard's performance, this silver, along with the remaining in the bundle, totals 500 taels. What do you say? A trickle of blood rushed to Jia Liang's eyes as he tremulously accepted the silver disc Fang Jingyi offered. He spoke slowly and deliberately. 500 it is, Lord Fang. Do as you wish. Ha ha. Splendid. Let us retrieve the land deed. With that, Fang Jingyi turned and sat back down in his chair. Bai gazed in astonishment at the absurd scene before her, her thoughts a tangled mess. Jia Liang, as if granted a reprieve, quickly fetched the land deed. And after completing the transfer, he seized the silver and fled the courtyard, not even bothering to tidy up. Fang Jingyi watched him scamper away, reflecting, indeed, age has not dulled his vigor to carry 500 taels and still run so swiftly. He then continued, all right, this is now our new home. I shall take a stroll. You all should search the house for any valuable scraps to exchange for money. With that, he ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. Bai Yi swallowed hard and whispered to Zhang Biao, is the young master truly in such dire need of silver? Zhang Biao chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Not really. But without silver, one might starve to death. The young master has grown weary of poverty, huh? Bai pondered for a moment before quietly asking, was he like this before? As she spoke, she mimicked a gesture across her neck. Zhang Biao smacked his lips, stroking his chin in recollection. No, he was not like this before. Over the past few years, the young master's temperament has improved greatly. Had this been a few years ago, that elderly gentleman from Taiyuan County would have been fed to the dogs by now. Chapter 43. Long live my emperor. The following day, at the hour of the monkey, Bai Yi rubbed her sleepy eyes and knocked on the grand door of Fang Jingyi. At that moment, Fang Jingyi remained in deep slumber. Observing this, Bai Yi cautiously approached and crouched down to scrutinize him. Despite her numerous experiences since birth, she had never encountered someone as peculiar as him. Before her was Fang Jingyi. With his lips slightly parted, drooling, embodying an utterly carefree demeanor even in sleep. His handsome features suggested the elegance of a refined gentleman, yet his actions were utterly bewildering, resembling those of a rogue. Even those around him appeared equally bizarre. As Bai Yi prepared to lean in closer for a better look, Fang Jingyi unexpectedly rolled over, executing a one-armed grand spiral. His fist struck her delicate face. Bai Yi fell to the ground, clutching her right cheek, her eyes wide with tears, filled with resentment. You scoundrel! Why? Why do you always hurt me? Seething, Bai Yi scrambled to her feet, pushing Fang Jingyi a couple of times as she exclaimed, Young master, it's time to rise. We must attend the morning court. After a brief moment of silence, she called out again in exasperation, Wake up. Young master. Yet there was still no response. Fang Jingyi remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Suddenly, a glint of mischief sparkled in Bai Yi's eyes. She pressed one hand over his mouth while the other disdainfully inserted a finger into his nostril. Moments later, Fang Jingyi was jolted awake, his eyes bloodshot as he demanded, What are you doing? Seeing him flustered brought Bai Yi a sense of delight, and she lowered her gaze submissively, saying, Young master, it's south time for court. If we delay any further, we might be late. After breakfast, we should head to the Meridian Gate. I fear we won't have enough time if we tarry. Fang Jingyi took a deep breath, feeling increasingly irritable. Indeed, court convened at 5. He had retired around 10 the previous evening, leaving him with barely 7 hours of sleep. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Rubbing his eyes in annoyance, he asked, Where's Xiao Tao? Xiao Tao has been wandering the city all day yesterday and is still not awake. That is why I came to wake you, Bai Yi replied. Fang Jingyi pondered this for a moment, recalling that he had indeed sent Xiao Tao on a fruitless search for Li Long the day before. Exhausted from the endeavor himself, he concluded that letting her sleep a bit longer was reasonable. Thus, he rose and raised his hand, commanding, Get dressed. Huh? Bai Yi's face brightened in surprise. She was at a loss. She had never dressed a man in her life. What do you mean? Get dressed. Fang Jingyi stood there, eyes shut, displaying impatience. Bai Yi stammered, I don't know how. What a useless maidservant. Fang Jingyi exclaimed, opening his eyes and placing his hands on his hips with conviction. I don't know either. It has been 3 or 4 years since I last dressed myself. My life skills have devolved to the level of my grandmother's. Without Xiao Tao, he felt somewhat incapacitated, and now he had acquired another halfwit to assist him. How was he to manage this life? Bai Yi, filled with silent grievances, replied helplessly, Then I shall go fetch Xiao Tao. No need. Let her sleep a little longer. You shall dress me. Learn well. If you cannot even manage to put on a garment, how am I to take you out, as your master? Bai Yi curled her lips in disdain. A big man like you can't even dress himself. Ultimately, Bai Yi, in a flurry of activity, managed to assist Fang Jingyi in donning his official attire. As she fastened the final strap, she wiped the sweat from her brow, letting out a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with a sense of triumph. Fang Jingyi glanced at his reflection, grimacing slightly. It'll have to do. Damn it. Bai Yi remained expressionless, not uttering a word. Hey, why is your face swollen? Slept wrong. How interesting. After much commotion, breakfast time had dwindled. Fang Jingyi hurriedly climbed into the carriage and turned to Bai Yi, saying, No need to pick me up. I'll return on my own after my shift. Everything necessary for the household has been taken care of. If you have any uncertainties, learn from Xiao Tao. With that, he entered the carriage. Inside, Fang Jingyi found a corner to nestle into, contemplating that he should still be on time, surely. Those elders wouldn't insist on starting the court session at the crack of dawn. After all, their bodies couldn't withstand such early hours. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The court bell had rung. Emperor Jing felt particularly invigorated that day. After hearing Guo Tianyang's report that Xiao Tao had searched for him throughout the capital the previous day, Emperor Jing was in high spirits and found it amusing. He was somewhat eager to witness Fang Jingyi's reaction upon seeing him. As the ministers assembled, Emperor Jing scanned the court, only to find that Fang Jingyi was absent. Suddenly frowning, he inquired, "Where is Fang Jingyi? It has been 3 days since the decree was issued. Why is he not here?" Li Yinsong looked around, noticing the unfamiliar faces, and replied, "Your Majesty, perhaps the journey is long and he has been delayed." Emperor Jing, now visibly irritated, retorted, "Peach Garden County is no more than a 2-day journey. Bring Fang Jingyi to me." Before he could finish, an individual, hurriedly adjusting his trousers, rushed into the grand hall. Head bowed. In an unfortunate twist, he stepped on his own trousers, causing him to slide and kneel in the center of the hall. In an instant, the chamber fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes fixated on Fang Jingyi, who lowered his head as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Curse be the driver for failing to rouse him upon arrival at the noon gate. By the time he awoke, the entrance was deserted. The guards had barred his entry until he presented the imperial decree, which allowed him passage. On the way, the garments by E had helped him into began to slip and sag. Ultimately, he had no choice but to run through the palace while clutching his trousers, inquiring along the way until he finally reached the main hall. Fang Jingyi cast a furtive glance left and right, noting the ministers in their formal attire silently observing him. Indeed, it seemed this was the court session. Damn the Ministry of Rights for not sending anyone to assist. How was he to know the palace's protocols or where to attend court? Emperor Jing watched this ludicrous spectacle, 3 lines of annoyance forming on his forehead. Anger surged within him. "Ah, Fang Jingyi, I boldly proclaimed your talents before all the officials. Yet you come to the palace and bring me such disgrace." Wu Tianyang and Li Yuanzhao both clenched their jaws tightly, fearing that they might burst into laughter. After a considerable pause, silence enveloped the room. Emperor Jing's fists were clenched, his veins standing out as he struggled to contain his wrath before speaking. "Who approaches?" "Your servant, Fang Zheng, humbly bows before your Majesty." "Your Majesty, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, bestows grace upon the common folk and unifies the realm. Truly a blessing for our great Jing and its people. Long live His Majesty. May he reign for countless ages. Today, I stand in the presence of divine authority, awed by the imperial aura, yet my heart rejoices uncontrollably. I acknowledge my lapse in decorum before the throne and beseech your Majesty to impose punishment. This guilty servant is ready to accept it with equanimity." Chapter 44. The Art of Flattery. As Fang Jingyi concluded his remarks, the courtiers immediately changed their expressions, their faces paling. This was undoubtedly the epitome of a sycophant. All of them were scholars, individuals who valued their dignity and preferred words that criticized the emperor and pointed out the shortcomings of the times. For such discourse exemplified the integrity and intellect of a learned person. Throughout history, ministers have relished such rhetoric. But how inappropriate for a newcomer to engage in such blatant flattery, and to utter phrases like divine literacy, martial wisdom, cultural accomplishments, and eternal longevity. Even a eunuch would not dare to speak in such a manner. The faces of Li Yinsong and the other cabinet elders turned a shade of green at once. Just recently, they had praised Fang Jingyi for his talent and virtue, claiming he embodied the spirit of ancient ministers. Yet now, it was clear he was nothing but a petty flatterer. Even if he possessed some intellect, having such a person mentor the crown prince would spell disaster for the nation. The severity of their earlier praise stood in stark contrast to the embarrassment of the present moment. Emperor Jing's expression froze momentarily, his mind struggling to comprehend. Was Fang Jingyi addressing him? As he regained his composure, he noticed the dark expressions of the officials fixed upon Fang Jingyi, which only added to his embarrassment. His anger surged, and he exclaimed, "How dare you, Fang Jingyi? You delay state affairs and yet have the audacity to speak sweetly in court. Lift your head." Fang Jingyi, drenched in cold sweat, slowly raised his head, stammering, Li Long, Guoda, Li Yuan." His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Emperor Jing, his scalp prickling with dread. The enemy he had been obsessively seeking all day turned out to be none other than the emperor. And that smirking eunuch beside him was Guoda. To his side, the grinning young man was the crown prince. Cold sweat began to stream down Fang Jingyi's forehead as he frantically pondered whether he had inadvertently offended anyone. After much deliberation, it seemed he had only crossed the path of that insufferable eunuch. Surely, there was no issue with the emperor or the crown prince. Seeing Fang Jingyi staring at him in a daze, Emperor Jing could not help but find it amusing. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor and inquired, "What? Do you have anything else to say?" Startled, Fang Jingyi stammered, "Your Majesty, upon seeing you, I feel as if a gentle spring breeze envelopes me, making me feel particularly close." The officials covered their faces, Unable to bear the sight of such shamelessness, it was utterly humiliating to share the same space with him. Silence. Cease your foolishness. I shall ask you, why are you improperly dressed? Why do you wear the attire of a seventh-rank official to the court? Where is the ceremonial robe I bestowed upon you? Gazing at the disheveled Fang Jingyi, Emperor Jing furrowed his brows. Though this individual had previously displayed a certain carefree demeanor in Taiyuan County, at least he had been properly attired. How could he present himself in such a manner in court, showing blatant disrespect? Fang Jingyi gritted his teeth and replied, Your Majesty, I lost my way upon entering the palace, and while running within, I was caught by a strong wind, causing my robes to be blown askew. As for my official attire, this is the only one I possess. Fang Jingyi inwardly cursed the eunuch who had delivered the summons, abandoning the imperial decree and leaving with his official robe. Unbeknownst to him, this matter had arisen. Fortunately, he had encountered Emperor Jing. He could sense the emperor's favorable disposition towards him in Taiyuan County. Had it been another monarch, his numerous blunders would have swiftly led to his expulsion. Emperor Jing remarked nonchalantly, Is that so? In that case, it appears to be my oversight, granting you an official position without providing the appropriate attire? Fang Jingyi chuckled awkwardly, I dare not, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Such trifles could hardly escape your notice. It must indeed be my fault. Li Yinsong and other high-ranking ministers began to clutch their chests, taking deep breaths in a frenzy, fearing they might faint from the tension. If only they had a sword at hand, they would likely rush forth and behead this man. Regardless, this individual must never be allowed into the Zhanshifu. All the officials' attitudes were duly noted by Emperor Jing, who, with a cold snort, addressed the assembly, esteemed ministers. How should we penalize this Fang Jingyi? The fiery Zhang Dongxiang could no longer contain himself and pushed through the crowd. He exclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, this man's conduct is outrageous. I fear I cannot properly educate the crown prince. I beseech Your Majesty to reconsider your decree. Upon hearing this, whispers erupted among the crowd. Indeed, this man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, possessing a handsome exterior while revealing the face of a treacherous minister. Should the crown prince ally with him, it would surely tarnish the dignity of the imperial family. Zhang Gong truly dares to be the first to speak out. I too must lodge a complaint against him. The officials murmured amongst themselves, but Emperor Jing, standing far away, could not hear them. While Fang Jingyi in the center of the hall heard every word clearly. Accustomed to wielding power in Taiyuan County for years, he had not faced such mocking remarks. This group of old courtiers, with their cold jibes, ignited his temper. Rising, he addressed Zhang Dongxiang. May I inquire who this esteemed lord is? Zhang Dongxiang, with a flourish of his sleeve, proclaimed proudly, I am Zhang Dongxiang, Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion. Then, may I ask, have I ever offended Lord Zhang? Not at all. Then why does Lord Zhang wish for His Majesty to dismiss me? I am merely presenting myself before the throne for the first time. To be dismissed even before assuming my office, what logic is that? My breach of decorum before the emperor hardly warrants such a penalty, does it? Zhang Dongxiang replied coldly, Indeed. It may not warrant such a punishment, yet one ought to possess self-awareness. Ever since you entered the palace, you have engaged in flattery and insincere praise. With your character, how do you presume to educate the crown prince? It is a grand absurdity. Fang Jingyi retorted with a smile, Lord Zhang, tread carefully. From the moment I entered the palace, I have conversed with His Majesty. Whom have I flattered? Is it not fitting for a subject to commend the emperor's accomplishments? Is the emperor's brilliance not worthy of praise from his ministers? I have been granted favor for my efforts in managing the floodwaters of the Jiang River. Yet I am fully aware that without His Majesty and the crown prince, I would still be a mere seventh-rank county magistrate. If we speak of merit in flood control, it is His Majesty and the crown prince who are truly deserving of accolades. Yet, they choose not to claim this honor, bestowing it upon me instead. Should I not feel gratitude and appreciation? The official reflected upon the emperor and the crown prince, who, despite their esteemed positions within the court, remained steadfastly devoted to the welfare of the people, tirelessly seeking strategies for flood control. Yet, what of the esteemed ministers in the court? Is there anyone among them willing to take action? Zhang Gong, if one wishes to initiate reforms, I am amenable to it. However, we must never undermine the achievements of the emperor and the crown prince. Otherwise, I, Fang Jingyi, shall be the first to object. Emperor Jing's face flushed, and he felt a sense of discomfort, as if he were caught in a precarious situation. He mused to himself, this fellow truly spares no effort. He can transform the blackest of truths into white. The crown prince, too, felt a rush of excitement, his face aflame, at that moment. His sense of camaraderie with Fang Jingyi reached its zenith. Indeed, I am precisely such a person. It seems the court officials are but foolish and inept, and only Fang Jingyi can recognize the admirable qualities within me. Chapter 45, A Battle of Wits with Fang Jingyi, a grand chapter in one. Gui Tianyang could not suppress his amusement. This was indeed a classic maneuver by Fang Jingyi, an artful diversion of conflict. Previously, in Taiyuan County, he had played tricks on our family. Now, to employ the same tactics against the esteemed elder was simply audacious. Did he truly believe that a few flattering words and a couple of gilded praises would sway his majesty to undermine Zhang Gong? Such foolishness. Zhang Dongxiang trembled with indignation. What a silver-tongued flatterer. When did I ever claim that his majesty was lacking in wisdom? To extol someone's virtues to their face is not the conduct of a gentleman. If a person like you were to instruct the crown prince, the country would surely be in peril. May his majesty see clearly. Li Yinsong and Zheng Qiao could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Zhang Gong was admirable in many respects, yet his forthrightness and impulsive nature rendered him susceptible to provocation. In terms of eloquence, he was no match for the cunning Fang Jingyi standing before him. Fang Jingyi approached Zhang Dongxiang, gazing directly into his eyes. Zhang Gong, what do you mean by flattery? Do you think I'm not speaking from the heart? I, Fang Jingyi, have always expressed my true feelings. What I think in my heart, I voice with my lips. In my eyes, His Majesty is a singularly great man, a true hero, an emperor for the ages, with martial prowess to stabilize the realm and literary talent to quell the floods. His Majesty shines like the sun hanging high in the sky, brilliant and extraordinary. Although I dwell far from the court, my heart remains ever anxious for His Majesty. My sole pastime is to raise a cup to the moon, expressing my longing for the sovereign. Now, to behold His Majesty and convey my admiration, what fault is there in that? Is it possible that the high officials of our great Jing kingdom can no longer tolerate a loyal subject who speaks the truth? Can this world not be improved? As I ponder this, tears stream down my face uncontrollably. Is the court truly this dark? Anger, trembling, coldness. After speaking, Fang Jingyi pretended to wipe away tears, covering his face with his sleeve as he sobbed. Zhang Dongxiang's eyes widened, his chest heaving, barely able to maintain his footing, fortunately supported by Zheng Qiao behind him. Pointing at Fang Jingyi, he stammered, You. The officials fell into silence. If a person displays a measure of shamelessness, one might condemn him. However, when his entire demeanor exudes shamelessness, avoidance becomes the only recourse. Such was the situation now. Seeing Fang Jingyi not only unashamed but seemingly proud, his every word a tribute to His Majesty, the assembly could only remain mute. Even the usually sharp-tongued censors were reluctant to speak. What could they possibly say? He had committed no crime, merely displayed a lack of decorum before the throne. Moral condemnation? This man possesses no morals. Initially, they anticipated the arrival of a rising star in the court, yet what emerged was a mere pest, now impossible to dislodge, leaving them enraged and trembling with cold fury. At that moment, Emperor Jing felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Such brazen and unabashed flattery evoked a strange sense of pleasure within him. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Dongxiang's furious demeanor, Emperor Jing hardened his expression and sternly declared, Fang Jingyi, you are outrageous. Withdraw at once. Zhang Gong, a venerable elder of 2 dynasties, surely warrants respect, and it is intolerable for you to speak so frivolously in his presence. Fang Jingyi, upon lowering his sleeves, hastily stepped back 2 paces, his voice brimming with fervor. Your Majesty, how astute you are. Throughout history, emperors have sought to embellish their own legacies, reveling in the flattery of their courtiers. Yet, you remain perpetually clear-headed, ever willing to embrace criticism, embodying the wisdom of self-reflection. Your ability to continually examine your own conduct is akin to achieving the realm of a sage. I am profoundly in awe, my admiration knows no bounds. At these words, Zhang Dongxiang gasped even more vehemently. Emperor Jing. The flesh on Gui Tianyang's face had been trembling since earlier, and now it quivered even more violently, as if he had been fitted with a vibrating motor. How terrifying! How alarming! Fang Jingyi has exceeded our imagination. The emperor was overwhelmed with an indescribable sensation and could only utter calmly, Enough. Do not speak further. Esteemed ministers, does anyone else wish to voice their thoughts? Your Majesty, I have a word. Yin Goen stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Jing. Then casting a cold gaze at Fang Jingyi, I am Yin Goen, the minister of the Imperial Academy. Fang Jingyi felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, this man appeared to be a formidable opponent, more challenging than the previous elder. Your Majesty, the crown prince is the heir apparent, yet he remains inexperienced in worldly affairs. As the heir, he must naturally be surrounded by virtuous ministers and kept distant from the unscrupulous. Honest advice, though often unpalatable, is beneficial for action. Bitter medicine, though harsh, is essential for healing. This is a truth that has endured through the ages. Should sycophants like Fang Jingyi surround the crown prince, constantly proclaiming his brilliance and virtue, I fear the crown prince may lose his way. If he were to ascend to power, flanked by treacherous ministers and beset by wolves, remaining deaf to honest counsel would pose a grave threat to our great Jing state. As the minister of the Imperial Academy, I am entrusted with imparting the wisdom of sages to the crown prince, teaching him the rights of sages. If he is surrounded by deceitful individuals, I fear all prior efforts would be in vain. Today, even if it costs me my life, I implore your majesty to dismiss Fang Jingyi. The court was thrown into an uproar. Truly, as the crown princess mentor, his words were powerful and compelling. This time, let us see if Fang Jingyi can withstand this. Dismissal. What an opportunity. Fang Jingyi's eyes brightened, invigorated by the prospect. Dismissal would be splendid. Returning to Taiyuan County. Even if I were to lose my position as county magistrate, it matters not. Taiyuan County is my foundation, no matter who else assumes office. It shall not affect me in the slightest. Alas, I was too agitated earlier. I should not have opposed that elder. Had I simply acquiesced to him, I would have avoided this turmoil. Emperor Jing began to feel a headache coming on. It was precisely Fang Jingyi's unique perspective that he valued, hoping he would inspire the crown prince further. Initially, he had anticipated that Fang Jingyi might be unpopular, but he had not foreseen that this fellow would offend everyone upon arrival. Now, how was he to extricate himself from this predicament? Seeing the emperor fall silent, Yin Goen grew anxious. Your Majesty, if treacherous ministers are allowed to flourish, I fear the crown prince will develop a tyrannical disposition, devoid of any compassion. Please, Your Majesty, discern wisely. Guo Tianyang's eyelids twitched, silently cursing the situation. The crown prince lacks compassion, and Your Majesty remains unaware? Must you speak out so brazenly? Indeed, upon hearing this, Emperor Jing simply replied, I see. The ministers felt a chill in their hearts. What does I see imply? The emperor's demeanor suggests he has no intention of acting against Fang Jingyi. What merits does he possess? Observing the situation, Fang Jingyi hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I believe Minister Yin speaks the truth. I am devoid of virtue and talent. I implore Your Majesty to retract your command. What? The courtiers were taken aback. What is happening? This young man evidently possesses extraordinary capabilities, and the emperor seems to favor him, yet he suddenly concedes defeat. What is the meaning of this? The emperor, fully aware of Fang Jingyi's thoughts, coldly declared, No. Fang Jingyi, feeling desperate, pleaded again, I am unfit for the position of deputy minister, and furthermore, I am not well liked here, which only adds to the troubles. I beseech Your Majesty to rescind your order. The emperor frowned, My word is law. It cannot be retracted at your whim. No. Summoning his courage once more, Fang Jingyi declared loudly, Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. What? Now everyone was utterly bewildered. It appeared that Fang Jingyi was resolutely determined to resign. Meanwhile, the emperor was equally adamant about keeping him. What a peculiar situation. At this moment, Zhang Dongxiang, having regained his composure, regarded Fang Jingyi with a complex expression. Why has this fellow suddenly defied the emperor? The emperor was truly enraged now. Your repeated attempts to resign are merely a ploy to return to Taiyuan County for a carefree life. I shall not grant you that wish. The emperor rose in fury, seizing the inkstone from the table and hurling it towards Fang Jingyi. The inkstone shattered upon impact, splattering ink all over Fang Jingyi. The emperor then bellowed in wrath. Fang Jingyi, if you dare utter another word, I shall have your head. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You shall serve as deputy minister, whether you like it or not. Should you fail to achieve results, your head will still be forfeit. Do you understand? Dismissed. With that, the emperor stormed out, followed closely by Guo Tianyang and the crown prince. Dismissed? Is the emperor departing so suddenly? What has prompted such unusual behavior today? The crowd was astonished, their gazes once again fixated on Fang Jingyi. Yin Goen shot a glare at Fang Jingyi and stormed out in a huff. Lordly, what does His Majesty mean by this? Zheng Xiao inquired of Li Yinsong. Li Yinsong sighed. Fang Jingyi is employing a strategy of retreat to advance, a truly clever maneuver. It seems he will not find peace from here on. Take care of the crown prince. I too must take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the grand hall. Inside, Fang Jingyi wore a look of despondency. Indeed, the emperor was unwilling to let go. He had offended all his peers upon arrival, and troublesome days lay ahead. Why must every transition feel like starting anew in hellish difficulty? My Taiyuan County. When shall I return home? Further contemplation proved futile. Fang Jingyi could only shake his head in melancholy as he exited the grand hall. Upon reaching the entrance, gazing at the rising sun, he longed for a cigarette and a drink to ease his troubled heart. Alas, he possessed neither. Ah, Master Fang, such skillful tactics. A mocking voice echoed beside him. Fang Zheng turned his head expressionlessly to see a petty official with shifty eyes addressing him in a sarcastic tone. Master Fang, your strategy of retreating to advance is truly remarkable. No wonder you enjoy the Emperor's favor. And who might you be? Fang Zheng retorted. The official, with his beady eyes, exclaimed loudly, I am the Hanlon scholar Yang Feng Fan. Ha! Indifferent, Fang Zheng spat directly onto Yang Feng Fan's boot. Yang Feng Fan was instantly taken aback, stepping back in shock and indignation. How dare you behave so rudely? This is a disgrace to our culture. Fang Zheng shot back. Your appearance alone is a disgrace to culture. Kindly keep your distance. Nearby, someone overheard Fang Zheng's words and couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how sharp-tongued he was, showing no mercy in his retorts. Yang Feng Fan scoffed. Master Fang, you remain so composed, having offended everyone yet still so carefree? Fang Zheng cast him a sidelong glance. You, a mere sixth-rank scholar, dare to act so brazenly in my presence? Are you unaware that I have powerful allies? Yang Feng Fan immediately grew wary. Who? Fang Zheng chuckled. That would be Lord Gue, who is close to the Emperor. He is a dear friend and confidant of mine. I serve him at the dining table. Yang Feng Fan's eyes widened in realization. Now it made sense why the Emperor favored Fang Zheng so much. Surely, Lord Gue had whispered sweet nothings into the Emperor's ear. This man was utterly shameless, associating with eunuchs despite being a scholar. Yang Feng Fan looked down on him even more, but fearing Lord Gue's influence, he slinked away. Fang Zheng, disinclined to linger any longer, noted the absence of the Ministry of Rites and the uncertainty of the East Palace's entrance. He decided it was better to return home. With this thought, he turned to leave. Not far behind, Gue Tianyong hurried after him, calling out, County Magistrate Fang, wait. Please, stay. Fang Zheng turned to see him, quickly donning a cheerful expression. Ah, Brother Gue. Gue Tianyong's face froze. Brother Gue? Who is your brother? How shameless. However, refraining from hostility towards a smiling face, Gue Tianyong managed a grin and approached. Congratulations, Master Fang. The Emperor has summoned you privately and is waiting for you in the study. Fang Zheng smiled, taking Gue Tianyong's arm and leading him toward a more populated area. Discreetly, he withdrew a 200-tael silver note and slipped it into Gue Tianyong's sleeve. Brother Gue, what is the Emperor's business? Gue Tianyong, maintaining his composure, replied with a smile. I am not quite sure. You can simply go directly. Fang Zheng produced another 500-tael note and tucked it in again. I am merely concerned about offending the Emperor, given my recent arrival and ignorance of the court's customs. Gue Tianyong felt the texture of the silver note, nodding discreetly. It's nothing significant, merely some instructions for Master Fang. Master Fang, I have other matters to attend to. See that little eunuch over there? Let him guide you. Haha. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Gue. With that, Fang Zheng slipped another 200-tael note back into Gue Tianyong's sleeve. Then, he turned and left. Gue Tianyong touched the 2 banknotes hidden in his sleeve and nodded in satisfaction at Fang Jingyi's receding figure. Excellent. This man is agreeable. It would be beneficial to have him as an adopted son. Guided by the young eunuch, Fang Jingyi successfully arrived at the imperial study. At the entrance, he cleared his throat, secured his coat tightly, and began to wait for the summons. Before long, the voice of Emperor Jing rang out, and Fang Jingyi entered the room smoothly. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Jing was engrossed in writing official documents, remaining silent. Fang Jingyi awkwardly stood in the room, not daring to move his head, though his eyes darted around in curiosity. The imperial study was indeed fascinating. After waiting for the duration of an incense stick, during which Emperor Jing consumed 3 cups of tea, he slowly set down his brush and fixed his gaze upon Fang Jingyi, saying, Fang Jingyi, do you know? Your servant acknowledges his crime. Fang Jingyi exclaimed, pulling out a disheveled stack of banknotes from his chest and holding them in both hands. This move was a preemptive strike. Although Fang Jingyi was unaware that Li Long was actually Emperor Jing, the Emperor had undoubtedly sent spies to Taiyuan County and must have gathered considerable information. Thus, he had already prepared the silver coins separately, just waiting for the inquiry. Fang Jingyi respectfully stated, This is the surplus of 86,524 taels generated in Taoyuan County over the past 7 years. Your servant, Fang Jingyi, humbly requests your majesty to clarify. At this moment, he felt a twinge of unease. This amount was neatly arranged. He hoped it would be deemed trustworthy. Chapter 46. Deceiving His Majesty, Emperor Jing glanced at the thick stack of silver bills, and the young eunuch promptly placed them on the table. He then remarked nonchalantly, "Is it truly the case that the annual revenue of Taoyuan County for 7 years amounts to a mere 80,000 taels of silver? Fang Jingyi, how dare you play your petty tricks before me? Summon someone." Fang Jingyi, feeling a surge of anxiety, replied, "Your Majesty, it is indeed true. I have invested countless resources into the transformation of Taoyuan County. To still have over 80,000 taels remaining is no small feat. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. If you continue speaking in such a manner, we shall have no further discussion." Beads of sweat began to form on Fang Jingyi's forehead. Today, he needed to devise a way to placate the emperor. In this new environment, he had to first adopt a humble demeanor, even if it meant exposing only a fraction of his capabilities. Fortunately, Emperor Jing spoke again. "I can overlook your past actions, but once you enter the court, you must serve me faithfully. I am pleased to see your capability in handling affairs, but I am quite dissatisfied with your attitude towards governance." Fang Jingyi quickly flattered, "Your Majesty, you are right. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly from now on." Emperor Jing raised his hand, saying, "Come, take a seat." The supervising eunuch promptly brought a chair for Fang Jingyi, who sat down cautiously. He inwardly rejoiced, realizing that his 80,000 taels had not been wasted, as he had at least secured a seat. Observing Fang Jingyi perched awkwardly on the edge of the chair, Emperor Jing couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that despite Fang Jingyi's previous arrogance, he was still aware of the need to adapt to circumstances. "All right, no need to be overly formal. I have many questions to ask you." Noticing the emperor's softened demeanor, Fang Jingyi felt a sense of relief and replied, "Your Majesty, please ask. I shall speak without reservation." Emperor Jing pondered, memories of Taoyuan County flashing through his mind. Toilet paper, pipelines, greenhouses, mirrors, phonographs. He found himself momentarily at a loss for where to begin. After a moment of contemplation, he finally inquired, "What is this item of immeasurable merit?" Fang Jingyi immediately adopted a knowing expression. The purpose of this item was evident to anyone, and it was only natural for the emperor to be concerned. He had already prepared his response. "Your Majesty, this item is known as gunpowder. It ignites upon contact with fire, and if in large quantities within a confined space, it can cause a violent explosion." Gunpowder? Is it a natural substance or a man-made creation? It is man-made. A wave of joy surged within Emperor Jing, prompting him to continue questioning. "Then how much of this substance can be produced? What is the cost?" Fang Jingyi's expression grew solemn. "Your Majesty, this substance was inadvertently discovered by an alchemist. Initially, I had the alchemist remain in Taoyuan County to manufacture gunpowder, but unfortunately, that individual perished in an explosion, severing our means of production. Fortunately, some residue has been preserved. However, Taoyuan County has held onto this substance for several years, and gunpowder is highly unstable and exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, all remaining stock was expended during the recent mining efforts. As for production, it is an even greater challenge. I once commanded a study on this matter, believing that had this invention been successful in previous years, it would undoubtedly have been presented to the court. Alas, it met with failure. The expenses were exorbitant, amounting to over 10,000 taels of silver. Yet success eluded us. Consequently, the county ceased to allocate further funds for its research." Upon concluding his statement, Fang Jingyi shook his head in regret, revealing a countenance filled with a sense of unfulfilled loyalty to the nation, almost to the point of shame. How absurd. This contraption could have been mass-produced long ago. Fang Jingyi, I'm hardly a novice in the field. One must reserve the finest treasures for pivotal moments. To present one's accolades prematurely would be to invite undue pressure. To lead a comfortable life, one must squeeze the toothpaste gradually. Nevertheless, the high cost of producing gunpowder is indeed a reality, setting aside the expense of materials. When I first arrived, I was utterly unfamiliar with the appearance of sulfur and saltpeter. I had to send others to scour the market for whatever materials they could find, and then painstakingly consult with artisans to ensure accuracy. It was an arduous task, especially given the lack of a systematic approach and memory. These days were rather trying. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing pointed at Fang Jingyi in anger, exclaiming, "Incomprehensible! To halt the research of such a divine artifact. I shall immediately command the continuation of its development in Taoyuan County." Fang Jingyi could only smile wryly and shake his head, Your Majesty, the county lacks funds. I have brought all the silver I possess. How much do you require? 40,000, or perhaps 30,000 would suffice. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the table. Emperor Jing regarded Fang Jingyi with a cold smile. What? Do you wish to reclaim this money? I dare not. However, to support the research of this matter inevitably requires funding. I cannot impose additional taxes on the common people, exploiting their hard-earned resources. With newfound courage, Fang Jingyi posed a question. Which emperor would not be tempted by such an invention? Since he possessed some negotiating leverage, any silver retrieved would be a boon. After all, it was his own capital. Emperor Jing studied Fang Jingyi intently, observing him for a while, and found no signs of deceit. Nevertheless, given Fang Jingyi's cunning demeanor, the emperor remained vigilant. 20,000 taels. I shall grant you 1 year. After 1 year, I expect to see gunpowder in production and use. Fang Jingyi hastily shook his head. Your Majesty, the amount of silver can be reduced, and I shall find a way, but time is of the essence. We have already spent 2 years with little to show for it, and many of those who participated have since moved on to other trades. Summoning the old hands back to learn anew. I believe it would take at least 2 years, and within that time frame, I still have some confidence. Very well. 2 years it shall be. I will dispatch personnel to Taiyuan County to assist in the research. Should we fail after 2 years, consider the consequences. You must weigh this carefully. Such a magnificent artifact is worth the wait of 2 years, especially since the nation is not currently embroiled in war. Emperor Jing was not overly concerned with the timeline. A barely perceptible smile graced Fang Jingyi's face. 20,000 taels would return. Securing research funding is indeed a laborious endeavor, particularly when it involves one's own finances. If they choose to send personnel, so be it. Gunpowder is the most significant secret of Taiyuan County. The individuals involved in its research were all exceptionally astute and held positions within the county office. Upon receiving the imperial decree, everyone naturally understood the gravity of the situation. With this assurance, Fang Jingyi felt confident. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission or betray your trust. Emperor Jing nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, Indeed, I wish to know. Do you still possess the oath of poison I issued at that time? Fang Jingyi chuckled awkwardly. When we signed the agreement, Your Majesty used a pseudonym, which cannot be taken as genuine. I shall compose a letter upon my return, instructing them all to incinerate it. The emperor regarded him in silence. And the phonograph, I shall present it to Your Majesty. The phonograph is already capable of production, but it remains a confidential matter of Taiyuan County. Thus there is only one device. Should Your Majesty desire more, I can arrange for its reproduction. Please be assured. Fang Jingyi dutifully disclosed all the information, pondering that it must be that scoundrel Wu Xing who had betrayed him. The emperor, having visited Taiyuan County, was naturally curious about the peculiarities involved. It would be odd for him not to inquire about the phonograph's function. Furthermore, he had come on this journey, and it was only fitting to provide something of value to the chief authority. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate these waters? There were still many treasures from the county to unveil, so it was prudent to reveal a bit without concern. Very well, please continue. Chapter 47. The Art of Educating Children. After 2 hours of extensive discussion, Emperor Jing's expression gradually shifted from solemnity to delight, and he openly expressed his admiration for Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi, too, found the conversation quite enjoyable, although life in Taiyuan County was pleasant. He had few companions with whom to converse. As the emperor of a nation, Jing could grasp concepts with ease and even draw inferences, which gave Fang Jingyi a refreshing sense of liberation in sharing his thoughts. While Emperor Jing posed questions, Fang Jingyi led the discussion, naturally steering the topics towards issues concerning the welfare of the people. When it came to the emperor's curiosity about products and technologies, Fang Jingyi chose to be vague, evading the questions as much as possible. The reason was simple. These elements were the foundation of his existence, and he had yet to establish himself firmly. Although Emperor Jing was intrigued, he evidently prioritized the livelihood conditions in Taiyuan County and refrained from pressing further. After a lengthy discourse, the emperor sighed. Fang Qing, what great talent you possess. The methods of governance at the grassroots level can indeed be refined to such an extent. I am greatly enlightened. Fang Jingyi, regaining his carefree demeanor, appeared as if he were conversing with the old Li, his spirit lifted. Your Majesty, to put it plainly, it all hinges on a sense of service. During my tenure, I always kept in mind the need to serve the people, and nothing more. I am not a county magistrate. I am merely a servant of the populace. As soon as he finished speaking, both Emperor Jing and the eunuchs in the imperial study stared at Fang Jingyi in astonishment. A servant of the populace? What am I then? Such audacious words could only come from you, Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that this concept might be too avant-garde for the great Jing. Emperor Jing smirked. Fang Qing, you truly do not cease to astonish. No wonder you can compose such poetry. Fang Jingyi felt even more embarrassed. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The phrase not ceasing to astonish until death is something I gleaned from fragments of ancient texts. I did not expect your Majesty to recall it after I mentioned it casually. The emperor chuckled. Have the finest remnants of ancient texts all come into your possession, Fang Jingyi? Your talent is clear to me. In the future, do not feel the need to conceal your poetic prowess before me, nor offer explanations. Fang Jingyi could only remain silent. Then, Emperor Jing adopted a serious demeanor. Now, let us speak of important matters. I entrust the crown prince to you, not for you to teach him the 4 books and 5 classics, or the classic of filial piety and the Book of Rites. Yin Goen is the top scholar of the day in terms of studying the classics. You cannot compare to him. What I value is your unique perspective. The crown prince has a lively temperament that aligns with yours. You must impart your knowledge freely. Do you understand? Fang Jingyi pondered for a moment and asked, if His Highness does not heed my advice, what then? Emperor Jing replied with a smile, Then it will depend on your capabilities. If you must ask me about everything, why do I need you, Fang Jingyi? Fang Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that even the emperor felt somewhat helpless regarding the crown prince. I understand. What do you understand? If the crown prince refuses to heed guidance, what shall you do? Strike him. Fang Zheng spoke eloquently. As the saying goes, a young tree must be pruned to grow straight. A person must be shaped to avoid becoming unruly. It is under the rod that dutiful children emerge, and from the brambles of hardship, good individuals arise. The crown prince, being of noble birth, naturally lacks the trials of adversity and possesses a stubborn disposition towards learning. Moreover, as the heir apparent, he must embody a spirit that embraces challenges. And if none exist, he should create them. Without such resilience, how shall he rescue the people from calamity in the future? Only through discipline can we expedite his maturation. A few strikes throughout the year may only serve to loosen his limbs, but if he faces 100 or more, even a decayed timber can transform into a valuable talent. Erroneous actions must be met with consistent correction. Instilling fear of wrongful thoughts is essential, as it exemplifies the principle of no pain, no gain. Even in absence of mistakes, one must strike to extinguish the sparks of potential misdeeds. These are my humble reflections. Your Majesty, creating challenges when none exist? Well said. Emperor Jing contemplated, nodding in agreement. It appears I have been remiss in my discipline. However, were Fang Qing's parents similarly instructive? Fang Zheng sighed deeply, reminiscing. Indeed, I have been molded through such discipline to achieve my present accomplishments. In my youth, my parents incessantly urged me to study diligently. A moment's inattention would result in punishment, often administered by my father alone, or at times, both parents together. Yet, despite this, there were moments of fatigue and reluctance to read, even with the threat of the rod looming. During such times, my parents would invigorate my spirit. I fear your Majesty may find it amusing, but in my hometown, I am still affectionately referred to as the chicken boy. Emperor Jing, enlightened, sighed again. You have endured much. Fang Qing, it is no wonder you have achieved such success. But does drinking chicken blood truly invigorate one? This is the first I have heard of it. Alas, it does not. It merely induces nausea. Yet, from that discomfort, one may find renewed vigor. I believe if the crown prince grows lazy, I shall chicken him up. Should he resist, he may seek your Majesty. Thank you, your Majesty. Subsequently, Emperor Jing picked up a golden token from the imperial desk and tossed it towards Fang Zheng. With this token, you may freely enter the palace. You are to frequently instruct the crown prince and may act at your discretion. This token is akin to one held by Yin Goen. I am aware there exists some tension between you two, but he is your superior, so exercise caution in your words. In today's court, many officials may look upon you unfavorably. While I admire you, I treat all ministers equally and shall not offer you protection. Remember, as a minister, your duty is loyalty and diligence. With your capabilities, if you avoid mistakes, it is not impossible for you to ascend to the cabinet and become a minister in the future. How far you go on this path depends solely on you. It seems your Majesty is also adept at weaving grand visions and invigorating spirits. Fang Zheng remarked, is it customary to speak of cabinet positions on my very first day? Quite remarkable. Upon receiving the golden token, Fang Zheng secured it at his waist. Thank you, your Majesty. Shall I now proceed to the Zhanshe mansion for the morning assembly? Emperor Jing appraised Fang Zheng before replying, "There is no need. You may return home for now. Attend the Zhanshe mansion tomorrow." May I inquire why?" Fang Zheng gazed at Emperor Jing with a bewildered expression. The emperor, observing Fang Zheng's disheveled appearance, speckled with ink stains, could not help but chuckle. "No matter," he remarked, "do remember not to delay the morning court tomorrow. Furthermore, do change into a fresh set of official robes. Come dressed appropriately on the morrow." Chapter 48. Resignation with a heart full of relief. Fang Jingyi left the palace early in the morning, hailing a carriage to hasten homeward. As he journeyed, his mind incessantly replayed the encounter with Emperor Jing. Although he had managed to offend everyone, the meeting had progressed rather smoothly. Most astonishing was the revelation that the emperor was none other than Li Long. Fortunately, the emperor held a favorable view of him. However, the burden of educating the crown prince now rested squarely on his shoulders. A daunting task considering the prince was evidently in a rebellious phase. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Fang Jingyi feared that a failure in his tutelage might lead to an inescapable predicament. Lost in contemplation regarding the crown prince's educational direction, the carriage came to a halt. The driver called out, "My lord, we have arrived." Fang Jingyi alighted and was immediately greeted by the sight of Bai Yi, who was standing at the entrance, peering around in confusion. Upon noticing Fang Jingyi's disheveled appearance, Bai Yi nearly burst into laughter. With quick, eager steps, she approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, why are you home so early? What happened to your clothes?" Fang Jingyi, his expression darkening, pointed towards a corner. "Go, stand over there. You can come in for dinner later." Bai Yi's face fell, her lips pouting as she reluctantly shuffled to the designated spot. It was as if whatever he said had become law. She had grown accustomed to it. Fang Jingyi then strode into the courtyard, only to return shortly thereafter. Upon seeing him emerge, Bai Yi felt a surge of hope. He was notoriously unpredictable, and she wondered if he would send her back inside again. "Where is Xiao Tao?" he inquired. "Oh, she went out to find someone." When she returns, have her come see me. You change your position and keep an eye on the gate." After issuing his instructions, Fang Jingyi settled into a lounge chair in the courtyard, his eyelids growing heavier, eventually succumbing to slumber. Before long, he felt someone nudging him awake. Opening his eyes, he found Xiao Tao before him, her face etched with fatigue. "Young master, you called for me? Where have you been?" Fang Jingyi rubbed his eyes and rose. Xiao Tao retorted, "Where else would I go? You asked me to find that Li Long, remember? I also went out today to recruit some workers to repair the latrine. Wasn't that your instruction?" Realizing he had sent Xiao Tao on a wild goose chase for 2 days, Fang Jingyi chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you for your efforts. As for Li Long, there's no need to pursue him further. By the way, where are the workers for the latrine? They'll come tomorrow." "Very well," Fang Jingyi replied with a resigned shake of his head. The latrine truly was of paramount importance to him. When he first arrived in Jing Nation, it had been his greatest adversary. The common folk were quite indifferent about sanitation, relieving themselves wherever they pleased. Some would even pull up their trousers and leave without a second thought. Fang Jingyi found this utterly distasteful. Under his firm authority, he mandated that the entire county maintain cleanliness, leading to a notable transformation. Upon arriving in the capital, there were neither pipelines nor toilets, and the renovations would require considerable effort. The mere thought of being without a flushing toilet filled Fang Zheng with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He pondered how the protagonists of the web novels he had read in his previous life managed to resolve such dilemmas. "Young master," he said, "were you beaten during court? Your clothes are all disheveled and stained with ink. Quickly, allow me to wash them for you." Fang Zheng shot him a glare and retorted, "Nonsense. Who would dare lay a hand on me? These garments cannot be washed. I have brought my new official robes. The old ones should be mounted. Use only the finest materials. Then hang them on the screen and inscribe a few words beside them. What should be written?" Xiao Tao murmured to herself, baffled by the young master's peculiar thoughts. Could official attire truly be mounted? Fang Zheng pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let it be inscribed on the screen, where His Majesty splattered ink." Xiao Tao was taken aback. That's the ink from the emperor? Did you anger His Majesty?" Fang Zheng reclined once more, waving his hand dismissively. "Stop the idle chatter and hurry. I am on good terms with His Majesty. When he dines, I serve him dishes. I shall sleep now. Call me for dinner. And don't forget about Xiaobai. She is currently on gate duty and can join us for the meal later." Xiao Tao cast a helpless glance towards the entrance, feeling sorry for Xiaobai, who seemed to have unwittingly incurred the young master's ire once more. Within the Ministry of Revenue, Minister Zhang Shi and his son, Zhang Chang, sat across the table, engaged in lively conversation. "Father, is it true that Fang Zheng is as audacious as you say? Zhang Cheng inquired, astonished as he set down his chopsticks. Zhang Shi nodded with a smile. Indeed. This young man is remarkably bold. He has already angered everyone upon his first appearance, especially by openly confronting Minister Zhang and the Emperor. Such unruly behavior may not bode well for his future. However, the Emperor seems to hold him in some regard. Zhang Cheng scoffed. I never imagined such a fool could brazenly stand in the court. It is absurd. What of me? Zhang Shi, perceiving his son's concerns, replied gently. Why the haste? Fang Zheng is merely fortunate to have caught the Emperor's eye, having been granted a title of little consequence. And now he walks with his head held high. Who cares about a penniless county like Taoyuan? Chang'er, with me here, need you fear an uncertain future in your career? There is no need for you to do anything else at present. Simply enjoy your days drinking and conversing with those fine gentlemen. It will be advantageous to know more people for future endeavors. When the time comes for you to enter the court, you will have your own matters to attend to, so do not come complaining to me. Zhang Cheng grinned and quickly poured more wine for Zhang Shi. Father, I am not anxious at all. Each day filled with wine. Poetry and merriment is quite delightful. However, hearing about such a petty character as Fang Zheng does stir my discontent. How pathetic. A mere 7th-rank official. Does he truly deserve such attention? Judging by the attitudes of the officials, this prince's companion will not last long. How far can one rely on mere eloquence without genuine talent? Just as the father and son were engrossed in their banter, the steward suddenly entered, bowing as he announced, Sir, there is a man outside seeking the young master, named Jiao Yang, who is currently waiting in the courtyard. Jiao Yang? Zhang Chanling stood in place, pondering for a moment before recalling that this individual was the steward managing Fulai building on his behalf. Their interactions were infrequent. So what could have prompted a visit at this hour? Father, I shall go and investigate, he declared. Zhang Cheng ambled into the courtyard, only to find Jiao Liang pacing anxiously, a frown etched upon his brow. Jiao Liang, what business do you have with me? He inquired, upon seeing the master had arrived. Jiao Liang's expression brightened, and he hastily knelt, bowing his head in supplication. I beseech you, young master, to intercede on my behalf. Chapter 49. Can you read this for free? Please, young master, assist me. Today, I found myself at your esteemed residence out of sheer desperation. Recently, I suffered a loss in my family, and feeling the ominous atmosphere in my home, I contemplated selling my property. However, I was taken aback when a man named Fang Jingyi forcefully occupied my residence, which was originally valued at 2,000 taels, insisting on purchasing it for a mere 500 taels. When I refused, he threatened to ruin the business of Fulelo, fearing it would adversely affect you. I had no choice but to yield. I implore you to intercede on my behalf. As he spoke, Jiao Liang's sobs grew increasingly mournful. Fang Zhengyi? Zhang Cheng's spirit jolted. Who is this Fang Zhengyi? What gives him the audacity to disrupt the business of Fulelu? This man even presented an imperial edict to me, claiming he was soon to be appointed as the deputy minister of the Hall of Imperial Ceremonies. Upon the unfortunate demise of my lowly concubine, Fang Zhengyi threatened to pin the blame on me and even slander me before the emperor. At that moment, I mentioned you. But Fang Zhengyi dismissed you as nothing more than a dog in his eyes. Infuriated, I nearly engaged in a brawl with him, but alas, his guard was simply too formidable. Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's expression darkened with barely concealed anger. Did you ultimately sell the property for 500 taels? I had no choice, Jiao Liang replied, a look of unwavering loyalty on his face. Even if it meant losing everything, I could not allow my plight to affect Fulela's business. Zhang Cheng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded slightly. Understood. You may leave now. What? Young master, what about Fang Zhengyi? Jiao Liang was taken aback, confused by the abrupt dismissal. Zhang Cheng, visibly irritated, retorted, what is there to consider? Your property has been sold. What concern is it of mine? Since you have sold it, it appears it did not impact Fulela after all. But he insulted you. I cannot swallow this grievance. Jiao Liang was on the brink of madness. This was not how he envisioned the outcome. Zhang Cheng scoffed, whether he insulted me or not. I shall ascertain the truth myself. It seems rather like you are exaggerating the situation. Has Fang Zhengyi lost his mind? To dare insult the son of an official before even taking up his post in the capital? I have indeed heard he is a fool. But surely he cannot be this foolish. Jiao Liang, let me be frank with you. I have long wished to replace you. And today you have conveniently delivered yourself to me. Just look at the negligible contributions of Fulelo over the past year. How have you managed your role as the steward? Worthless. You deserve to have your property taken from you. With that, he turned and walked away. A double blow. Jiao Liang collapsed to the ground, his heart icy with despair. What is happening in this world? What have I done wrong? Zhang Chang returned to his desk, and Zhang Shi inquired. Chang'er, what disturbance is this outside? Nothing of consequence. Jia Liang from Fulalo was humiliated by Fang Jingyi, who forcibly purchased his residence and sought my assistance in retrieving it. How did Fang Jingyi become involved? What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Shi gazed intently at Zhang Chang, who pondered for a moment before saying, that Jia Liang must have spoken with the intent to incite trouble between me and Fang Jingyi. However, if Fang Jingyi indeed forcefully purchased Jia Liang's residence, would that not be a violation of our esteemed laws? This matter. Zhang Shi shook his head and replied, in a transaction where money and goods have been exchanged and no third party was present, how could one pursue a lawsuit based solely on conjecture? Zhang Chang mused, indeed. Yet Jia Liang must have mentioned our father during his negotiations, yet Fang Jingyi still proceeded with the purchase, which demonstrates his utter disregard for us. I am inclined to confront him. What do you think? I have yet to decide. If we speak of timing, in 3 days, there will be a poetry debate on the boat at Suswa Lake, attended by many courtesans and nobles. It would be an opportune moment to summon Fang Jingyi and ascertain his true character. However, it seems his reputation is already tarnished, and I fear he might bring trouble upon our father if he bears any resentment. Zhang Shi could not help but pat his shoulder, expressing his admiration. Chang'er has grown, able to discern the words of the petty while considering the well-being of his father. Excellent. However, those who achieve great things must possess courage. Fang Jingyi is of a similar age to you, and in this regard, you fall short. If you truly wish to confront him, then do so directly. Despite his current favor, he will not amount to anything significant. With your father backing you, you may proceed without hesitation. Am I inferior to Fang Jingyi? Zhang Chang scoffed. With your words, I feel reassured. I shall immediately draft a letter inviting Fang Jingyi. The steward promptly prepared the writing materials, and Zhang Chang swiftly penned an invitation, sealing it with a stamp before placing it into an envelope. He turned to the steward and inquired, has Jia Liang departed? Not yet, young master. He remains outside. The steward replied. Zhang Chang stepped into the courtyard and discovered Jia Liang sitting on the ground, weeping profusely, his voice hoarse as if he had just emerged from a cleansing chamber. Zhang Chang kicked him, exclaiming impatiently, enough. Cease your wailing. Deliver this letter to Fang Jingyi's residence and inform him that in 3 days, he is to attend the poetry debate at Suswa Lake, where many prominent figures await his acquaintance. I'll take care of this initial step for you. Additionally, I shall grant you an extension of 3 months. Should there be no improvement at Fulalo during that time, you are to return whence you came. Jia Liang's cries abruptly ceased, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him, aligning perfectly with his desires. Receiving the letter, he prostrated himself repeatedly, exclaiming, thank you, young master. I shall dedicate myself to ensuring Fulalo flourishes. The return of my residence depends entirely on you. Zhang Chang furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Residence? What residence? That has nothing to do with me. Hurry and leave. Your presence vexes me. Jia Liang cradled the letter, hesitantly asking, young master, what if he refuses to attend? Refuse? No invitation from the Zhang family has ever gone unanswered. As long as he is of sound mind, he will surely attend. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Zhang Chang declared with an air of pride. Very well, I shall set off at once. Jia Liang hastily made his way to the residence of Fang Jingyi. At this moment, the sky was darkening, and the gates of the Fang estate stood wide open. Jia Liang noticed what appeared to be a tattered garment hanging on the shadow wall, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. It pained him to see his own home treated in such a manner. However, the thought that Zhang Chang could stand up for him brought him a flicker of joy. And without hesitation, he stepped through the familiar threshold. Inside, Fang Jingyi was dining with Xiao Tao and others. Upon barging in, Jia Liang saw Zhang Biao present and hesitated, opting to call out from a distance, Lord Fang. The gathering turned to look, surprised to see an additional figure among them. Fang Jingyi, with a stern expression, turned to Bai Yi, who was still eating, and exclaimed, why is the door not closed? Stop eating and go stand in the corner. Bai Yi responded with silence, and Fang Jingyi then turned with delight, saying, oh, old Jia, how did you get in? Is there another cheap house for sale? The moment Jia Liang heard this, he felt a surge of anger, his eyes reddened, and his hands and feet grew cold. Glancing at the letter in his hand, he coldly addressed Fang Jingyi, Lord Fang. You have provoked someone you should not have. A calamity is imminent. Zhang Biao, go give him 2 slaps. Before Jia Liang could finish his warning, he was abruptly interrupted. Zhang Biao lunged forward, seizing him by the collar and delivering 2 swift slaps, causing Zhao Liang's face to swell rapidly. In an instant, his spirit felt crushed as he gazed up at the ominous sky. Fang Jingyi sneered, "You wretched cur, how dare you trespass into my private domain and speak so insolently? Check if he has any money on him. Strip him of it." Zhang Biao began to search Jiao Liang with practiced ease, while Jiao Liang snapped back to reality. Struggling in vain against Zhang Biao's formidable strength, appearing as helpless as a chick. Before long, what was once a complete garment was reduced to mere shreds under Zhang Biao's aggressive search. Ultimately, he discovered a hidden pocket within the lining, and upon examining its contents, he exclaimed, "Young master, here are 500 taels in silver notes." With tears brimming in his eyes, Jiao Liang cried out, "You can't take this. You can't take this. This is robbery. You band of thieves. I will report you to the authorities. I will file an official complaint." Fang Jingyi remained unfazed, retorting, "Robbery. I, Fang Jingyi, conduct my affairs with utmost integrity. How dare you slander me? Bring him over." With that, Fang Jingyi stormed toward the shadow wall. With Zhang Biao dragging Jiao Liang in tow, Fang Jingyi pointed at the shadow wall and shouted, "Open your eyes and see clearly what is written here." Jiao Liang strained to open his increasingly swollen eyes, carefully discerning the information before him, slowly reading aloud, "I, Emperor, Inc. Office?" Fang Jingyi crossed his arms, scoffing, "It seems you can read after all, you dog. This is something you can view for free. Just 500 taels. Consider yourself fortunate. You wretched creature. Now get out." Jiao Liang glanced at the shadow wall, then at Fang Jingyi, and a solitary tear unexpectedly trickled down his cheek. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously cast out like a sandbag, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Chapter 50. A meeting too late. Once the matter was resolved, Zhang Biao closed the door, and the group resumed their meal. In the courtyard, Xiaotao discovered a letter that had fallen to the ground. She picked it up and remarked, "Young master, it seems that person was here to deliver a letter for you." What letter?" "Open it and see," he replied. After examining the contents for a moment, Xiaotao stated, "It is an invitation inviting you to a poetry debate in 3 days at Suzwell Lake, and it bears the seal of the Ministry of Personnel. Should we attend? A poetry debate? How intriguing," he mused. Having traversed into this world without inheriting any memories from the original owner, his mind was cluttered with incomplete verses. The thought of showcasing his knowledge was daunting. The poetry beyond the 9 years of compulsory education was beyond his grasp. Fang Jingyi scoffed as he took the letter, "Not going. This must be the son of the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Chong, trying to make a name for himself through Jiao Liang. This fellow is clearly deranged to send a letter via Jiao Liang. It's a trap. Does he think I'm a fool? Young master, what is a trap?" Zhang Biao inquired, leaning in. "A feast of raw meat. You go in my stead," Fang Jingyi quipped. Zhang Biao, realizing Fang Jingyi was jesting, chuckled sheepishly. "Raw meat sounds good. I'll bring it back cooked." "Enough. Just tear up the letter and let us continue our meal," Fang Jingyi said, reaching to shred the letter into pieces. "Wait, don't tear it." Bai Yi suddenly interjected from the corner, drawing the attention of the others. Bai Yi sheepishly approached and took the letter from Fang Jingyi's hands, stammering, "Young master, this letter is from the Ministry of Personnel, and there will surely be many noble sons attending the poetry debate. How many people would covet such an opportunity? You are new to the capital and hardly anyone knows you. Perhaps we should sell this letter." Fang Jingyi exclaimed in delight. "Ah, Xiao Bai, you've grown. That makes sense. Let us sell it." He then playfully ruffled Bai Yi's hair. She suppressed the urge to dodge, her cheeks gradually flushing. "Xiaotao, tomorrow you shall explore the grand inns and academies to see if anyone wishes to purchase this letter. If someone expresses doubt, bring them directly to the residence. I shall meet them personally," Fang Jingyi ordered. "Leave it to me, young master. I haven't ventured anywhere in the capital yet. And Sister Xiaotao has been running around for 2 days and must be quite tired," Bai Yi hastily responded. "You?" Fang Jingyi scrutinized Bai Yi with skepticism. Xiaotao had been managing affairs in Taoyuan County for many years, adept at handling relationships and reliable in her tasks. Bai Yi, in contrast, seemed more like a decorative vase, lacking reliability. Would it not be foolish to send someone so naive and beautiful into the world, risking her being taken advantage of? "Can you manage?" he probed. I can. Bai affirmed with conviction. "Very well, I shall have Zhang Biao accompany you tomorrow. Xiaotao deserves a rest. And you performed admirably this time. If you sell it for a high price, you shall receive a 1% commission. Who would care for your meager earnings?" Bai silently grumbled. "Ah, young master, I recall that years ago, my father had dealings with certain merchants from the capital. Hence, I wish to venture forth on my own, sparing Brother Biao the trouble. It seems Bai desires to showcase her abilities and engage in some personal development, which is commendable. Fang Jingyi continued. Very well, let Shatao provide you with some silver. Exercise caution during your outing tomorrow. You performed admirably today, so let us dine. The next day, Fang Jingyi was not tardy. He arrived punctually for the morning court, finding a stable position at the end of the hall, leaning against a pillar, and began to daydream amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Before he could acclimatize to the atmosphere, a palace eunuch called his attention. Gua Tianyang whispered urgently, Lord Fang, wake up. You cannot stand there. Puzzled, Fang Jingyi replied, Where should I stand? Gua Tianyang rolled his eyes in exasperation and pulled him out to a more central position, whispering again, Lord Fang, the Emperor is observing you. Feeling the weight of the surrounding scrutiny, Fang Jingyi could not resist raising his voice. Thank you, Brother Gua. Immediately, the disdainful gazes shifted to Gua Tianyang. Damn it. With so many people, why call him Brother Gua? Are you trying to make me feel miserable? Gua Tianyang was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retreated to stand beside Emperor Jing. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, and the ministers began to speak. Fang Jingyi stood there in a daze, the sounds around him growing increasingly faint. Typically, he managed to sleep 6 hours. A good habit he cultivated over the years, but ever since arriving in the capital, he had only managed 4 hours each night. Rising so early felt as though he had been forcibly awakened, and he struggled to adapt. However, Emperor Jing graciously ignored Fang Jingyi throughout, allowing him to enjoy a moment of leisure. Before long, Fang Jingyi sensed someone tugging at him, and he slowly opened his eyes. He faintly heard, Lord Fang, wake up, it's over. Huh? Is class dismissed? Gua Tianyang, exasperated, replied, What class? The court has adjourned. Hurry to the Zhanshe Bureau to report. Haha. Brother Gua, you are so kind. I shall take my leave. Fang Jingyi chuckled, wiped his mouth, and turned to exit the grand hall. Wait, do you know the way? Gua Tianyang looked at him with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Oh dear, I do not know. I was half asleep. Brother Gua, will you guide me? Gua Tianyang waved his hand dismissively and called over a nearby young eunuch. We have arranged for someone to assist you. Mao Quan, take Lord Fang to the Zhanshe Bureau. Mao Quan led Fang Jingyi all the way to the Zhanshe Bureau. Upon entering, Fang Jingyi immediately spotted Li Yuanzhao, surrounded by eunuchs, approaching him. The crown prince bore a wound on his face but smiled warmly. Fang Jingyi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you with great anticipation. Fang Jingyi grinned in return. I too have missed the crown prince dearly. Our initial meeting in Taoyuan County felt as if we were old acquaintances. Upon first encountering your highness, I was immediately struck by your remarkable demeanor, which sets you apart from the ordinary. It was utterly unexpected to discover that you are the crown prince. Truly a surprise, yet somehow fitting. As Fang Jingyi spoke, a group of eunuchs surrounding Li Yuanzhao averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. How utterly shameless. Were it not for your official attire, one might mistake you for a commoner. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao was overjoyed, stepping forward to grasp Fang Jingyi's hand and leading him inside, exclaiming continuously, Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It is regrettable that our paths have not crossed sooner, unlike Master Yin, who cannot utter a kind word. Come with me. For Master Yin will arrive shortly, and I wish to avoid his presence. Chapter 51. My brotherhood with the crown prince Li Yuanzhao led Fang Jingyi to a secluded area, dispersing the numerous eunuchs attending to him, and eagerly said, I have many questions to ask you regarding your management of the flood disaster. Your Highness, please wait. Fang Jingyi interrupted Li Yuanzhao. What happened to your face? Is there really someone in the palace who would dare to strike you? This question piqued Fang Jingyi's curiosity upon entering. The injury on the crown prince's face appeared to be from a whip, prompting him to wonder who would have the audacity to mar the prince's visage. As soon as he posed the question, Li Yuanzhao grimaced and growled. Who else could it be? Aside from Father Emperor, who else would dare to strike me? I do not know what madness has possessed him. But when I visited him yesterday and exchanged only a few words, he had the audacity to hang me up and beat me, inadvertently striking my face. I pondered for quite a while and found no fault of my own. Ouch, it still hurts now. Fang Jingyi immediately fell silent, adopting a quail-like demeanor. It must be said, Your Highness, you were originally quite handsome, with refined features. Now, with this scar, you appear even more strikingly manly, as if you have just returned from the battlefield. The Emperor possesses unparalleled martial prowess. It is said that a tiger begets no dog. Thus the crown prince must be similarly gifted. Li Yuanzhao touched the wound on his cheek, chuckling. Really? Fang Jingyi thumped his chest, proclaiming, Indeed. Fang Jingyi. Stake my reputation on it. Setting aside your royal aura, your countenance radiates an air of formidable authority that compels one to bow in reverence. This young man delighted in flattery, and even a prince was no exception. Li Yuanzhao burst into hearty laughter. Good, good. In the palace. You are the only one who understands me. I am a naturally gifted talent, yet my father and the old ministers continually belittle me. They are blind to my worth. Fang Jingyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed the crown prince did not fare well in the palace, enduring a relentless cycle of criticism from the emperor and the courtiers, with no friend by his side. Yet managing to maintain such an innocent and optimistic disposition was indeed remarkable. Your Highness, what did you wish to ask me earlier? Heavenly Thunder. I wish to inquire how to summon the Heavenly Thunder to address the flood disaster. Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness, you jest. There is no such thing as Heavenly Thunder. It is merely a man-made tool, akin to a hammer or sickle. The quantity is scarce, but once produced, you can have as much as you desire in the future. Oh, Li Yuanzhao's face fell, visibly disappointed, yet he pressed on with curiosity. Are the tales of sword immortals flying on their swords merely falsehoods? Does this world hold no spirits or deities? At this moment, Fang Jingyi hesitated. As a serious-minded progressive youth, he had dismissed the notion of deities. However, the reality of his own transmigration made the situation somewhat awkward. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, As for spirits, I do not believe in such things. They are merely the fables of the ignorant. A worthless person, upon death, merely becomes a lifeless husk. Harboring resentment does not transform one into a vengeful spirit. Such tales are simply the people's hopeful aspirations. Moreover, one must ponder the archetypes of unparalleled masters in literature. They are frequently depicted as either blind or beggars, or perhaps as frail scholars. These narratives are predominantly penned by such delicate scholars, possibly as a means to articulate the discontent of their own lives. Indeed, there is some merit in this reasoning. Li Yuanzhao felt profoundly disheartened, as the ethereal world he had long envisioned seemed to shatter before him. As for the notion of flying on a sword, it is merely a fabrication of literature. One soon realizes, after indulging in such tales, that there are even foreign sword immortals who ride brooms through the skies. Is this rational? Li Yuanzhao raised an eyebrow. Riding a broom? How peculiar. It is certainly more convenient than standing, though one must admit it lacks aesthetic appeal. What convenience does it offer? Isn't it rather uncomfortable? I see now. Lu Jin would indeed find it suitable. The conversation was becoming increasingly absurd and could not continue any further. Fang Zheng hastily interjected. Your Highness, do you have any further inquiries? Oh, and regarding the phonograph. It has already been presented to His Majesty. I have heard that there exists a remarkable artist in Taiyuan County known as the Sketchmaster, whose artistry is so lifelike that it is indistinguishable from reality. I wish to witness this talent. Fang Jing smiled. Your Highness, sketching is a form of artistic technique. If you are interested, I can summon the artist immediately for you to learn from. Li Yuanzhao replied. That is unnecessary. I merely wish to behold it. I too can paint, yet I often ponder what merit warrants the description of lifelike. The palace artists do not capture likeness very well. Look here. This is a painting I created this morning. What do you think? With that, Li Yuanzhao produced a piece of rice paper from his chest and unfurled it, revealing what appeared to be an animal rendered in black and white lines. Fang Zheng gasped in astonishment. My, I did not realize your Highness could paint a penguin, and so remarkably. Li Yuanzhao, perplexed, inquired, What is a penguin? This is a kingfisher. Fang Zheng, maintaining his composure, replied, Indeed. In my hometown, we refer to the kingfisher as a penguin. It is a local dialect. Is that so? It seems I indeed possess some talent in this regard, Li Yuanzhao mused. Fang Zheng's eyes twitched in disbelief. Truly, I did not expect your Highness to be both scholarly and martial. However, such artistry may be premature for humanity. Perhaps in 1,000 or 1,800 years, it may become a national treasure, so best to keep it hidden. Haha, you have an eye for talent. I shall gift this painting to you. Thank you, your Highness. Fang Zheng, with a stoic expression, accepted the painting and tucked it away. Then, he retrieved a thick bundle resembling a book from his bosom and whispered, Your Highness, I feel an immediate rapport with you, as a token of our acquaintance. I have prepared a gift. Li Yuanzhao, upon seeing the hefty stack of silver notes Fang Zheng proffered, was taken aback, stepping back in alarm. What is this? Silver notes? This particular currency had been specially exchanged by Fang Zheng for smaller denominations, totaling an impressive 10,000 taels. And the thick stack appeared even more substantial than what had been given to Emperor Jing. Observing Li Yuanzhao's retreat, Fang Zheng's expression soured. What does this signify, Your Highness? Do you look down upon me, Fang Zheng? The sum of 10,000 taels of silver is merely a token of my regard. I consider the crown prince a confidant. And what is a trifling amount of silver in comparison? Li Yuanzhao was taken aback. Is it truly 10,000 taels? Indeed. A glint of avarice flickered in Li Yuanzhao's eyes. The monthly stipend allocated to the Eastern Palace by Emperor Jing was approximately 400 to 500 taels, rendering this sum a veritable fortune in his eyes. Yet, he hesitated. Is it appropriate for me to accept your money? Fang Jingyi lamented. Brothers are like limbs, while wealth is as inconsequential as dirt. Should you refuse this silver, Your Highness might perceive me as unworthy of friendship. I, Fang Jingyi, possess nothing of value. My household is bereft of anything but silver. Do you, Your Highness, disdain me for my humble means? Li Yuanzhao swiftly waved his hands, flustered. No. I regard you as a friend. Do not think that way. With that, he joyfully snatched the money from Fang Jingyi's hands and tucked it into his sleeve, exclaiming, You are truly a brother I cherish. Should anyone in the palace dare to bully you, come to me. Your Highness is too kind. Henceforth, you may call me Old Fang, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Before long, the two men grew increasingly familiar, engaging in lively banter, fully embroiled in their conspiratorial camaraderie. At that moment, the young eunuch Lu Jin rushed over, his face awash with alarm. Upon witnessing the crown prince and Fang Jingyi in such a familiar embrace, he gaped in astonishment and stammered, Your Highness, Master Yin has arrived. Chapter 52. The crown prince's first lesson. Li Yuanzhao tugged at Fang Jingyi's sleeve and whispered, Old Fang, you must be extremely cautious of Master Yin. He is exceedingly stern. Whenever he teaches me to recite, if I falter even a single word, he punishes me with a strike to my palm. My hand has swelled countless times. Fang Jingyi replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, I am merely here as a companion. He cannot punish me. Li Yuanzhao immediately grimaced. I have no brother like you. Then return my silver. Not a chance. As the two bickered, they arrived at the main hall of the Zhanshi mansion. Yin Gowen stood solemnly within, and upon seeing the crown prince and Fang Jingyi enter with playful expressions, his countenance darkened. Fang Jingyi, His Majesty has commanded you to accompany the crown prince in his studies. What manner of behavior is this? Indulging in jest? Fang Jingyi was unfazed by his stern demeanor. Having sensed Yan's intent to intimidate him from their very first meeting, he had grown somewhat impatient. Master Yan, have we not yet commenced? Is it wrong for the crown prince to smile? Or is it that you have never known laughter, and thus find discomfort in witnessing others' joy? Yin Gowen scoffed. Cease your sophistry. The crown prince is the heir apparent and must always maintain the dignity of the imperial family. How dare you speak so frivolously? Oh, is Master Yin so formidable? Surely one must know how an emperor ought to comport himself? It is a pity you were born too late. Had you lived a few centuries earlier and trained the heir according to your methods, would there have been any dynastic changes at all? Fang Jingyi began to speak in a mocking tone. Li Yuanzhao, observing the two engage in verbal sparring, felt a surge of excitement and discreetly gave Fang Jingyi a thumbs up. Yin Gowen, his expression icy, rebuked, Fang Jingyi, I am your superior. How dare you act so insolently? Oh, is it that you cannot best me in debate and thus resort to authority? Surely the words of His Majesty are infallible, and the crown prince is also my superior. Pray tell, who holds greater rank, the crown prince or Master Yin? Fang Jingyi subtly nudged Li Yuanzhao's thigh. The crown prince, emboldened, stammered, Indeed, Old Fang has a point. Yin Gowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, he is a subject, and you address him as Old Fang. The relationship between ruler and subject must be respected. A sovereign must embody the dignity of their station. Such casual address is utterly inappropriate. Watching Fang Jingyi's nonchalant demeanor, Yin Gowen's ire intensified. Li Yuanzhao, feeling overwhelmed, cast a pleading glance at Fang Jingyi. With a sigh, Fang Jingyi thought, this little brother is utterly incapable. It seems Yin Gowen has instilled a deep fear in him. The crown prince is too intimidated by his subjects. Thus, he coldly replied to Yin Gowen, Master Yin, do you not possess the proper attitude towards the heir? When teaching, show a bit more courtesy to the crown prince. Treacherous scoundrel. Treacherous scoundrel. Yin Gowen was driven to distraction, loathing Fang Jingyi for being a sycophant, and lamenting that the young crown prince was so easily deceived. Truly, it was infuriating. I am under sacred orders to educate the crown prince. In the Zhanshi mansion, my role is that of the crown prince's teacher. Can I not be held in higher regard at all times? Fang Jingyi remained steadfast. gazing directly at Yin Goen. Though I am nominally a companion in study, I am also entrusted by the imperial mandate to educate the crown prince. Thus, your highness is, in a sense, my student. Moreover, we share a bond of both master and friend. I implore you, Master Yin, to refrain from raising your voice at my pupil. While I may be your subordinate, His Majesty has once conveyed to me that the knowledge you have imparted need not be reiterated by me. Therefore, let us each attend to our own duties without encroaching upon one another. However, while I am present, I ask you to show due respect to His Highness. Yin Goen's countenance grew increasingly uncomfortable. Fang Zhengyi, do not presume that your connection with Lord Guo grants you license to act recklessly. You are a learned scholar. Yet you associate with eunuchs, lacking any sense of shame. The surrounding young eunuchs and Lu Jin, who was close to the crown prince, lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of discomfort at his words. The onlookers perceived the disdain directed at Yin Goen intensifying. Is appealing to authority insufficient, now resorting to moral high ground? Alas, I, Fang Zhengyi, was a model student in my past life, a moral exemplar in this one. You think to vanquish me through ethics? You must first locate such principles. Turning to whisper to the crown prince, he continued, Your Highness, this is the first lesson of the day. Observe closely. A spark of excitement lit up Li Yuanzhao's eyes as he nodded vigorously. It was the first time he had witnessed Yin Goen in such a predicament. And standing behind Fang Zhengyi, he felt an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling of being protected. Old Fang is reliable. Fang Zhengyi raised his sleeve and vigorously rubbed his eyes. Lowering his sleeve, his eyes reddened, brimming with tears, as he expressed his indignation. Master Yin, my rapport with Lord Guo is instantaneous. Upon meeting him, I felt an innate kinship. Li Yuanzhao pondered. This sentiment seemed oddly familiar. Lord Guo treats me well, and being older than I, it is only natural to refer to him as brother. Why then, in Master Yan's words, does it devolve into associating with eunuchs? Very well, I shall associate with eunuchs. But what of them? In the palace, which affairs can proceed without the involvement of the esteemed eunuchs? They undertake the most arduous and menial tasks, yet are met with disdain from the lofty gentlemen who look down upon them. If this is the essence of a scholar, the so-called path of the gentleman, then I, Fang Zhengyi, would rather stand alongside the eunuchs. The eunuchs in attendance gazed at Fang Zhengyi in astonishment, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within them. It seemed that since entering the palace, no one had ever spoken such words on behalf of the lowly eunuchs. Yin Goen, with a sneer, retorted, truly shameless. The body and skin are bestowed by one's parents, and eunuchs have forsaken even their dignity as human beings. You take pride in associating with them. I am ashamed to serve alongside you in government. Silence. Fang Zhengyi, fuming, declared, Master Yin, a government official serves the populace. Have you ever witnessed the citizens who cannot afford a meal? Have you encountered orphans bereft of parents? What sin have the common people committed? Where is the moral order? Not everyone is born into a life of luxury like you, Master Yin, nor does everyone have the privilege of ink and paper at their beck and call. These individuals, he, and he, who among us does not hail from humble beginnings? If one were not driven by desperation, who would willingly inflict harm upon oneself, only to face disdain within the palace? Were there but a morsel of food and a sip of water, it is unlikely anyone would choose to defy morality and subject themselves to injury. Yet, in the presence of such pitiable souls, does Sir Yin exhibit even a modicum of compassion? He readily resorts to violence and abuse. Have you ever considered their plight? Fang Zhengyi gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, tears cascading down his cheeks. This scene moved the eunuchs to tears, rendering them almost entranced. Particularly Lu Jin, whose heartstrings were tugged, could not restrain himself from covering his face and emitting soft sobs. Li Yuanzhao, overwhelmed with shame, promptly patted Lu Jin and whispered, I was in the wrong. I shall not strike you again. Amidst the turmoil, Fang Zhengyi wiped his tears and pointed a finger at Yin Goen, sternly declaring, Sir Yin, have you realized your mistakes? The onlookers followed his gesture, their gazes fixing upon Yin Goen. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Yin Goen felt a surge of unease yet maintained his composure, retorting, mistakes? What errors have I committed? No matter how eloquent you may be, you cannot alter the truth I have stated. Individuals like you would merely be regarded as scum, even in the court. Li Yuanzhao stood, transfixed by the unfolding drama. Acutely aware that the atmosphere had shifted, the dynamics had transformed. With a sigh, Fang Zhengyi shook his head. How pitiful! Has he truly lost his composure? Resorting to foul language? What a disgrace! Then, will it be you or I who leads today's morning lecture, Sir Yin? Fang Zhengyi sidestepped the provocation. presenting a question to ease the tension. Yin Goen scoffed, "You may conduct it. This morning has already squandered too much of my time. I shall return after noon to teach. Since His Majesty decreed our separation in teaching, it seems we need not cross paths again." With that, he stormed out, his robe swirling behind him. Won? Have I truly won? Li Yuanzhao stood in disbelief. This was unprecedented. Master Yin had been so thoroughly bested that he fled in humiliation. With Yin Goen's departure, Fang Jingyi continued his performance, bowing to the remaining eunuchs. "Kindly excuse yourselves, gentlemen. I have matters to discuss with His Highness." The eunuchs, filled with gratitude, bowed in return and filed out of the great hall, expressing their thanks one by one. Turning to Li Yuanzhao, Fang Jingyi smiled and inquired, "What have you discerned, Your Highness?" Still struggling to fathom the reality, Li Yuanzhao replied foolishly, "I understand now. You incited the eunuchs to unite against Master Yin, and he was intimidated." Fang Jingyi shook his head. "Incorrect. What I intended to convey is that a grand edifice is built upon the accumulation of earth. Do not underestimate those you deem inferior, including the common folk. Even the mightiest empire is upheld by its citizens. The waters that support the boat can also capsize it." Li Yuanzhao smiled in understanding. "I comprehend. Yet, I like your eloquence. I cannot weep or deceive." Fang Jingyi suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, realizing the depth of misunderstanding. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Again, you are mistaken. These are merely trifles, mere techniques, hardly worthy of mention. Acquiring them may enhance one's abilities, yet their absence is of no great consequence. What I truly wish to convey to Your Highness is that to earn the genuine admiration and loyalty of others, one must possess a sincere heart in dealing with them." Chapter 53. The third princess of Qian Kingdom. On that same morning, Bai Yi rose early, tidied herself, and donned a veil before stepping out of the Fang residence. Following the contours of her memory, she navigated her way to a fabric shop located in the eastern part of the city. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, she gazed up at the grand sign inscribed with the words Qianxing Fabric Shop. Without hesitation, she entered. Approaching the counter, she inquired of the attendant, "Do you have any fine white fabric? 1 foot wide and 9 feet long." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, looking up to see a veiled woman before him. His expression shifted. "Yes. However, it is rather expensive, totaling 3 taels and 300 won. Would that be acceptable to you?" "Well, it is a bit pricey. Would 3 taels and 75 won suffice?" The attendant's expression jolted, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I will need to consult our manager. The fabric is in the back warehouse. Would you care to accompany me to take a look?" "Very well." The two proceeded to the shop's rear courtyard, where the attendant led Bai Yi into a private room before closing the door behind him. Shortly after, an elderly man adorned in luxurious attire and sporting a pale complexion entered. Noticing Bai Yi standing with her hands clasped behind her back, he inquired, "May I ask, who is this young lady?" Bai Yi slowly removed her veil and turned to smile. "Master Qian, it has been a long time." Upon hearing her voice, Qian Dishing's eyes lit up with surprise as he quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Old servant greets the third princess. I heard of your disappearance recently, and I was filled with anxiety and despair, sending people to search for you in the Jianjiang region, but alas, we could not find you. I never expected you to arrive in the capital." Bai Yi sighed, "You have worked hard. Please rise. I was fortunate to be rescued on my journey, which led me to the capital. What is the current situation with Jianjiang's old faction?" Qian Dishing stood, his demeanor somber. "The situation is not promising. I have heard that our secret stronghold in Jianjiang was inexplicably washed away by a sudden flood due to strange celestial phenomena, causing many newly recruited disciples to believe that the heavens have abandoned them, leading to their departure from the sect. Many elders within the sect perished in the deluge, and the officials and soldiers of Dying have intensified their patrols. The circumstances are indeed dire. Consequently, communication with Jianjiang has become infrequent." Bai forced a bitter smile, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Fang Zheng's insufferable grin. "Your Highness, is there something you wish to instruct this old servant?" Bai Yi produced an invitation letter and handed it to him. "In 3 days, there will be a poetry debate at Suzhua Lake, where many dignitaries will gather, including the son of the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Chang. Do you have a reliable individual to send to the boat? It would be beneficial to cultivate relationships with these people, especially Zhang Chang, as they may prove useful in the future." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Dishing replied, "Indeed, the second son of the Ning Wangfu, Shui Angi, has been residing in the capital. He currently goes by the name Ning Hongyuan and has mingled with many literati and cultured guests within the city. However, he has not visited this old servant in quite some time, so I am not fully apprised of his current circumstances. Qian Dishing displayed a look of concern. Your Highness, you are now the sole heir of the royal bloodline. During your absence, the hearts of the people within the church have been filled with trepidation. I feared. However, now that you have returned, all shall be well. I shall promptly send word. There's no need for that. It suffices for you to know my whereabouts. The revival of Deqian does not require the support of those disloyal and unworthy individuals. A mere flood can serve as our opportunity. The populace is naive, and their hearts are malleable. We shall seek further opportunities later. How have you fared these past few years? Qian Dishing sighed. Old servant has fared reasonably well. Had it not been for your arrival, I would have thought to end my days in such a manner. Yet now, with the restoration of Deqian in sight, rest assured, I shall protect you with my very life. The late emperor's wishes shall never be forgotten. Bai Yi was moved. I have expressed my gratitude on behalf of my father. If he were to know of your well-being from beyond, he would surely be pleased. Upon hearing this, Qian Dishing's eyes brimmed with tears. I am exceedingly honored. However, Your Highness, where do you currently reside? If it is inconvenient, perhaps you could come to my humble abode. I still have some funds at my disposal. Bai Yi shook her head. There is no need for that. I wonder if you have heard of a man named Fang Jingyi. I am currently within the Fang residence, for it was he who rescued me. Qian Dishing hesitated for a moment. Might there be a young woman named Xiao Tao residing within the Fang household? Indeed. Have you met her? Bai Yi inquired with curiosity. Qian Dishing's expression contorted in dismay. That young woman is infuriating. Just the other day, she came to buy fabric, and the price of 2 taels of silver was reduced to 1. When she calculated the costs, it was convoluted beyond belief, and I was quite befuddled. After she left, I realized I had even lost a whole guan. Bah, such misfortune. Bai Yi replied. Do not concern yourself with her. Fang Jingyi is of great importance, and Emperor Jing holds him in high regard. I wish to remain by his side to see if there are suitable opportunities. Before Bai Yi could finish, Qian Dishing interjected anxiously. Your Highness, you must not. How can you personally attempt to assassinate Emperor Jing? That is far too perilous. No. How could I possibly do that myself? If I were to fail, it would raise the Emperor's vigilance, making any subsequent attempts exceedingly difficult. Should a suitable opportunity arise, I will inform you. By the way, there is one more matter. Not far north of the capital lies a small county named Taiyuan County. Send a few capable individuals to infiltrate the city and gather intelligence. Ensure they exercise caution. They need only remain concealed within Taiyuan County and do not need to report constantly. Old servant understands. In the imperial study, Lu Jin knelt on the ground, vividly recounting to Emperor Jing the occurrences at the Zhanshi residence earlier that day. Emperor Jing was astonished. Are you saying that this morning Fang Jingyi dismissed Yin Goen in a fit of rage? Lu Jin replied honestly, indeed. At that moment, Master Fang had solid reasoning and addressed each point made by Master Yin. Enraged and humiliated, Master Yin lashed out, calling Master Fang a vile character. Unable to counter any further, he stormed out in a fit of anger, proclaiming that he would no longer meet with Lord Fang in the future. The two would part ways in their teachings. Whenever Lord Fang was present, he was absent. Emperor Jing continued to inquire, and then what occurred? Lu Jin hesitated. Well, after Lord Yin departed, time was short, and it was nearly noon, the time for meals. Lord Fang engaged the Crown Prince in a light-hearted conversation, recounting a tale of a barbarian swordsman, something like tied-in boat. I did not quite comprehend, but throughout, the Crown Prince kept glancing at me, and I dared not approach too closely. Subsequently, the Crown Prince and Lord Fang went to dine, during which Lord Fang incessantly remarked on the unpalatable dishes of the Zhanshi Fu, expressing a desire for a roast whole cow. That was about it. Emperor Jing chuckled and waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. Report back tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lu Jin exited, Emperor Jing turned to Guitianong. What do you think of Lord Fang Jingyi's performance? Guitianong bowed. This old servant knows little of such matters. But Lord Fang certainly possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts. Even the venerable Lord Yin was deftly maneuvered. Emperor Jing expressed his satisfaction, indeed. Lord Yin Goen is commendable yet rather inflexible and unadaptable. It is astonishing that a newcomer like Fang Jingyi could so deftly manipulate him. This exceeds my expectations. I hope the Crown Prince can learn from both of them. Their strengths complement each other perfectly. I can also learn this. Guitianong chuckled awkwardly. Though Lord Fang's methods are aimed at winning favor, I must admit it warms my heart to see someone speak up for the eunuchs in the palace after so many years. Emperor Jing gazed at Guitianong in astonishment. Laughing, well, it seems Lord Fang Jingyi is indeed quite extraordinary, having even influenced those around me. This old servant feels quite ashamed. Chapter 54. The art of the heavenly maiden's flower scatter the following day, as Fang Jingyi arrived at the Meridian Gate to await the morning court. He was taken aback to find Gui Tianyang present, wearing a beaming smile. Fang Jingyi casually greeted him. "Good morning, Brother Gui." Gui Tianyang, with a grin, responded, "Good morning, my dear brother." The other officials cast disdainful glances, clearly appalled at the sight of the eunuch and Fang Jingyi engaging in such familiar banter, truly a shameless alliance. Fang Jingyi, bewildered, thought to himself, "This old eunuch is taking advantage of me. Why is he so unusually cordial today?" Gui Tianyang approached him with small, hurried steps, commenting, "You have arrived quite early today, my dear brother. It seems you've adjusted well." "Indeed. Adjusted. Fang Jingyi replied with an awkward chuckle, unable to decipher Gui Tianyang's intentions. With a mind full of questions, he proceeded to the court, managing to blend in once more. During the session, Gui Tianyang frequently threw him suggestive glances, sending shivers down Fang Jingyi's spine. He felt a desperate urge to have him castrated again. Suppressing his discomfort, Fang Jingyi skillfully made his way to the Chamberlain's south office after the court. Upon entering, he found Li Yuanzhao lounging in the courtyard, looking utterly bored. Upon seeing Fang Jingyi, he leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Old Fang, you've come. Your Highness, good morning." Fang Jingyi greeted him cheerfully. With Yin Goen no longer present, he felt at home in the Chamberlain's office. "Old Fang, would you care to accompany me to the East Palace's Tiger and Leopard Garden? It has been dismantled by Father Emperor, and I could use your creative ideas for its reconstruction," Li Yuanzhao suggested. Fang Jingyi's temper flared, thinking, "I regard you as a brother, and you see me as a mere laborer. If the Emperor were to find out, I might as well be flayed alive." He quickly retorted, "Why bother with cats and dogs? Those are mere children's playthings. At their core, they are still beasts. If your Highness is keen, why not engage in beast battles at sea? I know of a monstrous creature named Godzilla that is immensely colossal and breathes fire, an ideal match for your multifaceted talents." Li Yuanzhao glanced at him dismissively, saying, "Do not presume me a fool. I cannot breathe underwater, and a creature that breathes fire in the sea? How reasonable is that? You've grown up. I can no longer be easily deceived." Fang Jingyi wiped the sweat off his brow, responding, "Ah, your Highness is indeed wise. In that case, why don't we play a game of chess? The chessboard is like a battlefield, and you have long aspired to be a general. It would also provide me the opportunity to witness your prowess." Li Yuanzhao, uninterested, replied, "Forget it. Within the palace, there is no one who can match my skills in chess. Neither Go nor Xiangqi poses a worthy challenge. It's rather dull." Fang Jingyi smirked. "Have you considered that they might be letting you win? I am quite adept at chess myself. Shall we have a match? What significance does being invincible within the palace hold? The crown prince playing chess with a eunuch? It would be absurd not to win." It was time to employ some provocation. As anticipated, Li Yuanzhao perked up at his challenge. "Very well. Choose your game, be it Go, Xiangqi, or beast chess. I am ready to show you my skills." "Not at all. Your Highness, I am not familiar with what you mentioned. I shall challenge you to a game of Gamoku." Fang Jingyi indeed had no knowledge of it. The rules of the game were too intricate for him to bother learning. He merely indulged in a few rounds of Gamoku at the county office and, after years of practice, had become quite adept at it. Li Yuanzhao inquired with curiosity, "What is Gamoku?" "Oh, it is quite simple. We use a Go board and stones. The black player goes first. The objective is to connect 5 of one's stones in a row, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, to win." Li Yuanzhao expressed his disappointment. "Alas, I had expected something more intriguing. This sounds rather dull. However, since you are eager to play, I shall indulge you." "Ha, young one, do not underestimate Gamoku." Fang Jingyi chuckled. "I am well versed in this game. Merely playing without stakes lacks excitement." Li Yuanzhao's interest piqued. "What stakes do you propose? If I win a game, your Highness shall recite an essay or copy a book. If I lose, I shall pay you 100 taels of silver. What say you?" Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, "Very well. Old Fang, it seems your family possesses an abundance of wealth. I accept the wager." Fang Jingyi smirked coldly. "Your Highness should focus on your own affairs. I fear the palace's library may not suffice." Without further ado, the board and pieces were swiftly arranged. The two sat opposite each other. Fang Jingyi appeared relaxed while Li Yuanzhao wore a disdainful expression. In no time, merely the span of a tea ceremony, the first game concluded. Fang Jingyi, brimming with pride, looked at Li Yuanzhao. "What do you say, your Highness? You owe me an essay now." Li Yuanzhao scoffed. "What is there to be proud of? I am merely acclimating. Let us play again." Fang Jingyi shrugged. Very well, let us continue. This time, Li Yuanzhao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He refrained from hasty moves and pondered carefully. Yet, before long, he lost the second game. That makes 2. Fang Jingyi taunted. Again, 3 it is. Fang Jingyi continued to engage him. And Li Yuanzhao failed to secure a single victory. 25 games. Less chatter. Again. As Fang Jingyi played, he observed Li Yuanzhao's intense focus on the board. Muttering to himself with each move, it was evident that he was earnestly striving to learn, displaying a commendable dedication. Fang Jingyi could not help but admire the Crown Prince's tenacity. Once he immersed himself in a task, he exhibited an unwavering spirit. By the 37th game, Fang Jingyi found himself compelled to take the match seriously. Li Yuanzhao's expression oscillated between ecstatic joy and fierce determination. Fang Jingyi's demeanor grew earnest as well, but suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupted his concentration. Looking up, he noticed several eunuchs hastily passing through the moon gate. In that moment of distraction, Li Yuanzhao placed his piece with a decisive snap. For white stones aligned in a row, flanked by 2 vacant black stones, it was a certain loss for Fang Jingyi. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the moon gate, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure clad in yellow emerged through the branches, prompting me to hastily lower my gaze to the chessboard. Cold sweat trickled down. The emperor had arrived. Goodness. If he were to see me playing Go with the Crown Prince, it would be utterly disastrous. Although His Majesty had instructed me to teach the Crown Prince new skills, this certainly did not include nonsense. As I pondered this predicament, Li Yuanzhao's voice urged, Old Fang, make your move. Hurry. I am on the verge of victory. What are you pondering? At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the figure behind the branches drawing nearer. Noticing my lack of response, Li Yuanzhao pressed on, Old Fang, are you attempting to cheat? I have already won this round. While I contemplated my strategy, an inspiration struck me. I swiftly overturned the chessboard, pieces scattering like stars across the sky, proclaiming loudly, a draw. Li Yuanzhao, taken aback by my unexpected maneuver, gaped in disbelief, then exclaimed angrily, Old Fang, you cannot play like this. I shall not recite that text. I replied solemnly, Your Highness, this is also a legitimate tactic in Go. As the Crown Prince, the world is your chessboard. If you find yourself at an impasse, should you persist in playing? At that moment, one must possess the courage to overturn the board. The principle of no destruction, no establishment applies here. If you lack the spirit to fight to the death, then you have truly lost. This is the lesson I wish to impart to you. Your Highness, cough, cough. Li Yuanzhao, disregarding my words, bared his teeth and lunged toward me, only to be evaded. I continued, Your Highness, a ruler is one who establishes the rules for the realm. One cannot be confined by the rules. This is what I wish to convey to you. Very well, let us conclude today's lesson here, and let us dine. Li Yuanzhao seized my sleeve, fuming, You cannot evade. I memorized every move we made. I demand a review. I expressionlessly brushed off his grasp, stating, Your Highness, you lost 36 rounds previously. Therefore, let us consider this match a loss for me. You shall recite 35 texts instead. Li Yuanzhao persisted, Unacceptable. You are cheating. Let us play again. I proposed. In that case, I shall grant you a concession. Recite 30 texts instead. Surely, this is acceptable. Winning 1 round counts as winning 6. You benefit. Li Yuanzhao hesitated. Well, fine, fine. But no more cheating next time. I cast a glance towards the branches and, seeing the yellow figure depart, exhaled in relief. Your Highness, I assure you, I did not cheat. This is how Go is played. This tactic is known as Heavenly Maiden Scatter Flowers. I have another move called 10,000 arrows launching simultaneously. Should you doubt it, you may challenge me again. No more. You've said enough. I shall not play any further. Let us eat. I am famished. Outside the moon gate, Emperor Jing stepped out of the courtyard and remarked to Guitianong, This Fang Jingyi manages to surprise me each time with his novel approaches. His methods of education are indeed unique, leaving a lasting impression on me. Splendid. Guitianong chuckled. Indeed, Your Majesty, I too was deeply impressed. And it is remarkable that the Crown Prince willingly endorsed it. Emperor Jing burst into hearty laughter. It seems Fang Zheng indeed possesses a method. However, his expression suddenly turned grave, yet that rebellious son is so incorrigible, refusing to heed a single word. I believe he has grown too audacious. This evening, I shall summon him to the imperial study. I intend to discipline him thoroughly. Chapter 55, The Invincible Biao Brother. The following day, upon re-entering the Zhan Shifu, Fang Jingyi was immediately struck by the sight of the Crown Prince, Li Yuanzhao, who approached him with a noticeable limp. Your Highness, What has happened to your leg? Did you suffer another beating? Li Yuanzhao lamented, indeed. Yesterday, my father summoned me, and, in a fit of madness, he struck me without a word. How outrageous. This tyrant. I can no longer endure life in this palace. Let us escape. I need to hide at your home for a few days. I cannot bear this existence any longer. Fang Jingyi hastily attempted to console him. Your Highness, as the saying goes, to beat is to care, to scold is to love. This is merely paternal affection. It is something I yearn for. Li Yuanzhao grimaced. Then very well. I shall go speak to my father and let you experience it yourself. That would not be necessary, Fang Jingyi replied. Li Yuanzhao, with a furrowed brow, pondered, Old Fang. Do you think I am truly my father's biological son? Fang Jingyi, startled, exclaimed, Your Highness, do mind your words. How could you not be his flesh and blood? It is precisely because you are that you receive such treatment. I myself was beaten as a child. Then why do my sisters not receive the same fate? What a foolish question to ask. Fang Jingyi retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, before adding with a serious expression, Your Highness, you truly have a bright future ahead. Detecting the sarcasm in Fang Jingyi's words, Li Yuanzhao chuckled lightly before continuing, however, I genuinely wish to leave the palace. I overheard several Hanlin scholars in the Zhan Shifu discussing a poetry debate. I have never attended such an event, and since my return from Taiyuan County, I have longed to explore the world outside. Alas, I have had no opportunity. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi, with a knowing look, replied, In my view, there is no place more comfortable than home. No bed compares. Frustrated by the lack of response, Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, Old Fang, I must attend the poetry debate. You possess the golden token bestowed by my father. Let me disguise myself, and you shall escort me. With a resigned sigh, Fang Jingyi asked, Your Highness, do you even know how to compose poetry? Li Yuanzhao proudly declared, Of course. I shall compose a poem right now, born a martial emperor. Enough. I am already well aware of your poetic prowess. Fang Jingyi hurriedly interrupted, fearing for his heart at the notion of the crown prince self-appointing himself as a martial emperor before even ascending the throne. Old Fang, please, give me a straightforward answer. Can we go or not? No. Firstly, if we are discovered, we shall face reprimand. Secondly, we lack an invitation. And thirdly, you cannot be taken out. What do you propose we do? Li Yuanzhao, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, None of that is a problem. I will procure an invitation in no time. Tonight, I shall disguise myself as a guard and accompany you out. We will go swiftly and return without anyone noticing. What do you think? Upon witnessing Li Yuanzhao's eager expression, Fang Jingyi hesitated. The crown prince was indeed somewhat pitiable, having endured considerable punishment recently, which was arguably his own doing. Furthermore, his life outside the palace had become exceedingly mundane, detrimental to his mental and physical well-being. Each day was spent either studying or idling in the palace, devoid of any joy. Such a monotonous existence would be unbearable even for someone like Fang Jingyi, an expert in laziness. Moreover, the crown prince is merely a teenager. At an age where exuberance and playfulness reign supreme, it would be rather abnormal for him to wish to remain indoors. Faced with Li Yuanzhao's eager gaze, Fang Jingyi ultimately succumbed to his softer inclinations. He declared, We are all brothers. If we are to go out, let us do so. However, once outside, you must heed my commands. Should any misfortune befall us, I cannot bear the consequences. Excellent. I knew you would uphold loyalty. He continued. Lu Jin, quickly fetch several invitations to the poetry debate from those Hanlin scholars, and bring me a set of casual attire. Lu Jin, overhearing this, was drenched in cold sweat, pondering the repercussions of the crown prince's escapade to the emperor later that night. What if the crown prince eloped? Yet, with Li Yuanzhao's orders, he had no choice but to comply and sought the invitations from the scholars. Before long, he returned with several invitations and a set of guard attire, lamenting, Your Highness, these are the anonymous invitations I managed to procure. Please return promptly. Understood. If anyone inquires, remember to shield me, should anything arise. I shall hold you accountable. As the appointed time arrived, Fang Jingyi dutifully sought out the crown prince. Upon their meeting, an air of silence enveloped them. Li Yuanzhao was clad in guard attire, his face adorned with a rather chaotic makeup. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Fang Jingyi inquired, Your Highness, who applied your makeup? Li Yuanzhao, brimming with pride, replied, I did it myself. I cannot trust those clumsy servants. Do you not see how splendidly I have painted myself? Indeed, Your Highness could easily serve as a magistrate of Gotham with such skills. Fang Jingyi could not help but flatter him. Gotham? Where is that? I have never heard of such a place. Oh, it is the capital of a foreign land known as Beautiful Country. Beautiful Country? How intriguing. Old Fang, you truly possess vast knowledge. Not wishing to delay further, Fang Jingyi seized Li Yuanzhao's arm and set off. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Although the guards were momentarily perplexed by Li Yuanzhao's clownish visage, Fang Jingyi presented his golden token, ensuring their passage without incident. Upon arriving at Fang's residence, they disembarked from the carriage, and Fang Jingyi immediately summoned Xiao Tao, gesturing toward Li Yuanzhao. Xiao Tao, this is my newly adopted younger brother. Please wash his face and apply some makeup. Li Yuanzhao protested. Why must I wash my face? Must I be remade up? Xiao Tao remained silent. Casting a sympathetic glance at Li Yuanzhao, contemplating her master's benevolent nature, even as he sought to adopt a child with cerebral palsy in the capital, she promptly took hold of Li Yuanzhao's sleeve and led him inside. Before long, the makeup was complete. A professional indeed. Xiao Tao's skilled hands transformed Li Yuanzhao into a modest yet refined young lad. His long hair was styled impeccably, akin to that of an exemplary student. Fang Jingyi scrutinized him for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You will claim to be my attendant. You must refer to me as I. Understood? I. Understanding the situation. Li Yuanzhao recalled the phrase. Xiao Tao cast another sympathetic glance at him. Subsequently, Fang Jingyi summoned Zhang Biao, imparting his instructions at this time. They must ensure the protection of the crown prince with escorts. Upon hearing Zhang Biao's name, Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rolled up a sleeve. Flexing his bicep, he exclaimed, You are Zhang Biao. I wish to challenge you. Zhang Biao, with his wise eyes flickering with a hint of disdain, replied in a jovial tone, Let it be. Murder is a crime. He had just heard from Xiao Tao that this was a young master who had recently taken in a mentally challenged child, deeming it unworthy to engage with him. Fang Jingyi regarded Li Yuanzhao with a sidelong glance, contemptuously curling his lip. The youth truly knew not the vastness of the world. Brother Biao was invincible. He casually handed over a silver ingot, and Zhang Biao immediately understood, compressing it into a silver cake. Fang Jingyi then passed the silver cake to Li Yuanzhao, saying, This is your pocket money. Use it sparingly while you are out. Li Yuanzhao accepted the silver cake, still warm to the touch. He cast a timid glance at Zhang Biao and nervously remarked, Your prowess as a guard is impressive, but if I, young master, shall I bring along the hemlock, blow darts, sleeping powder, and scissors for this outing? Fang Jingyi waved his hand dismissively. The hemlock is unnecessary. We are all scholars here, and poisoning is too sordid. Li Yuanzhao promptly closed his mouth, standing silently and obediently. Chapter 56, The Fangs of Old Fang. All right, Li Yuan. Hand me the invitation. I wish to see where this poetry debate will take place. Upon receiving the invitation from Li Yuan, Fang Jingyi unfolded it and was instantly filled with amusement. How fortuitous. The poetry debate at Suzhou Lake. Indeed, I must attend this grand banquet. Zhang Biao leaned in curiously. Young master, where are we headed? To partake in the grand banquet. At this, Zhang Biao's face lit up with excitement. Splendid. I shall fetch a sack. Li Yuan looked on in confusion. What do you need a sack for? You simply do not understand. The grand banquet serves raw meat. We must bring some back to feast upon. Zhang Biao replied with a seasoned air, as if he had partaken in such events numerous times before. He then merrily dashed off to find a sack. Li Yuan, wide-eyed, gazed at Zhang Biao's retreating figure and leaned closer to Fang Jingyi to whisper. He must be out of his mind. Fang Jingyi bristled at the remark. How can you speak of Brother Biao in such a manner? Do you jest with the foremost warrior of Taoyuan County? He then adopted a serious tone. Your Highness, you fail to comprehend. When one excels in a particular capability, other aspects become trivial just like me. Do you find me appealing? I'm quite good. Why do you ask? Li Yuan hesitated. Exactly. This is why His Majesty insists I come to the capital as an official. Do you understand? Do you think I possess scholarly abilities? I do not. Do I excel in warfare? Not at all. So why does His Majesty hold me in such high regard? Fang Jingyi asserted with gravity. Li Yuan stammered. Isn't it because of your success in flood control? Incorrect. Your Highness, as the heir apparent, you must learn to discern the essence beyond appearances. What connection does flood control have with my appointment to the Zhan Shifu? None whatsoever. Ultimately, it is due to my looks. That is why His Majesty appointed me to the Zhan Shifu, even granting me a golden medal for unrestricted access to the imperial palace. Li Yuan's face paled in horror as he retreated 2 steps. You imply that father has a penchant for handsome men. Such a narrow perspective. The appreciation of beauty transcends gender and race. Beauty can indeed influence a person. This is precisely why His Majesty has me by your side. As the saying goes, one may dwell in a fragrant chamber yet remain unaware of its scent. Your Highness, you have unconsciously changed quite a bit. Just look at your trendy hairstyle. Is that so? Li Yuan chuckled foolishly as he touched his hair. Suddenly, he appeared despondent. No wonder I am not favored in front of father. It turns out I lack specialization. Whatever I learn, I merely grasp. Am I to blame for being a polymath? Is it so wrong? This cursed gift of talent. Fang Zhengyi remained silent. Excellent. Unbeknownst to us, we have found a kindred spirit, he mused. While they spoke, Zhang Biao returned, fastening 3 sacks around his waist with a belt, resembling a skirt. Fang Zhengyi twitched his lips, too accustomed to this sight to comment further. With the carriage prepared, the trio promptly set forth towards their destination. Suzhua Lake, located in the northwest of the western district of the capital, was adorned with bustling shops lining both banks, bustling with visitors on ordinary days. As the 3 individuals were about to arrive, Fang Zhengyi called for a halt to the carriage. It was still relatively early, with the sky not yet darkening. Fang Zhengyi thought it would be better to let Li Yuanzhao alight and take a stroll, allowing him to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Boarding the ship directly would merely transition them from one room to another, resulting in a missed opportunity to witness the many beautiful sights, thus diminishing the significance of their journey. The trio meandered along the riverside path, with Li Yuanzhao walking side by side with Fang Zhengyi, while Zhang Biao remained vigilant behind them, closely following their steps. A gentle breeze swayed the willows lining the banks, their branches dancing gracefully. Shops along the river bustled with activity, the sounds of casual chatter, haggling voices, and poetic exchanges filling the air. Li Yuanzhao, like a bird released into the wild, stretched his arms wide and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "This place is truly delightful. It rivals Taoyuan County without a doubt. When I wandered around the outskirts of the capital, I thought the entire city was like that." Fang Zhengyi chuckled. "You jest. After all, this is the capital, and no matter how splendid Taoyuan County may be, there is an undeniable disparity. Nay, in my opinion, the management of the capital is far inferior to that of Taoyuan County. Look there, and over there. These are beggars. Yet I have never encountered a single beggar in Taoyuan County. Why is that?" Li Yuan now gestured towards a beggar fervently pleading near the shops, then turned his puzzled gaze towards Fang Zhengyi. This confusion had struck him when he first arrived in Taoyuan County, and today, witnessing the beggars brought it back to mind. Fang Zhengyi smiled slightly. "It is not that Taoyuan County is devoid of beggars. Rather, I have ensured they find work. For those capable and able-bodied, I provide them with sustenance for a few days before assigning them jobs to earn their livelihood. This is what we call work for relief. For the disabled, I strive to find them tasks within their capacity. Furthermore, for those lacking any means, such as the elderly, women, and children, the county office conducts thorough assessments and distributes a modest sum of silver monthly to secure their basic needs. Thus, beggars are a rarity in Taoyuan County. The capital, being so vast, is incomparable to Taoyuan County. Do you comprehend the number of beggars and the multitude of jobs? The allocation of funds is a significant issue and far more complex than managing a mere small county. Moreover, the intricate relationships within the capital are difficult to untangle. I believe that even if I were to take charge, progress would be arduous." Li Yuanzhao nodded, still perplexed. "Are those beggars truly willing to work diligently? I have heard my master say that some people are inherently lazy and cannot be taught." Fang Zhengyi's expression darkened, feeling subtly insulted, yet he soon chuckled. "What your masters say is not entirely incorrect. Some capable beggars, after earning money, still create disturbances, engaging in deceitful and malicious acts. For those who are egregious, I typically resort to breaking their legs, compelling them to undertake tasks within their abilities. Should they remain unrepentant, I would proceed to break their hands, while still ensuring they receive a stipend to cover their basic needs. In time, such measures would quell the disturbances." Fang Zhengyi continued to smile. Yet this grin sent an unsettling chill through Li Yuanzhao. The usually jovial Lao Fang surprisingly revealed a ruthless side. Fang Zheng cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked softly, "A ruler's unyielding compassion and leniency merely sow the seeds of future calamity. While it is indeed commendable to educate, there exist inherently malevolent individuals in this world, those who remain unrepentant, committing heinous acts without a trace of empathy or humanity, as if they were born solely to perpetrate evil. During my 7 years of governance in Taoyuan County, I executed a total of 107 individuals for crimes such as abduction, plunder, inciting unrest, and various other misdeeds. Do you believe I was in the wrong?" Li Yuanzhao still felt a tingling sensation in his hands and gritted his teeth. Indeed, maintaining stringent military law is essential for effective troop management. I understand this principle. Fang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. Correct. Yet governing the populace is not akin to managing an army. These malevolent individuals constitute but a minuscule fraction. The vast majority of people can be reformed through education. We must govern the virtuous with benevolence and the wicked with strict laws. Never allow the hearts of those who love and support you to grow cold. Chapter 57. The Two-Faced Monkey Afterward. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer. Most of the time, Fang Jingyi was the one speaking, while Li Yuanzhao listened intently. He listened with unprecedented seriousness, as the content Fang Jingyi shared seemed to shatter the preconceived image he held. The once carefree and irreverent persona suddenly transformed into a figure marked by ferocity and decisiveness in battle, further embellished with a touch of tragic depth through Fang Jingyi's storytelling. The overall impression of this individual morphed into that of a character reminiscent of Xiamage or Jiang Tiansheng, as if the essence of a godfather had taken hold. After their leisurely exchange, admiration flickered in Li Yuanzhao's gaze as he regarded Fang Jingyi. The latter, sensing the admiration, nodded in quiet satisfaction, feeling that his efforts to construct a compelling character had not been in vain. As dusk fell, the trio made their way to the pleasure boat. A maid was attending to the guests and, upon seeing Zhang Biao in his burlap skirt, her expression shifted to one of confusion. However, upon noticing Fang Jingyi, she quickly composed herself, recognizing him as the distinguished leader, with the other two as his bodyguards. She spoke softly, "Esteemed sir, we kindly ask that no bodyguards accompany you aboard the boat for today's poetry debate. We hope for your understanding." Bodyguards? These are my brothers. Fang Jingyi boisterously produced 3 invitations. With the maid's astonished gaze upon them, the 3 boldly boarded the boat. The vessel was quite grand, measuring 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, spanning 3 levels. The central hall was open, extending to the 3rd floor, filled with numerous round tables. Although the gathering was not yet at full capacity, several guests were already seated, adorned in splendid attire, many gently fanning themselves with paper fans. Li Yuanzhao, brimming with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings, but was pulled by Fang Jingyi to a nearby table where they sat down. Upon seeing Zhang Biao, the others at the table hastily vacated, quickly changing seats. Consequently, Fang Jingyi's table became empty, leaving only the 3 of them, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhang Biao grumbled, "Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" His words prompted both Fang Jingyi and Li Yuanzhao to realize their own hunger. They had been out for quite some time without a bite to eat. The table was adorned with only a few plates of pastries, which failed to entice them. Wait. There will definitely be substantial dishes soon. Don't fret. Let's have a little something to tide us over, Fang Jingyi suggested, picking up a piece of pastry. After a few bites, he grimaced, declaring, "Disgusting." Li Yuanzhao also took a piece, stuffing his mouth full and mumbling, "It's not bad, actually. Better than what my family makes." Fang Jingyi, maintaining a serious demeanor, forced down the remaining half of his pastry, retorting, "Your family doesn't have anything good." "Oh, why is the food at my house so unpalatable? Old Fang, what is the reason for this?" Li Yuanzhao suddenly pondered aloud. "That's nothing new. Nutritious meals have always tasted dreadful." Fang Jingyi replied, "What do we mean by nutritious meals?" "They are dishes made from spoiled ingredients," he elucidated. "Oh, I see," Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, clenching his teeth. To think that the same dishes at home could turn out so poorly. Truly, they are nutritious meals. Fang Jingyi dismissed with disdain. Not only is it unpalatable, but it is also exorbitantly priced. If you don't believe me, inquire among the common folk about the market prices. I assure you, the vegetables in your household are far more costly than those in the streets. He resolved to investigate the chefs in the imperial kitchen who dared to deceive even him. As the two conversed, Zhang Biao had already devoured 2 plates of pastries. Fang Jingyi swiftly intervened, scolding, "Slow down, you fool. Are you not going to save some for later? With both of us absent today, Xiao will undoubtedly indulge herself. Pack the leftovers." Zhang Biao chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly placing down the plate. Before long, everyone had arrived, and the boat glided gracefully toward the center of the lake. Zhang Chang stood on the 2nd floor, his gaze constantly scanning below, accompanied by the bruised Jiaoliang. "Have you found them? Which one is Fang Jingyi?" Jiaoliang grinned, suddenly agitated. "They're coming. Look, young master. At that table near the stern, there are only 3 of them." At that moment, Jiao Liang's excitement surged. The time for vengeance had finally arrived. Ever since Zhang Biao had thrown him out that day, he had returned to the minister's residence only to lose his position and endure further beating. His animosity toward Fang Jingyi had reached its zenith. Now, with young Master Zhang present, did he dare to act recklessly? Zhang Chang observed Fang Jingyi and his subordinates engaged in lively conversation, casually fanning himself with a folding fan, and sneered, "Indeed, a country bumpkin in the city, mingling with the servants. How did those two manage to enter?" Zhao Yang quickly replied, "Exactly. Fang Jingyi has no sense of decorum. He must have forcibly brought them in." "Ah, splendid. You may withdraw for now. I shall go confront him," Zhang Chang commanded. "Young master, be cautious. Get lost." On the first floor, Li Yuanzhao rested his chin on his hands, appearing utterly bored. "Old Fang, when will the main dishes be served? This place is rather dull." Fang Jingyi shot him a glare. "What's the hurry? It hasn't even begun." "Ah, look. The dishes are coming." Just as the three were growing impatient, a serving girl approached gracefully, her movements elegant, dressed in sheer fabric that revealed her form, her beauty striking. Li Yuanzhao craned his neck to see, while Fang Jingyi, unable to bear it any longer, pulled him back. "Hey, there is no need for that. What are you so eager about?" "What? I'm just trying to see what's being served," Li Yuanzhao exclaimed. "Huh." Fang Jingyi was taken aback. The prince was actually focused on the dishes rather than the women. This was unusual. He quickly inquired, "Look, isn't that made beautiful? In my hometown of Taoyuan. She could easily be a courtesan." Li Yuanzhao licked his lips. "I'm just hungry. What does it matter to me how pretty she is?" Fang Jingyi immediately grew serious. "Are you married?" "Yes, so what?" Li Yuanzhao replied. "Then do you not like women?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao turned away helplessly. "Not particularly. I prefer the women in books. Alas, upon encountering real women, I find them utterly mundane." Fang Zhang suddenly realized, feeling a sense of relief. "So it turns out to be the two-cut ape." Li Yuanzhao, perplexed, inquired, "What is the two-cut ape?" "I refer to an individual who is both handsome and graceful, possessing a captivating appearance, and excelling in both literary and martial pursuits." Li Yuanzhao chuckled, stroking his cheek. "Indeed. Then I must be a two-cut ape." Zhang Brao quietly leaned in, whispering, "Young master, do you consider me a two-cut ape? You are a brother of great worth." Zhang Biao, satisfied, returned to his seat. While not a two-cut ape, being a cherished brother is also quite splendid. As exquisite dishes began to grace the table, Zhang Chang adeptly approached the forefront of the hall, clasping his fists towards the assembly. "I express my gratitude to all comrades for your esteemed presence." Chapter 58. Are you planning something? Gratitude is extended to all comrades for gracing this poetry debate. This gathering is unrestricted by themes. And in addition to the sumptuous food and drink, we have the delightful presence of the beauties from the fragrant pavilion. Furthermore, there is an enticing incentive. The victor shall be granted the opportunity to spend a night of passion with Miss Luo Ningxin, the esteemed courtesan of the fragrant pavilion. So, let us revel in merriment, showcasing our talents. Should inspiration strike, please inscribe your verses and affix them to the display wall behind me, where Miss Luo Ningxin will render her judgment. As Zhang Chang concluded his announcement, a graceful maiden descended from the second floor, flanked by two attendants who arranged a guqin. The woman, adorned with a veil, revealed only her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, which sparkled with vitality and grace. Gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. "It is Miss Luo." Fang Zheng cast a fleeting glance, his interest waning. Whenever there is an event at a brothel, the main attraction is seldom revealed easily. There is always a veil of mystery, akin to the disappointment of opening a blind box. Moreover, the woman was heavily clad, offering little allure. After a couple of glances, Fang Zheng returned to his meal, while Zhang Biao remained engrossed, not even sparing her a glance. Li Yuanzhao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Old Fang, look, a beauty, and she wears a veil. Wait, aren't you indifferent to women in the real world?" Curious, Fang Zheng inquired, "Isn't it hard to see with the veil? Aren't you intrigued?" "Youngsters are so naive," Fang Zheng scoffed. "I am not intrigued. I already know the secrets of Victoria. This is rather mediocre." "Vi, Victoria? What secrets?" "I'll tell you later. I'm hungry, let us eat." Luo Ningxin scanned the crowd below, her gaze lingering momentarily on the trio engrossed in their meal, before she delicately lifted her hand. The sound of the guqin cascaded down like a clear stream, initially gentle, then intensifying like mercury spilling forth. The young gentlemen on the boat turned their ears to listen, the previously boisterous crowd falling into an exquisite silence, enraptured by the enchanting melody of the guqin, savoring every note. Even Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but glance upward, his face reflecting rapture. Turning to the two beside him, he found them still preoccupied with their meal. Feeling out of place, he resumed eating but couldn't resist poking Fang Zheng. Old Fang. Isn't it beautiful? Why aren't you listening? What? The guqin. The music. Li Yuanzhao was at a loss. It seemed old Fang had absorbed none of it. Fang Zheng looked up, wiping his mouth. What is the point of this? I prefer chicken you too beautiful. When it came to music, Fang Zheng was utterly devoid of appreciation. He had no ear for it. His usual fare being the raucous sounds of common folk. The solo on the guqin left him unmoved. And having listened to Chicken You Too Beautiful extensively in his past life, he felt almost immune to music as charms. Li Yuanzhao fell silent, his thoughts clouded. Old Fang was once again speaking in a tongue only he understood. As the performance concluded, the crowd resumed its lively chatter. Amidst the clamor, a voice rang out, calling for Miss Luo to grace them with another song. Luo Ning's brows arched gracefully, her eyes curving like a crescent moon as she sweetly replied, I am most grateful for your kind words. The poems displayed upon the wall will be transcribed and sent upstairs, and I shall peruse them one by one. With a glance at the trio of show-offs, she turned and retreated to her chamber, inciting a cacophony of howls from below. Soon after, the atmosphere reverted to one of conviviality, as the serving maidens donned new, more revealing outfits, weaving through the guests. Those who found favor would offer a few coins and embrace them closely. In a flash, the air was filled with the sounds of flirtation and poetry recitation. Perhaps due to Zhang Biao's incessant boasting, not a single courtesan approached Fang Jingyi, resulting in an awkward void. Li Yuanzhao observed as others were accompanied by lovely companions, while he remained with two rugged men, shifting uncomfortably. Having just finished his meal, Fang Jingyi picked at his teeth and remarked, Aren't you supposed to be composing poetry? I can have someone provide you with ink and brush. Let us create something here. Once we're done playing, let us head home. That born-to-be martial emperor can wait. Let us find a new distraction. Li Yuanzhao nodded shyly, causing Fang Jingyi to stifle a laugh, realizing the social anxiety that gripped his companion. Indeed, in the palace, he was formidable, but in a crowd, he faltered. The ink and brush were procured. Li Yuanzhao grasped the brush, his expression grave. Yet, after the passage of a single incense stick, he could only muster 3 words. Frustrated by Fang Jingyi's teasing gaze, he angrily tossed aside the brush, exclaiming, I shan't continue. Today, my poetic inspiration eludes me. Oh, I need some fresh air. With that, he hastily exited the cabin. Just as he departed, Zhang Chang approached. Standing before Fang Jingyi and bowing respectfully, I am Zhang Chang, son of the Minister of Revenue, and I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Fang. Initially intending to call back Li Yuanzhao, Fang Jingyi was interrupted by Zhang Chang, who he then scrutinized. The newcomer wore a cheerful expression. With slender lips and elongated eyes, was this indeed Zhang Chang? He appeared quite courteous. Pray tell, what business brings you to speak with me, young Master Zhang? Zhang Chang glanced at the engrossed Zhang Biao, a flicker of disdain crossing his face, before smiling and saying, It is indeed an honor for our boat to be graced by your presence, esteemed lord, especially at such a young age, serving in the Eastern Palace. Young scholars across the realm envy your position. Might I suggest you take the stage and share a few words with us? Before Fang Jingyi could respond, Zhang Chang raised his voice, Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? This is none other than the current junior chancellor, Lord Fang Jingyi of Taiyuan County. We are honored by his presence at this poetry debate. And now, Lord Fang has something to share with all of you. Please, let us be silent. At his words, the crowd fell into an immediate hush, their gazes fixating on Fang Jingyi, followed by a wave of whispered disdain. Ah, so this is Fang Jingyi. I've heard my father speak of his shamelessness and how he has led the crown prince astray. Chen, have you heard? He is a treacherous minister. I cannot believe we share the same space. It is truly a disgrace. Ah, such scoundrels ascend through flattery. It is likely that His Majesty has been deceived. In a moment of stillness, Zhang Biao licked his lips, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist as he cast a glance at Fang Jingyi. Considering that Li Yuanzhao was still present, Fang Jingyi preferred to avoid trouble. Thus, he pressed Zhang Biao's hand beneath the table and shook his head, subsequently smiling and saying, Very well. Since everyone is eager to listen, I shall share a few words. He then sauntered to the forefront, undeterred by the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Today, it brings me great joy to share this occasion with all of you. In light of this, I have a little something to offer as a form of entertainment. My bond with the Crown Prince is akin to that of brothers, and I am well aware of his profound appreciation for poetry. Since the esteemed leader today is accompanied by a beauty, I propose to add a delightful twist. The leader of the day. I shall truthfully recommend you to the Crown Prince. With such a beauty by your side, you will have the opportunity to showcase your talents before him. How splendid is that? As I concluded my words, the eyes of the crowd turned eagerly towards Fang Jingyi. An opportunity to associate with the crown prince is far rarer than a night with a courtesan. To be able to indulge in both pleasures while also having a chance to meet the crown prince, would that not signify a dual triumph in the realm of beauty? If someone as inept as Fang Jingyi can thrive, why should I not do the same? Chapter 59. The virtuous Prince Zhang Chang gazed in astonishment at Fang Jingyi. How could this be? Was he this person a mere brash fool? Yet, he had effortlessly dissipated the enmity of the majority. It seemed he had underestimated this individual. As Fang Jingyi swiftly approached, Zhang Chang immediately greeted him with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly embraced by Fang Jingyi. A voice laced with menace whispered in his ear, "Young man, if you wish to avenge Jiao Liang, you may always seek me out. However, today, I am not in the mood to indulge you, Zhang Biao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao silently drew aside part of his garment, revealing a row of chilling flying daggers. Zhang Chang's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down his brow. What did Fang Jingyi mean by this? Was he ready to kill at the slightest disagreement? Was he threatening me with a deadly weapon? Trembling, he stammered, "Fang. Master Fang, you jest. I merely wish to witness your esteemed presence." Fang Jingyi let out a cold laugh. "Esteemed presence? You may regret truly witnessing it." "Huh. I dare not, I dare not." At this moment, Zhang Chang shrank away like a quail, his eyes fixed on the daggers concealed beneath Zhang Biao's clothing, terrified that they might be unleashed at any moment. Fang Jingyi's expression shifted from gloomy to sunny as he cheerfully patted Zhang Chang's face, saying, "If you provoke me again, you shall not find good fortune. Consider this a warning. Now, leave." Zhang Chang's complexion turned ashen, nodding repeatedly. As soon as Fang Jingyi released him, he fled in panic. Watching Zhang Chang's desolate retreat, Fang Jingyi felt nothing but disdain. Indeed, the young aristocrats of the capital had been reared in a honey cocoon, utterly unacquainted with real danger. A little fright, and they shrank back. "All right. Put the weapons away. Let us see where Li Yuan has wandered off to." This scene was observed in its entirety by Ning Hong Yuan, who sat nearby. After a faint smile, he bid farewell to his companions and followed the dejected Zhang Chang. Inside the cabin, a heated discussion about poetry was underway. But Fang Jingyi had already stepped outside, striding towards the ship's railing. He quickly spotted Li Yuanzhao in a heated argument with a young servant. Seeing this, Fang Jingyi chuckled and hurried over. "What troubles you? What has caused this altercation?" The servant, noticing Fang Jingyi's opulent attire, quickly bowed and said, "Young master, he must be your bodyguard. Just now, when I attempted to discard leftover food into the river, he stopped me, which led to our quarrel. You must intercede on my behalf." Fang Jingyi turned his puzzled gaze towards Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao complained, "Old Fang, you have no idea. That food still had a considerable portion left, and this rascal threw it all into the river without a second thought. Look, there are beggars on the opposite bank. Is this not a waste?" I scolded him, yet he refused to accept it. The virtuous prince was instantly filled with respect. He raised his hand and delivered a firm reprimand to the servant, who permitted you to discard waste so carelessly. Such wastefulness is shameful. The servant, stunned by the rebuke, nearly broke into tears, lamenting, "Young master, I am wronged. Those were merely scraps, inedible remnants. This is how we usually handle leftover food." Fang Jingyi retrieved a small ingot of silver from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, saying, "No need for explanations. Ensure that all leftover food is reserved for me. I shall take it upon disembarking. Remember, no soup." Upon seeing the silver, the attendant instantly nodded and bowed, "Certainly. Rest assured." However, as he turned away, his expression shifted dramatically, and he muttered under his breath, "Pauper. Bah, what a wretched thing." Li Yuanzhao, with keen ears, caught the attendant's derogatory remarks. The attendant, sensing he had been overheard, hurriedly fled. Fang Jingyi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let him insult me. Many do, and it does not cost me a penny. But I must ask, what prompted you to suddenly wish to save this leftover food?" Li Yuanzhao glared at the retreating figure of the attendant and retorted, "What else could I think? One side suffers from hunger while the other discards food into the river. I visit the common folk and see them consuming spoiled porridge. Yet here we are, throwing away splendid feasts. Is there any justice in this?" Fang Jingyi placed a comforting hand on Li Yuanzhao's shoulder and sighed. "This is what they mean by the wealthy feast while the roads are lined with the bones of the frozen. The world can be quite unfair. Patience is key. After we disembark, I shall accompany you to distribute the leftovers to the beggars. It's cold outside. Come inside with me. Though Li Yuanzhao appeared somewhat dejected, he obediently followed Fang Zhengyi back. Fang Zhengyi glanced at him sideways. What is the matter? Are you upset? Indeed. My fists are itching. I feel the urge to give someone a thrashing. How convenient, for I share that sentiment. Shall we return and deal with Lu Jin? Agreed. Upon returning to their original spot, the hall was already abuzz with voices. The poetry verses displayed on the walls had been layered over countless times, and below, maidens were tasked with transcribing them. Once completed, they would be sent to Luo Ningxin's chamber for evaluation, after which a maid would return with a wooden plaque bearing grades of upper, middle, and lower tiers. However, the most significant aspect remained the evaluations among scholars, as the essence of this poetry debate lay in the verses themselves, regardless of how beautiful the courtesan was. Zhang Chang sat in a state of shock, unable to engage with those around him, who merely forced a smile before falling silent, their eyes darting about anxiously. Ning Hongyuan observed for a while before approaching, leaning in to whisper in Zhang Chang's ear, "Young Master Zhang, might we step outside for a moment?" Zhang Chang, still in a daze, tilted his head to glance at him before returning to his thoughts. Ning Hongyuan, feeling exasperated, softly uttered, "Fang Zhengyi." Zhang Chang snapped back to reality and turned to Ning Hongyuan. "Who might you be?" "I am Ning Hongyuan. If it pleases you, could we find a suitable place to converse?" "Ah, let us go." The two found a secluded spot, and Ning Hongyuan bowed first. "Hongyuan, at your service." "Young Master Zhang, I do not know you. Who invited you here?" Zhang Chang scrutinized Ning Hongyuan, his mind racing. Ning Hongyuan smiled slightly. "Young Master." The invitation to the poetry debate was a serendipitous acquisition. However, that is of little importance. What matters is that I witnessed Fang Zhengyi seemingly threatening you, and my indignation compelled me to disturb you. Zhang Chang's complexion flushed with embarrassment. He never anticipated that this dandy before him would witness such a humiliating display. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, his voice trembling. "I seek nothing but to inform you, as that Fang Zhengyi has behaved excessively. I noticed you seemed somewhat flustered, so I thought it prudent to remind you." "Remind me of what?" Ning Hongyuan interjected, furrowing his brow. "Did Fang Zhengyi not just threaten you with force?" Recollecting the earlier incident, Zhang Chang could not help but feel a twinge of panic, closing his eyes in anguish. "Indeed. They brandished weapons, knives, many knives. Fang Zhengyi warned that if I provoked him again, I would face dire consequences." Ning Hongyuan cast a scornful glance at him, surprised that Zhang Chang, who appeared so refined and composed, would reveal his true colors under duress. Displaying such a lack of courage, he lamented, "My dear sir, you are mistaken. How could Fang Zhengyi dare to lay a finger on you? He is currently serving in the Eastern Palace, instructing the Crown Prince, and you are the son of a prominent official. How foolish would he have to be to threaten you? If he truly dared to act against you, the Emperor would undoubtedly strip him of his position and consign him to the dungeons. Pray tell, how could such a man possibly guide the Crown Prince? Furthermore, your father holds a significant position in the court. He would surely weigh his actions carefully. Thus, I assure you, Fang Zhengyi would never lay a finger on you." Chapter 60. The atmosphere became awkward. "Really? Yes. Brother Ning is right. I was indeed too hasty. I lost my composure for a moment." Zhang Chang suddenly realized, his spirits lifting considerably. "May I inquire what grievance you have against Fang Zhengyi?" Ning Hongyuan asked with curiosity, having been roused by Ning's words. Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel a sense of trust burgeoning within him. He sheepishly replied, "It's not a significant matter. Fang Zhengyi struck my family servant, and I have heard from my father about his conduct in the court, labeling him as a treacherous and deceitful individual. I was unwilling to accept this and wished to test his mettle, only to find myself outmaneuvered. I am truly ashamed." Ning Hongyuan smiled faintly. "You are too modest. We typically deal with refined scholars. Encountering such a coarse individual is indeed rare. A moment of panic is entirely understandable." Hearing this, Zhang Chang found Ning increasingly likable. Not only did he provide guidance, but he also offered a gracious way out. "Splendid." Ning Hongyuan continued to speak with confidence. "If you wish to expose his shortcomings, it is not difficult. I observe that his manner is brutish and despicable. His current achievements must be largely due to cunning and deceit, with little literary talent to speak of. Why not have him compose a poem publicly? It would surely reveal his true nature." Upon noticing Zhang Chang's hesitation, Ning Hongyuan added, "I shall accompany you. Rest assured, Fang Zhengyi would not dare to resort to violence." At these words, Zhang Chang grasped Ning Hongyuan's hand with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Ning. After the poetry gathering, do come visit my residence. Seeing Zhang Chang trust him so readily, Ning Hongyuan felt a surge of joy within, thinking, my task is accomplished. Shortly thereafter, the two approached Fang Jingyi. Fang was merrily observing two young gentlemen engaged in a heated argument over a rather mediocre poem. Suddenly, two foolish individuals holding hands obstructed his view, leaving Fang momentarily stunned before slowly looking up. Is this your new boyfriend? Zhang Chang replied coolly, indeed. I have struck a rapport with Brother Ning. He holds you in high regard and has come to introduce himself to you, Sir Fang. Fang Jingyi thought, is this fellow bewildered? I am not your father. Ning Hongyuan clasped his hands in greetings, Sir Fang. Meanwhile, he silently mocked, today, not only will I utilize your invitation, but I shall also overshadow you. Fang Jingyi nodded slowly. Very well, I consent to this marriage proposal. Zhang Chang. Ning Hongyuan. Li Yuanzhao, unable to grasp the situation yet finding it amusing, laughed incessantly nearby, provoking the ire of Zhang Chang and his companion. Zhang Chang said, Sir Fang, I believe this occasion is rare. I wish to request that you compose a poem, both to fulfill your journey and to satisfy the scholarly aspirations of many present. Fang Jingyi replied nonchalantly, Young Zhang, your memory seems to be lacking. Did you forget what I just said? This behavior, in Fang Jingyi's eyes, was akin to being compelled to perform in public, a situation most egregious. Fang Jingyi was thoroughly displeased. Ning Hongyuan immediately chimed in, exclaiming, Master Fang, the esteemed individuals present here hold your talents in the highest regard. Please, do compose a poem, lest the students among us feel disheartened. Do grace us with your words. Master Fang. With his call, the crowd's attention began to shift, and those who relished the spectacle joined in, shouting, compose a poem. As more voices joined, the chant grew increasingly synchronized. Compose a poem. Compose a poem. Compose a poem. In a daze, Fang Jingyi felt as though they were calling for one more. At that moment, he seriously doubted whether this foolish individual was from the same realm as himself, contemplating whether to silence him with a swift blow, when suddenly someone tugged at his sleeve. Li Yuanzhao leaned in and whispered, Old Fang, these folks do not come with good intentions. If you were not here, they would have already collapsed in defeat. Old Fang, can you compose poetry? We are rather alike, you know. Do not mind me. Why not find a way to deal with those two rascals? Fang Jingyi sighed in resignation. You speak so lightly. Can I truly disregard the matter? Before he could respond, Zhang Biao, displeased, stepped atop the table and bellowed, Everyone, be silent. Instantly, the venue fell into a hush, with onlookers gazing at Zhang Biao in astonishment. Seeing Zhang Biao's imposing demeanor, Zhang Chang felt a twinge of fear. Underneath that clothing lay a veritable arsenal. However, Ning Hongyuan remained undaunted, smiling as he remarked, Master Fang, is this fellow your bodyguard? Such boorishness is unbecoming. Having such a crude man by your side tarnishes your esteemed reputation. Fang Jingyi narrowed his eyes at Ning Hongyuan. This interloper was indeed irksome, yet quite courageous. He seemed to possess some influence. However, upon hearing him insult Zhang Biao, Fang Jingyi's displeasure grew. He replied slowly, Since my arrival in the capital, various specters have persistently lingered before me. It is essential to have some rough men to wield their vitality as a deterrent. Were I to be accompanied by delicate individuals like yourself, I fear I would have met my demise long ago. At his words, Zhang Biao immediately stood tall, embodying the essence of the mightiest man alive. Li Yuanzhao continually signaled to Fang Jingyi with his eyes, Old Fang, do I seem coarse to you? Hearing the muffled laughter around them, Ning Hongyuan's face turned a shade of deep purple. Who the hell is delicate? Who are you referring to as delicate? Yet, Ning Hongyuan, still possessing considerable composure, suppressed his annoyance and said, Master Fang is jesting. Please, do compose your verses. Very well. Since everyone has so kindly invited me, I cannot refuse to uphold your esteem. Attendant, bring forth the writing implements. Today may not be the ideal moment, but I shall find an opportunity to deal with the two of you scoundrels later. Upon his agreement, Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, he is but a fool, relying solely on empty threats. Soon, with ink and brush at the ready, Fang Jingyi picked up his pen, recalling verses and poems. The absence of a specified topic today was fortuitous. Otherwise, he might have faltered. With clarity, he swiftly determined the content and began to write with poise. Zhang Chang and the others held their breath, their gazes fixed on the table. The cicadas cry mournfully by the long pavilion at dusk as the sudden rain ceases. In the capital, we drink beneath the tents, the willow banks, at dawn, with the waning moon. As the years pass, It seems that splendid moments and fine scenery are but illusions. At this point, his writing came to an abrupt halt, and Fang Jingyi's expression suddenly froze. Damn it. What were the last two lines? He had seemingly failed to answer a similar question in the college entrance examination, and now he had forgotten yet again. It was too late to revise now. What to do? What to do? Fang Jingyi found himself at a loss. Unaware that Zhang Chang and the others were already drenched in cold sweat, Zhang Chang urgently whispered to Ning Hongyuan, "Brother Ning, he truly possesses genuine talent. What should we do? What should we do?" Chapter 61. The devilish county magistrate reappears after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Fang Jingyi still could not recall the two concluding lines. With a sense of helplessness, he drew two horizontal lines at the end. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared, "Let us affix it." The maid gazed at the words on the paper with sparkling eyes, clearly captivated by the essence contained within. Yet, upon reaching the end, a flicker of confusion crossed her gaze. How could it be that two lines were inexplicably absent? What a pity. Once it was affixed to the wall. She hurriedly transcribed another copy and rushed it upstairs. The numerous literati downstairs scrutinized the poem Rain on the lush green displayed on the wall, and they could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, these lines were a masterpiece. The choice of words and construction were seamless, painting the scene with straightforward elegance, rendering it vividly lifelike. Reading it, one felt as though they were immersed in the experience, lost in reverie, unable to extricate themselves. Such literary prowess undoubtedly belonged to none other than Lord Fang. With its undulating rhythms and evocative emotions, when sung, it could be enchanting and impeccable. This poem ought to be recited by Miss Luo. However, why were two lines missing? Indeed, why were two lines missing? That diminishes its beauty. Ning Hongyuan's complexion also paled slightly, as the unfolding of events exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Fang Jingyi harbored such depth of talent. Coupled with Zhang Chang's incessant murmuring by his side, Ning Hongyuan could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Fixing his gaze intently upon the poem on the wall, he pondered for a long while before suddenly having a revelation. He whispered to Zhang Chang, "Young master, I perceive numerous peculiarities in this poem. The emotions expressed are profoundly sincere and sorrowful. How could someone like Fang Jingyi possibly compose such lines? Moreover, why are the last two lines missing? I suspect he copied them." Zhang Chang paused momentarily, turning to regard the wall, then slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that must be the case. Having unraveled the matter, Ning Hongyuan confidently stepped forward. "Lord Fang, this poem is truly one in a million. I admire it greatly. However, why are the final two lines absent? And what do those horizontal lines signify?" Curiosity rippled through the crowd regarding this question. Fang Jingyi had already prepared his response and, with an air of pretentiousness, proclaimed, "When I composed this poem, inspiration flowed abundantly, and the process was particularly smooth. Thus, I was convinced it would secure the top prize. However, today I merely wish to observe, so the remaining two lines can certainly be completed by all of you. Should anyone provide a worthy contribution, I shall gladly concede, and of course, I would recommend such talent to the Crown Prince. As for the horizontal lines below, they serve as a fill-in-the-blank format, allowing everyone to write down their lines as deemed fit." The assembled individuals suddenly understood, and their perception of Fang Jingyi shifted significantly. Someone from the crowd cupped their hands in salute and remarked, "Lord Fang, how noble of you. Previously, I harbored considerable misunderstandings about you. Today, I realize my errors, and I am truly ashamed." Fang Jingyi waved his hand graciously, responding, "No need for concern. It is our duty as scholars to forge ahead against the current and strive for progress. All of you present are the future pillars of our great Jing. I consider myself fortunate to share this journey with you." Zhang Chang's complexion turned ashen, taken aback by Fang Jingyi's eloquence. He hastily suggested, "Why not let Lord Fang share the story behind this poem, so that we may ponder and learn?" Fang Jingyi's expression gradually darkened. "Oh, so we are to revisit this. Are we? What if I choose not to speak?" Ning Hongyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "My lord jests. Since this poem was penned by you, what is there that cannot be disclosed? Unless, of course, it was not your work. If you do not recount the origins of this poem, would we not become mere imitators? That would be quite troublesome." A tense atmosphere enveloped the five men. After a moment of silence, Fang Jingyi suddenly laughed. "Troublesome? Then let us abandon it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Biao erupted, his immense strength on full display as he overturned the heavy mahogany round table, bringing it crashing down towards Ning Hongyuan and Zhang Chang. Having spent years together, Zhang Biao had become Fang Jingyi's right-hand man, and their synergy was undeniable. Before the two could react, they found themselves firmly pinned beneath the table. As the tabletop descended, Zhang Biao and Fang Jingyi sprang onto it in unison. Li Yuanzhao hesitated for a moment before joining them. The three joyfully danced atop the table while the two trapped beneath shouted in protest. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the mood had soured so abruptly. However, as they listened to the anguished cries from below, a chill crept over the crowd. Everyone instinctively shrank back against the walls, too afraid to utter a sound, leaving the hall filled only with the curses of Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan. "Ah, Fang Jingyi, you dare! How audacious! I am the son of the Minister of Revenue. Let me go? Ah, Fang Jingyi, I shall ensure my father brings you to justice. You are finished. Ah, help, help, save me." Hearing their defiance only fueled Fang Jingyi's fury. He turned to his companions. "Let us see who can jump higher." "Excellent." The three of them began to leap with even greater fervor, each striving to outdo the others. Li Yuanzhao, unable to contain his excitement, flushed with joy, thinking to himself that once he ascended to the throne, he would surely appoint old Fang as the Minister of Justice. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "The ship has docked." The crowd surged towards the exit, eager to distance themselves from the three madmen. In no time, the cabin was empty. The trio remained oblivious, lost in their high-jumping contest, while the sounds of cursing below transformed into pleas for mercy, eventually fading into feeble groans. Once they had vented their frustrations, Fang Jingyi was the first to leap down from the table. "All right, let us call it a day before someone gets hurt." Upon hearing this, the other two followed suit. Zhang Biao then hurled the table aside, revealing the two beneath, nearly breathless and with blood seeping from their lips. Fang Jingyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. How on earth did it come to this? It seems I have overstepped. Turning to glance at Zhang Biao, I was reminded of his formidable presence. Clad in armor and bearing silver, resembling a human bulldozer. Fortunately, he descended early. Had he lingered a moment longer, these two might have truly met their demise here. Subsequently, Fang Zheng crouched down, seizing Zhang Chang's hair, and exclaimed with fierce intensity, "You squander the opportunities presented to you." At this moment, Zhang Chang harbored no thoughts of resistance. He pleaded in terror, "I was wrong. Master Fang, I was wrong. Spare my life." Practicing mercy where one can. Seeing him yield, Fang Zheng lost all inclination to continue the confrontation, yanking his hair and casting him to the ground. Turning his gaze to the unconscious Ning Honyuan beside him, he grinned and ruthlessly brought his foot down upon Ning's face. Zhang Chang was of little consequence, but the sycophant was even more detestable. To his surprise, the foot landed squarely, and Ning Hongyuan, clutching his nose, let out a pained cry. "It hurts tremendously." Li Yuanzhao immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, "He is feigning unconsciousness." Chapter 62. Please have compassion, Master Fang. Upon realizing his cunning had been exposed, Ning Hongyuan immediately pleaded for mercy. "Master Fang, I was wrong. Spare me this once." "Oh, where did you err?" "Everywhere." Fang Zhenyi chuckled. "Indeed. You are quite the schemer." Subsequently, he delivered a swift kick, and Ning Hongyuan truly lost consciousness this time. As he gazed at the two sprawled on the ground, Fang Zhenyi couldn't help but feel troubled. While venting his frustrations was indeed gratifying, the aftermath presented a dilemma. If only the ancients had access to recording devices and cameras. After pondering for a while, he resolved to employ a rudimentary solution. "Zhang Biao, strip them of their clothes." Zhang Biao skillfully approached, disrobing the two without hesitation. He placed Zhang Chang half lying on the table, with Ning Hongyuan atop him, resembling. Fang Jingyi scrutinized the scene, and indeed, they were slender individuals. However, upon further inspection, he deemed it less than perfect. He procured a jug of wine and doused the pair, instantly enveloping them in a fragrant aroma. Just then, a maid descended from the second floor, balancing a tray. Noticing the hall was empty, her gaze fell upon the two pale figures entwined on the table. Startled, the tray slipped from her hands, causing a wooden plaque to fall, inscribed with the words "Exquisite." The trio's eyes turned toward her, and the maid, flustered, hurried down the stairs, approaching Fang Jingyi. Stammering, she inquired, "My lord, what has transpired here? Where have the others gone?" Fang Jingyi, pleasantly surprised, interjected, "You arrived just in time. Are there others aboard this vessel?" "Yes. There are still many below deck preparing meals. Quickly, summon everyone to me." The maid's gaze darted nervously, rooted in place, silent. Zhang Biao glared at her, and she panicked, fleeing only to return shortly with over 20 individuals, including servants and maids. They lined up before Fang Jingyi, observing the two stark naked. The crowd was left in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. They only knew that a commotion had erupted upstairs, and after the chaos subsided, they were brought down. With everyone gathered, Fang Jingyi pointed to the two exposed figures on the table, lamenting, "Behold, these two have disregarded male decorum, brazenly engaging in debauchery after drinking, and have even succumbed to slumber. As a humble companion to the crown prince, how can I tolerate such base conduct in the world? Yet, considering we are all learned individuals, a moment of folly may not be deemed a grave transgression. Thus, I have summoned you all to ensure utmost discretion regarding this matter. Let us not jeopardize their futures. Should I hear any rumors outside, do not blame me for being unyielding. Do you all understand?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why they had been summoned only to be asked to keep secrets. What madness was this? Subsequently, Fang Jingyi ordered a basin of water to be brought forth and splashed upon Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan, rousing them from their stupor. As they groggily awoke, they hastily rose to their feet, prompting several maids to cover their eyes in embarrassment. Once the two regained their composure, they realized that Fang Jingyi was still present, while their own garments had vanished without a trace. Overcome by the sin of alcohol and the gaze of a crowd of onlookers, they felt a surge of shock and panic, engulfed in embarrassment. The pallor on their faces deepened as they instinctively covered their vulnerable areas, casting pleading glances at Fang Jingyi. He immediately rebuked the crowd. "What are you staring at? Do you have no sense of decency? Turn around." The spectators quickly averted their eyes, inwardly lamenting their inexplicable involvement in this scene, wishing they had refrained from attending. As the crowd turned their backs, Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan knelt down, diligently bowing their heads. "Master Fang, I demand to know, was it enjoyable?" Fang Jingyi interrupted. Zhang Chang was bewildered, but upon raising his head, he was met with Fang Jingyi's condescending smile, which appeared devilish in his eyes. Thus, he hastily replied, "Yes, very enjoyable." Ning Hongyuan echoed his sentiment without hesitation. Many in the crowd scoffed at the display, realizing that these elegantly dressed young masters were, in private, quite disgraceful. Fang Jingyi kindly handed them each a garment to wear and then summoned a young servant. "Come here. Recite what just transpired." The trembling servant approached and, in a hushed tone, murmured, "The two young masters, intoxicated, engaged in delightful revelry." "Speak louder. I can't hear you." "The two young masters, intoxicated, engaged in delightful revelry." "Excellent. Very spirited. You may return now." The servant hurriedly rejoined the others. Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan, heads bowed, felt their blood boil with humiliation. Their eyes filled with fury, yet they dared not utter a word, fearing Fang Jingyi's wrath. Seeing that they were thoroughly subdued, Fang Jingyi smiled mildly. "Lift your heads." The two slowly complied. "Well, it has come to this. Any misunderstanding should now be resolved. I assure you, I have noted the names of all 2, 7, 13, 32 individuals present today. Absolutely no one will disclose this matter. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Chang and Ning Hongyuan gritted their teeth, their expressions twisted. "Understood. Excellent. All present are witnesses. Should they or their families encounter any misfortune, even a mere sprained ankle, I shall hold you accountable. Do you understand?" "Understood. Very well. Now, what shall you say upon returning home?" Zhang Chang, overwhelmed with indignation, tearfully responded. "I had too much to drink today, acted impulsively, and exchanged some words with the master, nothing more." Fang Jingyi nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ning Hongyuan. "And you?" I too. Fang Jingyi stepped forward, warmly assisting both gentlemen to their feet. "You two have simply drunk too much. Dress properly and hurry home, lest you catch a chill." Upon hearing this, they hastily rose to depart. Yet, after only a few steps, the devilish voice rang out once more. "Are you leaving just like that? How impolite." "Thank you, Master Fang." "Ah, go on, go on." Li Yuanzhao remained on the spot, his heart brimming with an exhilarating joy. The world outside the palace was truly magnificent. As the two departed the cabin, Fang Zheng turned to face the crowd that had their backs turned to him. "Everyone, disperse now and attend to your own matters." Upon hearing his words, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and promptly scattered. It was far too terrifying. One could not linger here. Now, only 3 individuals remained in the hall. Zhang Biao approached and inquired, "Young master, what shall we do next?" Fang Jing shot him a glance of exasperation. "With everyone gone, what else is there to do? Weren't you going to pack up? Go on and do so." Zhang Biao chuckled foolishly as he retrieved 3 burlap sacks from his waist, taking one for himself, and began to sweep across the hall. Plates of pastries and dishes were hastily dumped into the sacks. Suddenly, a maid, who had initially fled, returned cautiously, inching toward Fang Jing's side. In a hushed tone, she said, "Master Fang, my lady has read your poem and requests your presence upstairs for a discussion." Fang Zheng, engrossed in his task, was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "All right. You two continue here. I'll go up for a moment." With that, he grasped the sack and followed the maid upstairs. As Fang Zheng entered the chamber, the maid did not even have time to close the door before she fled in a flustered manner. Upon entering the room, Fang Zheng began to survey his surroundings. The decor was exquisite, and a guqin was placed in the center. A faint fragrance of a young lady wafted through the air. Before him lay an embroidered bed, draped in light gauze, where he could vaguely see the silhouette of a graceful figure seated. Luo Ningxin gently opened her mouth. Has Master Fang arrived? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Luo Ningxin's lips curled into a smile. I only learned from the maid that you are the young master of the Zhan family. After reading your verses, I realized your literary talent is truly remarkable. I am utterly humbled. With your poetry, you undoubtedly deserve to be the champion of this gathering. However, I still have a question I wish to pose to you. If I may? Ah, please do. Fang Zheng continued to explore the room, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This courtesan's chamber bore no distinction from an ordinary one, and was even less enchanting than a quaint hotel. I noticed while I was performing that you were preoccupied with your meal. Could it be that my music did not reach your ears? Oh, it was merely that I was somewhat famished at the time. Luo Ningxin let out a light laugh. Then I would be honored to play another piece for you. Master Fang, Miss Luo, do you still wish to partake of these pastries? Fang Zheng gestured toward the treats on the table. No, thank you. Master Fang, please help yourself. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng swiftly emptied the pastries into his sack, then turned and exited the room, descending the stairs. Ah, as if I would want to listen to your playing. Luo Ningxin, unaware that he had already left, continued to speak to herself. Then I would be willing to perform another piece for you, Master Fang, and hope for your critique. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Fang Zheng, Luo Ningxin furrowed her brow, though she quickly relaxed it once more. In a soft voice, she remarked, "Since you are unwilling to listen to my playing, it matters not. By this very phrase, you have already established yourself as the undisputed leader in my heart. I willingly offer my service at your side. However, I remain a paragon of virtue. I beseech you to show me kindness." With that, she gently removed her veil and turned away. Chapter 63. Charity to the beggar. The three men joyfully disembarked, carrying their burlap sacks as they made their way along the riverside promenade. Although night had fallen, the glow emanating from the shops along the street allowed them to glimpse the passers-by. Li Yuanzhao, still brimming with excitement, turned to Fang Jingyi and inquired, "Old Fang, when shall we embark on our next adventure?" Fang Jingyi replied with a wry smile, "Again? Is one escapade not sufficient?" "Not nearly. In all my years, I have never experienced a day as exhilarating as today. I now find the tiger and leopard garden to be rather tame." The thrill of their joint mischief invigorated Li Yuanzhao. "Our troubles from today are far from over," Fang Jingyi remarked nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanzhao countered, "What further troubles could there be? Haven't we already resolved the matter?" Fang Jingyi scoffed, "Resolved? With so many witnesses today, I assure you the news will spread throughout the capital by morning. Fang Jingyi strikes the son of a minister. What a sensational headline." Li Yuanzhao was taken aback. "Then do you still dare to confront him? Will you humiliate him further?" "Alas, I must. This scoundrel has persistently pranced before me, and I must make him feel the sting. Otherwise, how can I, Fang Jingyi, maintain my standing in the capital? If I fail to take down this tiger, I risk being clawed by it. Thus, I must ensure a decisive victory. We shall humiliate him, and he should then think twice before making a fuss about such disgraceful events at home. Even if the entire capital witnesses my actions, what of it? As long as he refuses to admit it, it shall be as if nothing transpired." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao was thoroughly impressed. "Old Fang, your cunning knows no bounds." Fang Jingyi shook his head. "Ideas are trivial. What truly matters is one's attitude. There is a saying, when one is wronged, insulted, belittled, harmed, or deceived, how should one respond? One must strike, chastise, berate, pierce, and then bury them alive. In a few years, just wait and see. They shall be but bones in the grave." A cold sweat broke out on Li Yuanzhao, yet he found Fang Jingyi's character even more admirable. He couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for such a bold approach to vengeance. "Old Fang, where did you hear such words? I have never encountered them before. Such wisdom springs from Buddhist teachings. One simply needs to read more." "Oh, I see." As they conversed, the three had reached the street, where Fang Jingyi pointed. "Look." There is a beggar. Go and distribute the contents to him. Li Yuanzhao eagerly dashed over, tipping half of the sack's contents, snacks and dishes, before the beggar. The beggar initially displayed joy upon seeing a benefactor, but was soon rendered speechless by the sudden mound of food before him. Thank you, young master. At this, Li Yuanzhao chuckled, tipping the entire sack's contents onto the ground. The beggar's expression soured, and he fell silent. Zhang Biao leaned closer to Fang Jingyi and whispered, "Young master, shall this fool remain in the manor henceforth?" Fang Jingyi vigorously shook his head. "One fool in the manor is quite enough. I have enough to worry about." Once Li Yuanzhao finished emptying the sack, he stood with his hands on his hips, awaiting the beggar's expression of gratitude. The beggar remained quiet, while Li Yuanzhao gazed at him with bright, expectant eyes. The two individuals gazed at each other with wide eyes, locked in a silent confrontation. Fang Jingyi, unable to bear the sight any longer, quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Are you feeding pigs over there? You're frightening people. You've given everything to one person. But there are countless beggars behind. Distribute it gradually." After a series of lessons, matters finally returned to normalcy. Li Yuanzhao proceeded to bestow alms upon the beggars one by one, his heart soaring at each expression of gratitude. Fang Jingyi and Zhang Biao quietly followed behind. Before long, 2 sacks of leftover food had been nearly exhausted. Li Yuanzhao, having lost his initial excitement, found his hands greased and, after a hasty wipe on his clothing, returned to Fang Jingyi's side. "Have you finished distributing? Are you happy?" Fang Jingyi inquired. "Happy," Li Yuanzhao replied. "That's wonderful. Helping others is the essence of joy," Fang Jingyi affirmed. Yet, Li Yuanzhao appeared somewhat hesitant, pondering, why do some able-bodied individuals resort to begging? Can't they find a meal with their own hands and feet? Fang Jingyi suddenly felt a deep sense of contentment, encountering a prince of admirable character and keen reflection. Thus, he replied, "Merely being physically capable is insufficient. They lack hope. It is hope that propels one to strive. Take myself as an example. I used to rise only when the sun was high, but upon arriving in the capital, the mere thought of meeting His Majesty and the prince ignited boundless motivation within me. Each day brims with hope, allowing me to fulfill my duties punctually. Conversely, if the prince were to endure the droning lectures of Master Yin, not only would it be excruciatingly dull, but he would also frequently be reprimanded, making life seem intolerable. It would be preferable to feign illness or directly petition His Majesty for a more straightforward existence, naturally extinguishing hope for the following day. The beggars are similarly situated. Finding work is already a rare opportunity, and even if they do find it, the pay may be insufficient to meet their needs. Thus, it seems more practical to lie down and beg, such is the nature of the world. For instance, if you were an author and daily faced criticism about your work being short and lacking depth, would you not feel hopeless? But what if these same critics pursued you with gifts? Consider that. Li Yuanzhao suddenly grasped the concept. "I understand. Do you? Then hurry and consult Master Yin." Fang Jingyi thought to himself. "However, you have only seen a fragment of the truth. Those able-bodied beggars may not be as healthy as they appear. And the pitiable disabled beggars may not be what you envision. Judging by appearances can lead to deception. Some who seem healthy may already be gravely ill, while those with disabilities might be feigning their condition." Li Yuanzhao immediately retorted, "How is that possible? I can clearly see those missing limbs and the blind." Fang Jingyi smiled calmly. "No need to rush. Let us continue on our way." As the trio continued their descent, they encountered a sight that was both unsettling and poignant. A blind beggar, his eyes devoid of pupils, appearing rather fearsome. Before him lay a tattered bowl, containing but a few meager coins. Upon noticing this, Fang Zheng, with swift reflexes, retrieved the coins and tucked them away in his sleeve. Li Yuanzhao gazed at him in astonishment, his mind swirling with questions. Before he could voice his curiosity, the beggar suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged towards Fang Zheng. His unseeing gaze fixated on him. With a smile, Fang Zheng extended both hands, playfully addressing the beggar. "Ah, poor soul. The money you lost just now, was it from my left hand or my right?" Upon finishing, he opened his palms, revealing several coins in his left hand and a silver ingot in his right. The beggar quickly lowered and then raised his head, without a moment's hesitation. He chuckled and declared, "The right hand." "Incorrect," Fang Zheng retorted. "All is forfeited." Chapter 64. The beggar gang leader Fang Jingyi. Upon hearing the words, the beggar momentarily froze. Then, with a roll of his eyes, returned to his normal demeanor, shedding the pretense, yet his gaze brimmed with malevolence. Zhang Biao approached, dramatically revealing a compact arsenal concealed within his garments. The beggar, upon witnessing this, feigned blindness and silently crouched down once more. Li Yuanzhao, Taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Fong, are you also robbing the beggar? He is a swindler. This is about chivalry." Fong Zhang's countenance remained unfazed, devoid of any sign of embarrassment or agitation. Is the act of robbery the crux of the matter? Can you not see clearly? Is he not merely pretending to be blind? Li Yuanzhao felt a pang of indignation, realizing his heartfelt trust had been misplaced, and he had fallen victim to the beggar's deceit. He approached the beggar, delivering a couple of kicks, and bellowed, "Why pretend to be blind?" The beggar, overwhelmed with grievance, remained silent, burying his face into his knees. "Are you deaf? Just moments ago, you could hear people speaking." Li Yuanzhao kicked him again with vigor. The tattered garments yielded, revealing a few coins that tumbled out. Fong Zhang, quick-witted, promptly collected them. The beggar, with his head lowered, began to sob uncontrollably. Fong Zhang swiftly seized Li Yuanzhao's arm, exclaiming, "Hey, they are all pitiful souls. Let it be." He then tossed a coin into the beggar's broken bowl, adding, "Enough of the tears, this is for you." Upon hearing the sound of the coin, the beggar slowly lifted his head, staring at the solitary coin in the bowl, lost in contemplation. "Not to rush? Let us continue." Fong Zhang led Li Yuanzhao further, and soon they encountered another beggar, this one severely disabled, missing both legs. Fong Zhang's eyes lit up, and, as if nothing were amiss, he approached and snatched the bowl away. Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind a whirlwind, uncertain of what Fong Zhang would do next. In a swift motion, Fong Zhang poured the coins from the bowl into his sleeve, then turned and forcefully hurled the broken bowl into the distance. The beggar, who had been kneeling, suddenly sprang forth, his legs miraculously restored, propelling himself towards the direction of the thrown bowl. Li Yuanzhao stood in stunned silence, a bitter realization washing over him. It dawned on him. Everything you said was true. I truly was blind to the truth. Fong Zhang could not help but pat Li Yuanzhao on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. It is nothing. Everyone grows in understanding. In this world, all things require a process. The more one witnesses, the less likely one is to be deceived. Li Yuanzhao suddenly awakened to clarity, fixing his gaze on Fong Zhang, questioning, "How could you discern this? There are hardly any beggars in Taoyuan County." Fong Zhang smiled gently, lost in the reminiscence of youthful days best left unspoken. When he first arrived, Taoyuan County was indeed a desolate place, where the inhabitants nearly subsisted on nothing but dirt. To label it a county was an overestimation. It was, in truth, akin to a mere village. Fong Zhang, an ordinary office worker, possessed only basic life skills: online shopping, sweeping, mopping, and attending to his own needs. The county boasted neither industry nor grain, leaving its residents in a state of helplessness, enduring hunger while witnessing others suffer the same plight. Hunting in the mountains was hardly an option. At best, one might gnaw on tree bark, stumbling through the woods, and even then, one might lack the strength to descend the mountain. Prolonged hunger diminished all sense of dignity and pride, leading Fong Zhang to make a momentous decision. Accompanied by the people of Taoyuan County, Fong Zhang set forth to beg in Hengjiang Prefecture. Under his fervent mobilization, a group of the elderly, women, and children was quickly assembled, carrying the meager remnants of food from the county. He advised the few young men who remained to rest on their beds, instructing them not to exert themselves. Thus, they embarked on their journey to Hengjiang Prefecture in grand procession. Gaining entry into Hengjiang City proved to be a formidable challenge, and once inside, their lack of experience resulted in scant offerings, leaving them to wander in hardship for a month. However, being a modern individual, Fong Zhang possessed a swift learning ability and soon began to accumulate valuable insights. Feigning blindness and disability became standard tactics, while a more advanced ruse involved pretending to be pregnant. All the women brought along were transformed into expectant mothers, lying on the streets in exaggerated distress, making it difficult for the authorities to evict them. Even older women managed to pad their bellies, provoking astonished murmurs among the citizens of Hengjiang. The practice of begging for the deceased, whether for widows or widowers, was also a common operation. After further observation, Fong Zhang combined his previous knowledge of anti-fraud measures with live-streaming experience to develop a series of situational dramas. Owing to his good looks, he often portrayed an educated gentleman, mocking beggars and eliciting sympathy from onlookers, or targeting wealthy spectators with scornful jibes to stir their emotions, employing various methods with finesse. In due course, Fong Zhang began to consciously organize the beggars, formalizing their operations. Given the considerable stir he had caused, the authorities had taken notice, and it was unsustainable to continue living in fear while conducting guerrilla tactics. Naturally, Fong Zhang emerged as the leader, establishing ranks within the group to enhance their operational efficiency. He appointed elders to enforce the group's rules, ensuring the removal of any threats to their organization. The chief manager was responsible for daily affairs and served as an advisor to both the leader and the deputy leader, providing counsel and exercising authority on their behalf. Additionally, a resource manager was designated to allocate provisions, creating several branches for information exchange. In less than a month, Fang Jingyi's team had ascended to the foremost echelon of beggars in Hangjiang Prefecture, attracting numerous followers. Yet, amidst the shouts of leader, he found himself lost, gradually shedding the last remnants of his dignity. Ultimately, the commotion attracted the attention of the authorities, leading to a crackdown. Fang Jingyi had no choice but to convert all their money into grain and retreat to Taoyuan County with a portion of his group, where he formed an official team from the elite members of the beggar clan. This set in motion a series of events that eventually led to his foray into winemaking and commerce, guiding him onto a legitimate path. To this day, the song "Wanderers Yearn for You, Dear Mother" resonates throughout Hangjiang Prefecture, igniting a wave of sentiment. Reflecting on this, Fang Jingyi sighed deeply, patting Li Yuanzhao's shoulder once more. The truths of the world are interconnected. Mastery in one area often illuminates others. Follow my lead and you shall not falter, he declared. As time pressed on, Zhang Chong and Ning Hongyuan fled in a state of panic into the streets, running incessantly, fearful that Fang Jingyi might change his mind and pursue them with his followers. Uncertain of how long he had been running, Zhang Chang finally halted, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth, and Ning Hongyuan, with genuine concern, patted Zhang Chang's back, inquiring, "Young Master Zhang, are you all right?" Cough, cough. "Thank you, Brother Ning. This Fang Jingyi is truly despicable. I swear I shall not rest until I have avenged this grievance. Tonight, you must come to my residence. We shall devise a strategy." Cough, cough. "Young Master Zhang, cease your words. Allow me to escort you home. I will not let Fang Jingyi escape unpunished for his actions against you." Ning Hongyuan's heart ached as he recalled being pinned beneath the table. Being slender, he had done his utmost to minimize his presence, leaving the brunt of the pressure for Zhang Chong to bear, which mitigated his own injuries. The two men stumbled together, supporting one another as they returned to the minister's residence. As they entered through the grand gates, the steward rushed forward, his expression a mix of shock and rage. "Young master, what has happened to you? Who has dared to bully you?" His gaze then fixated on Ning Hongyuan with suspicion. Zhang Chong coughed twice more. "Do not raise an alarm. Close the gate." Once the guards secured the entrance, Zhang Chong gradually straightened, leaning against the steward's side. Ning Hongyuan continued to regard him with concern. "Young Master Zhang, you are not gravely harmed." Before he could finish, Zhang Chang's icy glare pierced through to Ning Hongyuan. Pointing a finger at him, he commanded, "Bring forth," cough, cough, strike him down mercilessly. Chapter 65. A collective beating. Ning Hongyuan retreated in terror, backing away several steps until he leaned against the bodyguard, only to quickly spring away. "Young Master Zhang, why is this happening? We are on the same side." Zhang Chang let out a cold snort. "Cough, you wretched cur. Who said we are allies? If it weren't for you, I would not have to endure this ordeal." "Beat him." Ning Hongyuan attempted to explain, but a circle of bodyguards had already surrounded him, raining down blows upon him like a torrential downpour, eliciting a chorus of agonizing cries. Zhang Chang gazed down at the writhing Ning Hongyuan, his heart still seething with resentment. He turned to the steward and demanded, "Where is Jiao Liang?" The steward bowed deeply. "He is waiting for you in the backyard. Bring him out and let him join the fun." In no time, Jiao Liang was dragged out, a look of sheer terror etched on his face as he was flung into the fray. Young master, why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me?" Jiao Liang screamed in a frenzy, his heart bleeding as he struggled to comprehend what he had done wrong, bewildered by the world turning against him. Zhang Chang roared, "Silence. If it weren't for you, wretched servant, I would not have crossed paths with Fang Jingyi. This debacle is your doing. Beat him with all your might." Jiao Liang, battered and bruised, felt a profound sense of injustice. After assisting Zhang Chong in identifying Fang Jingyi, he had waited at the bow of the ship, entirely unaware of the chaos unfolding inside. The moment the ship docked, he had departed, only to be dragged out and beaten without understanding the events that had transpired. It was only upon hearing Zhang Chong mention Fang Jingyi that realization struck him. Surely, Zhang Chong had suffered at the hands of Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi, once again. That name heralded tragedy in his life. Was it merely because of that ill-fated concubine who had been driven to her death? Indeed, It must be the vengeful spirit of that wretched woman seeking retribution against me. With such thoughts, Jiao Liang's heart turned to ash, allowing the blows to rain down without uttering another word. Seeing the fellow victim beside him cease to struggle, Ning Hongyuan quickly moved closer, using Jiao Liang's body to shield himself from some of the blows. Zhang Chang, witnessing this, widened his eyes in fury and exclaimed, "Very well. Very well, Ning Hongyuan. No wonder I am suffering more than you. Pull them apart. Beat them separately." Upon hearing this, Ning Hongyuan felt his heart shatter, but after enduring a barrage of blows, he relinquished his struggle, covering his face with both hands. His only thought was to endure the beating without disfiguring his visage. Pull his hands away. Strike his face. The light in Ning Hongyuan's eyes dimmed. Zhang Chang, exasperated, craved to double the punishment, knowing that the face was the most significant aspect for this fellow. As the bodyguards received their orders, they swiftly pried Ning Hongyuan's hands away, and a relentless flurry of blows rained down upon his face. Before long, Ning Hongyuan's once handsome visage transformed into a kaleidoscope of bruises. Zhang Shi, the Minister of Revenue, heard the uproar from the courtyard and stepped out from the hall. Upon emerging, he beheld the sight of two individuals ensnared by the merciless throng of sticks. Unable to suppress the furrowing of his brow, he shouted, "Stop this at once." He then turned to Zhang Chang and inquired, "Chang'er, what transpired?" Upon seeing his father, Zhang Chang's pent-up grievances erupted like a deluge, recalling the inhumane experiences of the evening. His heart ached. He rushed forward and clung to Zhang Shi's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Father." Zhang Shi, witnessing his son's pathetic demeanor, swiftly pulled him up. With a serious expression, he asked, "What is the matter? Speak clearly, without weeping like a woman." Zhang Chang, still sobbing, found his emotions unresolved and his chest pained. Gasping for breath, Zhang Shi pondered and surmised that his son had intended to provoke Fang Jingyi at the poetry debate. And it was evident that things had not gone well, perhaps resulting in a significant loss. Once Zhang Chang had calmed down, Zhang Shi continued, "Tell me, why did you strike those two individuals, and who is that plump man in white?" Zhang Chang cast a glance at Ning Hongyuan, who had been beaten to a pulp, and bitterly replied, "It was these two. They incited me to trouble Fang Jingyi. They deserved to be hit." Zhang Shi felt a twinge of displeasure and took a deep breath. "Speak. What transpired with Fang Jingyi tonight that caused you such distress?" The thought of being stripped bare and entangled with Ning Hongyuan made Zhang Chang feel nauseous, and he knew he could not let the 33rd person know about this incident. Trembling at the thought, he stammered, "It was nothing much, merely a verbal altercation with Fang Jingyi." Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Zhang Chang's face, causing his cheek to swell and a distinct handprint to appear. Zhang Chang stared blankly at Zhang Shi, bewildered. "Father." "Silence. I do not have a son as useless as you," Zhang Shi exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He continued to roar, "Wasn't it you who sought to trouble Fang Jingyi? Even if those two incited you, ultimately it was your own desire to confront him. And yet, after a mere exchange of words, you weep and blame others. How could I raise such a worthless son? I expected you to mature, to change, but you remain as unyielding as ever. It seems I have indulged you far too much. Not even a trivial matter with Fang Jingyi can you handle, and you dare come to me with your complaints? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you possess even a shred of manhood? From this day forth, you are forbidden to go anywhere. Stay in the house and study." "Father." Zhang Chang gazed at Zhang Shi, fear creeping into his heart, yet recalling his grievances that he could not voice. Tears welled up anew at the corners of his eyes. Upon seeing his son weeping again, Zhang Shi's anger flared up. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Chang sprawling to the ground, bellowing, "Suck it up! Act like a man." In a fleeting moment, Zhang Chang felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the truth. Yet he restrained himself. After all, grievances may be temporary, but one's reputation is everlasting. Zhang sighed deeply towards the heavens, then, in a despondent tone, instructed, "Su Bo, confine the young master to his room. Prepare the writing materials, ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. From this day forth, he is permitted to leave his room only for the necessities of life. Furthermore, dispose of those two useless individuals on the floor. They are forbidden to set foot within the gates of my Zhang family ever again." "Understood," replied Su Bo, the steward, before turning to carry out the orders. "Wait a moment. Send someone to investigate Fang Jingyi for any issues. Ensure a thorough inquiry and report back swiftly." Su Bo hesitated, saying, "Master, Fang Jingyi has only recently arrived in the capital. Surely there can't be any problems." Zhang scoffed, "Humph. Trace his steps from the capital to Taoyuan County. I refuse to believe he is without fault. How many individuals on the court can truly claim to be untainted? As night deepened, the moonlight flowed like water. The gates of the minister's residence creaked open quietly, and two figures, resembling tattered sacks, were unceremoniously cast out, lying motionless upon the ground. Chapter 66. The disheveled Princess Bai furrowed her brows as she scrutinized the unfamiliar man lying on the ground, his face battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head, covered by a white cloth. Are you saying this is Shui Angu? She pondered in astonishment, recalling her previous encounters with him, where he had always appeared as a refined gentleman. How could he have ended up in such a deplorable state while attempting to cultivate connections as assigned by Qian Dishing? It was indeed perplexing. Qian Dishing, with a pained expression, replied, I have no idea. A servant from the shop heard this morning that two naked men were lying in the street and went to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the heir lying there and brought him back. It seems he spent the night on the street, and his clothes were likely taken by beggars. However, he was discovered at the gate of the minister's residence, perhaps having crossed paths with Zhang Chang. Yet, I cannot fathom how Zhang, being from a reputable family, could commit such a heinous act. Suddenly, a faint whiff of alcohol wafted to Bai Yi's nose, prompting her to cover her mouth and nose. Casting a disdainful glance at Ning Hongyuan, it must have been the result of excessive drinking and fighting. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she lamented the state of the royal family of Deqian, filled with frivolous and incompetent individuals. With a sigh, she inquired, What is his condition now? Is there any grave concern? Qian Dishing, troubled, responded, It's not looking good. I have had someone examine him, and for now, his life is not in jeopardy. However, his nasal bone is fractured, and he has lost several teeth. I fear he may be disfigured, and I am uncertain if he can fully recover. The rest are merely superficial injuries. With some time to recuperate, he should heal. Per. He is the sole scion of the Ning family. As he spoke, Qian Dishing could not help but wipe away tears, sobbing quietly. Perhaps stirred by the sound of weeping, Ning Hongyuan, who had been lying silently on the ground, stirred slightly, weakly calling out, Water, water. Seeing this, Qian Dishing hurriedly fetched a cup of tea and fed it to Ning Hongyuan. After swallowing the tea, Ning Hongyuan regained some vitality and immediately spotted Bai Yi, exclaiming in delight, Kong Chu. Bai Yi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, Enough. You've been injured, so speak less. Please get to the point. Why were you beaten so badly? What transpired last night? As Ning Hongyuan opened his mouth to respond, he sensed something was amiss and hastily touched his face, then his mouth, panicking, Quick, bring me a mirror. Qian Dishing promptly produced a copper mirror, and Ning Hongyuan rushed to examine his reflection. Upon seeing his face, he stood there in shock, exclaiming, Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi. What the? I hate this. Before he could finish, he fainted once more. Fang Jingyi. Bai Yi was struck as if by lightning upon hearing the name. What connection did he have with Fang Jingyi? He was involved too? Hadn't that invitation been used by Shui Angu? Could it be that he possessed another? Seeing Ning Hongyuan faint, Qian Dishing quickly knelt down, pressing on the acupoint of Ning Hongyuan while glancing at Bai Yi. He found Bai Yi frozen in place, immobile, which stirred a pang of desolation within him. If the princess is in such a state, how can the great Qian hope for revival? Bai Yi remained dazed, her thoughts swirling in turmoil. Why was it that ever since encountering Fang Jingyi, nothing good ever came to pass? The secret stronghold of the water god cult was submerged because of him. She had become a maidservant to a maid. And now the people they sent out were in a state of disarray because of him. Most importantly, why did Fang Jingyi treat her as if she were less than human? He refused to even give her a pleasant demeanor when she dressed him or opened the door. Was it truly that I am so unappealing that those in the palace and the sect flatter me insincerely? Qian Gonggong, do you think I am ugly? Ah. Qian Dishing stared at Bai Yi, taken aback, and his heart sank further into despair. Is this truly the time to deliberate on matters of beauty? Princess, where lies your focus? It seems the princess is just an ordinary woman. Even at such a critical juncture, she concerns herself with such trivialities. The thought of hopelessness regarding the restoration of their nation weighed heavily on Qian Dishing's heart, prompting him to instinctively flatter her. Your Highness is of unparalleled beauty, a rare jewel in this world, leaving no man untouched by her charm. Bai Yi frowned. I do not wish to hear such flattery. I seek the truth. Hearing the princess inquire about such frivolous matters, Qian Dishing felt as though his heart had been pierced, lamenting, It is true. Why else would you wear a veil when you venture out? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. She wore the veil to shield herself from the predatory gazes of men on the street, similar to those in the sect. This indicated her appearance was not the issue. Yet why did Fang Jingyi treat her with such indifference? Could it be that he is a eunuch? She continued, Qian Gonggong, the eunuchs. Not fancy women? Qian Dishing had pressed on Ning Hongyuan's acupoint for quite some time without any response, and now he was further tormented by Bai Yi's trivial inquiries. Leaving him disheartened, exhausted, he leaned against the counter, his eyes vacant, while mechanically answering her question. Your Highness, being a eunuch has no relation to whether one likes women. So that is it. Bai Yi's brow furrowed even deeper. Could it be that Fang Jingyi is fond of handsome men? He always seems to be paired with Zhang Biao. Surely, this cannot bode well. She pressed on with her inquiries. Qian Gonggong. What if a man prefers other men? Qian Dishing finally found himself at a loss for words, suddenly springing to his feet. Glaring at Bai Yi with red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Princess, is this truly the time to be contemplating such matters? What has happened to you during your stay at the Fang household? Why have you become so unhinged? What on earth transpired while you were there? And why are you dressed as a maidservant? I have been meaning to ask since the last time I saw you. Why? Bai Yi, upon receiving a scathing reprimand from him, immediately found her thoughts drifting back to her grandmother's home, overwhelmed with shame. She timidly murmured, what else could I possibly do at the Fang residence? Naturally, I am treated as an esteemed guest. The Fang family has no female relatives, only these garments. As she spoke, her face grew increasingly flushed, and her heart swelled with indignation. Qian Dishing, filled with sorrow and rage, exclaimed, Your Highness, the Fang family is not a virtuous household. That maid named Xiao Tao not only deceived this old servant last time, but just a few days ago, she intercepted a shipment of exquisite fabrics provided by Master Chen. I cannot fathom how much profit I have lost. If a mere maid possesses such lowly character, it is evident that Fang Jingyi is no paragon of virtue either. Your Highness, you cannot remain in the Fang residence any longer. You must come to stay with me. Bai lowered her head, her face red as if it might bleed, for her attire seemed to be crafted from the finest new fabrics. Your Highness, did you not hear this old servant speaking? Come over tonight. Bai pouted, gazing resolutely at Qian Dishing. I will not go. If I leave just like that, would it not render all the suffering I endured in the Fang household meaningless? I absolutely cannot leave. Upon witnessing Bai Yi's stubborn determination, Qian Dishing's heart softened unexpectedly. Indeed, the princess was but 16 years old, having endured the collapse of her nation and the loss of her family. To survive such tumultuous changes was no small feat. Could he demand more of her? Perhaps it was best to let it be. Very well. Your Highness, please return. I shall see to the young master's arrangements, and you may visit when you have the time. Hearing Qian Dishing's dismissal, a shadow of dejection crossed Bai Yi's beautiful eyes as she exited the fabric shop, feeling as though her heart was fermenting with indignation, causing a painful ache within. After an indeterminate time walking, she finally returned to the grand entrance of the Fang residence. Gazing at the imposing sign, her emotions surged even further. Just then, Fang Jingyi returned home and, upon alighting from his carriage, spotted Bai Yi standing dazedly at the entrance. He raised his hand in greeting, Xiao Bai. At the sound of his voice, Bai Yi silently approached, forcing a smile. Young master, you've returned. Why are you staring at the gate again? Noticing her silence, Fang Jingyi felt a twinge of disappointment and suddenly realized. Is it that the commission from the invitation letter has not reached you? Come now, let me give you some money. Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Saying this, he pulled out a few foul-smelling copper coins and placed them in her palm. Bai Yi was taken aback, staring at the meager coins in her hand, catching a whiff of their unpleasant odor. The pent-up emotions within her erupted like a volcano, and she burst into tears, covering her face with her hands as she rushed into the Fang residence. Fang Jingyi, watching her, chuckled, Oh dear, how delightfully foolish you are to be so happy over a little commission. Chapter 67, The Master of Deception. Fang Jingyi, the chilling cries of the cicadas lingered in the air, heralding the twilight at the long pavilion as the sudden rain began to abate. In the capital, the atmosphere was heavy with a sense of melancholy. The dawn breeze and the waning moon cast a poignant spell over the riverside. In the court, Guo Tianyong read aloud with great emotion the lyrics of Yuanling, Cold Cicadas Cry. Many ministers were entranced, some even wiping away tears with their sleeves. Emperor Jing surveyed the scene from his elevated position, casting a gaze of growing satisfaction towards Fang Jingyi. Where shall we awaken from our drunken reverie tonight? At the willow-fringed bank, beneath the dawn breeze and the waning moon. As the years pass, it seems that fine times and beautiful scenes are but illusions. As Guo Tianyong reached the line about the illusory beauty of fine times, his voice abruptly ceased. A palpable sense of loss enveloped the ministers in attendance. Emperor Jing, in high spirits, exclaimed, "Esteemed ministers, do lend your ears. How shall we appraise this verse? As one ages, emotions become more easily stirred." Li Yinsong, as the prime minister, well-versed in literature, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him upon hearing the lines. Raising his ample sleeves to discreetly wipe his nose, he solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, since ancient times, the sentimental have always been pained by partings, especially during the desolate autumn. Where shall we awaken from our drunkenness tonight? At the willow-fringed bank, beneath the dawn breeze and the waning moon." The first two lines evoke the ache of separation, while the latter two resonate with a sense of forlornness. There must be no interruption between these lines, otherwise the poignancy would turn to ash. Thus, the elder statesman deemed this composition a masterpiece among lyrical works. "I am in awe, and I fear that I may never reach such heights in my lifetime." Upon hearing these words, the ministers sighed in unison. If the esteemed elder held such an opinion, what right did the rest have to interject? Emperor Jing, elated by Li Yinsong's high praise, responded, "Li Gong has been modest. Do you all know who penned this exquisite piece?" Silence fell over the assembly, as each knew the answer, yet hesitated to voice it. Within 2 days, the lyrics of Yuanling had rippled through the streets and alleys of the capital, and all were aware that it had been composed by Fang Jingyi, the junior official of the Zhan Shifu. The scribe himself found rest elusive, as he busily toiled on his grand project while listening to the verses. Noticing the lack of reaction, Emperor Jing chuckled, "It seems my esteemed ministers are already aware. Why not invite the author himself to elucidate these lyrics?" Fang Jingyi trembled as he stepped forward, not from fear, but from sheer embarrassment. He had to even memorize the entire piece. How could he possibly explain it? "Your servant, Fang Jingyi, greets your Majesty." Emperor Jing waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities, Fang Qing. I have witnessed your poetic talents. This piece has indeed given me a renewed perspective of you. However, why are the last 2 lines missing from this composition? Today, not only are my ministers curious, but I suspect even the scholars throughout the capital are equally intrigued. You must provide them with clarity and do not evade the question. Oh heavens! Others recite poetry with such ease, yet here I am, struggling." Fang Jingyi felt panic rise within him, lowering his head in silence for a long moment. The gaze of the ministers slowly converged upon him, while Emperor Jing's brow furrowed with impatience. "Fang Qing, why do you still not speak?" Li Yuan now gazed eagerly at Fang Jingyi, fully aware that although the origins of this poem were unknown, it was certainly not composed by the elder Fang. Witnessing his comrade's public humiliation filled him with a brotherly delight. With no other recourse, Fang Jingyi slowly raised his reddened face, expressing his anguish. "Your servant. I am ashamed." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing's expression grew serious, and the gazes of the assembly began to exchange subtle messages. The underlying sentiment was clear. "Look at this rascal. He can indeed craft such exquisite poetry. It must be plagiarized." In a fit of despair, Fang Jingyi declared, "Since my appointment in Tuan County, I have diligently served the people with unwavering commitment. I am capable of climbing mountains to chop wood and descending into rivers to fetch water. Yet, despite my dedication, the lives of the common folk remain arduous. Subsequently, I continued to strive, and the citizens of Taoyuan County began to flourish. Nonetheless, there are still those who express discontent with their lives, and ultimately, this is my failing." The court officials were taken aback. "You were asked to recite poetry, and here you are, boasting about yourself." Suddenly, Fang Jingyi's expression became fervent. "Thus, I exerted myself even more, but still could not alter the predicament. One day, I fell ill, lying in bed for 3 days and nights without sustenance. During that time, I lay in my dilapidated home, gazing at the stars, when I suddenly grasped a profound truth. That is, all things possess flaws. No matter how one endeavors, it is impossible to satisfy everyone. Hence, since that day, apart from matters concerning the populace, I have endeavored to leave some imperfections in my private life to cultivate my spirit. Over time, I have become incapable of composing complete poems, only fragmented verses. And thus, I have become a person with a disability, though unlike Guogu, my affliction lies within my soul." "How absurd, Fang Jingyi. Are you unwell?" Guo Tianyang, standing beside Emperor Jing, felt as though he had swallowed something foul, inexplicably caught in this turmoil. "It is precisely because I possess a flawed spirit that I can relinquish my obsessions, maintain an indomitable spirit each day, remain unencumbered by material concerns, and continue to serve my country and family. Therefore, when your Majesty inquires why this poem is incomplete, I wish to convey, it is inherently so." Astounding. Is this permissible? Li Yuanzhao's eyes nearly bulged out, his heart trembling at Fang Jingyi's nonsensical discourse. The officials, hearing this ridiculous explanation, were equally scornful. This is utterly absurd. Who would believe your words? Fang Jingyi, you are merely adept at sophistry. However, Emperor Jing, upon reflection, displayed a contemplative demeanor. Since his visit to Taiyuan County, Fang Jingyi indeed had not produced a single complete poem, and every verse he crafted was nothing short of breathtaking. If these works were not the creation of Fang Jingyi, they should have long since circulated widely. Furthermore, the poem Yuanling was also incomplete, aligning with Fang Jingyi's assertions. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jing pondered deeply, while the officials below grew anxious. Your Majesty is contemplating. Your Majesty is contemplating. How could the Emperor be seriously deliberating such a nonsensical matter? Is there anything more absurd in this world? After a prolonged silence, Emperor Jing hesitated and remarked, "So that is the case. Fang Qing indeed possesses a thoughtful disposition." Suddenly, a realization struck. The assembly fell into a deep silence. What has become of the court? Can it possibly improve? How did Fang Zheng's arrival transform everything so drastically? As Fang Zheng's thoughts crystallized, he noticed the Emperor's skepticism. He continued, "Your Majesty, perhaps imperfection is not inherently negative. There are instances where excessive perfection fails to embody true completeness. Likewise, what appears to be lacking may not be so. In the realm of poetry, each individual derives unique insights. By leaving 2 lines vacant, those who appreciate the poem can fill in the gaps according to their personal interpretations. This is what one might call the beauty of incompleteness. Perhaps a form of indirect perfection. Unconvinced? Gentlemen, I invite you to test this theory." Upon hearing his words, the ministers couldn't help but begin to mentally fill in the blanks. It seems to resonate. Chapter 68, The Layered Joy. The ministers pondered deeply, unable to restrain themselves from completing the verses. Subsequently, they were all struck by the notion that their contributions were rather commendable. With the final couplet filled in, did this work not become a creation of my own? Quite reasonable. Even Emperor Jing was of the same mind. No one felt as though they were merely adding a tail to a dog. After all, such is human nature. Fang Jingyi observed the ministers nodding in agreement and smiled in satisfaction. In his moment of pride, he noticed Li Yuanzhao grinning mischievously and giving him a thumbs up, to which Fang Jingyi returned a broad smile, evoking a sense of collusion. As the ministers finished their contemplative nodding, their gazes towards Fang Jingyi transformed. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed genuine talent. It was not entirely nonsense. Emperor Jing appeared radiant, seemingly pleased with his own work. Fang Qing's words held merit. This incompleteness indeed had its own beauty. However, I still yearn to see a complete masterpiece from you in the future. In a frantic search through his mind, the first thing that sprang to Fang Jingyi was goose, 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 and then there was nothing further. He could only offer a sheepish laugh. I shall do my utmost, my utmost. Subsequently, Emperor Jing lightly tapped the imperial table twice. All right, esteemed ministers. Let us conclude this idle chatter. If there are matters at hand, please speak. No sooner had the Emperor's words settled than Zhang Shi, who had remained silent among the crowd, promptly stood up. In a grave tone, he addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have a petition. I wish to impeach Fang Jingyi for openly gathering a crowd to assault the common people, thereby bringing disgrace upon the dignity of the court. As a junior minister, Fang Jingyi's despicable actions will undoubtedly impact the crown prince. I implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment. No one present was taken aback. For aside from the fame of the poem Rain on the Lentils, the other notable event was Fang Jingyi having beaten Zhang Shi's son. However, none expected Zhang Shi to seize this moment to personally impeach Fang Jingyi, especially considering the emperor's current favorable disposition towards him. It was indeed unwise. Zhang Shi had only learned of the incident a day later, and in a fit of rage, he stormed into his home to reprimand Zhang Chong again. It was not terrifying to be bullied by others, but to have his son bullied and remain silent was intolerable for Zhang Shi. After enduring another severe beating, Zhang Cheng hesitantly confessed to being assaulted, which caused Zhang Shi great distress. The weakness of his own son exceeded his expectations. Thus, even if the timing of his impeachment was ill-fated, he felt compelled to stand up. Emperor Jing feigned ignorance and asked, Fang Jingyi assaulted someone? Who is this individual? When and where did this occur? Is there any evidence? Your Majesty, I am deeply ashamed to report that the victim of Fang Jingyi's assault is none other than my son, Zhang Chong. This transpired 2 days ago on a pleasure boat at Tuzwa Lake. At that time, my son was attending a poetry gathering, and the scholars present can attest to this. Having spoken, Zhang Shi cast a resentful glance at Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi, however, appeared indifferent, merely shrugging his shoulders. Emperor Jing turned to Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi, is there any truth to this matter? Fang Jingyi stepped forward, asserting, 2 days ago, I indeed attended a poetry gathering. However, I did not assault Master Zhang's son. Merely a verbal altercation ensued. Master Zhang, are you attempting to frame me? Zhang Shi, upon hearing this, erupted with indignation. Frame you? Do you even merit such an accusation? As soon as he uttered those words, Fang Jingyi swiftly turned to report, Your Majesty, I seek to impeach Minister of Revenue Zhang Shi for openly insulting a court official. Fang Jingyi, you are shameless. Zhang Shi was taken aback by Fang Jingyi's complete disregard for decorum, his temper escalating further. Everyone has heard. He calls me shameless. We have witnesses and evidence. Zhang Shi, what more do you have to say? Observing Zhang Shi's demeanor, the crowd suppressed their laughter. The youth has no sense of martial decorum. Emperor Jing reprimanded, Fang Jingyi, cease this commotion. Zhang Shi, I inquire, do you have witnesses? Zhang Shi had evidently prepared for this confrontation. Your Majesty, my son and the witnesses are present outside. Ready to heed your summons. Excellent. Bring them forth. The ministers gasped in surprise. How could the esteemed Minister of Revenue become so agitated? This court session was transforming into a trial. Such behavior was beyond acceptable, and for merely a scuffle, the emperor seemingly acquiesced. It appeared there would be a spectacle today. Soon, Zhang Chong and a scholar-like individual were brought before the court. The two bowed nervously, clearly unaccustomed to such a scene. Emperor Jing, unfamiliar with Zhang Chong, addressed them directly. Witnesses, what is your identity? Did Fang Jingyi engage in a brawl 2 days ago? The scholar, trembling, replied, I am a commoner invited to the poetry gathering. On that day, I witnessed Master Fang assaulting young Master Zhang. At that moment, there were 3 individuals, and young Master Zhang was pinned beneath the table. The 3 were jumping on the table. Fang Jingyi, is this true? Fang Jingyi calmly responded, Your Majesty, this is all a fabrication. I did not engage in any physical conflict with young Master Zhang. It must be that this gentleman has imbibed too much and imagined this scenario. If 3 were to overpower one, why would they go through the trouble of pinning him under the table? Moreover, such a method of fighting is rather childish. I would disdain to employ it. That evening, young Master Zhang was not far from me. I distinctly saw him playing a stacking game, and after indulging too much, we exchanged a few words. That is all. Emperor Jing, puzzled, asked, What is this stacking game? Upon hearing the term, Zhang Chong trembled uncontrollably, prompting Zhang Shi to discreetly kick him from behind. Thinking his son was merely intimidated by the grandeur of the court. This stacking game involves 2 players drinking. They take turns stacking cups, competing to see who can build the tallest tower. Fang Jingyi had casually fabricated this explanation. The emperor glanced at Zhang Chong, observing his anxious demeanor, and furrowed his brow once more. Zhang Shi, a high-ranking official, could not fathom how his son could be so inept, and raised his voice. Zhang Chong, recite the events of that day in their entirety. If Fang Jingyi has wronged you, I shall certainly dispatch someone to investigate and restore justice on your behalf. At this moment, Zhang Chong was torn apart, as he was forcibly brought to the palace by his own father. He felt as though he was being roasted over an open flame, caught between his father and his own reputation. Whom should he protect? If he denied the beating, would he not utterly disgrace his father? Yet if he admitted it, how could he maintain his dignity? How could he face the world when his father would still lose face? After weighing his options, Zhang Chang steeled himself. Your Majesty, on that day, I was indeed engaged in stacking blocks, and Fang Jingyi did not strike me. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Chang seemed to deflate as if his very bones had been extracted. Zhang Shi widened his eyes, trembling as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Chang, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The news had spread far and wide. How could this ungrateful son still refuse to admit the truth? No, that cannot be right. Suddenly, Zhang Shi's bloodshot eyes locked onto Fang Jingyi. He must have something on my son, or else there would be no other explanation. Fang Jingyi remained unfazed, nonchalantly observing the trembling scholar. Meanwhile, Li Yuanzhao, seated at the dais, wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Emperor Jing surveyed the expressions of those present and remarked, Zhang Qing, since the victim himself denies this matter, do you have anything further to say? I have nothing to say. I beseech your Majesty to deliver punishment. In that instant, Zhang Shi appeared to age a decade, his heart shattered. Oh, ungrateful son! What words could not be spoken at home, that you must conceal them so? Very well, to falsely accuse a minister without cause. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Fang Jingyi interrupted Emperor Jing. Please, Fong Qing, speak. Since I am the true victim in this matter, I propose we let it go. After all, it is but a trivial incident, and I do not mind it. Oh, is that truly so? The emperor cast a look of astonishment. As this was not Fong Jingyi's usual demeanor, had he not always been one to seek retribution? The assembled ministers, even Zhang Shi, were taken aback. Why had Fong Jingyi suddenly changed his tune? Fong Jingyi spoke earnestly. I genuinely mean it. Since my arrival in the capital, I have not been well received. And I have grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, many felt a twinge of guilt. Who would have thought that Fong Jingyi was still a person of character? The scholar gazed at Fong Jingyi, his eyes filled with gratitude. The emperor sighed. Very well. Fong Qing, with such magnanimity, I shall grant your wish and have these two escorted out of the palace without further punishment. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Chapter 69. The fifth princess. After experiencing a minor setback, the court assembly returned to its usual routine. Once the meeting concluded, Guo Tianong, with a mysterious expression, approached Fong Jingyi. Brother Xian, His Majesty has summoned you to the imperial study. Ah, thank you, Brother Guo. Fong Jingyi, oblivious to the implications, discreetly slipped a banknote into Guo Tianyang's sleeve. Guo Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and whispered, he may inquire about some matters concerning tea. Very well. Watching Fong Jingyi depart, Guo Tianyang couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Although the young man was rather clever, he could be quite oblivious at times. Must I personally ask him to be my godson? Upon entering the imperial study, Emperor Jing had already arranged the seating. Upon seeing Fong Jingyi arrive, he immediately said, There's no need for formalities. Please, take a seat. Fong Jingyi felt a surge of joy. It seemed there would be no significant issues today. As Emperor Jing perused the memorials, he spoke without lifting his gaze. Now, tell me, how did you come to blows with Zhang Chang? Your Majesty. Why do you say that? Fong Jingyi's guard was instantly raised. Could it be that he had someone following me? Emperor Jing let out a scoff. Huh? Do you think I am unaware of your character, Fong Jingyi? A verbal spat? What could anyone gain from quarreling with you? Fong Jingyi chuckled awkwardly. It appeared that the emperor was inclined to protect me. I am ashamed, Your Majesty. It was merely a friendly exchange. I did not use excessive force, and afterward, I even invited him to bathe. Emperor Jing slowly lifted his head, pointing at Fong Jingyi with his brush. Zhang Chang is the son of the Minister of Revenue. You do realize this, do you not? The capital is unlike Taoyuan County. You must refrain from acting recklessly and making a scene. It is unbecoming of a minister. Noticing the emperor's concern, Fong Jingyi smiled bashfully. Your Majesty, what urgent matters do you wish to discuss? The emperor's demeanor turned grave. Tea is not selling well. The last batch of tea imported from Taoyuan County had performed adequately, but subsequent sales had been declining daily. In recent days, the situation had worsened, and similar products had begun to emerge in the market. Thus, I wish to consult you on how to address this issue. Fong Jingyi was not surprised by this news. The products had been of inferior quality from the outset. People were merely indulging in novelty and chasing trends. Moreover, with the emperor's pricing set so high, who would be willing to remain a fool for long? Your Majesty, this is a normal occurrence. The quality of the Depin Tianxian tea is not particularly high, and the variety is limited, with prices excessively steep. To remedy this, it is not difficult. We merely need to import other varieties of tea from Taoyuan County and reposition the market. We could categorize the tea into longevity tea, beauty tea, weight gain tea, and aphrodisiac tea, among others. The packaging must be exquisite, ideally achieving a buying the box while discarding the pearl effect. Additionally, a brief story should be included to introduce the tea's rich historical background. The counters of the shop must be meticulously categorized and thoughtfully planned. For instance, it would be prudent to employ elderly individuals with an ethereal demeanor to promote longevity tea, while beauty tea could be marketed by attractive salespersons. As for invigorating tea, one might consider enlisting characters like Guo Gonggong, who boastfully declares their prowess to anyone who crosses their path. One can only imagine the irresistible allure such a proposition holds for any man. Recently, the old fellow Guo Tianong has taken to casting peculiar glances at Fong Jingyi, who remains acutely aware of this. Although the Emperor Jing initially found amusement in Guo Tianong's jests, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Speak properly. Moreover, the current sales model, which relies solely on counter-sales, is rather crude. It would be far more advantageous to forge long-term partnerships with other taverns or brothels to supply goods in bulk at a price lower than retail, allowing them to promote the products in the marketplace. Of utmost importance is the pricing strategy. Forgive my candor, Your Majesty. But the price set for your tea is excessively high. The patrons will be exploited in waves, and the losses will far outweigh any gains. The Emperor Jing regarded Fang Jingyi with a quizzical expression. But aren't the items from Taoyuan County rather pricey? Fang Jingyi replied awkwardly. The market dynamics differ between the capital and Taoyuan County. The latter employs a tourism-based model. A tourism-based model? Indeed, Taoyuan County sees very few outsiders, and those seeking to procure goods must source them from the county itself. Thus, haha. The Emperor Jing burst into laughter. What if I entrusted you with the sale of tea leaves? Fang Jingyi quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I am not suited for that. I am already exhausted from instructing the Crown Prince. Even rising from bed is a struggle. If I were to also manage tea sales, I fear it would yield counterproductive results. What a jest. To procure goods from Taoyuan County while earning the same profit from 2 jobs? When would Fang Xiao ever fall for such a trick? I shall grant you a share of the profits. Deal. Fang Jingyi blurted out without a second thought. Immediately regretting his words, the Emperor Jing fixed his gaze upon him. You are the first to negotiate with me. Do you know why I hold you in such high regard? The statement sounded awkward, and Fang Jingyi's expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Is it because I can generate profit? The Emperor Jing replied slowly. Indeed, last year, the National Treasury received over 22 million taels, and your method alone enabled me to earn over 100,000 taels. It is this ability of yours that I value. Currently, the Treasury is depleted, and we are in dire straits, lacking both grain and funds, which causes me great distress. Fang Jingyi nodded. Ultimately, it comes down to the scarcity of grain. If we had sufficient food supplies, we could unleash a great deal of manpower, thus creating and circulating wealth. That is intriguing. I have witnessed your ability to generate profit. But what about grain? Do you have any solutions? The Emperor's eyes glimmered with hope, eager to hear the desired response from Fang Jingyi. However, disappointment soon followed. I have no means, Fang Jingyi lamented, feeling helpless. The concepts of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn are entirely foreign to the citizens of Jinghua, despite his efforts to seek information and alternatives. The search yielded no results, and hope seemed exceedingly dim. Fang Jingyi was reluctant to squander both human resources and finances on this endeavor. Thus, he had no choice but to cease the pursuit. Ultimately, he could only assign personnel in Taoyuan County to focus on the breeding of existing primary crops. However, the scale was too limited for significant progress. Conversely, some remarkably efficient agricultural tools emerged, yet in this era, human labor was deemed exceedingly undervalued, rendering these instruments relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme. Emperor Jing, with a regretful gesture, remarked, Enough, it is indeed a challenge for you. Such matters cannot be resolved by a single individual. He concluded, Let us end our discussion here. The Crown Prince awaits your presence. No sooner had Emperor Jing finished speaking than Guitianong hurriedly burst in, drenched in sweat, and with a look of terror upon his face. Your Majesty, Imperial physician who reports that the 5th princess is in critical condition. You should go and see her. Chapter 70. The Divine Healer What? Emperor Jing abruptly rose, his face awash with astonishment as he dashed out of the imperial study, leaving Fang Jingyi in a state of bewilderment. After spending a moment in contemplation within the study, he slowly made his exit. Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Secretary, he found Li Yuanzhao leisurely engaged in a game of Go with Lu Jin. Upon spotting Fang Jingyi, Li Yuanzhao leaped up, brimming with excitement. Incredible, old Fang. Today, I left that old man Zhang Shi utterly speechless. Why have you only just arrived? Fang Jingyi, perplexed, replied, His Majesty summoned me to the imperial study, and then I heard that the 5th princess is unwell and left. Which 5th princess? What? Li Yuanzhao. Upon hearing this, wore a look of shock before hastily departing. Fang Jingyi, once again in a state of confusion, turned to Lu Jin. Which 5th princess is that? Lu Jin, upon receiving the news, also donned a sorrowful expression. When Fang Jingyi inquired, he grimaced and responded, The 5th princess is the one most cherished by His Majesty and the Crown Prince, having suffered from ill health since childhood. Alas, lead the way. I must go and see. Lu Jin's face grew even more troubled. Sir Fang, that is the inner palace. You cannot enter. Fang Jingyi shrugged. If the Crown Prince has left, what reason do I have to remain here? Enough of your chatter. Lead the way, with the Crown Prince present. What is there to fear? I cannot. I dare not. Lu Jin appeared as distressed as a young bride. Seeing this, Fang Jingyi stepped closer, embracing Lu Jin and whispering, Little Jin, ever since I entered the palace, I have held you in the highest regard. Did you know? I possess a method that could restore your, well, you know. Really? Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with hope. Would I, Fang Jingyi, a man of esteemed reputation, deceive you? Fang Jingyi's countenance bore an air of solemnity, as if his assertion were irrefutable. It can indeed be restored. It can indeed be restored. This phrase echoed in Lu Jin's mind, and gradually his eyes grew moist. With a determined grit of his teeth and a stamp of his foot, he declared, "Follow me. You understand." Throughout their journey, Lu Jin was filled with fervor, his legs moving as if to conjure phantoms. Fang Jingyi trailed behind, hurling expletives, until they reached their destination, where they were both left panting. Within the Mingluan Palace, Emperor Jing and the Crown Prince gazed with deep concern at the fifth princess lying on the bed. Upon Fang Jingyi's arrival, both men displayed expressions of astonishment. Emperor Jing admonished, "What brings you here? Is this a place for you to be?" "Your Majesty, I followed the Crown Prince here. I was unaware of the circumstances." Fang Jingyi panted, cursing under his breath at the speed of the eunuchs. Li Yuanzhao quickly intervened. "Father, do not be upset. It was I who requested old Fang's presence." Preposterous. With that, Emperor Jing fell silent, his gaze returning to the princess as he began to sigh deeply once more. Once Fang Jingyi had regained his breath, he peered at the bed, and instantly he was struck dumb, a singular thought bursting forth in his mind. The epitome of ethereal beauty. Before him lay a stunning maiden, her delicate countenance reflecting both worry and fragility, illness draping her like a shroud. Her eyes were shut tight, occasionally interrupted by soft coughs. With a finely shaped nose, skin as pale as snow, and lips as red as a solitary plum blooming amid the winter snow, she exuded an enchanting allure. Even through the thick quilt, her graceful silhouette was discernible. As Fang Jingyi observed, his heart raced slightly. Is the royal lineage truly this remarkable? Emperor Jing, in a melancholic tone, inquired, "Doctor Hu, what is the condition of the princess now?" Doctor Hu, appearing ethereal and wise, continually stroked his beard and sighed. "The situation is not optimistic. Just moments ago, I nearly believed the princess could not endure any longer. Thankfully, divine providence has allowed her to survive this ordeal for now. As for the rest, we must wait for the princess to recuperate before further evaluation." Emperor Jing looked heavenward and lamented, 10 years. It has been a decade without a cure. What sin has my daughter committed? Niaohan, Niaohan, can she hear my words?" Doctor Hu shook his head. "I am uncertain, Your Majesty. The princess remains unstable. It would be best to allow her to rest, and I shall report back once there is any change." The emperor, with a weary shake of his head, addressed the crown prince. "Fang Qing, let the princess rest in peace." "I shall not. I want to remain here," Li Yuanzhao declared stubbornly, gazing intently at Emperor Jing. The emperor, noting Li Yuanzhao's resolute expression and Fang Jingyi's concerned countenance, sighed in resignation. "Very well. If you wish to stay longer, you may. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Li Yuanzhao, dejected, tugged at Fang Jingyi's sleeve and whispered, "Old Fang, do you have any solutions? Are there any reputable physicians in Taoyuan County?" Old Fang, Old Fang. Fang Jingyi, roused from his thoughts, replied helplessly, "Your Highness, I am not a physician. The doctors in Taoyuan County are unlikely to match the imperial physician's expertise. First, let me ascertain the nature of the princess's ailment. Then we can ponder potential remedies." He then approached Doctor Hu, asking, "Pray tell, esteemed physician, what affliction does the princess suffer from?" Doctor Hu hesitated before replying, "And you are?" "Fang Jingyi," he stated. Upon hearing this name, Doctor Hu displayed a look of disdain, replying dismissively, "Even if I told you, you would not comprehend." Fang Jingyi blinked, taken aback. Has his reputation within the palace soured to such an extent that it reached the imperial medical hall? He advanced and seized Doctor Hu by the collar, causing the surrounding attendants and eunuchs to retreat in shock. Fang Jingyi coolly asserted, "I inquire, you respond. Speak carelessly, and I shall report you. For a physician who has failed to cure an ailment for a decade, what pride do you possess?" Doctor Hu, having never encountered such audacity in the palace, trembled as he stammered, "It is a lung disease." "A lung disease? Which type?" Fang Jingyi pressed. "Ah, release me. It's rather peculiar. It resembles tuberculosis but is not." "I have already said you would not understand." Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi released Doctor Hu's collar, smoothing his garments, and remarked with a smile, "Now, that is how one should converse. If only you had spoken clearly from the start. Such lack of civility." Li Yuanzhao approached with a displeased expression. "What is all this commotion about? Old Fang, what have you learned?" Fang Jingyi glanced at Doctor Hu. "I have yet to clarify the details." Upon the arrival of the crown prince, physician who hastily exclaimed, "Your Highness, this ailment is extraordinarily peculiar. Initially, I believed the princess's condition stemmed from a deficiency of liver fire, and I prescribed a remedy that yielded some results. However, the princess's sudden onset of illness today, it appears further contemplation is necessary." Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by fury. "In the past decade, how many prescriptions have you altered? You incompetent physician, I shall strike you down." With that, he raised his fist and lunged at physician who immediately sought refuge. Shielding his head, Fang Jingyi quickly intervened, embracing Li Yuanzhao, mindful of his own role in instructing the prince and determined to prevent him from creating a scene. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to examine further." Hearing Fang Jingyi's words, Li Yuanzhao reluctantly lowered his fist. At that moment, Fang Jingyi's gaze toward physician who shifted. The fact that this man had continuously altered his prescriptions for a decade while the princess still thrived indicated that he was indeed a miraculous healer. Chapter 71. The scientific pioneer Fang Jingyi approached the princess's bed, observing her condition for a while. He noted that aside from her fever, she seemed to be coughing, but there was nothing evidently amiss. According to Doctor Hu, she was suffering from a lung ailment, which he couldn't help but liken to pneumonia. However, lacking medical expertise, he could not ascertain the truth. Turning to Li Yuanzhao, he suggested, "Your Highness, we should take our leave. Remaining here serves no purpose and might disturb the princess's rest." Li Yuanzhao nodded gravely. As they reached the door of the palace, Li Yuanzhao leaned despondently against a pillar and murmured, "Old Fang, do you know? Miaohan is the princess's closest sister. We have grown up together. She is merely a month younger than I, and has always been frail and sickly. Seeing her in such distress today feels like a knife slicing through my heart. I could almost kill that incompetent physician." Fang Zhengyi stood silently beside him. Li Yuanzhao continued in sorrow, "I thought you were resourceful enough to find a way to save her, but I never anticipated this. What will I do if she departs this world?" The two remained in silence for a long while. Suddenly, Li Yuanzhao looked up at Fang Jingyi and asked, "Old Fang, do you desire a wife?" Li Yuanzhao's unexpected inquiry took Fang Jingyi aback, his heart struggling to process the abrupt shift in conversation. "I recall there is a folk remedy known as chonshi. Why not marry Miaohan to you and attempt it?" He continued, "This is a last resort. And you are the only one I could consider. I would never consent to another man. Just tell me, are you willing?" Fang Jingyi looked skyward in speechless disbelief. Marrying the ailing princess to himself, was the crown prince showing him favor or harboring resentment? He forced a bitter smile and replied, "Your Highness, that is merely a folktale. If chonshi could cure ailments, wars would not exist in this world." At these words, it felt as though a string in Li Yuanzhao's heart had snapped. He leapt up, seizing Fang Jingyi's arms forcefully, exclaiming, "What then? What can I do?" Fang Jingyi immediately pried Li Yuanzhao's hands away, shouting, "Calm down. The most pressing matter is to find a way to save the princess. Why are you shouting so loudly? Does it serve any purpose?" Startled by Fang Jingyi's outburst, Li Yuanzhao slumped to the ground, murmuring, "What other options are there? What other options?" Seeing the prince in such a despondent state, Fang Jingyi couldn't help but empathize. The crown prince was indeed a man of deep feelings. Reluctantly, he spoke, "Perhaps. I have a suggestion." Although the hope is exceedingly slim, Li Yuanzhao sprang up, clutching at this glimmer of hope as if it were a lifeline, exclaiming, "Old Fang, you truly have a solution. Speak quickly. There exists a substance known as penicillin, which may have the potential to cure the princess's ailment." After much internal conflict, Fang Jingyi finally voiced this possibility. Fully aware that hope was scant, penicillin, in the future, would be regarded as a panacea, a precious commodity during times of war. Renowned for its high safety and immeasurable efficacy in combating infections and inflammation. Before Fang Jingyi traversed to this realm, he had chanced upon a drama that meticulously detailed the artisanal preparation of penicillin. However, he could only recall the general concepts, with the finer points requiring further contemplation. To ensure the procedure remained error-free, the preparation environment suitable, and the knowledge gleaned from the television series reliable, all three conditions must be met simultaneously. Thus, in his mind, the likelihood of success was virtually nil. Observing the crown prince's predicament, he felt compelled to take desperate measures. "I possess a means to procure the medicine. But until success is achieved, this must remain a secret. Moreover, the process of concocting the remedy will require time. Whether the princess can endure until then is a matter of fate." Li Yuanzhao was filled with excitement. "Excellent. Splendid. Old Fang, tell me how I can assist you." The two men quickly reached an agreement and hastened back to the Eastern Palace. instructing Lu Jin to gather several baskets of oranges. They placed the oranges in a dim environment to encourage the growth of mold, and over the course of several days, the mold began to creep across the surface of the fruit. Fang Jingyi then had rice and taro boiled down to create a crude broth, which served as a culture medium. Ultimately, he selected the mold with the most vibrant hue from the orange peels and introduced it to the culture. After nearly a week, the culture medium was nearly complete. He then added vegetable oil and stirred to further purify it. As penicillin is a water-soluble substance, this step was crucial for continued refinement. Subsequently, he incorporated carbon powder and continued the stirring process for purification. The subsequent steps, he vaguely recalled, involved further purification of the penicillin using acidic and alkaline solutions. Unsure how to procure acidic water, he resorted to vinegar, while the imperial kitchen provided ample alkaline solution, albeit with no guarantee of purity. The process required several filtration steps. And lacking filter paper, Fang Jingyi had thoughtfully brought handmade paper from Taiyuan County with him. This paper, supplied exclusively to the county office, was resilient, soft, breathable, and possessed excellent water permeability, far surpassing ordinary rice paper. Due to the absence of sterilization methods, he opted to sunbathe the paper during peak sunlight hours to eliminate any germs. The syringe was crafted by a silversmith, with the rubber stopper ingeniously replaced by animal sinew. All experiments proceeded in an orderly fashion, and with each trial, Fang Jingyi's confidence steadily grew. To ensure safety and precision, he meticulously adjusted the experimental sequence, subjecting all apparatus to high-temperature sterilization, and varied the ratios of acidic and alkaline solutions, ultimately culminating in 27 distinct experimental groups. The Crown Prince could only participate for limited periods, as he was often reprimanded by both Shirgoen and Emperor Jing for skipping classes. Fang Jingyi, too, endured the scoldings. Yet neither of them allowed this to deter their experiments. During the penicillin preparation process, the princess inexplicably fell ill once again, but fortunately, she emerged unscathed. At long last. After a fortnight, all 27 experimental groups successfully produced penicillin, and Fang Jingyi compiled an extensive tome of notes, meticulously documenting the processes of each group. As he gazed at the 27 silver bowls, each containing a portion of penicillin, a surge of pride welled within him. Since my journey through time began, I have taken a monumental step in human history by conducting my very first experiment. Li Yuan now gazed upon the silver bowls before him, a sense of trepidation stirring within. He had never heard of such methods for healing, yet old Fang was indeed an extraordinary individual. There must be rationale behind his actions. One must have faith in him. Old Fang, what shall we do next? Fang Jingyi replied, let us set aside the question of whether this medicine can cure ailments for the moment. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the safety of penicillin. I require a number of death row inmates. The subsequent proceedings shall be entrusted to your highness. Li Yuanjia readily acquiesced. By some means unknown to him, a comprehensive list of death row inmates was delivered to Fang Jingyi by the following morning. As Fang perused the roster, his expression grew increasingly grim. Each entry detailed the crimes committed by the inmates, with offenses ranging from murder and arson to the more heinous acts of cannibalism and sadism. Originally, 27 individuals were slated for the trial. However, as Fang continued to review the list, he marked over 40 names. Initially contemplating a reduction, he ultimately decided that a larger sample size would yield more precise results. As time was of the essence for the princess, this trial must succeed without fail. Thus, he selected a total of 54 inmates. 3 days later, in a dungeon within the capital, the space had been transformed into a vast chamber resembling a character, illuminated by oil lamps yet still shrouded in darkness. A fabric curtain partitioned the area, for Fang Jingyi feared that the prisoner's uncleanliness could transmit bacteria through sneezes and breaths, contaminating the specimens. Due to the Crown Prince's truancy, Fang was the sole individual present for the experiment that day, surrounded by over a dozen guards. Before him lay a grand table, upon which rested 27 silver bowls. Silently, Fang extracted the penicillin from each of the bowls into numbered silver syringes. With preparations complete, the curtain in the center of the dungeon was slowly drawn back. Over 50 condemned prisoners peered through the barred doors, their hearts racing at the sight of the young man before them. Such an unusual experience of incarceration was unprecedented. Fang Jingyi spoke with a calming tone. Do not be alarmed, esteemed individuals. You have been assembled here today for the purpose of trialing a new medicine for the valiant soldiers of our great Jing. This remedy can counteract a myriad of toxins and boasts a high degree of safety. However, I require your feedback post-usage. The fortunate inmates participating in today's trial shall each receive a reward of 20 taels of silver, to be distributed in the autumn. Should the trial prove successful, I shall petition the court for clemency on your behalf, commending the commutation of your death sentences to life imprisonment. Now, I have spoken. Who is in favor? And who is against? As Fang's words resonated, all the guards placed their hands firmly upon their weapons, inwardly lamenting, "By heavens, what a task you have burdened us with." I oppose. Are you not merely seeking to bring about our demise? If you possess courage, grant us a swift end. Silence. A guard stepped forward, opening the cell door to deliver 2 resounding slaps to the defiant inmate. The prisoner immediately shrank in grievance against the wall, while the others exchanged glances, pondering if they had encountered a true aberration after a lifetime of being treated as such. Surely, there must be something amiss with your concoction. Moreover, the idea of distributing bonuses after autumn is sheer madness. And with a life sentence, I would rather embrace the sweet release of death. Observing the lack of dissent, Fang Jingyi felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well, let the experiment commence. Pair up and bring them out one by one. The guards swung open the cell doors, leading forth 2 condemned prisoners. A few stepped forward to restrain one of them in a chair, while Fang Jingyi, with a trembling hand, injected the syringe into the vein of the death row inmate. It was his first time administering an injection, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, but fortunately, it was over swiftly. The second prisoner was pinned to the table, his trousers lowered as he received an injection in the buttock. This was decidedly simpler. After the 2 death row inmates were injected, labels were affixed to their arms before they were returned to their cells. Soon, over 50 individuals underwent the same procedure, each one meticulously treated. An hour later, Li Yuanzhao, clad in the attire of a guard, burst into the dungeon, exclaiming, "Old Fang! Old Fang! What has become of those death row inmates?" It must have succeeded. A wave of anxiety surged within him. The fate of his sister rested solely on this outcome. Fang Jingyi, facing the draped curtain, turned at the sound of Li Yuanzhao's voice. The flickering candlelight in the dungeon cast shifting shadows across Fang Jingyi's sharply defined features, rendering him enigmatic. Meeting Li Yuanzhao's hopeful gaze, Fang Jingyi slowly pivoted, his voice laden with profound disappointment and a hint of sorrow. They all perished. Chapter 72. Is the princess saved? What? They are all dead? Old Fang, do not deceive me. Li Yuanzhao could hardly believe his ears. He had clearly seen the raw materials, and since they were not poison, how could over 50 individuals have perished? Fang Jingyi remained silent, turning away and pulling aside the curtain behind him. Within the cell lay over 50 lifeless bodies, sprawled in disarray. The surrounding guards were once again confronted with this horrifying sight, their legs trembling uncontrollably. It was utterly terrifying. This young man before them was no ordinary being. He had callously poisoned more than 50 people without flinching. The condemned prisoners, after receiving the injection, had screamed in agony, convulsed violently, and some had vomited uncontrollably. Each met a gruesome end. After the ordeal, he had continued to rummage through the corpses, pressing and compressing their chests, some even crushed beyond recognition. In all his life, even on the battlefield, he had never witnessed such malevolence. He was not human, he was a devil. Before the arrival of the crown prince, the atmosphere had been bearable, but once he appeared, the guards felt a fleeting sense of safety. The tension within them had reached a breaking point, and many guards found themselves weeping, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Some even lost control of their bladders, amidst the faint odor of urine lingering in the air. Fang Jingyi's heart grew heavier with despair. Li Yuanzhao sat on the ground, tears glistening in his eyes, murmuring, "How could this be? How could this be? We have worked so hard for half a month. Could it really be too late?" Fang Jingyi quickly assisted Li Yuanzhao to his feet, saying, "Your Highness, let us return to the palace first and discuss it there." Li Yuanzhao nodded, unsteadily rising and stepping out first, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn. Fang Jingyi glanced back, offering a bitter smile. "How difficult it is for me, Fang Jingyi." The guards felt a chill in their hearts. He smiled. This monster, who had mercilessly killed over 50 people, could still smile at the corpses. I want to go home." Fang Jingyi surveyed the sea of bodies, contemplating that he had done all he could. Perhaps this was simply the nature of existence. After a deep sigh, he turned and departed from the dungeon. From this day forth, a legend of the Dungeon King, capable of silencing children's cries at night, would echo through the capital for a century, ever renewing. 2 days later, the princess fell ill once more. Li Yuanzhao was also in a poor state, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of the 5th princess, appearing lost and distracted. Fang Jingyi felt utterly helpless. although he lamented the princess's tragic fate. The reality was that penicillin could not be procured under the current circumstances. Yet, the crown prince remained in a daze, unable to absorb any words of wisdom, hindering any progress in their efforts. Where was the dignity of the master-disciple relationship? Fang Jingyi could no longer sit idly by and resolved to seek out Doctor Hu once more. Thus, he summoned Lu Jin. Lu Jin, please fetch Doctor Hu from the Imperial Medical Institute. I have matters to discuss with him. In recent days, Lu Jin found himself in a state of disarray, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of waiting for Fang Zheng to assist him in producing gold once more. He eagerly suggested, I have heard that Doctor Hu has been attending to the princess at Mingwan Palace every day. Perhaps I could escort you there? Fang Zheng glanced at Li Yuanjiao, who was seated before a chessboard, staring vacantly at the pieces. It was clear that he would not accompany him. So Fang Zheng resolved to embark on this venture alone. Without further ado, he stealthily followed Lu Jin into Mingwan Palace. Fortunately, the palace maids and eunuchs recognized Fang Zheng and did not impede his entry. After a brief search, they discovered that the doctor was absent. Fang Zheng casually inquired of a palace maid, How is the princess faring at present? The maid replied earnestly, My lord. The princess fell ill yesterday and her condition is rather poor. She remains in a deep slumber. This month, she has succumbed to illness 3 times. The most severe episode was the first. Fang Zheng's keen instinct sensed something amiss. In his preoccupation with experiments, he had overlooked this matter. If the princess were suffering from pneumonia, it would not manifest in such intermittent episodes. He had never heard of recurring illness of this nature, especially when each attack left her unconscious. He hastily asked, Is there a seasonal pattern to the princess's afflictions? Which season is most severe? Indeed, replied the maid. Winter tends to be milder, and this year, there have been no incidents during winter, but summer has proven to be severe. Fang Zheng felt he was on the cusp of a revelation. He continued, Where did the princess last fall ill? Right here, the maid replied, looking puzzled. Be more specific. In the back garden. Lead me to the back garden. Fang Zheng exclaimed, his face alight with joy, for it seemed the princess's ailment might be connected to the garden. The young maid quickly knelt and protested, My lord. The back garden is the princess's private sanctuary. You cannot enter. A 20-tael silver note floated gently before her. The maid picked it up, and, upon seeing Fang Zheng's smiling face, hesitated. May I enter? The maid, placing the note on the ground, shook her head, saying, My lord, please do not insist. I must refuse. If anyone finds out, I could face dire consequences. Another 20-tael silver note followed closely behind. Can I enter? The maid bit her lip. My lord, it truly cannot be. A stack of 20-tael silver notes descended upon her. The maid was taken aback, looking up at Fang Zheng. She then silently gathered the notes and whispered, My lord, please keep this discreet. Rest assured, if discovered, I shall claim I ventured in on my own accord. With a guide at his side, Fang Zheng stealthily made his way to the back garden without incident. Inside, the garden was ablaze with vibrant flowers in shades of deep crimson. Fang Zheng pointed at the blossoms, asking, What flowers are these? The maid replied softly, These are called Coral of Dawn, the princess's favorite flower, blooming throughout the year. Could it be that these flowers were indeed the cause of her ailment? Fang Jingyi solemnly inquired, Was the most severe episode of the princess's affliction this month in the back garden, and did she come into contact with those flowers? The maid pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly, Indeed. She touched them and even gathered a large bouquet, claiming she would present it to His Majesty. Fang Jingyi tugged at the corner of his mouth. This is clearly an allergy to pollen. With so many people in the palace, how could no one have noticed? It's no wonder she suffers from these episodes. How can one expect to recover only to return to the garden? Those flowers bloom incessantly throughout the year. Although perhaps this winter's unusually low temperatures have delayed their blossoming. After 10 years of enduring, the princess's constitution seems quite resilient. Had I known it was this simple, there would have been no need for my foolish endeavor with penicillin, resulting in such a bloody mess. Thank you. Let us return. Chapter 73. Advanced Dietary Therapy. Fang Jingyi hurried back to the East Palace, where he found Li Yuanjiao still fixated on the chessboard. He exclaimed loudly, Your Highness. The princess's ailment can be cured. Li Yuanjiao slowly raised his head, his expression a mixture of emotions. Old Fang, have you come to a realization? What realization? Fang Jingyi was bewildered. To bring joy, Li Yuanjiao stated. Fang Jingyi was taken aback. It seemed the crown prince had spent 2 days pondering this matter. His thought process was indeed extraordinary. However, the notion of the pure and virtuous princess had struck a chord with him, though he was uncertain of her character. Fang Jingyi hesitated. Can you handle this? I will seek an audience with Father Emperor. Upon saying this, Li Yuanzhao made to leave, but Fang Jingyi promptly intercepted him. Enough. No one understands a woman's heart better than I, Fang Jingyi. If I wish to marry, would I need to petition His Majesty? Allow me to impart a few lessons. The first is to drink more hot. Before he could finish, Li Yuanzhao declared with pride, this palace does not require such teachings. Only women pursue this palace. There is no concept of this palace pursuing women. Ah, is that so? Very well. You hold a lofty position. You are impressive. Fang Jingyi found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on his dismal life prior to his crossing. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. With a serious expression, Fang Jingyi said, enough. Your Highness, please refrain from nonsensical remarks. I am here to discuss important matters. I have uncovered the cause of the princess's illness and how to address it. Only then did Li Yuanzhao awaken to the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, really? Indeed. If you do not believe me, you may accompany me to the princess's chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuanzhao grasped Fang Jingyi's hand and hurried towards the princess's quarters, following Fang Jingyi's lead to the rear garden. Upon hearing Fang Jingyi's explanation, Li Yuanzhao fell silent. Old Fang, you cannot be jesting. You mean to say that these flowers are the reason my sister has been unwell all this time? I have inquired thoroughly. The location and timing of her illness align precisely. The likelihood of error is minimal. Fang Jingyi casually plucked a bouquet of flowers and inhaled deeply, the fragrance overwhelming. Perhaps the immediate priority was to keep the princess away from Mingwan Hall, or to uproot these flowers entirely. Let us observe for a time, and the results shall reveal themselves. Li Yuanzhao, trusting his judgment, decisively responded, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, and first check on Miao Han's condition. With the crown prince accompanying him, it was evidently much more convenient. This time, upon seeing the pure and virtuous princess again, Fang Jingyi noted her condition had worsened. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her complexion was pale. Doctor Hu happened to be present, holding a pot of freshly brewed medicine, and upon seeing the crown prince, he quickly bowed. Li Yuanzhao pointed at the pot, frowning, what are you concocting? Doctor Hu replied, Your Highness, this is ginseng I just procured from the foreign merchants. I have sampled it myself. Its medicinal properties are balanced and mild, suitable for general consumption. Moreover, I have heard from the source of this ginseng that it possesses remarkable efficacy. In the merchant's possession, there were only 3 pounds, and a staggering 2,000 taels had been spent to procure this precious ginseng soup. Quickly, let the princess consume it while it is still warm. Fang Jingyi sarcastically remarked. A restorative? After a decade of treatment, she remains unwell. Could it be that you, old man, have poisoned it? Upon hearing this, Doctor Hu broke out in a cold sweat, yet having witnessed Fang Jingyi's temperament, he dared not be reckless and hurriedly flattered. Ah, Master Fang. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Casting a furtive glance, he noticed Li Yuanzhao's grim countenance and panicked. Your Highness, you cannot possibly believe what Lord Zhang has said. Can you? Li Yuanzhao slowly nodded. I do believe. I believe wholeheartedly. Over these 10 years, you should be more aware than I of how many precious medicinal herbs Miao Han has consumed. Why is she still unhealed? Is it due to your lack of skill? Or is there an issue with the medicines? Doctor Hu was drenched in cold sweat. Your Highness, it is my incompetence, but the princess's condition is truly peculiar. Ginseng can replenish vitality, and this overseas ginseng might yield miraculous results. Fang Jingyi leaned closer to Li Yuanzhao, ominously suggesting, since Doctor Hu is so well versed in restorative methods, he must have consumed quite a bit of tonics over the years. I dare say there is no one in the palace more knowledgeable in this regard than Doctor Hu. Why not stew him instead? The princess might gain double the lifespan. Like cures like is undoubtedly true. Li Yuanzhao's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, it is quite logical. If like cures like, why not consume a person? Why bother with ginseng? Both pairs of eyes, gleaming with mischief, turned towards Doctor Hu. The doctor felt as though his soul had left his body, and he could not help but exclaim, Fang Jingyi, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you speak such nonsense before the crown prince? I will report you to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao was enraged, kicking over Doctor Hu, causing the jar of ginseng soup to shatter on the ground. Old Fang is not someone you can insult. You, decrepit fool. He continued to kick at Doctor Hu, the crown prince, in his folly. Doctor Hu's heart bled as he defended himself with flailing hands, repeatedly calling out, Your Highness, you have been deceived by treacherous men. I am wronged. Fang Jingyi grinned as he watched the spectacle, noticing that Li Yuanzhao was losing control, and quickly embraced him. All right, Your Highness, that is enough. If this old man spills his secrets here, it will become troublesome. Li Yuanzhao, still fuming, withdrew his foot, not letting up on his verbal assault. You old wretch. I better not see you again. Fang Jingyi, let us go speak with father. Fang Jingyi. After calling twice and receiving no response, Li Yuanzhao turned to look at him. He found Fang Jingyi staring blankly at the shattered ginseng soup on the ground, utterly motionless. A trickle of blood seeped into Fang Jingyi's eye. The so-called overseas ginseng was nothing more than a thoroughly boiled sweet potato. The object he had sought for years inexplicably discovered within the palace, only to be rendered into a mush. Fang Jingyi lunged at Doctor Who like a mad dog, his hands tightly gripping the latter's neck as he bellowed, I will strangle you, you old fool. Speak. Where did you acquire this ginseng? Is there more? Doctor Who, gasping for breath, rolled his eyes in distress and stammered. There is at the Imperial Hospital. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly grasped Fang Jingyi's arm, exclaiming, Old Fang, enough. If this old man breathes his last here, we'll be in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi promptly released Doctor Who, a wave of ecstasy flooding his heart. Doctor Who seized the opportunity to catch his breath and immediately collapsed onto the ground, feigning death. Li Yuanzhao, tugging at Fang Jingyi's sleeve, inquired anxiously, Old Fang, is it true that this ginseng possesses miraculous properties? Indeed, it possesses extraordinary effects, far more miraculous than you can imagine. Your Highness, our future is promising. Chapter 74. Has corn arrived too? The sweet potato, without a doubt, is a miraculous crop. It boasts an extraordinarily high yield and drought resistance, maturing to a usable size in merely 2 months. During times of famine, it can undoubtedly serve as a staple food. If one grows weary of it, it can be processed into starch products, and the remnants can be transformed into animal feed. Even the leaves and stems are edible. Fang Jingyi has long harbored an obsession with sweet potatoes for years, yearning for them yet unable to obtain them. Unless there is a significant increase in grain production, it will be challenging to liberate the labor force nationwide. No matter how many high-end products are manufactured in Taoyuan County, they will remain confined to the wealthy elite, unable to engage the majority of laborers, and thus, prosperity becomes a distant dream. It is akin to the luxurious tea and liquor products of Taoyuan County. The common folk struggle to afford even basic meals, let alone purchase such items. If these goods are only available to affluent merchants and nobles, the county's production capacity can meet the demand, but expansion will remain unfeasible. This is the core contradiction. Now, with the arrival of sweet potatoes, the issues will soon resolve themselves. Furthermore, Fang Jingyi's confidence has been significantly bolstered, and he is resolutely determined to continue his search for potatoes and corn. However, gazing at the fine and soft heap of sweet potatoes on the ground, a twinge of uncertainty stirred within Fang Jingyi. He could faintly detect the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, yet this particular batch seemed excessively delicate and still bore some roots. It was no wonder that Doctor Who mistook it for ginseng. Instead of overthinking, he decided to sample it directly, unhesitatingly picking one up and savoring it. Li Yuanzhao, witnessing this, smirked and hesitated before also taking a handful to taste. Fang Jingyi examined the flavor closely and found it acceptable, albeit a bit lacking in sweetness. This was not surprising, as every fruit and vegetable he had encountered since arriving and dying had failed to match the sweetness and flavor of modern produce. Clearly, items that had not undergone human selection and domestication were of inferior quality. After all, no plant or animal was born solely for human enjoyment. Even the watermelons cultivated in Taoyuan County's greenhouses lacked sweetness and contained large cavities, indicative of varietal issues. Yet the quality of sweet potatoes was indisputable. Li Yuanzhao pondered the flavor. Not bad, but what exactly is this meant to cure? Cure? Indeed, it can cure ailments, particularly the afflictions of poverty and hunger. Fang Jingyi glanced at the still feigning Doctor Who and seized him again, noticing his drooping head. He pinched him sharply at the waist. Instantly, Doctor Who yelped as if he had stepped on an electric wire and then indignantly exclaimed, Lord Fang, a gentleman may be slain but not insulted. Enough chatter. Take me to the Imperial Medical Institute. Find this ginseng for me. Also, clarify who procured it. With that, he dragged Doctor Who out. Li Yuanzhao, trailing behind, anxiously called out, Old Fang, what about my sister? Put that aside for now. The three of them hurried onward, with Fang Jingyi and Li Yuanzhao brimming with excitement, while Doctor Who continued to shout, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Soon, the three arrived at the Imperial Medical Institute, where Doctor Who began to search for medicinal herbs with a sense of humiliation. When a box containing 3 unremarkable sweet potatoes was presented to Fang Jingyi, he finally felt a sense of relief. He pointed to the sweet potatoes and whispered to Li Yuanzhao. This item is known as the sweet potato, capable of yielding over 1,000 pounds per mu. If we can promote its cultivation, peace will reign across the land. Take it now. I fear that this incompetent physician may cause trouble later. Hearing this, Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the 3 humble sweet potatoes. Clearly realizing their significance, he accepted the box and tucked it into his clothing, clutching it tightly to his chest. Noticing Li Yuanzhao's earnestness, Fang Zhengyi exhaled in relief and inquired, "Where's the person who procured this ginseng?" Doctor Hu, with a sullen expression, replied, "I have already sent someone to call for them." After a brief wait, a seemingly honest and simple young man approached and bowed to the crown prince. Fang Zhengyi immediately asked, "Are you the one who purchased ginseng from the foreign merchants? What is your name?" The honest young man replied, "Your Excellency, I am Song Yu. I indeed procured the ginseng from the foreign merchants a few days ago. And where are these merchants now? Do they possess any other items you have not seen?" Song Yu hesitated. The foreign merchant had a rather rare appearance. They must have arrived in our great Jing by chance. We could not communicate well. And apart from this ginseng, they sold me many long radishes, but many of them spoiled, so I did not take them. Afterward, those merchants departed. Long radishes? Fang Zhengyi pondered. What exactly are they? They resemble radishes somewhat, with small lumps on the surface and whiskers. Fang Zhengyi was taken aback. Was this not corn? What nonsense radish was this? The people of the Imperial Medical Institute seemed utterly bewildered. How could they have missed corn like this? After a long silence, Fang Zhengyi spoke. Where did you encounter these foreign merchants? At Jiaolingport. Why would you go to Jiaolingport to purchase medicinal herbs while in the palace? Your Excellency, many medicinal herbs are perishable, so the water route is faster. Fang Zhengyi continued to ask various questions, to which Song Yu responded diligently. Ultimately, it seemed that those foreign merchants would be impossible to track down again. Who knows when they might meet again? Nevertheless, acquiring this information was already a significant gain. If they did not come back, he could actively seek them out. At least he was certain that corn indeed existed in this world. However, Fang Zhengyi still felt frustrated. He embraced Song Yu and began to walk towards the exit, saying, Song, you have spoken very well. I appreciate you greatly. How much silver did you spend on those ginseng?" Startled by the sudden shift in attitude, Song Yu quietly replied, "Your Excellency, 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels for 3 pounds of sweet potatoes from a stranger, and he did not even recognize what sweet potatoes were. These items were worthless in the hands of foreign merchants. Thus, Song Yu's claim of 2,000 taels was merely an attempt to deceive. Being a buyer for the palace pharmacy, he was well acquainted with market prices, and Fang Zhengyi could not believe he would commit such a foolish act. Thus, with a sinister tone, he inquired, "Is it truly 2,000 taels? Those who lie are destined to swallow 1,000 needles, are they not?" "Indeed, truly." Fang Zheng replied, discreetly gesturing towards the crown prince. "Look, do you know what the crown prince is holding in his arms?" Just moments ago, a palace maid lied before him, and he had her head severed, preparing to take it back to plant flowers. Song Yu glanced at the crown prince and, seeing the bulging bundle in his embrace, began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth clenched tightly. Fang Zheng spoke sharply. "The reason I sought you today is that the crown prince has already uncovered the truth. I see potential in you and wish to save your life. Do not be ungrateful. Speak. How much did you spend in total?" Two taels, he stammered. Fang Zheng scoffed dismissively. 2 taels of silver for 3 jean of sweet potatoes? What a foolish extravagance. I also have some hidden away." In his panic, Song Yu blurted out everything. How ridiculous. To think this worthless item cannot fetch a high price, yet this scoundrel hoards privately. Fang Zheng's delight was palpable. "How much have you concealed?" 1 basket. No, 2 baskets. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Fang Zheng coldly stated, "Regardless of how much you have hidden, you will take it all to the Eastern Palace to find me. If anyone inquires along the way, you shall say it is for the crown prince. Do you understand? What about the silver you concealed?" Trembling, Song Yu retrieved 2 silver notes from his bosom. Stammering, "I understand, my lord. I have not dared to spend a single coin. My lord, save me." Fang Zheng expressionlessly tucked the 2 notes into his sleeve. "Enough, do not be afraid. You may return now. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten." Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and he hurriedly dashed out of the Imperial Hospital. Subsequently, Fang Zheng beckoned Li Yuanzhao over. Producing the 2,000 taels he had just extorted, he handed 1 note to Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao blinked at the 1,000 taels in his hand. "Old Fang, what does this mean? Are you giving me money again?" Fang Zheng chuckled amiably. There has been a discrepancy in the palace's procurement expenses. These sweet potatoes cost merely 2 taels, yet the actual expenditure amounts to 2,000. This is the silver we have just reclaimed. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao's teeth clenched in indignation. These bastards dare to defraud the palace's treasury. I shall expose each one of them when I have the time. Wait, did you not say 2,000 taels? Why is there only 1,000 here? Where is the remaining 1,000? Fang Zheng's expression turned serious as he concealed the remaining 1,000 taels back into his sleeve, stating gravely, I shall save it for His Highness. Chapter 75. Taking leave to Tiyuan, Your Highness. Please return to the Eastern Palace. I shall meet with His Majesty. Li Yuanzhao nodded in agreement, promptly setting off. Today could be deemed a day of delightful surprises, as he seized the opportunity to resolve the princess's ailment and hastily sought an extended leave to return to Tiyuan County. He could not rest easy with those matters left behind in the Eastern Palace. The agricultural talents in Taiyuan County were personally guided by him, although he lacked technical expertise. He possessed a general understanding of the direction. In this era, the majority of farmers were illiterate, yet the people of Taiyuan County were different. Those who held significant positions were required to be literate, as many crops necessitated meticulous documentation in the selection and breeding of seeds. They boasted advanced cultivation experience. While the palace only had a meager 3 sweet potatoes, there could be no room for error. Following the eunuch's guidance, he learned that Emperor Jing had already moved to the Yangxin Palace and hurried there. Upon seeing Fang Jingyi, Emperor Jing appeared somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Has something happened to the crown prince? Fang Jingyi quickly clarified, Your Majesty, I have found a way to treat the princess's illness. What? Speak quickly, Emperor Jing exclaimed. Setting aside the memorial he had been reviewing, rising in excitement, Fang Jingyi took his time, speaking with deliberate calmness. The princess's ailment is both complex and simple. It is, in fact, a pollen allergy. What is a pollen allergy? Emperor Jing clearly encountered this term for the first time. It means that the illness manifests whenever she comes into contact with pollen. Coughing and rashes are all related to this. I discovered a flower in the princess's rear garden, known as the coral of dawn, which blooms year-round, and her condition is associated with it. Emperor Jing furrowed his brow, recognizing a critical oversight. How could you access the princess's rear garden? It was the crown prince who accompanied me, Fang Jingyi replied. Very well. Continue. Fang Jingyi wiped away a cold sweat, nearly revealing too much. To resolve this ailment, we simply need to keep the princess away from those flowers. I implore Your Majesty to relocate the princess or remove all the flowers from the rear garden. After a period of observation, the results will become evident. How confident are you in your assertion? Remember, physician who has been unable to cure the princess for 10 years. Fang Jingyi replied earnestly, Your Majesty. The fact that the princess's severe condition has persisted for 10 years without a confirmed diagnosis speaks volumes. I dare say I possess a 90% certainty. My dear friend Guo is willing to stake his life on it. Wu Tianong, standing nearby, unconsciously twitched his cheeks, glaring at Fang Jingyi with intensity. Damn you, Fang Jingyi. When will you be done? A glimmer of joy began to surface on Emperor Jing's face, and he exclaimed, Excellent. Excellent. Fang Qing. If you truly can cure the princess's ailment, I shall reward you handsomely. Fang Jingyi secretly chuckled to himself. Reward me handsomely? Why the haste? The grand reward lies ahead. Noticing Emperor Jing's favorable mood, Fang Jingyi continued, I have one request to make of Your Majesty. Speak freely. Now, Emperor Jing regarded Fang Jingyi with increasing admiration, recognizing him as a true talent. With a melodious voice, I have now resolved a lingering concern. I wish to return to Tiyuan County for a brief period. However, Your Majesty need not worry, for the Crown Prince is currently in excellent condition, diligent and earnest, empathetic, vibrant, and full of sincerity. Furthermore, Your Majesty has entrusted me with the management of the tea project, and it is imperative that I return to Taiyuan County to oversee this initiative from its very roots to ensure its success. I beseech Your Majesty for permission. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing paced thoughtfully, casting occasional glances at Fang Jingyi. After careful consideration, he concluded that allowing him to go would not be detrimental, and thus spoke. Very well, the princess has not yet recovered from her illness, and the crown prince is distracted from his studies. You may proceed. Do remember to return promptly. Thank you, Your Majesty. With the emperor's consent, Fang Jingyi made his way back to the East Palace. Upon arrival, he found Li Yuanzhao energetically examining sweet potatoes and inquired with a smile, Have you discerned anything noteworthy, Your Highness? Li Yuanzhao shook his head. These seem rather ordinary. Can they truly yield 1,000 jin per mu? Reflecting on the fact that no one in the kingdom had likely encountered such a thing, Fang Jingyi lamented. Had sweet potatoes been introduced earlier, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost in Taiyuan County, and he would not have faced such hardships. Reduced to begging in distant lands as a mere county magistrate. Do not underestimate them, Your Highness. This crop can indeed yield 1,000 jin per mu with ease. Simply plant it in the ground and it will flourish. If we succeed in cultivation, it will be a blessing for all the people. Both the tubers and the vines are edible and delicious. Li Yuanzhao grinned upon hearing this. Then what are your plans, old Fang? I shall not be coming tomorrow. I will prepare to return to Taiyuan County. I will take the sweet potatoes with me to cultivate them properly before bringing them back. Until then, Your Highness, please keep this matter discreet. It would be unwise to attract ridicule before we achieve success. Fang Jingyi's character was such that he never engaged in ventures without certainty unless absolutely necessary. He prioritized a steady approach. When Li Yuanzhao heard of Fang Jingyi's intention to return to Taiyuan County, he grew anxious. No, old Fang, I must accompany you. Fang Jingyi sighed. You cannot go. I have already informed His Majesty about the princess's condition. It is best for you to remain here and oversee her care. Moreover, given the significant commotion we have caused recently, there will undoubtedly be dissent in the court. I have treated over 50 death row inmates, despite their status. Can this matter simply be overlooked? Additionally, that old physician who will surely report me, and His Majesty remains unaware of these developments. You must stay here to monitor the court's reactions. I am currently isolated and unsupported. If you wish for my demise, then come along. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao felt dejected. Then you must go. You are my brother. What else can I do after you have said so? Wait. If these sweet potatoes are so easy to cultivate, why not grow them here in the East Palace? The Crown Prince pondered. Realizing that his time with Fang Jingyi had made him increasingly astute, Fang Jingyi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In truth, there was another matter at hand. Concerning penicillin. Old Fang, are you still researching poisons? Li Yuanzhao exclaimed in astonishment. I believe it would be best if you discontinued your research and remained in the Eastern Palace, where I shall accompany you in cultivating the land. Fang Zheng, with a sense of resignation, cast him a glance and retorted, What do you mean by poison? It is precisely because of such thoughts that I must persist in my studies. Otherwise, future generations might stumble upon historical records and take a misguided path. If penicillin were to be unjustly maligned, would I not become a historical criminal? He declared, It is imperative that I succeed. Your Highness, let us not dwell on this. I shall certainly return. Upon my return, I will bring you local specialties from Taiyuan County. It's a deal. Chapter 76. The great development of Taiyuan County. The next morning, Fang Jingyi took Zhang Biao and Xiao Tao to board the carriage returning to Taiyuan County. By afternoon, he had gathered the penicillin experimental apparatus and notes he had previously kept in the Eastern Palace and prepared to take them along. Bai Yi insisted on staying to look after the house, and Fang Jingyi acquiesced, realizing that having a dim-witted maidservant by his side was of little utility. Throughout their journey, the trio was in high spirits, reveling in their long-awaited return to Taiyuan County. Xiao Tao chattered incessantly, while Fang Jingyi grinned, listening to her tales. And Zhang Biao sat beside them, grinning foolishly. At Fang Jingyi's urging, the driver hastened their pace, and within half a day, they reached the outskirts of Taiyuan County. However, the bumpy and winding roads made for a jolting ride, and they were fortunate that the carriage remained intact until they entered the town, where the roads improved considerably. At that moment, Xiao Tao leaned out of the window, retching uncontrollably. Fang Jingyi emerged from the carriage, gazing at the rolling mountains surrounding him, feeling a sense of expansiveness within his heart. Though not the same time, the same location stirred a sense of nostalgia. Taiyuan County, your Lord Fang has returned. Before long, Fang Jingyi spotted an elderly farmer and was about to raise his hand in greeting when the farmer, upon noticing him, screamed in terror and sprinted towards the town, running faster than the carriage itself. Fang Jingyi's smile froze in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Did the commoners revolt in just a few days? Confounded. He continued on his way. Odd occurrences multiplied. Each person they encountered fled towards the town before he could utter a word, flailing like mad dogs. It wasn't until they arrived at the city gate that Fang Jingyi finally grasped the situation. A throng of people had gathered at the entrance, each face adorned with smiles directed at him. Leading the crowd were several high-ranking officials from the Yamen, standing prominently at the forefront. Along the road, a group of children held bouquets of flowers in their hands. Behind them, someone brandished a hastily made banner, inscribed with red ink on white cloth, Welcome, Lord. Back to Taoyuan County, resembling a debt collection scene. Fang Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle. This was reminiscent of the grand welcome given to the Inspector Wu Sheng, now bestowed upon him. A wave of emotion washed over him as he stood atop the carriage and called out, "Hey, brothers, I have returned." The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, waving back enthusiastically. As Fang Jingyi disembarked, the children along the road began to shake their bouquets, chanting in their innocent voices, "Welcome, welcome." A warm welcome. A familiar feeling surged within him, prompting Fang Jingyi's expression to darken as he bellowed, "Enough. That's quite enough. I haven't just crawled out of the grave." His outburst startled the children holding flowers, causing them to burst into tears and scatter in fright, throwing the scene into disarray. Hearing the familiar expletives, some of the townsfolk could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is the Lord. He scolds just like that. Indeed, it feels so endearing. Lord, scold me once more." Fang Jingyi, after much ado, the crowd that had come to greet him gradually dispersed, accompanied by the acting county magistrate, Ao Chin, who was originally the director of the Criminal Investigation Department and a notably stern individual. Fang Jingyi now observed a smile upon Ao Chin's face as he held a notebook. "My lord," Ao Chin began, "after your departure, numerous events have transpired in the county, all meticulously noted here. Please, speak," Fang Jingyi urged. "Since your absence of half a month, many of the young people in the county have been restless, expressing a desire to venture out. The child of the widow from the Wang family in the east sneaked out of the city at midnight, but was apprehended and returned, suffering a broken leg, and is currently recuperating at the medical hall. The issue of the youth wanting to flee has hence been resolved. The literacy campaign is progressing smoothly, with 70% of the county's populace now literate, while the remaining 30% strives to improve their education. The promotion of waste segregation has shown tangible results, alleviating the issue of clogged sewers. However, Anku village to the east has persistently complained about our excessive waste disposal, demanding an increase in compensation, to which we have acquiesced with an additional payment. As for the county theater, a recent serialized stage play, The Foul-Filled Courtyard, has garnered widespread acclaim, with last month's box office reaching 300 taels of silver. Interesting. Fang Jingyi halted, inquiring, "Is this a new endeavor by the county?" Ao Chin nodded, "Indeed." The young novelists in the county, facing criticism for their slow updates, decided to adapt their works into scripts, ultimately leading to the creation of this serialized stage production. It is quite captivating. Is there a performance today? I wish to witness it. Ao Chun, looking somewhat awkward, replied, "Unfortunately, that may not be feasible. The last episode was so well received that the entire cast has been sent to the medical hall due to injuries, and they are unlikely to return soon." "Very well, please continue, but focus on the significant matters." Ao Chun nodded and turned 2 pages in his notebook. The county's glass industry has made breakthroughs. Issues of impurities, bubbles, and discoloration have been resolved, resulting in flawless glass that should meet your standards. The experimental greenhouses have all been fitted with the latest glass, and we anticipate further enhancements in this winter's results. The magnifying glasses you requested have also been produced, but several children have used them to start fires, resulting in 3 incidents, though none caused serious damage. The paper mill and textile factory have jointly produced the sanitary pads you requested, which are now being promoted within the county and have received favorable reviews from women. However, many have complained about the high prices, prompting the factory to find ways to reduce costs while maintaining quality. Additionally, the agricultural department has developed a new strain of rice, projected to yield an increase of half from the original output. Fang Jingyi nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Ao Chin, it appears you have performed admirably, and everything is on the right track." Ao Chin shyly smiled. "Your lordship, you flatter me." Subsequently, Fang Jingyi retrieved a notebook on penicillin from his robes, saying, "My lord, I conducted some research in the capital, and all findings are documented in this notebook. Since the perfect glass has now been produced, inform the researchers at the Institute that various effects can be achieved through the combination of convex and concave lenses. Urge them to refine their lens arrangements in order to develop both telescopes and microscopes. Additionally, enlist a group of physicians to study according to the notes provided. This manuscript contains the account of penicillin. It is imperative to devise a method to synthesize penicillin without regard for cost. Procure numerous monkeys, rabbits, and other animals for pharmaceutical testing." Ao Chin was taken aback, slowly turning his gaze toward Fang Jingyi, his eyes filled with confusion. "My lord, what are telescopes and microscopes?" Chapter 77. The all-encompassing conspiracy. Fang Jingyi chuckled softly, realizing that he had forgotten that those around him were unaware of such matters. He proceeded to explain. This telescope resembles a cylindrical tube, which can be either monocular or binocular, with lenses arranged within it, allowing one to see clearly from a kilometer away. A microscope, too, consists of an arrangement of lenses, yet it reveals minuscule entities. Inform the research institute that to be deemed competent, one must be able to detect the invisible creatures lurking in the water. Do you understand? Understood. Ao Chen replied without a hint of skepticism. Fang Jingyi's words were gospel in Taoyuan County. If he asserted the existence of unseen creatures in the water, then they undoubtedly existed. Excellent. Are there any further inquiries? Indeed. Recently, a group of unusual individuals has infiltrated Taoyuan County, persistently inquiring about you. I was concerned that perhaps you had attracted the attention of some unsavory characters in the capital, and thus I refrained from detaining them. However, a particular group of 6 appears to be cultists. We confined them for questioning, but after yielding no substantial results, we released them. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi's interest peaked. Intriguing, it seems numerous individuals are engaging in covert activities behind my back. Where are these people now? After being sent to the re-education center, they have settled in the county. Rest assured, they are quite docile and pose no threat. Would you like me to bring them to the county office for your personal inspection? Fang Jingyi nodded. Very well, bring them over. I wish to see who they are. Oh, and sir, the inspector from Hengjiang Prefecture, Wu Xing, has moved to the county. Fang Jingyi snickered derisively. A rebellious wretch. I shall deal with him later. For now, let us proceed to the county office. Within the county office, Fang Jingyi once again took his place in the familiar chair. Although he had previously despised working here, after a long absence, a sense of nostalgia welled within him. Observing the 11 individuals standing rigidly before him, he couldn't help but find the scene somewhat amusing. There had been others sent to Taoyuan County for intelligence gathering in the past. Yet due to the county's high living standards and the amiable demeanor of its citizens, they were often easily assimilated. A bit of motivational speak, some team-building exercises, a refreshing bath, and a little brainwashing would suffice to send them on their way. He pondered which unfortunate souls had come to present themselves as his operatives. As the individuals assembled, Ao Chen commanded, "Stand straight. The esteemed Fang Leo has arrived." Instantly, the 11 stood at attention, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Leo," with a smug expression. Ao Chen turned to Fang Jingyi and then shouted to the assembly, "What is our objective?" The 11 shouted together. To strive for the construction of Taoyuan County as the foremost county in Jingwa, prosperous, civilized, and harmonious for all eternity. As soon as the words left their mouths, 6 among them shouted fervently to offer our hearts for Taoyuan County. Fang Jingyi's expression darkened as he turned to Ao Chen. "What is the meaning of this? Have you altered the teaching materials in my absence?" Ao Chen, drenched in cold sweat, quickly responded, "Rest assured, Laoi, there have been no changes. The second edition of the textbook is still in use. These 6 individuals are indeed members of that peculiar cult. I cannot fathom why they always appear so exuberant. I have never instructed them to utter such words." Fang Zheng rubbed his chin, gazing at the 6 overly enthusiastic faces before him, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps this is a common affliction among low-tier cultists, spirited yet lacking in intellect. Fang Zheng pointed at the group of 6 and inquired, "Pray tell, from whence do you hail? Who sent you here, and what is the name of your sect?" The leader of the group stepped forward and replied, "To your esteemed self. We are from the Water God sect. Our superiors assigned us to investigate Taoyuan County, though we lack a specific point of contact and our assignments are subject to change. Thus, we do not know who dispatched us, merely that we are to remain here until further notice." The mention of the Water God sect piqued Fang Zheng's curiosity. He felt he had heard the name before, but paid it little mind, suspecting it to be a minor cult that had inadvertently turned its attention to Taoyuan County. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you are now residents of Taoyuan, I shall not delve into your past. If you enjoy your time here, then live well. Should any other members of the Water God sect attempt to contact you, ensure you report it promptly. Do you understand?" "Thank you, esteemed sir. We understand," the cultists exclaimed with fervor, as if addressing their leader. "Excellent, excellent. Work diligently, earn abundantly, and contribute to the treasury. In the future, I may personally recognize you as exemplary taxpayers." Upon hearing this, Ao Chen leaned closer to Fang Zheng and whispered, "My lord, these individuals, aside from their meals and rent, dedicate all their remaining funds to taxes. What? Is this not madness?" Fang Zheng was incensed. These 6 cease all work. They must be retrained. Only when they learn to behave like normal individuals shall they resume their duties. Good heavens, if they continue like this, they will lead the people of Taoyuan astray. Ao Chen stifled a laugh. Understood, my lord. You six. Return at once. You are on leave. In a few days, we shall inform you of your next arrangements. The six stood at attention, saluted, and marched out in formation. They must be properly trained. Should the Water God sect return, they could serve as insiders. Understood, my lord. Fang Zheng squinted at the remaining 5 individuals and asked, Now, tell me, where do you come from? The leader of the remaining 5 appeared more composed and stated, To your esteemed self, we 6 hail from the capital, sent by Lord Zhangshi, the Minister of Revenue, to investigate your affairs. He seeks to gather incriminating evidence against you. Ah, that crafty old fox, how petty of him. Was it not merely a beating of his son? What a small-minded man. He paused. Wait, 6. Did you not say there were 5 of you? To your esteemed self, we are indeed 6. One has returned to the capital to fetch his mother. Fang Zheng nodded slightly. Life in Taoyuan County truly was delightful, making one reluctant to leave. Do none of you have a mother? Why do you not return? We wrote to her, but she is elderly and frail, unable to travel. We could not rest easy. So we decided to fetch her ourselves. At that moment, one of the individuals suddenly burst into tears. My lord, I have no mother. Woe is me. Ah, please accept my condolences. So, have you all decided to settle in Taoyuan County? The leader spoke with deep emotion. My lord, it was only upon our arrival in Taoyuan County that we discovered the true meaning of our existence. We find great joy in this life. We are merely servants of Master Zhang, and returning would yield no better fortune. It is far better to remain here. We shall never leave this place. Fang Jingyi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly splendid. To recognize one's mistakes and seek to amend them is of utmost importance. Does anyone among you possess knowledge of Master Zhang's secrets to share with me? My lord, we genuinely do not know. Fang Jingyi, sensing no potential reward from the minions, was not disheartened by their lack of information. Very well, it matters not. You may take your leave and attend to your own affairs. The 5 expressed their gratitude in unison and turned to depart. Once all had left, Fang Jingyi's expression returned to normal, and he calmly stated, Keep a close watch on them. The 2-year probationary period has not yet concluded. We must not become complacent. Chapter 78. A day in the life of Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng had been residing in Taoyuan County for some time now. Ever since he was demoted to a commoner by Emperor Jing, he returned promptly to Hengjiang Prefecture. However, upon arriving home, Wu Sheng did not immediately relocate to Taoyuan County. Instead, he patiently awaited news regarding Fang Jingyi's fate. Days passed in a state of trepidation, as the psychological shadow cast by the devilish Fang Jingyi loomed large over him. It was not until he received word of Fang Jingyi's arrival in the capital that Wu Sheng felt a wave of elation wash over him, prompting him to move his family to Taoyuan County without delay. The local officials were already acquainted with Wu Sheng and did not trouble him unduly. Once settled in the residence gifted to him by Fang Jingyi, life unfolded blissfully. His days were spent indulging in fine wine, attending performances, and occasionally visiting the county's brothels. Although the quality was not on par with that of Hengjiang Prefecture, the variety was certainly enticing. Recently, he had become enamored with the latest theatrical series that had graced the county stage, eagerly following each episode and pondering the plot twists of the following day. Inspired by his own literary prowess, Wu Sheng contemplated writing a script of his own, envisioning a performance that could both showcase his talent and yield some silver. Yet, when he took the plunge and submitted his elegantly penned script, it was met with inevitable rejection, deemed excessively dull. You don't even write about the more risky matters, yet expect people to be entertained. Undeterred, Wu Sheng delved into the brothels, immersing himself in the study of stimulating narratives. At home, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, he paid little mind to his son's academic progress. In a place like Taoyuan County, as long as one could read and was willing to work hard, opportunities were abundant, ensuring a stable livelihood. The corruption of the officialdom was disheartening. If his son chose not to pursue it, so be it. Yet, a lingering worry resided in Wu Sheng's heart. As he strolled through the streets, the most frequent gossip was about the county magistrate's anticipated return. Although each time he had yet to appear this morning, after rising early, Wu Sheng tucked a notebook under his arm and, after enjoying breakfast, meandered to the Shuyue Tower, as was his custom. He ordered 2 courtesans that caught his eye and ascended the stairs directly. Once in the room, he slammed the notebook onto the table, impatience evident in his voice. Quickly, continue from yesterday's plot. The 2 courtesans exchanged glances, hesitantly responding, My lord. We were not the ones you summoned yesterday. Shichuan and Luomei are on leave today. They were not surprised, for the theatrical enthusiasm of the elderly Wu had become quite renowned at Shuyue Tower. With a furrowed brow, Wu Sheng picked up the notebook and began flipping through the pages, his expression softening as he reached the latter sections. A smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Let us perform something new. And do not call me my lord. Refer to me as Master Wu instead." "Yes, Master Wu," they replied. And Wu Sheng beamed with satisfaction. Glancing at his notes, he pointed to one of the courtesans. "You shall portray a wealthy young lady, while you will play a rustic village woman. As for me, I shall embody a talented scholar, distinguished in both appearance and intellect, en route to the capital for the imperial examination. However, afflicted with a terminal illness, I was knocked unconscious by a horse-drawn carriage on my way to the examination, only to be rescued by a village woman. After we indulged in an intimate liaison, I ventured into the city, where I caught the eye of a wealthy young lady. Thus began a rivalry between the two of them for my affections. In the end, the village woman, in a bid to procure a rare remedy for my ailment, tragically fell from a cliff while gathering the precious herb. The wealthy young lady fortuitously acquired the remedy, and upon consuming it, I found myself in a state of delirium, resulting in yet another encounter with her. However, I remained haunted by lingering feelings for the village woman, sinking into a deep melancholy. One day, I discovered my true identity as the lost heir of a wealthy family, realizing that the young lady was, in fact, my own sister. Overcome with shame and rage, I took my own life with a sword, ultimately reuniting with the village woman in the afterlife, where we once again found solace in each other's embrace. Let us pause the tale here. Do you all comprehend? Upon hearing this, the two courtesans stared blankly at each other, shaking their heads in unison, expressing their confusion. Wu Sheng, frustrated by their lack of understanding, exclaimed, "Oh dear, how can you be so dense? Never mind the details. I will teach you step by step." The first scene depicts how I was struck by the carriage, and the village woman took me back to her home, where she coveted my male beauty and took advantage of my unconscious state. You, playing the village woman, go downstairs and change into a servant's outfit. When you enter, I will be lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. You will carry me to the bed, and the wealthy young lady should wait for my cue to enter. Once you've laid me on the bed, undress, and take your place upon me. All right, you may leave now." The two women fell silent, gazing at Wu Sheng's wrinkled face, their eyes twitching slightly. "You old dog, who would covet your male beauty. How shameless. Perhaps if it were our county magistrate, it would make more sense. Why must it be so difficult to earn some money?" With that, they sulked out of the room. Seeing this, Wu Sheng immediately lay down on the floor, contorting his face in agony and closing his eyes tightly. After lying there for a considerable time without anyone entering, he grew increasingly agitated. The women from the brothel were indeed unreliable. He would need to seek professionals. After a while, he sensed something amiss and quickly rose to exit the room. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight of the empty hall. The Snow Moon Pavilion was deserted, enveloped in silence, devoid of any soul. Wu Sheng hastily gathered his notes and rushed outside, only to find the streets equally desolate. This unusual scene sent a wave of panic through him, prompting him to run frantically through the streets. After a while, he finally encountered someone and, upon inquiring, learned that Fang Jingyi had returned. This news plunged Wu Sheng into a state of utter disarray as he hurried home, even losing a shoe along the way. Upon returning, he found his family absent, likely out to witness the commotion. After cursing loudly in the hall, he retreated to his study and locked himself in. With cold sweat trickling down, he began pacing the room, contemplating how he would explain himself upon encountering Fang Jingyi. Cursed be the fate. The emperor has failed to imprison Fang Jingyi. Such a lamentable oversight. At this juncture, it seems there are no alternatives left. In the past, he had bribed with his own silver. Now he must return it in full. Yet, could that devil Fang Jingyi truly acquiesce to such an outcome? As Wu Sheng pondered, his visage began to twist into a grimace. His life had already been shattered once by this man. He would not hesitate to allow it to be ruined a second time. Resolute in his determination, Wu Sheng gritted his teeth, tore down a painting in his study, and pried loose a loose brick from the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. Peering into the dark recess, Wu Sheng's heart ached. Yet he reached in and retrieved a thick bundle of banknotes. Time passed, and soon Wu Sheng faintly heard voices calling from within the house. "Wu Sheng, where are you? Wu Sheng, where are you? Master Fang grants you half an hour. Make haste to the county office to speak." Chapter 79. The linguistic prodigy Wu Sheng tucked the silver notes into his bosom and, trembling with trepidation, followed the constable to the magistrate's office in Taoyuan County. Inside the hall, numerous constables stood rigidly on either side. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Wu Xing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Are they truly going to interrogate me? Is such a grand display really necessary? Fang Jingyi, observing Wu Sheng's demeanor, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. After all, it was Emperor Jing who had come to Taoyuan County, and Wu Xing was merely unfortunate. However, the audacity to relocate to Taoyuan County was indeed a mark of talent. Fang Jingyi then struck the wooden block vigorously and exclaimed with a smile, "Lord Wu, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I am most delighted to see you." The moment Wu Sheng beheld Fang Jingyi's beaming countenance, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. It was this very smile. This devil, who had once forced him to stand before a phonograph, compelling him to utter those vile and shameful words. Wu Xing remained silent. As memories of past humiliation surged within him, in a fit of shame and anger, he suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Commoner Wu Sheng pays his respects to Lord Fang." This unexpected display left Fang Jingyi momentarily stunned. "Commoner? You, Wu Sheng, were once my superior. Why do you now refer to yourself as a commoner?" Wu Xing kept his head bowed. "His Majesty has exiled this commoner, and I am now but a mere civilian. Past events are like fleeting clouds, and Wu Xing has long since forgotten them." Wu Xing's unassuming nature took Fang Jingyi by surprise. He had anticipated a clever retort followed by an opportunity to exert pressure, but now it seemed challenging to proceed. This crafty fellow had learned his lessons well. "Wu Xing, I have repeatedly instructed you not to speak of Taoyuan County, yet I do not hold it against you. After all, our emperor possesses a discerning eye, and nothing can remain concealed. I merely wish to inquire how you spoke with His Majesty." Wu Xing candidly provided his responses. After much contemplation, Fang Jingyi could find no fault in his words. However, the thought of this fellow feasting and drinking at Taoyuan County with his own funds stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. He then said slowly, "Very well. I shall not make things difficult for you. Since you have chosen to settle in Taoyuan County, live in peace." Upon hearing this, Wu Xing's anxieties dissipated, and joy filled his heart. It seemed his funds were preserved. "We have had dealings before, during your inspections of various counties. I suspect you have reaped substantial benefits. As the deputy minister of the Zhanshifu, entrusted with the education of the crown prince, I cannot tolerate such corruption in the realm. Speak honestly. Responding to your excellency, this commoner has returned all ill-gotten gains accrued during my years in office, totaling 7,600 taels. Moreover, here are 500 taels which your excellency graciously provided." Before Fang Jingyi could finish, Wu Sheng produced a thick stack of silver notes from his bosom and neatly laid them on the ground. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble, "Damn it. I truly have indeed preserved my wealth. Fang Jingyi, I know precisely what manner of person you are, a featherweight opportunist." Fang Jingyi awkwardly rubbed his nose. This rascal had indeed learned to respond promptly. He then waved his hand, and the constables presented the silver notes. Fang Jingyi picked up a 500 tael note and tossed it back, saying, "This money was meant as your relocation allowance. Please do not misconstrue it." Indeed. It seems I have erred." Wu Xing wore a mischievous grin, a countenance that suggested he had seen through the charade long ago. Fang Jing narrowed his eyes and, with a smile, inquired, "What occupation do you pursue nowadays?" With the crisis averted, Wu Xing regained his confidence, replying, "I am grateful for your concern, Sir Fang. I live a modest life, merely enjoying wine and composing verses each day, nothing more." Fang Zheng shook his head, declaring, "That will not do. This county does not harbor idlers. You were once my superior. Such talent cannot be squandered. Moreover, your meager earnings are insufficient to support a family. I shall assist you in finding a livelihood. How about aiding in the interrogation of prisoners at the county jail?" Wu Sheng's heart raced anew, and he hastily responded, "Sir, I cannot do that. It is nothing, just a bit of singing, quite simple." As soon as Fang Jing's words fell, a cacophony of "Abba Abba" erupted from the side, drawing the attention of all present. An earnest middle-aged man, visibly excited, shouted out. Fang Zheng frowned, pointing at the man. "Why have I never seen this person in the county office? Why employ a mute?" Lu Fa, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward. "Sir, he is the owner of the milk tea shop, Old Lu. His voice is ruined from singing and has yet to recover." Wu Xing observed Old Lu shudder and then looked at Fang Zheng with a mix of shock and anger. "Curse it, Fang Zheng is still intent on ensnaring me. Even singing has rendered me mute. But wait, if he can no longer speak, how can he run the milk tea shop? It has long since closed down." So the county arranged a position for him as compensation. Fang Zheng cast a sympathetic glance at Old Lu, lamenting, endured much, old Lu. Such a secret weapon should not be employed lightly. Abba, Abba. What did he say? Lu Fa replied. He expressed his joy at being appreciated by the master. And just now he mentioned that if Wu Sheng cannot sing, he could teach him. A sharp intake of breath escaped Fang Zheng. Such a linguistic prodigy had escaped his notice. Truly a dereliction of duty. Fang Zheng fixed his gaze upon Lu Fa. You can understand his speech? Lu Fa, scratching his head and smiling shyly, replied, I can generally grasp it. My lord, I can infer meaning from sounds and expressions. I even understand the barks and meows of the animals I encounter daily. It's something I've known since childhood. Is this true? Indeed. Last month, I handled the case where old Lu's sheep were mistreated by that scoundrel Lu. Fang Zheng gasped. This was an extraordinary talent. Such a person must be taken along. Those foreign merchants who unexpectedly arrived at Jianglingport spoke languages that were incomprehensible. If only we had someone like Lu Fa to facilitate matters. It would indeed be much easier. He then reflected on how, after over a decade of studying English, the only word that lingered in his mind was abandon. And a wave of melancholy washed over him. There are indeed individuals born with the gift of languages, even across species. Lu Fa, you are a remarkable talent. Would you be willing to accompany me to the capital? I have important matters to entrust to you. As soon as the words fell, all the officials in the county office cast envious glances toward Lu Fa. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Fa knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, Thank you. My lord. I am willing. Excellent. In that case, after I set off in a few days, you shall come directly. Let me know who else is in your family, and I shall arrange for their well-being. Lu Fa's face flushed slightly as he stammered, Thank you, my lord. But my parents have already passed away, and I have no children. Thus, there is only my wife at home. I can go with you alone. My wife is not necessary. Noted, you shall bring your wife along. Wu Xing knelt on the ground, hesitantly saying, My lord, may I not go? What do you say? Wu Sheng pressed his forehead to the ground, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly despondent at the thought of singing in the dark, suffocating prison. It seemed he could not escape the clutches of Fang Zheng. Wait, a prison? It appears no one has ever written on such a theme. P.S. I apologize for the unstable updates due to the enforced holiday at home, but I assure you a minimum of 2 chapters per day. Wishing everyone a happy new year. I will begin to accelerate the updates in the coming days. Chapter 80. The Friend of Women. In the following days, Fang Zheng conducted inspections throughout the county. He entrusted the cultivation of sweet potatoes to the agricultural department, ensuring they were meticulously planted and heavily guarded, while other matters could be postponed. This particular crop absolutely could not afford any mishaps. He also insisted that once harvested, the produce be transported to the capital without delay. The research institute made rapid strides. And with Fang Zheng's personal guidance and unwavering commitment, both magnifying glasses and the most rudimentary microscopes were developed in succession. However, the microscopes appeared rather crude, and their effectiveness was far from optimal. In pursuit of swift development, nearly all available craftsmen in the county were summoned to grind the lenses, followed by repeated experiments with various configurations, ultimately resulting in this rudimentary invention. Perhaps the lenses were not polished finely enough, or their arrangement was not precise. Nevertheless, it was still serviceable, allowing for a vague glimpse of the invisible, albeit without clear discernment of shapes. With this advancement, even a modest beginning would facilitate smoother research into penicillin. Fang Zheng left behind a rudimentary method for penicillin production, providing at least some guidance. Although it had resulted in the deaths of over 50 individuals, he remained uncertain about the specific issues, likely due to excessive contamination or improper procedures. In scientific research, the greatest fear is losing direction, squandering both time and resources. While Fang Zheng lacked technical expertise, his ability to discern the general direction of the technology was akin to avoiding numerous detours. A couple of days passed without any progress in the penicillin research, prompting Fang Zheng to decide against waiting any longer. He gathered his belongings and set off for the capital, packing several magnifying glasses, 2 rudimentary microscopes, and a full cart of sanitary napkins. On the day of his departure, the entire city gathered to bid him farewell. Though this time the somber atmosphere among the crowd was noticeably lighter, it was evident that everyone understood Fang Zheng would return. Ao Chen approached Fang Zheng, expressing concern. My lord, please ensure your safety on this journey. When will you return? Fang Zheng, gazing at the crowd, felt a tinge of reluctance. Life in Taoyuan County had been quite comfortable, allowing him restful nights. When he would return was uncertain, but he addressed Ao Chun, stating, "There is a task I must assign to you. Starting tomorrow, the roads in Taoyuan County must be continued. I expect them to be completed within 6 months to connect to the capital, clear the paths through the mountains, and construct bridges over the rivers. Although it may be challenging, I have faith in your capabilities. Once the roads are established, communication between Taoyuan County and the capital will no longer be an issue. Furthermore, ensure that all industries within the county find ways to enhance their productivity. Once the roads are connected, I will be relying on you." After speaking, he climbed into the carriage. Just as he was about to enter the cabin, he caught sight of a figure in prison garb within the crowd. Fang Zhenyi stood up, pointing at the individual. "What is this? Has this person just escaped from prison?" The crowd turned their gaze in the direction Fang Zhenyi indicated. A woman dressed in prison attire emerged with a playful smile. The sinner. "Oh, no, I am Luo Mei, at your service, my lord." Seeing this, Ao Chen leaned closer to Fang Zhenyi and chuckled softly. "My lord, this is a courtesan from the Snowy Moon Tower, performing in prison garb. It's a new project called Pure Prison Style, conceived by Wu Sheng. It has garnered quite a following, and he has profited handsomely from it." Fang Zhenyi furrowed his brow, contemplating the depravity of that old pervert, murmuring, "Keep a close watch. Do not let things escalate into harm. And that prison attire must be sourced from the county jail. Has that scoundrel Wu Sheng paid up? Deduct 50% from him." "Understood, my lord." After another jolt of travel, the group returned to Fang's residence, the night already upon them. Following their meal, they gathered around the dining table, which was piled high with sanitary napkins. Staring at the napkins, Fang Zhenyi fell into deep thought. This item looked nothing like what he had seen in advertisements from his previous life. The center was somewhat similar, albeit lacking wings, with 4 long straps at the corners, presenting a rather perplexing style. After a long pause, Fang Zhenyi hesitantly inquired, "This? How is it used?" The curious gazes of the others converged upon him. "What is this?" "It's called a sanitary napkin, used during menstruation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao and Lu Fa silently turned away as if nothing had occurred and retreated to their chambers. Bai Yi and Xiao Tao's faces flushed crimson, with Bai Yi unable to contain herself, covering her face with her hands. Xiao Tao shyly exclaimed, "Young master, why have you brought so many of these? Take them away. Take them away. Displaying them on the table is mortifying." Fang Zhenyi looked at Xiao Tao in confusion. "Haven't you seen this in the county?" "No. I've been too busy having fun these past few days. Why would I look at it?" "Please, stop talking about it. Just take it away." Witnessing the girl's reactions, Fang Zhenyi felt somewhat helpless. The sanitary napkins were a product specially commissioned by him from the county's textile factory, which ultimately struggled to meet the demand. They then sought assistance from the paper mill. Although the mill's output was limited, under Fang Zhenyi's influence, it seemed to have veered towards a more innovative path. The paper began evolving towards greater flexibility and durability. Now, the collaboration between the 2 factories in producing this item was indeed a significant achievement. The reason for placing such importance on this matter stemmed from the deep-rooted customs of the ancients, who regarded women's menstruation with great disdain. In times of less affluence, many women would isolate themselves at home during their periods, only emerging once it had ended. Not only did men fear this aspect of women, but women themselves also felt profound shame. Those lacking in refinement would resort to using cloth, while those with better means would use a substance known as menstrual cloth, filled with straw and charcoal for absorption and sanitation. Initially, Fang Zhenyi had been completely oblivious to this issue, but he grew concerned when he frequently noticed Xiao Tao's absence during her monthly cycle. Later, he began instructing all the medical establishments in the county to gather information and even established a women's clinic for this purpose, only to discover that many women suffered from illnesses or even died due to this matter. Fang Zhenyi held a deep-seated contempt for such vile customs. "This time, I have brought back a truckload of sanitary napkins, primarily to test the market for potential promotion while simultaneously seeking new growth opportunities for Taoyuan County. The county's glass products are commendable, yet the transportation route remains problematic. If it cannot reach the capital, it is likely to shatter along the way. Even if a new factory is established in the capital, nurturing reliable new talent will require a considerable amount of time. While the common folk need not be considered, there is potential for recommendations to the high-end market. The price in this region is equivalent to that of a bowl of noodles. Yet it is uncertain how many of these will be consumed in a month. One can be certain, however, that the average citizen will not allocate such a sum for this purpose. Thus, the strategy is to first introduce it to high-end users, aiming to shift societal attitudes. Once the sweet potato is widely promoted and society gradually becomes more affluent, further efforts can be made. This can be seen as a preparatory step. However, the initial approach proves challenging. I am unaware of how this product is utilized, and my two maids are reluctant to disclose any information. In a fit of frustration, I slammed my hand on the table and demanded, "Xiao Tao, explain to me the purpose of these straps." Xiao Tao, covering her face, murmured, "They are tied around the waist." I suddenly realized, feeling somewhat embarrassed, it seems that ancient people did not have the habit of wearing undergarments. I had forgotten. This indeed appears to be a lucrative business opportunity. Perhaps I could consider some quirky lingerie. After contemplating for a while, a notion began to take shape in my mind. However, upon raising my gaze, I noticed Bai and Xiao Tao still tightly covering their faces, which reignited my irritation. What is going on? Why do they seem indifferent to my concerns? I am here to resolve the issue, yet they are being so coy. I slammed the table again. Raising my voice, listen carefully. From this day forth, all the women in the household must use this product. It is mandatory and complimentary. After use, they must provide feedback to me. For instance, whether there were any leaks. That is final. Then I reconsidered, realizing that distributing them for free might lead to the emergence of resellers within the household. So I added, each person is allowed to collect 3 pieces per day. Xiao Tao, you will be in charge. Xiao Tao shyly nodded. Meanwhile, Bai cautiously opened her hand slightly, casting a terrified glance at me. This is utterly bizarre. Chapter 81. The Art of Golden Rebirth. The following day, Fang Jingyi awoke rather late. After all, no one was aware of his return to the capital. Arriving early would only bring himself unnecessary distress. Thus, he lingered in bed until noon before leisurely rising, dressing, and enjoying a meal. Afterward, he set out to the palace with a bundle in tow, riding in a carriage. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, he immediately spotted the bored Li Yuanzhao and the ever-attentive Lu Jin nearby. As soon as the eunuch announced his presence, both turned to Fang Jingyi with surprise, particularly Lu Jin, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. At last, the savior had arrived. One could only wonder if this time there would be hope. Li Yuanzhao grinned broadly as he approached, exclaiming, "Old Fang, you have finally returned. I have been dreadfully bored these past days. It's been utterly unbearable. Quickly, let me see what delightful local specialties you have brought." Fang Jingyi shook his head with a smile and took a seat at the table, saying, "Do not rush. Your Highness, I have brought you quite a few treasures." With that, he retrieved a small cloth bag from his belongings and unfastened it. "Beef jerky from a young cow." "Ah," Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, peering curiously at the jerky, hesitating. "A young cow? Aren't we forbidden from consuming beef? Did your county slaughter cattle? Does Wusheng know?" Indeed, this individual, having relocated to Tiyuan County, has not altered his ways. He engaged in an illicit affair with the county's cows, leading one to take its own life out of shame, which was then transformed into jerky, complete with a slaughter certificate. As he spoke, Fang Jingyi produced a certificate for cattle slaughter from his bundle. While the county regularly slaughtered cows, it was always done with proper certification. And Fang Jingyi had meticulously ensured that these documents were in order, issuing them in bulk every month. Li Yuanzhao listened with delight, feeling quite at ease. Lu Jin, with his clumsy compliments, paled in comparison to Fang Jingyi's entertaining tales. Then, with newfound enthusiasm, Li Yuanzhao inquired, "What novel happenings have emerged from Tiyuan County?" "Ah, indeed. The county has recently produced a stage play titled The Tomb's Enigma in the Courtyard, which is utterly captivating. I shall take your highness to see it at your convenience." Moreover, as the two engaged in their lively conversation, Lu Jin's gaze remained fixed on Fang Jingyi, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Fang Jingyi, noticing the unwavering attention, felt a twinge of discomfort, and after a moment's thought, it dawned on him. Could it be that Lu Jin was still hoping for assistance with his desire for golden rebirth? Amused by this realization, Fang Jingyi chuckled softly and retrieved a magnifying glass from his bundle. "What is this, old Fang?" Li Yuanzhao inquired, intrigued by the object. Fang Jingyi proudly raised the magnifying glass, declaring, "This marvelous artifact is known as the Mirror of Golden Rebirth, a grain magnifier that serves to alleviate hunger through mere illusion. Lu Jin, this is for you. Use it as you wish." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin was filled with elation, seizing the magnifying glass and scampering away, drooling with delight. Li Yuanzhao stroked his chin, perplexed. Alleviating hunger through illusion? Isn't that rather useless? Fang Jingyi smiled gently and produced another magnifying glass, holding it up before Li Yuanzhao's cup. Suddenly, the cup enlarged before their very eyes. Li Yuanzhao stood agape, then exclaimed with glee, "This is indeed a remarkable item." Fang Zheng handed over a magnifying glass, and Li Yuanzhao began to wave it around, marveling at each object it illuminated. "What a splendid item! Truly remarkable! If only my father had this glass, how much easier it would be for him to read the memorials. Especially since he has often complained about his failing eyesight these past 2 years." Fang Zheng felt a surge of emotion, pleasantly surprised that the crown prince's first thought was to benefit his majesty. Such filial piety was commendable. This will surely assist in alleviating his vision troubles. Recently, I have endured quite a few inexplicable reprimands. Come, allow me to teach His Highness a new way to utilize this magnifying glass. Fang Zheng swiftly diverted the conversation. Fearing it would become overly sentimental, he took the magnifying glass from Li Yuanzhao and stepped outside, seeking a sunlit spot. Once he focused the lens, wisps of smoke soon began to rise from the grass. Li Yuanzhao gasped in wonder, then queried, "What is the principle behind this?" "It gathers sunlight into a concentrated beam, and the heat ignites it. This is known as solar energy." Li Yuanzhao nodded in confusion but soon dismissed the thought, and the two began to lie on the grass in search of ants. Before long, Lu Jin returned with a woeful expression, appearing as though he had lost a loved one, holding the magnifying glass and lamenting, "Lord Fang, this is useless." "How can it be useless? Did it not magnify?" Lu Jin rubbed his eyes, feeling aggrieved. "It did, but it still looks broken." Fang Zheng sighed, rising to pat his shoulder, offering consolation. "That is how it is. It matters not in the palace. Seeing something larger is akin to it being truly larger. Little Jin, do not be disheartened. Such is life. Everything has its flaws, and perfection is an illusion. Besides, when you grow older, your memories will be sweet. Those who have been castrated tend to live longer, granting you a few extra years of sweetness. And if you miss your brothers, you can always use the magnifying glass to look for them. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise." "Fraud," Lu Jin interjected, cutting Fang Zheng off, and ran away in tears with the magnifying glass. Li Yuanzhao, thoroughly entertained, stood up and chuckled, "Old Fang, you truly lack great virtue." Fang Zheng chuckled awkwardly, "I am merely concerned for him. Now, let us speak of serious matters. Has there been any dissent regarding me in the court these past few days?" Li Yuanzhao's expression turned grave. "Things have felt quite amiss since your departure. There has been no reaction, not even a mention of your name. I suspect those individuals are plotting something." Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng lowered his head in contemplation. It was indeed unusual that no one had lodged any complaints against him after such an extended absence. Moreover, there were reports from Taiyuan County probing into his affairs. Perhaps those who disapproved of him were conspiring against him. However, none of this mattered. Once the sweet potatoes arrived, their words would be rendered meaningless. Old Fang, speak to me." Li Yuanzhao, noticing Fang Zheng's silence, grew anxious, sensing that his companion had run out of options. Fang Zheng shifted the conversation, smiling, "No worries. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall proceed as we must. How is the princess's condition now?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao cautiously scrutinized Fang Zheng. "What do you intend to do? What else could I want? It is I who treated the princess's ailment. I deserve to know the outcome, do I not?" Fang Zheng, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, "Goodness, I merely inquired, yet you were watching me so closely. Just the other day, you were trying to arrange a marriage for me, and now it seems you have changed your tune. Well, she has recovered. That old fool indeed proved to be a quack. By the way, Miao Han expressed her desire to thank you in person once she regained her health. There is no need to wait for the right moment. Let us go now. I shall accompany you. Do not attempt any tricks, mind you." Chapter 82. The seasoned romantic Fang Zheng under the scrutinizing gaze of Li Yuanzhao. Fang Zheng was escorted to the Mingwan Hall. Upon arrival, amidst Li Yuanzhao's loud exclamations, the princess gracefully emerged. Fang Zheng's breath caught slightly. This encounter with the princess differed from his previous impression. Last time, she lay fragile and delicate in bed, evoking a sense of tender compassion. This time, restored to health, she exuded a vibrant charm, embodying both innocence and desire. Li Miaohan's lively and beautiful eyes curiously assessed Fang Zheng. He promptly bowed, saying, "I am Fang Zheng, your highness." The princess's melodious voice reached his ears. "Lord Fang, there is no need for such formalities. It is I who should express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance." As Fang Zheng raised his gaze, he met the princess's enchanting smile, which accentuated her allure. "Thank you, Lord Fang, for your healing touch. I am now fully recovered, and the rear garden has been beautifully renovated. Perhaps you might like to visit and see if there are any lingering issues?" Fang Zheng nodded in agreement. holding a favorable impression of Li Miaohan. She was an epitome of pure beauty, her voice gentle, and her face perpetually adorned with a smile, suggesting a commendable temperament, truly to his liking. If only Li Yuanzhao were not lurking nearby, casting a watchful eye. The trio ventured into the rear garden, where the once vibrant coral flowers had vanished, replaced by lush green trees. Fang Jingyi pretended to survey the surroundings, nodding contentedly. Splendid. Overall, it appears satisfactory, though. This illness may bear some after effects. I possess some knowledge of traditional medicine. Should you experience any discomfort, Your Highness, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Fang, you truly dare to speak so boldly. I witnessed you administer a remedy for lung ailments that resulted in the demise of over 50 individuals, yet you shamelessly proclaim your expertise in traditional medicine? His gaze remained fixed on Fang Jingyi, suspicion evident. This man must have developed an interest in our sister. Old Fang could charm anyone into folly. I cannot allow him to weave his tales here. The princess covered her mouth with a smile. Thank you, Lord Fang. I have indeed felt somewhat unwell lately. Is it not common to experience weakness and fatigue? Previously, I also suffered from my strain. Ah, Lord Fang truly possesses keen insight, she remarked. Fang Jingyi chuckled inwardly. After such a lengthy period of inactivity, who wouldn't feel weary? Did she think he was immune to fatigue? As for the eye strain, it was merely pollen allergies, leading to dryness and the urge to rub one's eyes. Li Yuanzhao chuckled awkwardly, ceasing his scrutiny. It seemed old Fang indeed had some understanding. Fang Jingyi continued, Oh, it is nothing. Let us sit and converse. As they settled in the pavilion, Fang Jingyi found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had little to say. The person he spent the most time with was Xiaodao, and their conversations rarely ventured beyond the mundane. The remainder of his company consisted of a group of men, leaving him ill-prepared for this moment. In my mind, there are numerous theories, yet upon encountering the reality, I find myself at a loss. I cannot possibly admit my desire for your form. The gazes of the two individuals shifted towards Fang Jingyi, who, feeling helpless, could only speak first. Your Highness. This ailment requires nurturing. One should drink plenty of warm water during times of leisure. Li Yuanzhao's eyes instantly sharpened. Drink more warm water? Is this not the advice that old Fang imparted when teaching me how to pursue a lady? Truly, he harbors unyielding intentions. Li Yuanzhao regarded Fang Jingyi with a cold smirk. Drink more warm water, and then what? That's it. Oh, it seems one could also add brown sugar. The atmosphere grew awkward, with Fang Jingyi bearing the brunt of the embarrassment. Damn it, what did those online sayings suggest? Why does my memory from the past life always falter? I cannot simply say I am here. That would be utterly foolish. And what were those 3 phrases that could warm her heart throughout the day? The trio fell into a prolonged silence until Li Miaohan could no longer bear it. Pointing to the package that Fang Jingyi carried, she inquired, Lord Fang, I see you have a package with you. Does it contain medicine? The silence was shattered, and Fang Jingyi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily placing the package on the table, eagerly unwrapping it while saying, Oh, no, today is quite fortuitous. Inside are some specialties from my hometown of Taoyuan. The princess might enjoy tasting them. They are quite. As the package opened, Fang Jingyi's eyes widened in shock. Inside were several sanitary napkins. That little rascal, Xiao Tao. Why did she pack sanitary napkins instead of specialties? Feeling guilty, Fang Jingyi's gaze darted around. Then he pretended not to see and pulled out a bag of dried fruit. Your Highness, please try this. It is dried fruit from Taoyuan, sweet and sour. It is also beneficial for one's health. Li Yuanzhao paid no heed to the dried fruit, his curiosity piqued by the strange item in the package. And he carelessly pulled out a sanitary napkin, examining it closely. Old Fang, what is this? I have never seen anything like it before. Can you guess? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao scrutinized the sanitary napkin, noticing the 4 straps, and after some contemplation, he felt he had uncovered a clue. He then smiled with satisfaction. Do not think you can puzzle me. I have heard my father mention that after a flood, a great plague is inevitable, necessitating the covering of one's mouth and nose to prevent the disease. This item has 4 straps, suggesting it is to be worn on the head to cover the mouth and nose. Am I correct? With that, he lifted the sanitary napkin, intending to place it atop his head. Fang Jingyi, breaking into a cold sweat, quickly yanked it away. Let us be honest. This thing does resemble a mask to some extent. What a joke. If you truly wear it, how will I ever sell it again? That would be disastrous. Your Highness is astute. However, this item is not meant for such use. Li Miaohan, observing the exchange with a smile, suddenly interjected, Lord Fang. Please elaborate. I am quite curious. Damn, there is no escaping this now. If I must perish, so be it. There are plenty of women in the world. Fang Zheng hesitantly remarked, this is called a sanitary pad. Its function is akin to that of a menstrual belt. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Miaohan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, even to the roots of her ears, as she lowered her head profoundly, rendered speechless. The surrounding maidens also averted their gazes, bowing their heads in unison. Li Yuanzhao, undeterred, continued to inquire, what is a menstrual belt? I have never heard of it before. Observing the unfolding situation, Fang Zheng sensed a sense of abandon and decided to speak freely. With a serious expression, he explained, it is an item used by women during their menstrual cycle. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao let out an exclamation, swiftly sweeping the sanitary pad off the table and frowning, old Fang. You are too perverse. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Fang Zheng cast a sidelong glance at him, and then at Li Miaohan, retorting, what kind of person do you think I am? You have no idea. This is a specialty from my hometown, brought from my brother Gua. Chapter 83. Advocating for the welfare of women. Li Yuanzhao exclaimed. What? Guitianyang? Even eunuchs use such items? I never expected that. Noticing the princess still bowing her head, Fang Jingyi chuckled awkwardly. Of course, this item is intended for women, but how could I directly seek a woman's use? Naturally, I must first allow brother Gua to try it. The principles are quite similar, somewhat. As Li Yuanzhao recalled the object alongside the beef jerky from earlier, a wave of nausea suddenly washed over him. This damned old Fang. Why is he toying with such things? It's positively ghastly. Li Miaohan, who initially held a rather favorable impression of Fang Jingyi, had her opinion changed drastically upon seeing the sanitary napkin, concluding that Fang Jingyi was quite improper, a veritable scoundrel. What respectable man would carry a woman's menstrual supplies? Such shameful items should be discreetly concealed, yet here it lay brazenly on the table. Her regard for Fang Jingyi plummeted, but out of respect for the occasion, she kept her head down in silence. TSK, old Fang, I truly did not foresee this. You heartless wretch, ha. Fang Jingyi, however, merely scoffed. After all, he had already descended into chaos. I regard you as a brother, yet you embarrass me before these lovely ladies, truly a betrayal of trust. He then raised his voice. Your Highness, do you comprehend the significance of this item? It holds great utility. Am I, Fang Jingyi, a man of stature, unaware that parading around with this is undignified? But why do I do this? It is for the benefit of all women across the realm. Do you not know how painful a woman's menstruation can be? They dare not step outside, enduring the scrutiny of others. Most crucially, if menstrual supplies are improperly used or contaminated, how many women suffer illness or even lose their lives as a result? As a responsible official, how could I stand idly by? Now that this item exists, the responsibility to aid women falls upon me, Fang Jingyi. I am advocating for the welfare of all women. The surrounding palace maids raised their heads, curiosity evident in their gazes towards Fang Jingyi, while Li Miaohan also looked up, her expression one of surprise. Observing their reactions, Fang Jingyi felt somewhat reassured. It seemed his dignity had not been entirely lost. Li Yuanzhao remained unmoved, sneering, old Fang, you still wish to put on an act before me? Watch as I tear away your mask. Your grandstanding 1T fool me. I am aware that T1 County is brothels, and they are state-run. Do not dare to say that you are not involved with them. The women's gazes towards Fang Jingyi shifted once more, becoming increasingly nuanced. Fang Jingyi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ah, truly, what a good brother you are. You leave me no face at all. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, desire is an inherent part of human nature, just as it is better to ease floodwaters than to block them. Am I truly in the wrong here? He continued with convoluted rhetoric about the shortcomings of cultural industries and the limitations of historical development, inciting further disdain from those around him. Li Yuanzhao scoffed, old Fang, no matter how grand your claims today, it will be of no avail. What can one say about advocating for the welfare of women when such welfare has been reduced to the confines of brothels? Who would believe you? Fang Jing's expression darkened as he rolled up his sleeves. Oh, it seems that after just a few days, Li Yuanzhao has grown bold? Very well. I shall impart a lesson. Do you understand what kind of women enter brothels? Allow me to enlighten you. Some are collateralized, some are purchased as concubines, and others enter of their own volition. Let me ask you, do you know the lives they lead? You do not. Your concerns lie solely with yourself. Those unfortunate women feign joy during the day to entertain clients, barely scraping by, only to be discarded like refuse in their twilight years or upon falling ill. Yet, in T1 County, it is not so. The women within the brothels choose to enter freely. Prior to the establishment of such brothels, underground establishments already existed. And the circumstances of those women were no different from those outside. No matter how capable I may be, I cannot eradicate the flesh trade within Taiwan County. It is part of human nature, and opposing it leads to dire consequences. And what of the official brothels established by the county office? Those underground establishments were swiftly diminished. Firstly, the official brothels are reliable, instilling trust among the populace, ensuring their safety. Secondly, prices are transparent, eliminating the risk of fraud. Thirdly, the government can levy taxes on these brothels, unlike the underground venues that evade taxation. Moreover, the women in these brothels are sourced reliably, all entering voluntarily, thus avoiding coercion. Each woman in the brothel receives regular health checkups funded through the taxes collected, ensuring their well-being. Should they ever wish to leave, they are free to do so without fear of coercion. Furthermore, the county office offers guidance to assist them in starting anew after departing the profession. In this manner, the interests of all parties are safeguarded. I believe this is a path that exposes crime to the light, rendering it powerless. Is this not a means of promoting the welfare of women everywhere? Do you find my assertions to be both right and wrong? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao hesitated. Sensing a flaw in his argument yet unable to identify it, he could only redden his face and murmur. Let us consider your point valid for the moment. Seeing him relent, Fang Zheng smiled, continuing, in keeping with the ideal of advocating for the welfare of women. Taiwan County has developed a particular sanitary product. This item can be disposed of after use, ensuring hygiene and safeguarding women from numerous health threats. How can I be deemed heartless when I am determined to promote this product throughout the land? After his speech, the eyes of the palace maids and the princess sparkled with admiration for Fang Zheng. Observing this, Fang Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction, his dignity restored. With the tide turning, he swiftly seized the moment, turning to Li Miaohan. Although she still bore a bashful expression, she had begun to muster the courage to meet Fang Zheng's gaze. Your Highness, now that the matter has been laid bare, I humbly beseech you to allow the women of the palace to be the first to utilize this item, if it pleases you. Upon hearing this, Li Miaohan blushed and replied, Your unwavering dedication to the nation and its people, Master Fang, is truly commendable. I shall certainly do my utmost. Then, in a softer tone, she added, I mistakenly misjudged you earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Fang Zhengyi, with a resolute expression, responded, No need for concern, Your Highness. I, Fang Zhengyi, have endured countless trials both overt and covert, and I have long since grown accustomed to slander and calumny. Though I often feel weary, the thought of the many women suffering in this world fills me with boundless motivation. In that moment, Li Miaohan perceived Fang Zhengyi as a radiant sun, continuously emanating warmth and light. She could not help but murmur, Your noble intentions. Master Fang, I shall personally supply this item to the palace, Your Highness, so rest assured. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to ask, she declared with unwavering determination, instinctively clutching the sanitary pad on the table in her hand. Oh, and do remember, the esteemed ladies of the palace use the 10-won pads, while the maidservants use those priced at 3 won each. Please do not confuse them. Chapter 84. A good student. Upon hearing the words, Li Miaohan found herself momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Was this item truly something that required payment? She had assumed it was a gift from Fang Zhengyi to the palace. However, if it did indeed come at a cost, how could she persuade others to part with their money? Her own funds seemed insufficient for such an endeavor. Li Miaohan lowered her head in contemplation. After a prolonged period of deep thought, she finally lifted her gaze and hesitantly inquired, Master Fang, how much silver would be needed for all the ladies in the palace to acquire this item? Fang Zhengyi, observing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared she intended to utilize her modest treasury to cover the expenses of this venture. Such naivety was charming. It was a refreshing contrast to the simple-minded Bai Yi, who, despite her pretty face, wandered about in a daze. Fang Zhengyi adopted a serious tone, declaring, Your Highness, there is no need to worry about the costs. Simply request the funds from His Majesty. Our Emperor is wise. Once the benefits are clearly articulated, he will surely consent. He continued, Furthermore, I do not seek to profit from this item. I hope the princess does not misunderstand my intentions. There is much misconception surrounding this item, particularly among men. Establishing a new factory to produce sanitary pads would likely prove difficult in finding workers. Currently, the workforce comprises primarily men, thus, I hope to seize this opportunity to generate income from this item to open a factory specifically for female workers. This way, as production capacity increases, the price will inevitably decrease, allowing women to gain independence and earn their own silver, no longer relegated to being mere appendages to men. While the ancients were often considered precocious, they too experienced rebellious phases. Fang Jingyi's groundbreaking idea struck Li Miaohan like a clap of thunder, filling her eyes with admiration. In addition, he continued, I will utilize the profits to subsidize the market, providing this item at extremely low prices or even for free to the impoverished populace, ensuring that more individuals can benefit. Li Miaohan nodded in admiration, but then a thought struck her. Fang Jingyi was exerting such effort, sacrificing his dignity and tirelessly advocating for the women of the world. Surely, he must not have much money himself. She turned to her maid and whispered a few words. Before long, the maid approached with a small box, which Li Miaohan opened to reveal several silver notes inside. She pushed the box toward Fang Jingyi, blushing as she said, Master Fang, this is some silver I have saved up. I hope it can be of assistance to you. Please do not refuse it. Fang Jingyi discreetly accepted the silver notes, proclaiming with righteous fervor, Your Highness is pure and benevolent. I am truly in awe. I once again thank you on behalf of the suffering women of the world. From now on, I shall take responsibility for the sanitary pads you require. At his words, Li Miaohan's cheeks flushed a bright red, her eyes sparkling with joy. Meanwhile, Li Yuanzhao, observing the exchange, was left in disbelief. Had old Fang truly managed to swindle money from their household? It is unacceptable. This cannot continue any longer. If he persists in his nonsensical ramblings, the young lady may be led astray, and our family's fortune could be entirely swindled away, leaving us bereft. I discreetly tugged at Fang Jingyi's sleeve, prompting him to glance toward Li Yuanzhao. In a hushed tone, he said, Old Fang, count me in. Fang Jingyi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you just undermine me? Weren't you looking down on this idea moments ago? Now you wish for me to include you? He then teased, What is it? Your Highness, were you not dismissive before? Now you wish to join the ranks of your loyal subjects in promoting this? Li Miaohan looked at Li Yuanzhao with a puzzled expression. Li Yuanzhao's face flushed, and he proclaimed loudly, Indeed. Since you, old Fang, have said so. What reason do I have to decline? I must have my share. I have come to realize that all the common people are united with the Son of Heaven. As the Crown Prince, it is my duty to set an example. This aligns with celestial will and pleases the populace. Without my involvement, would you dare approach my father? He would certainly refuse, and the endeavor would be fraught with difficulty. Old Fang, just tell me, will you agree or not? Fang Jingyi was taken aback. Had the Crown Prince evolved so rapidly during his brief absence? Goodness, it seemed this young man had thoroughly grasped the matter at hand and displayed remarkable learning ability. He then quietly inquired, Your Highness, are you in need of money? Did you not receive a substantial sum recently? Li Yuanzhao nodded, chuckling awkwardly, I am out of funds. I spent it all. This silver truly is a marvelous commodity, but it flows away like water. Alas, how regrettable. Today, I have come to understand the anguish of lacking silver. I was too young and naive before. I must acquire more silver. What have you been doing? Over 10,000 taels of silver vanished in just a few days. Fang Jingyi was astonished, having thought the Crown Prince was sensible, only to discover his financial management had deteriorated. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand dismissively, That is none of your concern, as long as I have not committed any wrongdoing. Setting aside other matters, I wish to take part in selling these sanitary napkins. Will you include me? Fang Jingyi blinked, momentarily perplexed, but ultimately nodded. Of course. We must include you. I was merely waiting for your consent. With the Crown Prince involved, our endeavors will surely soar to new heights. It is fortunate that Li Yuanzhao is still young and adaptable. Should this matter be brought to the court, that group of aged bureaucrats would surely rally against us. Li Yuanzhao chuckled with delight, exclaiming, Excellent. Old Fang, I knew you were a true brother. I have already envisioned this product as potential. Not only will palace maids require it, but eunuchs as well. Moreover, the families of court officials must also partake. I shall offer them a discount, pricing it at 15 per piece. If any family member does not use it, that would be unethical and uncivilized. How could they dare to call themselves gentlemen in court? I shall thoroughly disdain them. As he spoke, his excitement grew, and he stood up, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, as if envisioning a future of immense wealth. Li Miaohan stared at him in disbelief, astonished that her brother could be so shameless, truly unexpected. It is truly lamentable that Lord Fang must endure the company of such a person each day. Sigh. As Fang Zheng observed Li Yuanzhao nodding incessantly, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The Crown Prince's academic performance has notably improved. It seems that during my absence from the capital, he is not only engaged in self-study, but has also matured significantly. This brings me immense satisfaction, though his expression could afford to be a touch more restrained. I shall reflect upon my own actions daily. It appears that I must refine my own skills, lest one day this young man surpasses me. Chapter 85. The Three Great Sins of Fang Jingyi. The three individuals lingered in the pavilion for a while longer before departing with contentment. The promotion of sanitary napkins was not an urgent matter for Fang Jingyi, who remained unperturbed. The current productive capacity was limited, thus, only the noble women within the palace could initially make use of the product, with plans to expand gradually thereafter. The involvement of Li Yuanzhao was indeed a part of his scheme, though he had not anticipated such swiftness, especially with the princess being drawn into the affair. This unexpected turn of events proved to be a delightful surprise. Should the initiative gain traction within the palace, it would yield substantial profits, a lucrative venture indeed. Even in later times, governmental projects were highly sought after, how much more so now, with two formidable allies within the palace. The following day, the court convened as usual. Fang Jingyi had intentionally secured a telescope at his waist, contemplating that Zhang Shi might attempt to conspire against him. After all, one of the servants he had dispatched had departed from Taiyuan County, and he was uncertain whether the news had leaked. Logically, he had not committed any grave transgressions. Aside from significantly expanding Taiyuan County, diverting waste to the neighboring county, forcibly seizing several merchants, and executing some individuals who ought not to have been harmed. In any case, possessing a valuable asset to ward off calamities was never amiss. Over the years, driven by an overwhelming fear of death, he had compelled the citizens of Taiyuan County to fully develop their technological capabilities, which now proved invaluable. During the court session, upon seeing Fang Jingyi, Emperor Jing merely exchanged pleasantries, expressing a modicum of concern, to which Fang Jingyi reciprocated with customary politeness. Subsequently, the ministers began to voice their opinions, while Fang Jingyi remained standing, acutely aware of the discomfort in his back and unable to absorb a single word. Before long, Zhang Shi stood forth, declaring loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the deputy minister Fang Jingyi." Emperor Jing fixed his gaze upon Zhang Shi, his dragon-like eyes narrowing slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. After all, as a high official of the Ministry of Revenue, why was Zhang Shi relentlessly fixated on Fang Jingyi? Was it not merely a matter of a son receiving a well-deserved reprimand? Must he pursue this with such tenacity? Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi felt a surge of alertness and promptly stretched his limbs. Zhang Shi continued solemnly, "I wish to expose Fang Jingyi, who bears three grave sins. First, he has unlawfully expanded the area of the county seat under his jurisdiction, exceeding the prescribed regulations. Second, he has deceitfully coerced the surrounding villagers into joining Taiyuan County. Third, Taiyuan County has not collected taxes for 7 years, raising suspicions of tax evasion. All three charges are substantiated with ample evidence. I implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment." After concluding his accusations, Zhang Shi cast a cold glance at Fang Jingyi. The most capable of the servants he had dispatched appeared to have succumbed to some enchantment of Fang Jingyi, willingly remaining in Taiyuan County. Fortunately, one loyal servant had returned, bearing news, but that individual had subsequently wept as he left, expressing a desire to return home to fetch his mother, lamenting his allegiance to Taiyuan County. Damn it! Contemplating this, Zhang Shi felt a chill in his heart. The rebellious son at home had similarly reacted, after a single encounter with Fang Jingyi. The mere mention of his name sent him scurrying like a frightened rabbit. Was it possible that Fang Jingyi possessed some arcane knowledge, or had cast a spell upon them? Having lived for several decades, I have never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. If the treacherous scoundrel Fang Jingyi is not dealt with, I fear chaos will ensue in the court. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingyi laughed, exclaiming, "Is this it? After all this effort, this is the extent of your findings? It seems I am indeed pure and unblemished, unable to be grasped by any incriminating evidence." Zhang Shi retorted, "Which of these do you think Emperor Jing is unaware of? All the judges are in my employ. What do you plan to contest with me?" With a sense of relief, Fang Jingyi resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Emperor Jing, upon hearing this, was unsurprised. He had sensed something amiss upon entering the county town. However, the notion of forcibly deceiving the surrounding peasants was something he had never heard of before. Yet, how could Tao County develop to such an extent? Have any reason to deceive its citizens? Surely, it could not be contained. Absurd. Thus, he spoke calmly, "Fang Qing, do you have anything to say?" "Your servant has nothing to say." The court fell into an immediate silence, and Zhang Shi, wide-eyed with fear, looked towards the emperor. What does this mean? Is this all it takes to conclude the matter? Why not ask me? Has His Majesty also been bewitched? Zhang Shi grew anxious. I implore your Majesty for a fair judgment. Emperor Jing closed his eyes, massaging his temples, then sighed. Why must this be brought up? I already know. Let Fang Jingyi overstep. Can he truly rebel? Besides, the crown prince has been well educated under his guidance, and the princess's ailment has been treated. Were it not for Zhang Shi's initiative in mentioning this, Emperor Jing would have been disinclined to pursue the matter. Most importantly, the taxes owed by Tao County have already been funneled into the imperial treasury. How should that be addressed? Very well, I understand. But where is the evidence? Zhang Shi's face lit up with joy. The witness awaits outside the palace. May your Majesty summon him. Granted. Shortly, a plump figure was brought into the hall, sweat pouring from his forehead. Upon seeing Emperor Jing, he immediately knelt, declaring, Your servant, Tang Shou, the county magistrate of Guiyuan, pays his respects to your Majesty. Rise. I have heard from Zhang Qing that you possess incriminating evidence against Fang Jingyi. Please present it. Tang Shou glanced at Fang Jingyi, his thoughts drifting back several years. His face gradually contorting with hatred. I was originally the magistrate of Jihua County. Jihua County is not far from Tao County, yet it lies at a significantly lower elevation. I vaguely recall that 2 or 3 years ago, Fang Jingyi suddenly approached me, claiming that Tao County was in need of laborers and wished to borrow some from my county. Naturally, I refused. At that time, the war had not yet ceased, and a famine struck, leaving both Jihua and Tao counties with populations under 10,000, spared only due to the war. Later, Fang Jingyi proposed to exchange young, able-bodied laborers for the elderly and women of Jihua County, and I reluctantly agreed. At this point, Tang Shou's expression grew increasingly indignant. Little did I know that the young men from Tao County were utterly unproductive, spending their days in indulgence. The provisions they consumed were all sent from Tao County, and those young men would saunter from one end of the county to the other, feasting on white bread and stewed meat. They would eat to their heart's content, then sleep. After resting, they would eat again. The ministers collectively inhaled sharply, exclaiming in disbelief. Oh my, look at Fang Jingyi. It is akin to a panda ordering takeout. Bamboo shoots delivered right to his doorstep. The youth in our county are absolutely ravenous. In less than a year, a significant portion of them has fled, and eventually, due to the dwindling numbers, Jihua County was downgraded to Jihua Township. Soft chuckles began to ripple through the court, mocking the misfortune of Tang Shou. With tears in his eyes, Tang Shou felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had committed no wrong, yet found himself inexplicably demoted. Li Yuanzhao sat expressionless, his face reddening like a ripe tomato, his body trembling incessantly. Emperor Jing was not faring much better, nearly bursting into laughter. Fang Jingyi truly was utterly indifferent to matters of personnel. Continue. Chapter 86. Common prosperity. Listening to the laughter around him, Tang Shou sighed deeply and continued his tale. Eventually, I found it impossible to tolerate the situation, so I expelled all the inhabitants of Tiyuan County. However, it wasn't long before Fang Jingyi returned the elderly, weak, and women he had previously taken away, who had grown plump and healthy under his care. Upon their return, they lamented daily about how wonderful life was in Tiyuan County. Consequently, some villagers chose to leave once more. Those elderly and vulnerable individuals were originally from Jihua, and I could not drive them away, no matter how hard I tried. The laughter among the crowd grew louder. Tang Shou's heart finally broke, tears streaming down his face. A year later, Jihua Township was demoted to Jihua Village. Wu Tianong, who had maintained an impassive expression, finally cracked a smile, thinking to himself how cunning Fang Jingyi was. If he were to truly accept such a godson, it would surely invite trouble. Tang Shou continued narrating. Yet his heart felt as though it had been shattered once more, recalling the past. Later, in the county, or rather, in the village, only a few dozen people remained, and I thought it had come to an end, but I never expected what would happen next. Fang Jingyi devised a pipe, which he inserted into the river of Jihua Village. Initially, I paid it no mind, thinking that given the circumstances, what more could he do? To my astonishment, the pipe soon began to spew forth a continuous stream of sewage. The river water became undrinkable. The people from Taoyuan County even came to sell water they had fetched from their own county. He is inhuman, Your Majesty. The onlookers fell silent, their gazes toward Tang Shou filled with sympathy. To have such a neighbor. It was understandable that life had become difficult for everyone. Then, Jihua Village ceased to exist, and when I reported to the Hengjiang Prefecture, I was reassigned to another county as a county magistrate. After years of grievance poured out, Tang Shou collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, stirring pity in all who beheld him. Fang Jingyi could not suppress a derisive laugh. Aren't you grateful to me? The village chief became a county magistrate. How splendid. You. Tang Shou glared furiously. Fang Jingyi retorted loudly. Your Majesty. This man's words are as absurd as a eunuch's meeting, utter nonsense. Everyone heard it. I did not force anyone to come to Taiyuan County, did I? They all came voluntarily. Where's the notion of coercion? Guo Tianyang's face began to display a myriad of colors. Zhang Shi, with a sullen expression, exclaimed, how is that not coercion? The young people heading to Jihua County do no labor yet feast on meat, while the returned women and children promote Taiyuan County. Is this not your scheme, Fang Jingyi? Fang Jingyi shrugged, but life in Taiyuan County is indeed good. What is wrong with the families of those young people sending meals to them? And what of those women and children from Jihua County? If they yearn for home, I merely send them back. What is wrong with that? Zhang Shi, now thoroughly exasperated, shouted, then how do you explain the sewage being dumped into Jihua County? What's sewage? That is fertilizer. Master Zhang, tread carefully with your words. These are all valuable resources that others covet yet cannot obtain. Tang Shou immediately sprang up from the ground, exclaiming in anger, you have already encroached upon the river. How can we make use of it? Fang Jingyi, with a raised eyebrow, retorted, do not presume I am unaware. The barren lands in your county yield little grain, all of which is procured from elsewhere. How can you expect us to utilize what you have? Your village, with its mere dozens of inhabitants, can only gather a scant harvest. You refuse to come to Taiyuan County, and who can you blame for that? Initially, when Taiyuan County faced a dire shortage of manpower, Fang Jingyi had turned his attention to the nearby Jihua County, extending his utmost benevolence. He invested considerable silver to entice the individuals over, and for those who remained. Fang Shao, with a compassionate heart, could not bear to see them languish, and thus directly employed them in labor. Tang Shou was infuriated. You, Fang Jingyi, have risen 3 ranks in one leap, while I have been reduced to the status of a mere village chief, my official standing stripped away. Were it not for the support of the inspection officer from Hengzhou Prefecture, I shudder to think of my fate. Today, in the presence of His Majesty, you dare to cause such a ruckus. Tang Shou immediately turned to Emperor Jing, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Fang Jingyi has unlawfully expanded Taiyuan County, its size immeasurable, but at least several times larger than before, far exceeding the prescribed limits. His intentions are nefarious. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing's curiosity was piqued. Fang Qing, do explain. Fang Jingyi bowed his head in contemplation, pacing thoughtfully within the hall as he devised a response. He then raised his head and calmly stated, in the past 2 years, following the cessation of war, the common folk have endured hardships, yet life in Taiyuan County has remained relatively bearable. Subsequently, I unexpectedly learned of the dire conditions in Jihua County and its neighboring regions, where the populace is destitute, unable to secure even a warm meal. I could not bear to witness this plight. Thus I endeavored to offer whatever assistance I could. Over time, the population in Taiyuan County has steadily increased, leading to the current situation. Taiyuan County, originally a lower-tier county, can no longer accommodate its burgeoning population under the existing regulations and must continue to expand. I beseech you, esteemed officials, to consider, if you were in my position, what decision would you make? Shall we merely await the starvation of innocents? Zhang Shi scoffed, this is mere sophistry. If you seek to assist, you could directly provide financial aid and provisions. Why must you bring people into Taiyuan County? What are your true intentions? Fang Jingyi suddenly pointed at Tang Shou. Esteemed officials, behold, this man, with his round visage and corpulent frame, governs a populace that is emaciated. How can I possibly trust him? Tang Shou retorted, I was born robust. How can you unjustly slander me? Despair washed over him. Could he truly be implicated in this? Is being overweight a crime? Have I partaken of your rice? Oh, is that so? Such a curious matter indeed. I implore your Majesty to imprison this man. Cutting off his food and water for a month, should he still be plump at that time, I shall accept my punishment. Tang Shou despaired further. He regretted coming here. He had not anticipated Fang Jingyi's audacity, even within the court. Emperor Jing rapped the imperial table, stating coolly, do not act foolishly. Continue speaking. The courtiers shook their heads in disbelief. His Majesty had not previously behaved in such a manner, and it now seemed as if favoritism was written plainly upon his countenance. Fang Jing, upon hearing this, continued, thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. The situation is as follows. When I surveyed the surrounding counties, none could match Taiyuan. The county magistrates, when compared to me, though I do not wish to boast, are lacking in both appearance and vigor, while I possess exceptional capabilities. The fact that Taiyuan County despite its challenging geographical conditions, is still able to ensure the well-being of its citizens speaks volumes. If I were to send out funds, who knows how much would be embezzled by those incompetent officials? As he spoke, Fang Zheng's eyelids drooped, and his tone grew increasingly impassioned. I never anticipated that after all my efforts, I would still face impeachment. Is the world truly so hostile towards me? As a scholar, I possess little in terms of material wealth, save for a heart that is pure and dedicated. My aspirations are to establish a moral foundation for the world, to provide for the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for eternal peace. I harbor a dream of achieving common prosperity. Chapter 87. The poisonous hand of the butcher. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jing rose from his seat, his excitement palpable. Excellent. Well said. Minister Fang truly is a pillar of my court. Not at all, Your Majesty. These are merely some thoughts I wish to share, Fang Jingyi replied, breaking into a broad smile. The 4 lines from Henke had long been on his mind, and if not he, then who would dare to voice them? The ministers, taken aback, exchanged peculiar glances at Fang Jingyi. Indeed, the words were commendable. They resonated with the noble ideals of scholars. However, who was to say that Fang Jingyi was fit to utter them? Did they not know the nature of the man? He had begun by flattering the emperor excessively. With such flamboyance, who could possibly match his audacity? What pretense of being a virtuous gentleman was this? Observing the expressions of those present, Emperor Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had perhaps been overly enthusiastic. He had momentarily forgotten that Fang Jingyi was not particularly well regarded in court, and it seemed he preferred to remain hidden away in Taiyuan County. With this realization, Emperor Jing composed himself and offered another compliment. Minister Fang has spoken excellently. All ministers should take this as an example. He then resumed his seat. Li Yuanzhao, hands on his hips, could not suppress his delight, thinking to himself that if old Fang was such a person, then surely he too was of the same ilk. They shared common ideals. Gui Tianyang, with his eyelids drooping, concealed his hand within his sleeve, scribbling furiously while muttering phrases about common prosperity and establishing a mandate for the people. He pondered how Fang Jingyi's skills had evidently improved. He could not fall behind. The ministers fell silent, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. A singular thought plagued their minds. Why could this not have been said by me? Tang Shou sat on the ground, his heart as cold as ice, helplessly scanning his surroundings. Was there truly no one to whom he could voice his grievances? Was the court so dark? Ultimately, he directed a pleading glance towards Zhang Shi, silently urging him to address Fang Jingyi's tax evasion. Zhang Shi, his expression as grave as a stormy sea, paid no heed to Tang Shou and stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Your Majesty, this man is eloquent, claiming to serve the nation and the family. Yet what of his tax evasion? Tang Shou, somewhat knowledgeable about the matter, added, if I may, Your Majesty, there is indeed evidence of tax evasion in Taiyuan County. 5 years ago, due to a severe population shortage in the region as poverty, the court exempted Taiyuan County and Jihua County from taxes. However, this decree was limited in scope. Taiyuan County is no longer as destitute, yet it has consistently concealed the true situation. When I visited Hengjiang Prefecture, I inquired about the tax situation in various counties, and the officials had never encountered anyone from Taiyuan County. They were even unaware of its existence. Therefore, I can confidently assert that Taiyuan County has not been taxed. Emperor Jing turned his gaze to Fang Jingyi. Fang Jingyi clasped his hands in respectful acknowledgement. Your Majesty, although Taiyuan County has indeed made progress, the county government is genuinely lacking in funds. The majority of the revenue collected over the years has been invested in improving the livelihoods of the people, particularly in education. In order to cultivate understanding among the populace and ensure they recognize the benevolence of their sovereign, I have devoted considerable effort to promote literacy throughout the county, providing the people with access to written works. On the other hand, the governance of Taiyuan County emphasizes enriching the populace. Any available funds must be directed towards fundamental infrastructure. While the absence of wealth is a natural occurrence, should any doubt remain, I invite you to dispatch individuals to audit our accounts, for I stand in absolute transparency. It is absurd to think that the fabricated accounts of Taiyuan County could be discerned by your aging minds. Emperor Jing nodded slightly. Observing this, Fang Jingyi continued, of course, there may be some overlooked tax payments, which is a lapse on my part. As the county currently lacks funds, we will rectify this oversight post-haste. This is indeed my fault. I implore your Majesty to impose a penalty. It is essential to leave room for maneuvering for the higher-ups, allowing us to maintain a semblance of dignity. Although this may incur additional expenses, such matters are trivial. Let us spend freely. treating it as a means to avert disaster. After all, what is money? A group of elderly gentlemen. Your concerns regarding my future sales of health products are all that matters. Emperor Jing felt a sense of relief. Wishing to conclude this matter swiftly, Fang Jingyi was an incessant source of worry. Very well. In light of Fang Jingyi's notable achievements during his tenure, the matter of the overlooked tax payments shall result in a 1-year salary deduction as a form of reprimand. What do you all think? Silence enveloped the assembly, with no dissenting voices. At this juncture, one might mistake Fang Jingyi for the emperor's own son, prompting fear among the courtiers to utter a word of opposition. Were it another, they might have been dragged out and punished by now. Yet this fellow stood triumphantly within the chamber. Very well. If that is the case, this matter is settled. Zhang Shi exhibited no unusual reaction, quietly withdrawing. Tang Shou stood in the hall, his heart heavy with despair. He had not anticipated Fang Jingyi's formidable backing. Revenge seemed futile. I have a matter to present. Fang Jingyi has poisoned offenders, resulting in 54 fatalities. I beseech your majesty for severe punishment. Yan Goen stepped forward. Fang Jingyi glanced at him, then at Zhang Shi, noting the latter's unperturbed expression, clearly indicating prior knowledge of the situation. It appeared the two had conspired together. Upon hearing this declaration, the hearts of the courtiers sank. Casting fearful glances at Fang Jingyi, those in close proximity instinctively stepped back. This fellow, though slick of tongue, was now revealed to be a cold-blooded murderer? Fang Jingyi, you are indeed a ruthless individual. Emperor Jing furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Fang Jingyi. Is there any truth to this matter? He was uncertain of the circumstances. But the gravity of murder, particularly the slaying of 54 individuals, was a weighty charge. Such heinous acts had not graced his ears in years, aside from the battlefield. Fang Jingyi remained unperturbed, responding candidly. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. However, this incident occurred for a reason. Your Majesty, allow me to elucidate this matter. For Fang Jingyi possesses a silver tongue, and I fear he may distort the truth. Yan Goen's expression was stern. Very well, proceed with your account. Yan Goen closed his eyes, diligently recalling the details from his memory, determined to strike a decisive blow against Fang Jingyi. His presence in the court was bound to be a calamity. Zhang Shi, as a venerable minister of the court, found himself rendered speechless this time. Defeat was not an option. Your Majesty, do you recall the period when the Crown Prince frequently absconded from his studies without reason? It was during that time that I began to closely monitor his movements. I discovered that the Crown Prince had been disguising himself, utilizing the golden insignia of Fang Jingyi, to venture beyond the palace walls. Consequently, I dispatched individuals to investigate Fang Jingyi's whereabouts, only to uncover that he and the Crown Prince were clandestinely engaged in various activities. Before long, the Crown Prince ceased his secret excursions from the palace. Through diligent inquiries, I unearthed the shocking revelation that Fang Jingyi and the Crown Prince had been executing prisoners in a hidden dungeon within the capital. The fates of those unfortunate souls were most gruesome. Gentlemen, are you aware that the nefarious figure, shrouded in mystery, who has instilled fear among the populace is none other than Fang Jingyi? Chapter 88. Impeccable Fang Jingyi's expression darkened instantly, not out of concern for anything else, but from the fear that he might be remembered as a historical villain due to the scandal surrounding penicillin. Could he truly not escape this ordeal? Yan Goen continued to recount with fervor. Over 50 individuals met various gruesome fates, yet they all shared one harrowing similarity. Their chests bore deep depressions. More alarmingly, these depressions were inflicted post-mortem. According to the coroner's report, many victims had fractured sternums and ribs. Though the deceased deserve utmost respect, Fang Zhong, this cold-blooded tyrant, dared to commit such heinous acts that would evoke the wrath of both gods and men. I, the minister, sought out the guards who witnessed the event and found them to be in a state of terror. I even heard that 3 of them had descended into madness. This tale has spread widely throughout the city, instilling fear among the populace who now dread walking at night, terrified of being captured and poisoned by the so-called demon, only to have their corpses desecrated afterward. Yan Goen, in profound sorrow, clutched his heart and lamented, I have endured all this. But why must Fang Zhong involve the Crown Prince? The heir to the throne cannot consort with such wretched individuals. Just days ago, I heard that the Crown Prince openly assaulted Imperial physician Hu. Though the prince has a mischievous nature, he was still capable of studying. He would never engage in reckless revelry and even murder, all thanks to Fang Zhong. I implore your majesty for justice. Fang Zhong squinted at Yan Goen, puzzled by his display of theatrical despair. The bureaucrats in the court certainly possess remarkable learning abilities, Their acting skills seemed to have improved significantly. Li Yuanzhao, filled with rage upon hearing Yin Gowen's words, clenched his fists, wishing he could leap into the fray and deliver a few punches. How dare he speak such nonsense in front of me? Seeking death, indeed. I once respected you as Master Yin, but now that you have overstepped your bounds, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yet, upon noticing Fang Jing gesturing at him, Li Yuanzhao calmed himself and returned to his seat. Murder, desecration of corpses, assaulting the physician, the crown prince's involvement. These words echoed incessantly in Emperor Jing's ears. His anger began to simmer, but reason urged him to consider the complexities involved. He turned to Fang Zheng and spoke solemnly. What is your explanation, Fang Qing? Fang Zheng adjusted his sleeves and sighed. I did indeed poison over 50 individuals. However, my motives were not rooted in a desire to kill, but rather in the pursuit of developing a new medicine to cure the princess's long-standing ailment. Initially, I heeded imperial physician Hu's advice, believing the princess might suffer from a pulmonary disease. He provided a remedy specifically for such ailments and to ensure its safety. I chose to test it on death row inmates. The profound bond between the crown prince and the princess moved me greatly. Having never known siblings myself, I empathized with the prince's urgent concern, and thus, these tragic events unfolded. Although the remedy proved unsuccessful, the princess's affliction was ultimately alleviated. Yin Gowen cast a cold smile at Fang Jingyi, saying, Fang Jingyi, have you lost your senses? If the medicine failed, how could the princess? Yin Qing. The princess's ailment was indeed cured by Fang Jingyi. The voice of Emperor Jing suddenly resonated, causing Yin Gowen's expression to stiffen. Everyone was aware of the princess's fragile health. However, the emperor had never disclosed her recovery to outsiders. It was a private matter, one to be celebrated in seclusion. Unexpectedly, Yin Gowen had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Yet, Yin Gowen remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and declaring, very well. It is indeed a monumental achievement to have healed the princess, but how do you explain the desecration of corpses? Are you suggesting you possess the art of resurrection? Fang Jingyi felt somewhat helpless, pondering how to articulate the explanation. Convincing ancient minds of external chest compressions proved challenging. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to respond. That was not desecration. It is known as external chest compression. In cases of acute illness, this method could offer a glimmer of hope for salvation. Your Majesty, I propose that this technique be implemented across the realm, for it holds significant potential within the military, possibly saving countless lives. Nonsense. Crushing ribs and sternum in such a manner is deemed saving lives? Yin Gowen retorted sharply. Fang Jingyi rolled his eyes. Do you comprehend the situation, or do I? Who healed the princess? Was it you, or me? Your Majesty, these 54 individuals are those I meticulously selected for examination. Allow me to elaborate on each one. The first is named Feng Sandan, a resident of the capital, aged 27, who brutally murdered the entire Qin family of 5. The youngest daughter was merely 3 years old and was. The last 3 are a gang, all from outside the region. Known for their heinous acts of consuming infants, believing that feasting upon them would grant eternal life. They ambushed 2 pregnant women in Rufa Township and cooked them after disemboweling them. Upon concluding his account, Fang Jingyi felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He surveyed the assembly with a cold gaze and declared, these 54 individuals are guilty of egregious crimes. I merely intended to use them for medicinal trials. Were it not for this purpose, I would have personally beheaded each one of them. To survive until autumn would be an act of mercy towards them. Thus, I have no further words. I shall accept any punishment that may come. The assembled officials fell into a profound silence, while the emperor's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Fang Jingyi recounted the transgressions of the 54 individuals in a calm tone, sending a chill through the audience. To spare their lives would hardly quell the public outrage. Simply dispatching them with poison would be akin to granting them leniency. Fang Jingyi's actions could be deemed as noble and righteous. Li Yinsong observed Fang Jingyi with curiosity from the crowd. This man, appearing glib and persuasive, possessed such resolve and audacity, which was indeed surprising. Noticing Yin Gowen's lack of further response, Emperor Jing remarked, these individuals certainly deserve death. However, the state has its laws, and it cannot be left to your personal judgment. Yet, considering your significant contribution to the princess's recovery, let the merits and demerits balance each other. Yin Gowen was profoundly shaken upon hearing the news, utterly astonished that Fang Jingyi had managed to deceive him once again. How infuriating! Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Emperor Jing had already made his stance clear. Yin Gowen anxiously interjected, but what about Physician Hu? Enough, the emperor bellowed. His fury ignited at the mere mention of the incompetent physician. A quack brings ruin. Do not think it is merely Feng Qing I would wish to deal with this man. 2. Deserves my wrath. Emperor Jing's rage surged as he recalled the ineptitude of Hu. Although Hu's medical skills were lacking, how could Feng Zhengyi dare to strike a subordinate? Such actions undermine the very fabric of our governance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Goen retorted. Those around them shook their heads in disbelief, recognizing the folly of his words amidst the palpable tension. Master Yin, do you have any further inquiries? There is no need to consult anyone else. I shall reveal everything to you myself. Li Yuanzhao descended the steps. Chapter 89. The prince's divine assistant Li Yuanzhao approached Yin Goen with a serious expression. In a low voice he said, Master Yin, must you persist in opposing old Feng? Yin Goen immediately retorted with anger. Your Highness, tread carefully. Feng Zhengyi is a court official. How can you refer to him as old Feng? Very well, then I shall call him Master Feng. Emperor Jing's gaze followed Li Yuanzhao. Surprised by the prince's unusual behavior today, even taking the initiative to speak in defense of Feng Zhengyi. Li Yuanzhao's eyes met those of Emperor Jing. Father, Master Yan's remarks are somewhat biased. During the time Master Feng has been teaching me, I have never neglected my studies. If you doubt it, I can recite for you. With that, Li Yuanzhao began reciting without pause. The essence of destiny lies in nature. The essence of nature lies in the path. The essence of the path lies in teaching. The path is such that one cannot be separated from it for even a moment. The way of the gentleman is arduous, yet hidden. The foolishness of a couple can be known until it reaches. He continued reciting for over 20 passages, finally pausing, leaving the audience in awe. The prince had indeed changed his demeanor, able to concentrate on his recitation without interruption. Li Yuanzhao, feeling triumphant, glanced at Feng Zhengyi. Here are the 30 passages I owe you, recited as promised. How about that? Impressive. Feng Zhengyi grinned, secretly giving a thumbs up. As Emperor Jing listened, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. If it were merely rote memorization without understanding, it would not suffice. Allow me to inquire. A gentleman is at peace with his position and acts accordingly. He does not harbor thoughts beyond his station. What does it mean to be wealthy or poor? Without hesitation, Li Yuanzhao answered, it means that a gentleman is content with his current status and fulfills his responsibilities without entertaining extraneous thoughts. Emperor Jing's eyes lit up, and he proceeded to ask several more questions, to which Li Yuanzhao responded adeptly. Once all inquiries were concluded, Emperor Jing was elated. Did Master Feng teach you all of this? Indeed, all of it was taught by Master Feng. Emperor Jing turned to Feng Zhengyi. His eyes filled with appreciation. Feng Qing, you have done exceptionally well, far exceeding my expectations. Feng Zhengyi nearly laughed aloud but quickly composed himself. Oh, it is merely my duty. By heavens, the prince's assistance is divine. I must reward him with extra portions upon our return. The courtiers exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. The prince's remarkable transformation was indeed a delightful surprise. With only one prince in the court, he had been a source of great concern. Who would have thought that being in Master Feng's company could lead to such a change? Li Yuanzhao raised a hand and continued. Father, do not be hasty. I have not finished speaking. Reading and writing are merely trifles, insignificant matters, hardly worth mentioning. The courtiers were left speechless, while Feng Zhengyi's face fell. Was it truly necessary to add that remark? Just moments ago, Master Yin mentioned that I, as a son, had engaged in a physical altercation with Dr. Hu. I fear that my father's explanation may not satisfy Master Yin. Thus, I shall muster my courage to elucidate the reasons behind the confrontation with Dr. Hu. Dr. Hu is a quack, and I need not elaborate further. Merely a few days prior, he presented a so-called exotic ginseng to the princess for her nourishment. Father, are you aware of the exorbitant price of that ginseng? You would hardly believe it 2,000 taels. However, upon further inquiry regarding its procurement, I discovered that the actual price was a mere 2 taels, a staggering discrepancy of 1,000-fold. I struck down a myopic charlatan. Feng Zhengyi was utterly astonished, exclaiming that the crown prince could fabricate such tales without batting an eye, truly a dragon-esque progeny. Li Yuanzhao, with a solemn countenance, remarked that upon learning of this matter, he believed there were countless discrepancies in the palace's procurement process. Perhaps it is not limited to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Even the Imperial Kitchen may be rife with similar exaggerated concealments. Hence, I dispatched Lu Jin to discreetly venture beyond the palace to investigate market prices. Little did I know that this inquiry would open my eyes to astonishing revelations. Common ingredients such as cabbage, eggs, and rice in the marketplace cost merely a few won per jin, while within the palace, prices often escalated by several multiples to even dozens of times. Take X. For instance, a single egg in the palace astonishingly costs 10 taels, whereas in the market, it is at most 5 won each. Moreover, I once requested the imperial kitchen to prepare a pie, which incurred a cost of several dozen taels, while outside it could be obtained for just a few won. Where? I ask, does that vast difference in price disappear? Some may argue that the food inside the palace is of a different quality, meticulously selected and far superior to that found outside. But is that truly the case? Using my own funds, I procured various ingredients from the market and, upon comparison with those from the palace, found no discernible difference. The dishes produced were equally unpalatable. I inquired about the expenditures of the internal affairs, only to learn that last year alone, the palace's expenses for food and drink amounted to a staggering 80,000 taels, which leads me to conclude that the actual expenditure should be less than 8,000 taels, a discrepancy of over 70,000 taels. Where, pray tell, has such a colossal sum ended up? Surely, there must be individuals at every juncture taking advantage of the situation. Additionally, during Lu Jin's time outside the palace, I had him investigate the living conditions of the common folk, revealing how many toil tirelessly for a mere meal. Witnessing this, I distributed my own funds. Yet it remains but a drop in the bucket. Were the palace to procure honestly and practice frugality, perhaps the common people would not endure such hardship. I implore you, Father, to discern this matter. After this discourse, all present were left astounded, including Fang Jingyi, who stood frozen in place. Li Yuanzhao's unexpected display of concern caught him off guard, as he had initially thought the prince squandered his wealth on frivolities, only to discover it was bestowed upon the common people. Though his methods may have been somewhat crude, they undeniably evoked a profound sense of empathy. Fang Zheng experienced, for the first time, the profound joy of his elderly father. Emperor Jing's tear-filled gaze, trembling hands reached out towards Li Yuanzhao, yearning to caress his face but instead settled on his shoulder. He quivered as he spoke. Is all this you're doing alone? Yes, replied Li Yuanzhao. During Master Fang's absence, I wish to occupy myself with some tasks. The emperor turned away momentarily to discreetly wipe the corner of his eye, then turned back with a smile illuminating his face. Excellent. Marvelous. All of you, behold. This is my son. This is indeed my son. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The crown prince is wise, the ministers proclaimed as they knelt in reverence, many of them filled with joy. Elder officials like Li Yinsong could not help but shed tears of pride. The crown prince has truly matured. Such are the words of a worthy sovereign. Zheng Qiao wiped away his tears and nudged Li Yinsong beside him, whispering, could it be that the crown prince is indeed taught by Fang Zheng? Li Yinsong, his face alight with excitement, replied, there can be no mistake. Apart from Fang Zheng, who else could it be? I never imagined that at my age I would overlook such talent, loyalty disguised as treachery. Splendid. Fang Zheng is remarkable. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongxiang frowned but begrudgingly nodded in agreement. The emperor, overflowing with delight, patted Li Yuanzhao's shoulder with enthusiasm. Li Yuanzhao grimaced in pain. You have done exceptionally well, Guo Tianyang. I grant you 1 month to thoroughly investigate all instances of corruption within the palace concerning provisions and accommodations. I wish to be fully informed. Fang Zheng, you have performed admirably. This is a significant achievement. I bestow upon you a Qilin robe. Yin Goen, do you have anything to say? Emperor Jing fixed his gaze firmly on Yin Goen. At that moment, Yin Goen trembled, having guided the crown prince for so many years, only to be overshadowed by Fang Zheng, with all eyes upon him. He had nothing to say. Thus, he bowed deeply, trembling as he uttered, I am ashamed, Your Majesty. I have no words. Very well. In that case, I relieve you of your position in the Zhanshi Fu. From this day forth, Fang Zheng shall be the sole Zhanshi. The ministers bowed once more, proclaiming, Your Majesty, you are wise. Yin Goen remained on the ground, his heart heavy with regret. Seeing this, Fang Zheng seized the moment. Your Majesty, since the crown prince possesses such a benevolent heart for the people, I beseech you to allow him to venture beyond the palace to observe the populace. As the saying goes, if one cannot sweep their own house, how can they govern the world? Reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. Today, the crown prince has already witnessed results. Now is the time for him to progress further. I shall accompany him at all times. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he gave a thumbs up. Old Fang, you're incredible. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing was filled with joy once more. Traveling thousands of miles is indeed better than reading thousands of books. Well said. I grant it. Chapter 90. The addiction of generosity. Seeing a favorable situation, Feng Zhenyi unhesitatingly produced the telescope he had concealed behind him. With both hands held aloft, he proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, on this joyous occasion, I have an auspicious gift to present." Emperor Jing looked curiously at the brass tube that Feng Zhenyi held high and inquired, "Oh, Feng Qing, you possess a treasure to offer me? You truly surprise me. Do share." "Your Majesty, this object is known as the 1,000-mile landscape mirror. Through this mirror, one can behold 1,000 miles, and all that is seen belongs to the realm of the Emperor. This 1,000-mile landscape mirror has been crafted with the heartfelt love, patience, and filial piety of the people of Taoyuan County, along with a considerable sum of silver, all dedicated to your Majesty. It symbolizes the enduring stability of our great Jing dynasty, lasting for millennia." Upon hearing this, the minister's expressions changed drastically, with some clutching their chests in anguish. Indeed, treacherous individuals remain treacherous, and even a minor achievement cannot alter their ingrained nature. Zheng Chao gritted his teeth and nudged Li Yinsong beside him. "Li Gong, look at him. Just look at him." Li Yinsong, at a loss for words, could only gaze at Feng Zhenyi with a flushed face, eventually managing to stammer, "Damn it. That scoundrel Feng Zhenyi seems intent on slapping my face. Every time he receives praise, he immediately reveals his craven nature. Is he deliberately trying to provoke me?" Emperor Jing, brimming with delight, accepted the telescope, continually exclaiming his approval. Feng Zhenyi, with an obsequious demeanor, leaned closer to the emperor, advising, "Your Majesty, this item must be viewed upright. The smaller end is meant for your eyes." The emperor raised the telescope to observe the view beyond the palace gates, and was instantly taken aback. He turned left and right, exclaiming in awe. The minister's hearts raced. Could it be that this object truly allowed one to see 1,000 miles away, as Feng Zhenyi claimed? Of course, a telescope could not see such distances. But the ancients had a propensity for exaggeration. An army of hundreds of thousands would be deemed 1,000,000. Feng Zhenyi was merely upholding this glorious tradition. For boasting costs nothing. After a considerable time, having surveyed the distant scenery, Emperor Jing set down the telescope and marveled, "Excellent. This object is indeed astonishing, allowing one to clearly see hundreds of yards away. If utilized on the battlefield, anticipating the enemy's moves would be effortless." "Feng Qing, this is yet another remarkable contribution. How do you believe I should reward you?" Feng Zhenyi humbly replied, "This is solely the result of the people of Taoyuan County expressing their gratitude to your Majesty. It merely involves spending a little more silver. How could I dare to seek any reward?" The emperor smiled at Feng Zhenyi, realizing that the young man was subtly asking for silver. Very well. He would grant him silver. "Thus," he declared, "I have felt the filial piety from Taoyuan County. I bestow upon them 100 taels of gold. You shall receive it." Feng Zhenyi lowered his head, disdainfully curling his lip. The emperor chuckled awkwardly, having almost mistakenly said tax exemption in his excitement. However, considering the annual output of Taoyuan County, perhaps tax exemption would be too much. A bit of silver would suffice. Even so, Feng Zhenyi was content to have swindled 100 taels of gold with a mere telescope, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Emperor Jing continued, "Feng Qing, might I inquire if there are any additional quantities of this item?" Indeed, the initial production costs were exorbitant, primarily allocated towards research and development. However, once the production process is streamlined, we can manufacture it in large quantities. Should your Majesty require it, I shall instruct Taoyuan County to expedite production for the military. Emperor Jing nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to liaise with you." Having recently introduced sanitary pads to the palace, and now having secured a military contract, Feng Zheng felt quite content with his sales endeavors. His joy was momentarily interrupted when he noticed Li Yuanzhao making exaggerated facial expressions in his direction. Feng Zheng, grasping the implication, realized the crown prince had taken an interest in the telescope. As anticipated, immediately after the court session, Li Yuanzhao eagerly approached Feng Zheng, expressing his indignation. "Old Feng, how could you be so inconsiderate? Such a remarkable item, and you didn't show it to me first." Feng Zheng shot him a sidelong glance. "What's the rush? If you want it, there's plenty to go around. Now that Yin Goen is no longer here, aside from a few Hanlon scholars, no one can hinder us. Let us depart the palace for now." Li Yuanzhao beamed with delight at this prospect. Once they returned to the Eastern Palace, Feng Zheng adopted a serious demeanor and asked Li Yuanzhao, "During my absence, how did you allocate the funds I provided you?" Li Yuanzhao chuckled. "Oh, it's not much different from what I just mentioned. While you were away, I investigated market prices and discovered the extent of corruption within the palace was quite alarming. I also had Lu Jin look into the plight of the common folk and found many were struggling to feed themselves. Consequently, I instructed him to distribute all the silver. Besides, I have no interest in further renovating the tiger and leopard garden. It seems rather pointless. Old Fong, what do you think of my actions? Li Yuanzhao wore a proud expression, anticipating praise. Fong Zheng merely shrugged, not particularly commendable. Li Yuanzhao, now agitated, produced a notebook from his clothing, opened it, and presented it to Fong Zheng, displaying a list of names, each marked with a red seal. Look, this is the book of the people. The commoners are grateful for the silver they received, and you, old Fong, simply lack vision. Fong Zheng was momentarily speechless, realizing this was merely spending money to acquire merit. If your highness is motivated by gratitude in these endeavors, it might be best to refrain from such acts. The common folk may not only withhold their thanks, but might even ridicule you as a fool, as is often the fate of misguided heroes. Misguided heroes? Although this term is somewhat vulgar, it does possess a certain relevance in relation to me. Li Yuanzhao, feeling wronged, retorted, how have I become a fool? I genuinely wish to do good, and the people sincerely appreciate my efforts. Old Fong, your perspective is far too cynical. Fong Zheng, feeling somewhat helpless, chose not to elaborate further, realizing that some concepts could not be easily conveyed. However, he knew from years of experience that simply dispensing money would likely yield no genuine gratitude and might even result in ridicule. As Fong Zheng contemplated in silence, Li Yuanzhao suddenly hesitated. Old Fong, I find myself short on funds. When can we expect our sanitary pads to become profitable? Fong Zheng contemplated Li Yuanzhao's words, sensing an awkwardness in their tone. Indifferently, he remarked, soon, in a few years, we shall be able to earn money, substantial wealth. Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing this, hesitated and replied, that won't do. I still need to accumulate virtue and perform good deeds. Quick profits are not feasible in just a few years. This. Fong Zheng could not help but cover his forehead, pondering if one could indeed become addicted to the act of giving money. However, the thought of earning wealth piqued his interest. Now that the crown prince could freely leave the palace, he had ample time to exploit opportunities in the capital. Furthermore, wouldn't it be delightful to profit under the banner of the crown prince? Fong Zheng's eyes brightened as he inquired, are there any upcoming festivals? Chapter 91. Brother Biao. Li Yuanzhao tilted his head in contemplation and hesitantly remarked, it seems there is a festival called the Qi Yuan Festival. I managed to escape the palace 2 years ago to witness it. It was quite the spectacle. Why do you ask about this? The mention of the Qi Yuan Festival stirred a flicker of memory in Fong Zheng, who recalled having heard of such an occasion. The Qi Yuan Festival bears some resemblance to the Qixi Festival on Earth, yet it is more innocent, devoid of any profound significance. For reasons unknown, this day tends to be lively, with men and women alike taking to the streets, showcasing lanterns and flower carts among other festivities. Many suitors seize this opportunity to express their affections, making it akin to a grand Valentine's Day. However, Fong Zheng had spent a considerable time in Taoyuan County, which seemed devoid of such celebrations. Every day felt as festive as the new year, thus diluting the essence of usual festivities. After some reflection, he declared, very well, let us seize this festival. Your Highness seeks to make a quick profit, does he not? We shall capitalize on this occasion. Li Yuanzhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. And how shall we profit? Fong Zheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Naturally, we will sell goods, yet we must introduce some novel products. Upon my return, I shall compose a letter requesting the county to prepare a batch for us. Additionally, we will need someone for marketing. Ah, by the way, do you recall Miss Luo from the Zhangxiang Pavilion? She still owes me a night, he suggested. Li Yuanzhao leaned in with a knowing grin. Old Fong, did nothing happen between you two the last time you visited? What could possibly happen? Last time, you were all about giving alms to beggars, and I merely assisted you with some pastries. Fong Zheng squinted at Li Yuanzhao, sensing the mischief in his words. I fear illness. With the medical standards of ancient times, one mishap could be fatal. Li Yuanzhao's face lit up with realization as he made an okay gesture with one hand while the other. Then he chuckled awkwardly. Ah, my apologies, I thought you were short, slender, and swift. Mind your language. Be careful lest I accuse you of slander. Fong Zheng retorted. The next day, after their shift ended, Fong Zheng and Li Yuanzhao made their way to the Zhangxiang Pavilion, accompanied by Zhang Biao. The trio stood before the entrance, where the evening was still young, yet a throng of people flowed in and out. Upon entering, they quickly found a table and began to survey their surroundings. The decor of the Zhangxiang Pavilion was exquisite, with delicate pink gauze drapes hanging everywhere, and the air was filled with the melodious chatter of conversation. Fang Jingyi could not help but sigh. Although Shuyu Tower had its share of charm, it paled in comparison to the upscale establishments of the capital. Indeed, the formal settings lacked a certain allure. After sitting for a while, the trio found little of interest. Fang Jingyi casually intercepted a servant. "Is Miss Luo present today?" The servant promptly replied with a smile. "Oh, esteemed guest, I am truly sorry, but the courtesan is not receiving visitors today. In fact, she seldom meets guests privately. Our courtesan is quite the reputable companion. Please return in a couple of days, and you shall see her." Fang Jingyi tossed a silver ingot and remarked, "Very well, I shall not see her. Please inform Miss Luo that Fang Jingyi wishes to make her acquaintance." The young servant, gleefully accepting the silver, replied, "Certainly. I shall relay your message. However, whether you can meet her is beyond my authority." Off he went. Before long, the young attendant returned with a troubled expression, murmuring, "I am truly sorry, Master Fang, but our Miss Luo has declined to meet." Li Yuanzhao sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? How dare she refuse? Bring her down at once, or I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment." Fang Jingyi observed Li Yuanzhao's demeanor darkening, lamenting internally, "Alas, I have learned nothing good from you, yet your mischief seems to have taken root in me." Noticing the curious gazes directed their way, Fang Jingyi hastily pulled Li Yuanzhao aside and turned to the young attendant, his tone firm, "Bring forth your manager." The attendant, looking disheartened, replied, "My lord, Miss Luo truly cannot be seen today. Perhaps you could return another day?" "Enough of this chatter. I no longer wish to see her." The attendant sulked away, soon returning with a heavily made-up matron. Despite her garish appearance, she was no older than 30 and possessed a remarkable beauty, suggesting she had once been a striking young woman. Upon seeing Fang Jingyi, the matron donned a sycophantic smile and said, Master Fang has arrived. It seems the servants were remiss in their duties. I apologize on their behalf. Which young lady has captured your fancy? Please, do not hesitate to tell me." Fang Jingyi smirked coldly. "My brother has taken a liking to you. So, is it possible for you to entertain guests today?" The matron's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure, responding coyly, "It is not entirely out of the question. As long as you are pleased, I am at your service. May I ask which of your brothers has set his sights on me?" "Zhang Biao, go and teach her a lesson." "Understood." Zhang Biao stood up, shedding his outer garment to reveal his muscular physique, grinning at the matron and commanding, "Come with me." The matron's expression faltered at Zhang Biao's imposing presence, yet she softened upon beholding his physique. Such a robust man was indeed rare. It seemed prudent not to offend Fang Jingyi. With a playful laugh, she patted Zhang Biao's muscular chest, saying, "Very well, let us proceed together." The matron and Zhang Biao ascended the stairs. Fang Jingyi sipped his tea calmly, while Li Yuanyao stared in disbelief at Zhang Biao's retreating silhouette, stammering, "Weren't we here to see Miss Luo? Why has he gone in first? Connections facilitate matters." "Just be patient," Fang Jingyi replied nonchalantly. After a brief interlude, Zhang Biao and the matron reappeared on the second-floor corridor. Li Yuanzhao scoffed at Zhang Biao, saying, "Amira Fayade, he pales in comparison to me." Fang Jingyi, inwardly dismissive, thought to himself, "You truly do not comprehend the essence of a formidable fighter. My brother is a dual-A talent, a hexagonal warrior, a human beast. He is unbeatable in combat, even in the most intimate of settings." Before long, Li Yuanzhao's amusement was replaced by a look of bewilderment as he observed the matron limping down the stairs, with Zhang Biao following behind her, his demeanor utterly composed. Suddenly, the madam stumbled and nearly tumbled down the staircase, but Zhang Biao, quick-witted and nimble, grasped her by the hair and pulled her back up. Once she regained her balance, the madam cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Biao and playfully struck his muscular chest, pouting, "You rascal, can't you be a bit gentler?" Zhang Biao merely chuckled. At this moment, Li Yuanzhao was utterly bewildered. As they approached Fang Zheng's table, Fang Zheng inquired, "What is the situation? Is it possible to meet Miss Luo now?" "Oh, and how much do I owe you?" The madam, blushing, glanced at Zhang Biao and whispered, "We're all family here. Why discuss money? However, I can't make decisions regarding Miss Luo. Let me go speak with her first." Zhang Biao turned to Li Yuanzhao, frowning, and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Li Yuanzhao, looking uncertain, gazed at Zhang Biao and replied sheepishly, "Hello, Brother Biao." Chapter 92. The unwanted offer. The old madam limped away, and Li Yuanzhao quietly approached Zhang Biao, whispering, "Brother Biao, could you teach me?" Zhang Biao regarded him with a sidelong glance. "Teach you what?" "Martial arts. And how you maintain such a robust physique." Fang Jingyi grinned, observing the two, thinking to himself, "Now you see how formidable my brother Biao truly is, don't you? You were skeptical before." Zhang Biao replied nonchalantly, "Oh, if you wish to strengthen your body. It is quite simple. There is nothing complex about it. I reflect upon myself thrice daily, that is all. I reflect upon myself thrice daily." Li Yuanzhao was astonished. It was surprising to hear such philosophically rich words from someone as rugged as Brother Biao. He stammered, "What does that mean?" "It means that if you engage in rigorous self-discipline 3 times a day, you will become strong like him." Fang Jingyi interjected, having also wished to learn from Zhang Biao, but lamenting that an ordinary person could not endure such rigorous training. It was too brutal. Originally from Taiyuan County, Zhang Biao had once been unable to work due to hunger, until Fang Jingyi provided him with 3 baskets of steamed buns, barely helping him recover. It was later discovered that he had never been adequately fed throughout his childhood. Once Fang Jingyi became wealthy, he treated Zhang Biao to lavish feasts, revealing Zhang Biao's astonishing talent. Coupled with his relentless daily training, Zhang Biao thrived, ultimately cultivating a physique akin to a fearsome beast. Li Yuanzhao swallowed hard and whispered to Fang Jingyi, "Has Brother Biao never encountered an opponent? As Confucius said, I have yet to see one who is truly resolute." Fang Jingyi glanced at him sideways, realizing that Li Yuanzhao had become an admirer of Brother Biao. "What does that mean? Who is Z?" Li Yuanzhao asked, bewildered. Z refers to a giant of 9 feet and 6 inches, proficient in both literary and martial arts, flanked by 72 equally remarkable individuals. Even he has not encountered anyone with a physique as formidable as Brother Biao's. As they conversed, the old madam returned, limping, and lamented, "Alas, Miss Luo still refuses." "I am truly sorry, Master Fang." Zhang Biao suddenly stood up. The old madam immediately panicked. "Sir, it is not that I did not attempt to mediate. It is simply that Miss Luo's status is beyond my control. Please do not be angry." Li Yuanzhao gazed at Zhang Biao with admiration. Fang Jingyi frowned and inquired, "Oh, who is the owner behind the Zhangxiang Pavilion?" "That is difficult to say." Our young master inquires. "You must respond." "It is actually the estate of King Wu." "King Wu? I have not heard that name in ages." In Fang Jingyi's mind, King Wu had always been a mere figure of ridicule, not particularly successful in his wine dealings, yet running the brothel quite adeptly. Though he sensed something amiss,